My name is Jiangli. I woke up to the noise of people shouting. As memories rushed back, I realized where I was and couldn't help but think, what a mess my life has become. Before I could gather myself, I heard someone yelling outside, calling me lazy and accusing me of neglecting my children. It was my sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, dragging my two dirty-faced boys, Wood and Stone, into the chaos. She mocked me loudly, gathering a crowd to watch and criticize. People whispered about how poor and unkempt my children looked, even comparing them to beggars. Second sister-in-law went on, blaming me for living off the family while not contributing. She even hit my younger son, Stone, so hard that he cried out in pain. Wood, trying to be brave, bit his lip to stop himself from crying. I could feel the injustice boiling inside me. Suddenly, I kicked the door open and stormed out. I grabbed my boys from her grip, and without a second thought, I sent her flying with one swift kick. The crowd gasped. Second sister-in-law, I said coldly, you're accusing my kids of freeloading, but have you forgotten that my husband sends 5 yuan every month to mother for our family's food? And all those clothes you're wearing, the supplies at the house, aren't they from the money he earned? Do you want to talk about who's taking advantage here? The crowd started murmuring. 5 yuan a month was a lot. They hadn't known my husband, despite our separation from the family, still sent that much. Second sister-in-law, red with anger and embarrassment, tried to deny it, claiming that the money was for mother's upkeep and had nothing to do with us. She tried to twist the story, saying I hoarded my husband's money and that my kids were just freeloaders. I didn't let her off easily. Oh, so that's why you hit my children? Because my husband stopped letting you benefit from his hard work? Or is it because you couldn't have sons of your own, so you take your anger out on mine? Her face turned pale. The crowd gasped again, realizing I had struck a nerve. I continued, you've gotten used to taking from us, haven't you? Now that there's nothing left to take, you come to my house, hitting my kids? Look at what you've done. I pulled down Stone's pants, revealing the deep purple bruises on his tiny body. Gasps filled the air as people saw the extent of her cruelty. Stone began to cry loudly, and even Wood, who had held back his tears, couldn't stop his eyes from welling up. The crowd's mood shifted. They weren't just judging me anymore. They were starting to see who the real problem was. And I wasn't going to let anyone trample over me or my children again. When I saw the bruises on my sons, I couldn't hold back anymore. I confronted second sister-in-law in front of everyone, calling out her cruelty. How could you beat my sons like this? Just because you can't have boys of your own doesn't mean you can take it out on mine. The crowd was quiet, but I could see the realization on their faces. They weren't fools. They could piece together what was really happening. Second sister-in-law was bitter because my husband married me, and she couldn't benefit from him anymore. Still, no one said much. In hard times like these, everyone looked for ways to get by, and some were willing to take advantage of others. Second sister-in-law shot me a death glare, her bony face twisted with anger. So, what if I discipline the kids? They're always at the old house eating our food. You don't act like a mother, so someone has to teach them. Before she could keep ranting, my mother-in-law, her authority radiating, stepped in. Second daughter-in-law, who do you think you are? I gave those sweet potatoes to my grandsons. What's it to you? Are they eating your food? With that, she grabbed second sister-in-law by the arm and twisted hard. Despite her protests and complaints, Mother wasn't about to let her off easily. I could see the truth in her actions. Though she was harsh with me, she still loved her grandsons. Second sister-in-law tried to shift the blame back to me. Mother, look at Jiangli. She's the lazy one, lying around all day, not taking care of her kids. If anyone deserves punishment, it's her. Mother didn't let up. Lazy or not, she's my business to deal with, not yours. And you think you're any better? Look at your daughters. When's the last time you washed their clothes or combed their hair? That struck a nerve, and I could see second sister-in-law squirm under Mother's scolding. But as Mother tore into her, I caught sight of myself, my greasy hair, dirty clothes, the faint smell of sour sweat clinging to me. When was the last time I had even taken a proper bath? The realization hit me like a lightning bolt, and I wanted nothing more than to disappear from this scene. Trying to steer the conversation, I said, "Mother is right. Boys or girls, they're all the same. Second sister-in-law, you should treat your daughters better. They're your flesh and blood, and one day, they'll be the ones to care for you when you're old." I threw in a pointed jab. But if you keep favoring boys over girls, don't be surprised if they don't want to help you. And as for my boys, don't think they'll come running to help you either after what you've done. My words hit their mark, and second sister-in-law turned red with anger, yelling that I was cursing her. She lunged at me, but Mother stepped between us. "Enough," she shouted. "Zhongli, you've said your piece, and you, second daughter-in-law, should know your place. This family's business is not yours to dictate." Mother turned to me, clearly frustrated. "And you, Zhongli, if you understand so much, why haven't you done better for your kids? Look at them. So thin and pitiful." I took a deep breath and replied, "You're right. I was wrong before. I was resentful. Married but living like a widow, raising kids on my own while my husband is away. I felt abandoned. That's why I gave up. But not anymore. From now on, I'll focus on my boys, take care of them, and make something of them." The crowd fell silent, but I could see their skepticism. Even my sons looked at me doubtfully. I bit my lip, realizing how many promises the original Zhongli had broken. My words sounded hollow, just like hers always did. One voice from the crowd sneered, "If Zhongli changes, pigs will fly." I stood there, holding my son's hands, vowing silently that I wouldn't let their doubt define me. No more empty promises. I would change, this time for real. I can't believe how things have gotten to this point. My boys, wood and stone, have endured so much, and I've done so little to protect them. But today, something in me changed. When I saw their bruises and the way second sister-in-law treated them, I couldn't hold back anymore. I stood my ground, facing her accusations head-on. "You dare beat my boys like this? Just because you can't have sons doesn't mean you get to take it out on mine." My words struck a nerve, and I saw the crowd starting to piece together the truth. Everyone knows the hardships of this era, but even so, her actions were inexcusable. Mother-in-law stepped in, scolding her and even twisting her arm, which felt satisfying to watch. But when second sister-in-law turned the blame on me, saying I was lazy and neglectful, I knew I couldn't stay silent anymore. She even tried to make me look bad by twisting my husband's absence into something shameful. I bent down to my boys, promising them something I should have promised long ago. "From now on, I'll take care of you. I'll make sure you're fed, warm, and happy. You'll grow strong so no one can bully you, or me." Wood, my eldest, didn't believe me at first. His little face was so serious, far too mature for his 5 years. I realized then how much I'd let him carry. But I meant what I said. I'm done being the useless mother everyone sees me as. When second sister-in-law kept pushing her luck, trying to tarnish my name, I finally snapped. "You think I'm weak?" I stormed over and slapped her hard, twice. The shock on her face was priceless. "If you dare say anything against me or touch my boys again, I'll make sure you regret it." My voice was low but firm, and for the first time, she seemed truly afraid. The crowd, including my mother-in-law, was stunned. No one expected me, the so-called lazy wife, to fight back like this. Even my boys looked at me with newfound admiration. I could see the light in their eyes, the hope that maybe things were going to change. Before leaving, I made one last statement to irritate second sister-in-law further. "Mother, since it was agreed that my husband's allowance includes our food, I'll start bringing my boys over for meals again. After all, we wouldn't want anyone thinking they can keep what's ours." I took my boys' hands and walked away, ignoring the hateful glares behind me. For the first time, I felt like I had finally stood up for my family. My sons looked up at me with pride, and I silently vowed to keep proving to them, and to myself, that I could be better. After the chaos outside, I shut the door and turned to face my 2 boys, Wood and Stone. We stared at each other for a moment before Stone's stomach growled loudly. He clutched his belly, looking nervous, like he thought I'd yell at him for being a little glutton. Wood immediately stepped in front of his brother, his small face full of determination, ready to defend against whatever he thought I might do. I could see the wariness in their eyes. They didn't trust me, not after how the original Zhongli had treated them. The memories I'd inherited showed a woman who either lay around all day or used her children as punching bags whenever she was upset or hungry. The way they flinched at my every move made my chest ache. "Go wash up," I said, trying to keep my tone firm, but not harsh. "You both look like little beggars. Do you think I'm a stepmother who doesn't care?" But Wood wasn't buying it. "What are you planning?" he asked, his small hand gripping stones tightly. "If you're going to hit us, just do it already." I froze, stunned. My mind flashed back to a memory where the original Zhongli tricked them into bathing, only to beat them with a vine branch until they were rolling on the ground in pain. My fists clenched. How could someone be so cruel to her own children? I took a deep breath. "If I wanted to hit you, I wouldn't wait for the right moment. Go clean up or don't, it's your call. It's not my reputation on the line when people call you beggars." They stared at me, unsure, but when I turned my back to deal with my own filth, they scattered like frightened rabbits. I didn't chase them. I had my own priorities, a much-needed bath. The smell coming off me was unbearable, and the grime left the bathwater black after just one rinse. 3 scrubs later, I finally felt clean. Just as I was getting dressed, something strange happened. My superbrain, my invention from a past life, activated, though at only 10% capacity. The limited functions included a backpack, farm, ranch, and processing factory. While far from its full potential, these features were still powerful tools, capable of producing real resources. The idea of turning virtual farms into food gave me hope. After I finished dressing in the original Zhongli's old clothes, I found the boys again, covered in mud, hiding under a table. They looked at me like I was the villain in a fairy tale. "Get out from there," I said, pretending not to notice their trembling. "You need to bathe, or do you want to miss dinner?" Wood, ever protective, spoke up. "Don't hit my brother. It was my idea to play in the water. If you're angry, hit me instead." His words broke my heart a little. This tiny 5-year-old was braver than I'd ever been. I crouched down and pulled them out from under the table, one in each hand. "No one's hitting anyone," I said firmly. "But you two need to wash up and eat. Let's go." I could see the doubt in their eyes, but for the first time, they didn't resist. Small steps, I told myself. Maybe I could start making things right. After all the chaos settled, I stared at my 2 boys, Wood and Stone, who were clearly expecting me to lash out. Stone's stomach growled, but instead of looking embarrassed, he and his brother watched me warily, ready to defend themselves. It broke my heart to see how scared they were of their own mother. "Who said I'm going to hit you? Do I look like I have that kind of energy?" I sighed. They were just kids, and kids love to play even if it meant getting dirty. I prepared 2 basins of water and helped them bathe, but the tension didn't ease. Wood, ever suspicious, suddenly blurted, "Are you trying to clean us up so you can sell us?" His words stunned me, and my gaze fell on their bruised and scrawny bodies. These boys had suffered so much under the original Zhongli's care. I couldn't help but retort, "Sell you? Who'd want you 2 skinny monkeys?" Even stray dogs would run away. Stone puffed up with anger, standing in the tub and shouting, "I knew it. You're a bad woman. You really do want to sell us." Wood joined in, his fists clenched. "Father sends you so much money, and you still want to sell us? You're awful." Their accusations hit hard, but I realized their fear wasn't unfounded. The memories came flooding back. The original Zhongli had once considered selling them to afford a city job, and they'd overheard it all. I raised my hands in mock surrender. "No one's selling anyone. Do you really think I'd waste all that effort? A job in the city wouldn't even pay as much as your father's allowance. Why would I bother?" Wood narrowed his eyes, still distrustful, but his anger seemed to lessen. "If you ever try to sell us," he warned, "I'll report you to the authorities." I smirked. "Fine, but if you do that, you'll have no mother left. Think it through." The two boys huffed, glaring at me as they dressed, but their fiery anger had dimmed to cautious skepticism. I left them to it, heading to my room to take care of myself. When I looked in the mirror, I was surprised. Beneath the dirt and disheveled hair, I found a face that was shockingly beautiful, flawless skin, bright eyes, and perfect features. I trimmed my hair into a neat style and felt a little more like myself. Next, I searched the house for money. To my relief, the original Jiang Li had been a diligent saver. Between her frugal habits and my husband's generous military stipend, there was a small fortune, 800 yuan, a significant amount in these times. I tied up the money and military notes in a handkerchief, carefully storing them in my backpack. Seeing the secure little icon appear on my virtual interface gave me a sense of peace. With these resources, I could finally start turning things around for myself and my boys. For now, though, I needed to earn their trust and prove to them I wasn't the same cruel woman they remembered. There are not many grids now. If you put the bills directly in without wrapping them, I am afraid that 2 grids will be filled. So you can only take advantage of loopholes and take shortcuts. After putting the money away, Zhongli looked at the house with a hard-to-describe feeling. In her heart, she couldn't help but compare this adobe house with her own villa. She rolled her eyes and was speechless. Although this adobe house was built after the separation of the family, it was still very new. But the original owner never maintained it. There were spider webs all over the beams and a layer of dust on the table, wardrobe, and dressing table. Zhongli was so obsessed with cleanliness that she couldn't stand it. Zhongli first moved out the quilts and pillows and then started cleaning. Whether it was the original owner or herself, she couldn't remember when she last cleaned. In her previous life, she was a real technology boss. Those old guys in the end of the world all praised her. She had a life assistant in her life, and these things were not her turn to do. According to the old man, if you have time to waste on these little things in life, you might as well study more. Otherwise, it would be a waste of talent. So, after all the busy work, Zhongli was exhausted. There was no other way. This was an adobe house. Once the spider webs on it were swept away, the yellow soil in the room was floating, which made the room even dirtier. The wood and stone outside were stunned to see their mother, who never worked, busy in and out to fetch water, wipe the table, wash quilts, and wash clothes. Wood and stone sat in the yard, and the two whispered, "Brother, how come the bad woman is so nice today and actually works?" According to the bad woman's temperament in the past, she will not be able to pretend for long. We must be vigilant and not let her fool us. But she didn't beat us today. It seems that her brain is broken. Stone stared at Jiang Li's figure with deep desire in his eyes. Mu Tu knocked on his head. "Don't be fooled by her. I think she is up to something bad. If she sells us out while we are asleep at night, we will be doomed." Shi Tu's eyes were filled with horror. "She dares? I will fight her to the death when Dad comes back." "Stupid. When Dad comes back, we won't even know where we have been sold to. What should we do then?" Shi Tu was so anxious, staring at Jiang Li and feeling sick. Of course, Jiang Li saw the two kids whispering to each other, and they would glance at her from time to time. She didn't know what they were talking about, but the two seemed to have reached an agreement on something in the end. After all the busy work, Jiang Li felt so hungry and tired that she could eat a cow. The bath she had just taken was in vain. But it was getting late, so she looked at the two little ones. "Let's go to Grandma's house for dinner." "Are we really going to Grandma's house for dinner?" Shi Tu rubbed his still sore ace, obviously scared. "Go, why not go? Otherwise your father's $5 a month will be given away for free to others." "Aren't you hungry and don't want to eat?" Shi Tu immediately said, "Eat, of course I will. I can't give it away for free to others." Mu Tu hesitated for a moment. "I'm not giving it away for free to others. The money is given to Grandma. She usually gives us food, and she also comes to our house to clean, wash our clothes, mend our clothes, collect firewood, fetch water." Jiang Li pursed her lips, feeling more and more that the original owner was not a human being. It's right to be filial to Grandma, but it doesn't make sense to use our family's money to subsidize other people, so we still have to go over for this meal. To be filial to Grandma, We can come quietly. At most, when Mom goes to the county town to buy things tomorrow, I can bring your grandma's a meat bun, okay? The two children widened their eyes in disbelief and swallowed their saliva viciously. Meat buns? Yes, we will eat well in the future, and I guarantee that we will keep you fat and white. Moo too. Will you really buy buns for us? This woman is used to eating alone, and Moo too obviously didn't believe what she said. Sure too pounced and hugged Jiang Li's thighs, his big eyes blinking, and his face was full of flattering smiles. Mom, if you buy me buns, you are the best mother in the world, and I will definitely be filial to you when I grow up. Mutu looked at Shirtu's flexible acting skills and fell into deep doubt. He didn't understand. Is he really acting, or is he expressing his true feelings? As for what Shirtu said, while this bad woman was acting, they could change her by flattering her. But deep down, he still hoped that his mother could change for the better, so he agreed with Shida's statement. Jiang Li stared at the flattering and well-behaved smile on the face of this cheap son, and suddenly felt that it was not bad to come here. At least life was not so boring. With two more cheap sons, she would not have to give birth to them herself in the future, and the youngest and most difficult stage would be over. As long as they were brought up, they would win in life in the future. As for the man, he would not come back once a year anyway, and the child was born. If they could get along well, they could continue. If they could not get along well, they would kick him away. She picked up the little Shirtu. Okay, then mother can look forward to enjoying happiness with you two brothers in the future. Little Shirtu stared at Jiang Li with curiosity and surprise, and the little joy in his heart made him carefully reach out and hug Jiang Li. Feeling the warmth from Jiang Li. Mom, you are so nice today. If you always stay like this, I won't call you a bad woman. If you want me to be like before, just call me that. Shirtu pouted and said in a coquettish voice. Mom good boy Mutu looked at Shirtu with a little envy and slowly took a step forward, but did not continue. Jiang Li rubbed Shirtu's hair, saw the expectation in Mutu's eyes, and asked with a smile, Does Mutu want to be hugged too? Mutu blushed, his eyes dodged, and he looked a little awkward. I don't want to, I'm grown up, not a child anymore. Jiang Li put down Shirtu with a smile and nodded seriously. Well, our Mutu has grown up and knows to help Mom take care of his younger brother. Mom is very pleased, so I want to reward Mutu with a big hug. Then she hugged Mutu. Mutu's body stiffened, his face flushed slightly, and he looked a little restrained. After holding the two children, Jiang Li felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. If these two children were in the new era, they would be national treasures, but now they are so thin that their bodies are all bones. It hurts to hold them in her arms. Come on, Mom will take you to eat. The old house is just next to it, and it is only a few steps away. When Jiang Li stepped in, she immediately received a wave of looks, as if she had seen a ghost. The girls in the old house looked at them in amazement. The men hadn't finished work yet, and only Zhou's mother and Zhou Urseo, who were responsible for cooking today, and a few younger girls were in the old house. Seeing that Jiang Li really dared to come over, Zhou Urseo's face was the ugliest. Zhou's mother looked at the changed Jiang Li, and her thoughts instantly returned to the day when she showed her youngest son. At the beginning, she was deceived by this face, and she almost got angry to death later. Mom, what delicious food should we eat today? Jiang Li didn't care about Zhou Urseo's murderous eyes. She just liked the way people were so angry but couldn't get rid of her. When she saw the multi-grain steamed buns and a pot of green wild vegetable porridge on the stove in the kitchen, Jiang Li's expression suddenly paused and her face turned ugly. Thousands of wild horses galloped through her heart. She suddenly felt that the very high-tech nutritional medicine of the new era was not bad to drink. Staring at the food on the stove, Jiang Li frowned as if facing a great enemy and finally couldn't help but speak. Mom, you have to make up for the meals I didn't come here to eat in the past few years. You can give me some egg noodles, and I can cook them myself. Zhou's mother hasn't spoken yet. Zhou Urseo couldn't sit still, for fear that Zhou's mother really listened to her nonsense. Old fourth's wife, although you haven't come to eat in the past few years, your two children have eaten a lot. Why should we give you extra food? It's not that we don't let you eat. Don't you understand the principle of not waiting for the right time? You still want to eat eggs. Several strong men in our family don't eat them. Why should it be your turn, a lazy thing? Jiangli was not afraid of her. Just because my husband sends me $5 every month, I have the right to eat these eggs. Mom, you are so thin. If his father comes back and knows that he sends $5 every month and can't even eat an egg, I don't know how disappointed he will be. I still want to turn over a new leaf in the future, raise them well, and give them good food and clothes. You won't hold me back, right? If Mom thinks I'm the same as before, that's fine. I'll go back and lie down. Jiangli said, and wanted to leave as if she didn't care. TSK, if you have the guts, you can just lie down for the rest of your life. It sounds nice, but for the sake of the 2 children, if you really want to treat them well, you should use the allowance of the 4th child to treat them well. Don't you just want to come here and eat for free? I won't be fooled by you. Mother Zhou felt a headache listening to the 2 people talking back and forth. She looked at the 3 of them who had just taken a bath and were clean, and with a fierce face, she slapped the stove with her palm. Zhou Urseo was frightened and shook her shoulders.
Lilaidi.
If you are so capable and want to be the head of the family, then I will separate your family of 5, or you just shut up. Otherwise, it is not your turn to give orders in this family. Zhou Urseo was unwilling to listen when she heard it. Mom, do you really want to feed her eggs? Although the 4th child has sent money every month in recent years, she has eaten a lot of wood and stones. We all help with the firewood in her house and fetch water every 3 days. Even if she comes to eat, why should she cook for herself? Don't think I don't know. She does nothing all day. You've done so much work to help her. If it weren't for us, she would have starved to death in bed. If you give her eggs, I'll be the first to disagree. Zhou Urseo smacked her lips. She wanted to drool when she mentioned eggs. She hadn't eaten eggs for a year since she had the confinement after giving birth to Sanhua. Okay, if you don't give me eggs, then give me the money back. With that money, let alone eggs, I can eat chicken. If that's what you said, then don't send me any money every month. I won't come over to eat, lest people think I'm taking advantage of you. Jiangli didn't believe that he couldn't handle a person born in the 1960s. Sure enough, when Zhou Urseo heard that Jiangli wanted to take money and cut off the 5 yuan per month, she glared at Jiangli with murderous eyes. They haven't separated yet. Although the 5 yuan Zhou Buchuan sent back every month is not much, it adds up to 60 yuan a year. 60 yuan, how much did their whole family get at the end of the year last year? Although the work points are not small, the food required is more, and the money received is only more than 70 yuan. So Jiang Li's words simply pulled the hatred value to the maximum. Zhou's mother glanced at Jiang Li, thinking of her voice that was more delicate than that of the city people, and thinking about the food stored at home. Her heart was cold. In order to save money, the original owner was ruthless and almost starved himself to death at home several times. Of course, Jiang Li didn't know if she was too lazy to get up to eat, or if she really wanted to save money. Anyway, lying on the bed, the way she breathed out more than she breathed in scared Zhou's mother, who went to help with the housework. She went back to the old house to get some steamed cornbread and coarse grain cakes, but she didn't expect to see a scene that shattered her worldview. She bit a small mouthful of steamed cornbread for a long time but couldn't swallow it and finally wasted the food. At that time, Zhou's mother knew how delicate this person was. If she wanted to eat, she had to eat fine grains, or she would rather starve to death than eat. After that, in addition to taking the eggs from the old house to the supply and marketing cooperative in the town to exchange for salt, some of them went into the stomach of the original owner. There was no way, even if she didn't like it, Zhou's mother couldn't watch her starve to death. Although she was an unreasonable mother, she was better than a stepmother. Otherwise, if something happened to her, the 2 older grandchildren would be the most pitiful. Okay, stop arguing. There are only 5 chickens at home. Where can we get so many eggs to eat, let alone noodles? I'll steam 2 eggs for you, but don't even think about noodles. Jiang Li was dissatisfied. Then give me some more sweet potatoes. I don't like eating steamed bread. Zhou Urseo's face changed immediately. Mom, it's okay that you are partial to her at ordinary times, but how can you give her special treatment? Shut up. If you want the public money to shrink, just say it. Mother Zhou glared at Zhou Urseo, who refused to suffer any loss, and felt very annoyed with her. Zhou Urseo choked. Zhongli glanced at Zhou Urseo provocatively like a rooster that won a fight, and happily took 2 eggs and 3 sweet potatoes. Although there was no white flour or rice, at least they didn't have to eat the steamed bread that cut their throats. Zhongli didn't need Zhou's mother to do anything, and he threw the sweet potatoes into the ashes that had not yet been extinguished. The best way to eat sweet potatoes is, naturally, the most primitive roasted sweet potatoes. In later generations, if you want to eat authentic roasted sweet potatoes, you may not be able to eat them even if you go back to the countryside. 2 eggs. Zhongli was not vague, took a bowl, and knocked them down without blinking, without any heartache. Zhou's mother's eyes twitched. In the end, there was no eye contact. Look, just walk out and give the kitchen to Zhongli. When the family was divided, there was such a thing, not only because Zhou Buchuan was afraid that the lazy woman of the original owner could not take good care of the 2 children, but also because this big iron pot was the only one in the Zhou family. At that time, iron was a scarce commodity in the country. Not only was it expensive, but it was not necessarily available even if you had money and tickets. When everyone came back, they saw the divided food on the table and the mother and her 2 children sitting at the main table. Everyone's expressions changed again and again. Zhongli saw everyone's reactions, and when her eyes fell on her sister-in-law, her eyes dodged. Zhou Ainin pursed her lips and looked at Zhongli with a little flame in her eyes, but when she saw the 2 children, Mu Tu and Shi Tu, she didn't say anything. Although the bad things the original owner did had nothing to do with her, she felt guilty towards Zhou Ainin now. Especially when she saw Zhou Ainin's dark skin and haggard face, she felt even more uncomfortable. Last year, Zhou Ainin graduated from junior high school and had to go to a high school in the county. The cost was not small at all. The Zhou family had already used Zhou Buchuan's money to support a 3rd son, Zhou Laosan, and also had to support his sister-in-law. The original owner was not happy when she knew about it. She cried, made a fuss, and even threatened to hang herself. She said she would not let Zhou Ainin continue to study no matter what. The family quarreled over this matter. The sisters-in-law kept silent, but it is said that it is the tacit agreement of the original owner's behavior. In the end, it was the little girl Zhou Ainin who took the initiative to stand up and say that she would not study for the sake of family harmony. After working at home for a year, the little girl has aged a few years and has become more vicissitudes. It can be seen how hard farm work is. Zhongli felt guilty. Finally, seeing Zhou Deseo, who was in the same boat with him, came back, Zhou Urseo pulled her aside and nagged, and they didn't know what they said. But Zhongli could guess it almost. It's nothing more than that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and Zhou Urseo wanted to form a gang to deal with her. Soon Zhou Urseo came back angrily. Mom, you openly cook for the 4th brother and his wife, and my sister-in-law, and I don't agree. The division of the family requires the elderly, which is what the children should do. $5 is not much for the 4th uncle, and we don't think it can be counted as their food expenses. Moreover, if you want to divide the family, you must do it cleanly. There is no reason to eat together. Otherwise, don't separate at all, and the original division agreement should be invalidated. This time Zhou Urseo became smart, knowing that she couldn't keep rushing to the front, so she knew to pull Zhou Deseo in when she spoke. Moreover, she had a clear mind and directly treated Zhongli as a fool. Anyway, the family was divided, and she didn't want Zhongli to come every day to eat the food they worked hard to earn. If the family was not divided, that would be another matter. If the family was not divided, the money earned by the 4th child would have to be handed over to the public, and then they could still have a lot of tickets every month like before. Anyway, if the family was divided, it should be divided cleanly or not divided at all. Zhongli would want to take advantage. It would be impossible. Let her suffer. That was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, she would not be able to sleep all night. Hearing this, Zhou Deseo blinked in surprise and looked at Zhou Urseo's wife. Her eyes clearly said, "When did I say such a thing?" She clearly didn't say such a thing just now, but she knew clearly that every month, Zhou Buchuan gave the family sent 5 yuan, and the explanation was that it was the food expenses for the three of them. So she didn't agree to Zhou Erseo's request to speak up, because she had studied for 3 years and could calculate the account clearly. It had been 3.5 years since the separation. It was divided when Mutu was over 1 year old, 5 yuan a month, and the money sent back was more than 200 yuan. In the past few years, she certainly knew that her mother-in-law secretly fed Mutu and Shirtu, went to help with the work, and cooked for the fourth brother and sister-in-law. But compared to the 200 yuan, to be honest, their old house made a lot of money. Now, even if they come to eat, they eat 2 eggs a day, which is 10 cents a day, so they still make money. So what's there to say? And she didn't believe that the fourth brother and sister-in-law would come to eat every day. She had calculated the account clearly, and she would never let Zhou Erseo take her as the first bird. Second sister-in-law is so calculating. It's been several years since the separation, and she's still thinking about my man's money? You want to continue to eat my man's flesh and blood, but you don't even see if I'm happy or not. Okay, it's divided cleanly, right? Then let's settle the accounts today. Since the second sister-in-law mentioned pension money, then we should take the highest amount given by the village captain's family, which is 2 yuan a month. Then, mother, should you return the remaining 3 yuan to me? I don't ask for more. Even if it's for 3 years, 100 yuan is not too much, right? And the chickens in the chicken coop, 3 people can raise 1. You agreed to help us raise them. Isn't it time to return them to us now? While speaking, Zhongli did not forget to peel the roasted sweet potatoes on the table and handed them to the 2 children. Hearing Zhongli's words, Zhou Erseo glared at her as if facing a great enemy. The 3 brothers of the old Zhou family did not say a word, and all buried their heads in eating. After all, who would not be hungry after a busy day? The third brother Zhou Bowen's high school tuition was paid by Zhou Buchuan, so no matter what, he would not go against Zhongli, his sister-in-law. Instead of quarreling, Zhou Bowen felt that it was more important to fill his stomach first. The children ate steamed cornbread, staring at the plate of egg custard on Mutu Shirtu, and their saliva was about to flow out. Not to mention the children, even the 3 brothers of the Zhou family could not remember when they last ate eggs. Zhou Erseo sneered. Fourth brother's wife, have you heard that someone's family is splitting up and they are still eating together? Are you the only one allowed to take advantage of us? And there are chickens. We brought back 7 chicks, but now only 5 are alive. Who knows if the one that died is yours? Zhongli finished her sweet potato in a few bites and stood up. I don't know whether I will die or not, but I have finally decided to turn over a new leaf and be a good mother. I will take good care of the 2 children in the future. You won't hold me back, will you? Not a hen. Give me a rooster. Otherwise, I will go back to lying dead. And my second sister-in-law said, since you don't welcome me to come over for dinner, I will write to Zhou Buchuan next month and send him 2 yuan a month for this money. And Jiang Li's words really controlled Zhou's mother. Seeing that her daughter-in-law was going to be better and really care about the 2 children, Zhou's mother didn't want her to be beaten back to her original form. Why do you want chickens? You can't even raise children well. How can you raise chickens well? There are no roosters at home. The 5 hens are all egg-laying hens. If they are given away, they will starve to death tomorrow. I'm afraid she will be heartbroken. Whether I can raise them well or not, you will know in the future. By the way, the private plot that belongs to my family must be returned to me. Mother Zhou frowned, looking doubtful. Can you farm? Don't waste the land, or you won't be able to grow anything. Zhou Erseo saw that Zhongli was getting more and more outrageous, so she slammed the table and said, Dream on. My sister-in-law and I worked hard to grow vegetables on that private plot. What does it have to do with you? Why should I give it to you? Zhongli was not going to tolerate her. Anyway, if I see vegetables in my private plot tomorrow, I won't be polite. Since you don't welcome me, I won't be annoying. I'll catch the chicken myself. After saying that, before even Zhou's mother could react, Zhongli walked to the chicken coop in the yard and grabbed the largest hen. This action annoyed Zhou Erseo, and she rushed over to grab the chicken immediately. Zhongli curled the corners of his lips, turned sideways, and quickly raised his foot. Ah! Zhou's wife stared at Zhongli's body in amazement. She didn't expect that she could actually beat Zhou Urseo.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing Zhou Urseo fall down, Zhongli laughed unceremoniously. Second sister-in-law, although I'm going back, you don't have to perform such a big ceremony. It's so ugly. Zhou Urseo stood up angrily. Zhou Lauer, are you dead? Didn't you see your wife being bullied? What are you arguing about? Do you think I'm dead? If you don't want to eat, go back to your room. Mother Zhou looked at Zhongli, her head throbbing with pain, thinking, this fourth son's wife is too troublesome. Fourth son's wife, since you have come to terms with it and decided to live a good life, Mother will naturally not hold you back, but if you just talk like before, no one will spoil you anymore. Zhou Urge didn't dare to move. He was honest by nature. How could he bully a woman, especially his sister-in-law? Zhongli looked obedient. Of course, I just hope that I will have a prosperous life in the future, and some people won't be too envious. Mother Zhou's eyes twitched. She just felt that the little daughter-in-law's words were too offensive. Zhou Urseo knew that she was implying something when she heard it. With so many people watching, she immediately felt ashamed and naturally had to fight back. Zhongli, don't you look at what you look like? Who in the village is as lazy as you? Envy you. Such words will make people laugh if they say it out loud. Even the children know to go to the fields to earn work points, but you just sleep every day. Who would envy your miserable life? Zhongli took a step forward and said in a very angry tone, aren't you the one you envy? Aren't you just envious that I don't have to go to work every day and that a man sends money back home every month to support me? I don't have to work in the sun and rain like you, busy all day long, and the money I get is not even a fraction of what I get. Zhongli's words aroused hatred, and Zhou Er's wife was panting with anger. Zhongli, don't think I dare not hit you. Zhou Er's wife glared at Zhongli with her fists clenched. Zhongli fanned her with his hand. If you have the ability, just do it directly. Don't just talk nonsense. Zhou Urseo's face turned red with anger, and she strode towards Zhongli.
Bang!
The whole audience watched the scene in silence and swallowed hard. They didn't expect Zhongli to be so good. Even Zhou's father, who usually didn't say a word, was shocked. With a clean and neat shoulder throw, Zhou Urseo rolled on the ground in pain, but she was still thinking about the hen in her hand. Sister-in-law, this is the chicken you feed early in the morning every day. Are you going to let her take it away like this? In the past, although Zhou Urseo didn't get along with Zhou Deseo, at this time, she knew that she had to pull Zhou Deseo into the same boat. Zhou Deseo smacked her lips. What you said just now didn't come from my mouth, and we did say that we would help our fourth brother and his wife raise this chicken so that we could raise one more. At this time, a family of 3 can raise a chicken, and there is an upper limit. A family can only raise a maximum of 5. It is also because of the fourth room's quota that they can take 7 back to raise, and the extra one is a backup. In other words, if one of them dies on the way, there will be 6 left. Although 2 died later, Zhongli was right when she said that one of hers was included. Zhou Urseo's eyes widened. She didn't expect Zhou Deseo to expose her. Are you crazy just to flatter Mother? Mother has always been partial to the fourth room. You were the eldest sister-in-law, and the family didn't split up, but the fourth room was split up. Don't you bear a grudge? What good will it do for you to stand on Zhongli's side at this time? Can Mother change her mind about your first room? As long as you can't give birth to a son, Mother will be partial to the fourth room in this life. Zhongli crossed her arms, looked at Zhou Urseo with a smile, and then said, Mother, look at what the second sister-in-law said. Is she trying to sow discord? Fortunately, the eldest sister-in-law is smart. If she had really listened to it, I'm afraid this family would not have a peaceful day. Can you tolerate such a daughter-in-law? Zhou's mother thought about it carefully and found that it was true. She was furious. Second sister-in-law, what are you talking about? I think you are trying to make a big fuss, right? Although Zhou's mother favors boys over girls, she thinks she is not bad to her granddaughters, and she is not the kind of person who likes to beat and scold her daughter-in-law like others. And what Zhou's sister-in-law said was just to sow discord and make her granddaughters and the eldest daughter-in-law hate her, right? This matter is not a small matter. Zhou's mother immediately stepped forward in anger and pinched Zhou's sister-in-law. Zhongli looked at the scene and cursed. Zhou's sister-in-law was chased around the yard by Zhou's mother, and she ran away with the hen. Realizing that Zhou's sister-in-law was looking at her, Zhongli raised her chin at her provocatively and walked out the door. Zhou's sister-in-law smiled embarrassedly and looked at Zhou's sister-in-law's miserable condition, her heart silently. She gave Zhongli a thumbs up. Zhongli, who had returned home, looked at the 4-pound hen in her hand, and her taste buds could not help but secrete. She had just eaten a sweet potato and a spoonful of egg custard, but she was not full at all. But when she walked into the kitchen, the joy on her face disappeared. There was no pot, no knife, and she wanted to eat chicken. I was afraid that she would be in trouble. She touched her stomach resignedly and then locked the chicken in the chicken coop in the yard. It was only about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In summer, it would not get dark until at least 7:30. There were still more than 2 hours. Zhongli planned to clean up the house in one go. The water problem was easy to solve. Superbrain had a ranch farm. In a village, there is naturally no shortage of water. After getting a full tank of water, Zhongli started working in the 2 children's room. While working, she lamented her miserable life. Zhongli's eyes suddenly widened, and the rag in her hand fell to the ground. She said in her heart, "What kind of time travel?" She traveled through a book. No wonder the names in the original owner's memory always gave her a weird sense of familiarity. It turned out that she traveled through a stupid novel she had read. Thinking of the characters and plot in the novel, Zhongli felt sick. She thought back to when she was reading and complaining that this cannon fodder had the same name as her, but was a brainless idiot. Anyway, the content of the whole book about her is that she is on the road to death and never returns. And how miserable she is as a cannon fodder, how successful the heroine is. Thinking of the ending in the book that said after her death, the heroine took over her man and the 2 little ones, Zhongli was startled and ran back to the room as soon as possible. She took out a necklace given by the original owner's grandmother from the bottom of the closet. After the heroine got the necklace, she accidentally opened the space and obtained the huge wealth inside. What was specific was not written. Zhongli curled the corners of her lips and, without hesitation, pierced her finger with a needle and dripped blood on the position of the pendant. A white light flashed, and Zhongli disappeared in the room. After a while of spinning, Zhongli appeared in a place that she herself had never expected. Looking at the familiar big villa in front of her, Zhongli's heart collapsed. What kind of treasure is this? This is clearly the big villa in her previous life. These things belong to her. And the first moment she came in here, Zhongli's mind had other information. Thinking that the original owner was herself in the previous life, and she was her reincarnation, Zhongli looked ugly. So, in the previous life, the heroine took her things from the future life and used her previous life as cannon fodder. When I think of what was written in the book, after her death, the heroine got the treasure because of her, but not only did she not feel grateful, but also ruined her own pair of sons. Let her 2 sons become the control group of her twins, 1 positive and 1 negative, and finally her 2 sons were sent to eat peanuts by the heroine's twins. Even later, when Zhou Buchuan died for the country, she gained a lot of fame as his wife, and also met several big men because of this. Then, during the reform and opening up, she made great success with these connections and the treasures in the pendant, and became one of the first big names to try new things after the reform and opening up. She was a household name, a successful person, and a philanthropist. In the end, she met her first love, and they loved each other for the rest of their lives. Zhongli even remembered the extra story that broke the 3 views. It seemed that in order to satisfy the public's preferences, the heroine was whitewashed, and it was written that the twins were not Zhou Buchuan's children, but her first love's children, and Zhou Buchuan had never even touched her. Thinking that she was the original owner, and the original owner was her previous life, Zhongli was furious. What the Hades? Zhongli clenched her fists, feeling terrible. When she thought of the tragic ending of her family in the previous life, she really wanted to kill the heroine with a cannon. It was so ridiculous. The heroine was her half-sister. In order to get close to someone rich and powerful, the scumbag father abandoned his wife and children and married someone in the town. Now he seems to have become the director of the Revolutionary Committee. Every day, she had a good meal, and the heroine lived a good life in this poor era. In her memory, the original owner went to find this scumbag father in order to return to the city, but was humiliated by her stepmother in the end. So the original owner was so obsessed with returning to the city because she could not forget the humiliation of her stepmother that day until her death, and the scene of the heroine standing on the stairs in a beautiful dress looking at her. As for why she returned to the city, it was because the scumbag father and that woman could not give birth after getting married, so he took her over and raised her for a few years, and then the heroine Jiang Yan was born. Just like that, she was also abandoned and thrown back to her mother in the countryside. It was really absurd. Since there was a chance for her to return to her previous life, she would have to meet the heroine this time. Let's see how she can succeed by stepping on the flesh and blood of their family this time. Thinking of the huge supplies in the secret room below her, and not knowing whether they were all there, Zhang Li ran quickly. She has always been a person who plans ahead. After the end of the world, although she was protected in the base, she was always worried that the base would be invaded that day, so she quietly built a huge secret room under the villa. Thinking that if the base was lost one day, she would hide in it, so she collected a huge amount of supplies in this secret room. She placed them one by one on the shelves of a supermarket. She was worried that she didn't know how long she would be trapped underground. She was afraid of being bored, so she simply turned this place into a supermarket so that she could go shopping when she was bored. These things were obtained by a space superpower she had saved who helped to empty a big supermarket in Mu. After getting the supplies from the entire negative third floor, she walked into the secret room. When she saw the full supplies, Zhang Li's heart exploded with fireworks. Now, she doesn't have to worry about being hungry. These supplies are enough to last for a long time. Zhang Li walked down to the negative third floor. What she saw was different from the other two floors. Half of them were large boxes. Zhang Li walked over and opened them. Suddenly, she saw a golden scene in front of her. A whole box of large gold bars appeared in front of her. These were found when they were rushing to grab supplies at the beginning of the apocalypse and were caught in a meteor shower. She hid in a bank safe and found them. At that time, paper money and gold bars were all worthless and no one wanted them. They were all traded for zombie crystal cores, but she was careful. She accumulated them little by little, and even asked the top leaders of the base to exchange them after her research results came out. Zhang Li held the golden gold bars with curved eyebrows and felt that she was so discerning at that time. With these things, she could be a parasite for the rest of her life. Most of these boxes were gold bars, and some were antiques. Zhang Li was a little glad that she came. Otherwise, the heroine Jiang Yan would have gotten them cheaply. Gurgle, gurgle. Zhang Li felt a burning sensation in his stomach. He was so hungry that he didn't even look at the food. He went back to the underground first floor, picked up a box of instant noodles with pickled cabbage and beef, and went up to the living room with a bunch of food. As the hot water poured down, the fragrant smell came to his nose. He couldn't wait any longer and picked up the potato chips to eat. None of these things were bad, and when he just came in, Zhang Li's brain automatically received the message. The time here is still, which means that things will not go bad no matter how long they're left. It's so cool. How can you eat instant noodles without a partner? Ham sausage. Zhang Li was about to run down to get it, but suddenly there was something in his hand. Zhang Li was so scared that he almost threw it away, but when he raised his hand, he found that it was ham sausage. This made Zhang Li's eyes light up, and he silently thought of white rabbit milk candy, biscuits. Looking at the snacks in front of him, Zhang Li was immediately happy. After eating a bucket of instant noodles, his hungry body was full of energy. Thinking of the 2 carrot heads outside, Zhang Li put the white rabbit milk candy, biscuits, and a can of infant formula aside, intending to take them back later. Worried that they would be back soon, Zhang Li hurried into the bathroom as quickly as possible to get wet in the rain, and changed into a rather old-fashioned outfit. Fortunately, she had collected a lot of clothes, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, everything. The most satisfying thing was that she could finally wear her own underwear again. However, looking at herself in the mirror, Zhongli stared at her very skinny figure with dissatisfaction. In order to save money, the original owner starved herself to the point of being left with only bones. If it weren't for the beauty of this face, she would not even have a score of 60. Not to mention the figure that is a few cup sizes smaller than in the previous life. And the hair, although straight, but it is yellow and has too many split ends, which is clearly malnutrition. She couldn't wear underwear, so Zhongli only wore a small sports vest. But with these supplies, she is not worried. Give her time, and she will definitely keep this body beautiful. Hearing the noise outside, Zhongli quickly took the things he had just prepared and went out. The place to go out was still in the room. Zhongli put the things in the closet before opening the door and going out. At this time, it was dark. Mutu and Shirtu sneaked in. They didn't expect that their lazy mother was still awake. The two looked at Zhongli vigilantly, one in front and one behind, with a little inquiry in their eyes. You are willing to come back? You don't know to go home after dark. If you are kidnapped, everyone will really think I sold you. The two brothers are used to Zhongli's disheveled side. Compared with now, although the tone is still so bad, it always feels a little different. But hearing that familiar tone, Mutu still answered stiffly. Grandma sent us to the door. Zhongli rolled his eyes and refused to admit that he was a little jealous. Yes, your grandma is your real grandma, and I am your stepmother. Did you eat enough just now? The two brothers nodded repeatedly. Today they had egg custard, or the fragrant egg custard dripping with sesame oil, so they were naturally full. Unexpectedly, the bad woman really showed signs of getting better today and made them egg custard. Look at how thin you are. How can that little food fill you up? If you don't gain weight, the villagers will spit at me and drown me. Wait. The two brothers looked at each other, and they saw doubt in each other's eyes. Stone whispered, Brother, do you think this bad woman will not go in and get a stick? Should we run away? Mutu looked at the dark starry sky outside. Where do you think we can run to at this late hour? And if the bad woman really wants to beat us, can we hide? Then let us go back to the room and hide. If she can't find us, she will go back to sleep like before. The two brothers were about to run away when they were caught. What are you doing? My words are useless, right? Where are you going to run to when I told you to? Zhongli came out with 2 cups of freshly brewed children's milk powder and ran into the scene of the brothers bending over to run away. The two brothers couldn't hear what she said at this time. Their eyes fell on the 2 cups of sweet things. Zhongli even heard the sound of them swallowing their saliva, and the two looked a little funny. The two had never drunk milk or milk powder, so they had no idea what the bad woman had in her hand. Just looking at the milky white water that exuded an attractive smell, their saliva had already flooded. Sure, and the other two had never thought that they had a share of this thing. In situations like this, the bad woman usually brought it out to tempt them, and then didn't give them food, deliberately teasing them. And with such situations happening more and more, the two no longer cried and clamored for food like before, but took big gulps of air. If you can't eat it, it's good to take a few more breaths of the fragrance. The panting look, I didn't know if the two brothers had asthma. Zhongli didn't understand the original owner's bad taste, either lying dead or playing with the 2 children. If it wasn't for the memory that the 2 children did come out of this belly, she would have doubted it. Aren't you ashamed? Who are you showing off your ignorant look to? If anyone sees you, they might think I don't give you anything to eat. Zhongli stretched out her hand and handed over 2 cups of milk. Drink it and go to sleep after that. No one knew what was going on in the minds of these 2 brothers. After hearing her words, they seemed to be stimulated and immediately got angry. You bad woman. You just want to sell us out, don't you? Did you put something in the water so that we can eat it and sleep well so that we can sell us out? Take it away, take it away. We don't want to eat anything from you. Even if I starve to death, I will never drink your food. Mutu stiffened his neck and yelled until his face turned red. Zhongli put 2 cups of milk on the original owner's desk, stretched out her hand and pinched Mutu's angry face. Little guy, in your eyes, your mother, would sell my children, right? Mutu slapped her hand away. Isn't it? You must have put something in the water, so the water became so white. When we drink it, we will be like pigs with injections and can't wake up. Zhongli sneered. You are kind, but you think it's a donkey's liver and lungs, right? This is precious milk powder. It's expensive. Do I need to spend this money to knock you out? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? Or do you like me to be stupid like before? Do you want to drink it or not? Zhongli took a sip from the 2 cups of milk, then put them down, stood up and walked to the 2 children's room, which she had just cleaned up halfway and hadn't finished yet. The 2 brothers stared at the 2 cups of things on the table, and Shurtu was the first to speak. Brother, that woman said this is milk powder. Is it true? I heard that Ergu, who was born in the captain's family, had no milk to drink, so he went to the town to buy milk powder. I heard that it costs 8 yuan a can? Shurtu swallowed his saliva, and his hands were uncontrollably trying to grab the cup. But Mutu slapped his hand away. Impossible, that woman is so stingy. How could she give us milk powder to drink? She must have added some ingredients. Maybe she is playing a trick on us again. After we finish eating, she will not take it seriously, slander us for drinking secretly, and want to beat us. Shurtu licked his little index finger. But she just drank it. It should be okay for us to drink it. It smells so good. As he said that, even Mutu didn't have time to object. Shurtu picked up the cup and drank it. Mutu's eyes widened. Shurtu, how can you drink something given by a bad woman? If she sells you out, I can't save you. Shurtu drank with an intoxicated look on his face. It smells so good and sweet. This must be milk powder. Brother, drink it quickly. There was still more than half a cup left. It was the first time for Shurtu to drink such a precious thing. He was afraid of wasting it, and even more afraid of not being able to taste its deliciousness. He held the cup and drank it in small sips. He held each sip in his mouth for a long time before swallowing it. Seeing that his words were useless, Mutu couldn't help but yell at Shurtu. You traitor! Shurtu didn't care. Brother, if you don't drink it, can you give me your cup? Shurtu drank the one in his hand, still looking at the table with shining eyes. Mutu was angry at his greedy look. You are useless. A cup of milk makes you forget what the bad woman did to us. Shurtu licked his upper and lower lips. So are you going to drink it or not? If not, give it to me. Mutu saw that he was about to finish a cup and quickly picked up his own cup. Who said I don't want to drink it? I want to wait until you have tasted it, and then I will drink it if you are fine. Shurtu pouted. You say one thing and mean another. Mutu stretched out his fist. I'm the eldest brother. If you do this again, I will beat you. Shurtu turned his head away. You said you didn't want to drink it. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Mutu's face. I didn't say that. When the milk powder entered his mouth, Mutu's eyes lit up. How is it? Doesn't it taste good? Big brother, do you think Mom is really going to get better? If she stays this good, then I won't call her a bad woman anymore. Mutu, do you think a dog can change its eating habits? Shurtu's face fell. It would be great if Mom could really get better. She doesn't have to be like my aunt. As long as she's a little bit better, that's fine. Mutu touched his head. Just wait. I think after tonight, that woman will return to her original form. Shurtu sighed. No matter. When she's acting, we'll act with her. Maybe it will become real as she's acting. Anyway, I think that as long as she plays the role of a good mother, I will be a good son. I will eat whatever she gives me and never waste it. It's rare that she has a seizure. It will be a shame if I don't eat it. After saying that, Shurtu finished the rest of the milk and sighed. It smells so good. Mutu felt that his brother's words made sense and nodded. You are right. Anyway, her money is earned by Dad. Next time she gives us food, we will eat it and eat it hard. Shurtu curled his lips and nodded, looking very proud. The 2 brothers just raised their childish smiles when they were caught by Zhongli. Mutu subconsciously put the empty cup behind him, but was exposed by Zhongli. How is it? Is the milk powder delicious? Mutu seemed a little awkward, but Shurtu didn't have so many concerns. He put down the cup, ran up with a playful smile, and hugged Zhongli's thighs. Mom, you are our real mother. This milk powder is so delicious. Can I drink it again tomorrow? Shurtu said in a baby voice, looking very well behaved. Zhongli looked at the 2 brothers' completely different reactions with amusement. thinking of the plot in which little Shirtu grew up to become a big profiteer who was involved in both the black and white worlds. His flexible character allowed him to get to a high position. Could it be that this character had been there since childhood? Now you know how to call mother? Are you still obedient? Listen, mother. I will listen to whatever you say. You are the best mother. Little Shida's eyes were sparkling, and he spoke sugar-coated words without paying, as if he wanted to brainwash Zhongli. Mu too was stunned, watching Shirtu pulling the woman's trouser legs and acting coquettishly, and he simply didn't want to recognize this brother. With such a coquettish tone, they are boys. Anyway, Zhongli was made happy by this little brat. Who does this shameless look like? Go to bed. I'll make you delicious food tomorrow. Zhongli rubbed Shirtu's face up and down with both hands, looking at the weird little face, and it was very funny. Then what delicious food did you make? Shirtu found that the woman in front of him was particularly easy to talk to today, so he took advantage of the situation and was not afraid that she would suddenly go crazy and beat them. You will know tomorrow. Go to bed first. He habitually wanted to ask them to brush their teeth, but gave up when he thought that they had no toothpaste and toothbrush. Although the villa has them, it is not easy to take them out now. After all, according to the character of the original owner, how could she buy them toothpaste and toothbrush? So she can only go to town tomorrow and make up an excuse to move more supplies out. The two brothers responded and went into their room. Looking at the changes in the room, their eyes widened at the same time. Brother, is this our room? Did we go to the right place? Shirtu rubbed his eyes and said, Silly, there are only 2 bedrooms in this house. Where can I go if I go wrong? Mutu looked at the new sheets on the Kong and the new quilt with 2 new pillows stacked in the corner. His mouth opened in shock. Thinking it was an illusion, he stepped forward and touched the sheets on the Kong. It's real, and it's new, soft fabric. The straw mat on their Kong and the patched sheets were all thrown into the villa trash can by Zhongli. Now in front of them are the 4-piece sets that Zhongli found in the villa. They are red with large patterns, which are more in line with this era. Shirtu couldn't wait to take off his straw sandals and climb up, hugging the soft pillow and shouting excitedly, Brother, come and feel it, it's a pillow, we have pillows too. Shirtu pinched the soft pillow, and the surprise in his eyes could hardly be hidden. They didn't have pillows when they slept before, and not only them, but also the children in the village. Although they are still children, they still know how scarce cotton is. So now seeing that each of them has a new pillow, how can they not be shocked? Brother, come and use it. It's soft and comfortable. Lying on the pillow, Shirtu was surprised and delighted by the soft feeling. Seeing this, Mutu had no time to think whether the woman wanted to do something bad again. After all, she was still a child, and the 2 of them were having fun lying on the Kong. Brother, this quilt smells so good. It doesn't stink at all. There are no spiders in the room, no dust, it's clean. It was the first time that Shirtu had such a good quilt, and he couldn't help but hold it and breathe in the fragrance for a few more times, fearing that everything would be gone when he woke up tomorrow. Mutu thought of Zhongli busy cleaning and couldn't help feeling sad. It would be nice if she could always be like this. She will. She promised to make us something delicious tomorrow. Mutu is older than Shirtu, and he remembers things better. He remembers countless expectations for that woman and repeated disappointments. But seeing his brother's admiring eyes didn't discourage him. Maybe she can really get better. The 2 brothers chatted about the first time of the day. The first time, their mother stood up for them and taught Zhou Urseo a lesson. The first time, their mother made them egg custard, gave them milk powder, cleaned their room, covered them with new quilts. As they chatted, the 2 brothers fell asleep, with a faint smile on their peaceful sleeping faces, and no one knew what they dreamed about. Zhongli outside the window made sure that the 2 brothers were asleep before returning to the room and entering the villa again. This home is simply too simple and must be renovated. Zhongli has never been a person who would wrong herself. It is impossible for her to save money with so many supplies. Originally, she was thinking about carrying forward the original owner's lazy spirit, and in order not to have to cook, she would go to the old house to eat every day. But seeing the quality of the food, which was comparable to the wild vegetable porridge of pig food, Zhongli gave up the idea. Eating is one of the great pleasures in life. How can it be dealt with casually? Therefore, it is necessary to do it yourself to have enough food and clothing. And the first problem was to solve the problem of the big iron pot in the kitchen. There were many in this villa, a big iron pot with 2 handles, a wooden shovel, a soup spoon. Zhongli took out one of each. Then there were things like bowls and chopsticks. No one knew how the original owner had survived to this day. There were only 2 bowls and chopsticks at home, and they were still broken. These had to be replaced, and then there were kitchen knives, chopping boards, and seasonings. Not daring to take out a large bottle of those seasonings directly, Zhongli used small bottles and packed them little by little, making sure that each one had no date. Then there were 10 pounds of rice, 10 eggs, and 1 bacon and sausage. Prepare so much first, and see how the situation is tomorrow to see how much is appropriate to take out. She was afraid that taking out so many things at once would scare the Zhou family to death. Besides, this was too eye-catching. Now she lives alone with her 2 children. What if someone has bad intentions and something happens? After packing up, Zhongli went to the bathroom and wiped her face. Fortunately, the original owner was lazy. Her skin is even whiter than her previous life. After taking care of her skin for a while, her face will definitely be moisturized. Zhongli also applied hair care essential oil on her hair before leaving the villa and returning to her adobe room. It's not that she doesn't want to sleep inside and enjoy the constant temperature, but how can she feel at ease with 2 children outside? Zhongli looked at the newly made bed and lay down on it. Although it was cleaned and the sour and smelly quilts were taken out for washing, Zhongli still felt uncomfortable living there. I always feel that the smell of soil is all I breathe in this adobe house. Thinking about the feasibility of building a tile house, Zhongli couldn't help shaking her head. At this time, there were no tile houses in the whole village. If she was the first to build one, she was afraid that she would be in trouble if it was not built well. At this time, it was an era where a single word could be fatal, so she didn't dare to do anything reckless. If there was any news of hedonism or bourgeois lady, she would be finished. Zhongli thought she would not be able to sleep, but she didn't expect to sleep until dawn and sleep soundly. When Zhongli woke up, he opened his eyes and met 2 pairs of round eyes, which scared him so much that he lost his sleepiness. What are you 2 doing so early in the morning? Don't you know that scaring people can kill people? Zhongli sat up and said unhappily. The 2 brothers shrank their bodies in fear at her bad tone, thinking that she had become a bad person and was going to beat someone up and run away. Where are you running to? Why did you wake me up so early in the morning? The 2 brothers who were about to run away looked at each other stiffly and saw a little joy in each other's eyes. It seems that the bad woman is also good today. When he found that Zhongli was not going to beat anyone, Shirtu was no longer afraid and climbed onto the Kong happily. He hugged Zhongli shamelessly. Mom, what are we going to eat today? Shirtu sniffed and found that his mother smelled fragrant, so he couldn't help sniffing again. You are a dog, sniffing everywhere. That little body made Zhongli couldn't help but hug him in his arms. Mom, you smell so good. I like it. How could a big brand hair oil not smell good? Zhongli raised her hand and pinched his cheek. Don't wake me up so early next time. It's only 6:30. Looking at the super brain, Zhongli realized that it was so bright at 6:30 and the sun had come out. Shirtu suddenly wasn't afraid of her anymore. He hugged her arm and said sweetly, Mom, my brother and I are hungry. Can you make us something to eat? Mutu was frightened by Shida's behavior, fearing that the woman would get angry. He didn't agree to come here just now. After all, this woman was very grumpy when she got up. But he couldn't persuade Shirtu, so he could only come with him to take a look.
See.
Will this woman be the same as yesterday today, or will she return to the way she was before? Zhongli sighed. I really owed you in my previous life. I can't even sleep in. Go, both of you go wash your faces, I'll cook for you. It was because he owed them in his previous life. Thinking of the miserable escape and tragic death of the 2 brothers in the previous life, Zhongli got up resignedly. Although there was no big iron pot in the kitchen, there were still pottery pots for cooking. He didn't dare to cook anything good. After all, Zhou's mother knew everything about the house. And the reason why he dared to take out those quilts was because it was the original owner's room, and Joe's mother had never stepped into it. So he took out some quilts from the cabinet and treated them as what they brought when they got married. So Zhongli only boiled 2 eggs and made a cup of milk powder for each of them. Okay, eat. Putting the eggs and milk powder on the table, Zhongli washed himself in the yard. What did you two use to wash your faces just now? Zhongli suddenly asked. Mutu pointed at their small wash basin. Notawis? The two shook their heads together. Okay, eat. I'll go to the county town to buy you toothpaste, toothbrush, and towels later. Mutu and Shirtu looked at each other. Is this still our mother? Looking at the eggs and milk powder in front of them, they really couldn't understand her operation. As if seeing their confusion, Zhongli muttered to herself, "It's so annoying. If I wasn't afraid of affecting Zhou Buchuan's promotion, would I have to work so hard? I don't know when he can become the battalion commander. I'll remove the word deputy and increase the allowance by then. I'm so miserable. I didn't expect that the wife of an official should pay attention to the impact. If I wasn't afraid that their appearance would be seen by the leaders, would I care about them? I really owed this family in my previous life. I don't know how much I have to buy for them in the county town later." Mutu's eyes became brighter and brighter as he listened. Does this mean that this bad woman will not beat them or play tricks on them in the future? Will they be well fed and clothed in the future? It turns out that she cares about affecting her dad's promotion. That's great. Shirtu took a sip of the fragrant milk. Mom, how come there are eggs at home? Zhongli said calmly. The hen we brought back yesterday laid them. It was clucking all night last night. I came out and saw that it had laid 2 eggs at once. You ate them all. I didn't have a single bite. Look, your mom is good to you, right? Shirtu suddenly felt that the eggs in his hand became more delicious. Mom, you are my real mom. Mutu, can a chicken lay 2 eggs at a time? Zhongli, why not? Aren't Uncle Qiao and Uncle Qiao in our village twins born on the same day by Grandma Qiao? Although the probability of this happening is small, it does happen. Mutu nodded as if he understood. A light flashed in his little head, and he suddenly stared at the hens in the chicken coop with a covetous look. Is it possible for this hen to lay 2 eggs every day? There are 2 eggs to pick up every day. Zhongli, this situation is hard to come by, and the chicken will only lay eggs if it eats a lot. If you want to eat eggs, I'll go to the county town and buy some later. Shirtu clenched his fists angrily when he heard this. No, this is my chicken, and the eggs are all ours. Mutu nodded in agreement.
Zhongli pausa.
Judging from the reactions of the 2 brothers, it might not be so easy for her to eat this chicken. She glanced at the big hen that was natural, without additives or feed, and silently looked away. The 2 children stared at her in disbelief, as if she was a murderer. How can we eat chickens? We finally have a hen that can lay eggs. How can we kill it? It lays eggs, it can lay many eggs, and we will have more eggs than we can eat in the future, so we can't kill the chicken. Shirtu said, standing up excitedly. Mutu agreed. Grandma has raised a hen for so long. How can we kill it? If Grandma knew, she would be heartbroken and scold you. Zhongli frowned as she watched the 2 brothers glaring at her and singing the same tune to let her give up the idea of killing the chicken. Free-range chickens like this raised in the countryside do not eat feed at all. Even if they are in the market, she can rarely eat them. Such chickens must be fragrant when cooked casually. If they are used to make soup, they will be very delicious. And it is unknown how long this body has not eaten meat. In order to eat chicken, Zhongli can only fool the 2 children. But chicken is very fragrant. You should have never eaten chicken. Don't you want to try it? Hearing this, the 2 brothers swallowed their saliva, and Shirtu almost couldn't help but nodded in agreement. Fortunately, Mutu held back. But if we eat the chicken, there will be no eggs. If we keep the chicken, we can have eggs to eat every day, and the eggs can be exchanged for money, which can be used to buy a lot of things. Although he was not very big, his logic was quite clear. Zhongli continued, chickens don't lay eggs every day, and we are wasting food by raising them. After eating them, we can go and get 2 chicks to raise. Mutu wanted to object, but Shirtu grabbed his hand. Brother, I haven't eaten the chicken legs yet. After eating them, we can get chicks to raise. Then we can have eggs as well. No, you don't know. It takes a long time to raise a chick to such a big age, and to make it lay eggs. Wait until it stops laying eggs, and then kill it. This way you won't lose money. Well, the chicken is gone, and Zhongli is already thinking about where to buy a chicken. If you don't want to kill the chicken, then don't kill the chicken. When you two are full, just wash the cups and put them away. I'm going to town now. You can go to Grandma's house to play later. Mutu paused, his tone a little stiff. Don't you want to have breakfast? This tone made Zhongli look over and found an unnatural look on the child's face, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. The chicken only laid 2 eggs. Didn't I give them to you brothers to eat? You didn't even know to leave a bite for me. The 2 brothers thought that Zhongli's share had not been taken out yet, and they never thought that she had none. Their faces were a little embarrassed for a moment. Shirtu was the first to react. Mom, then I will leave a bite for you next time. Mutu was a little embarrassed. I will leave it for you next time too. Who wants to eat your saliva? You just finished this meal and are still thinking about the next meal. Zhongli looked gentle and approachable at this time. Mutu couldn't help but stand 2 steps towards her. After tying her hair, Zhongli saw that the 2 children were still there. She didn't care about them, walked in to change the clothes she got from the villa last night, and came out with 4 white rabbit milk candies. Here, 2 each. Mom is leaving, you go play by yourselves. Remember to come back for lunch at noon. The 2 brothers stared at the thing in Zhongli's hand and didn't know what it was, so they stupidly didn't take it. Don't want to eat? This is something Zhongli didn't expect. Isn't it said that white rabbit milk candy is very popular at that time? It is said that it was still selling well in the 1990s. When visiting relatives, you can take a bag of it and say it with dignity. Can I eat it? Shirtu quickly reached out and took it, fearing that Zhongli would regret it. It turned out that he had never seen white rabbit milk candy. Just tear open the milk candy in the package and eat it. Milk candy? Is it the same white rabbit milk candy that Xiaobang from my second uncle's family eats? Zhongli thought about who Xiaobang was, raised his eyebrows, and nodded. It's that kind of white rabbit milk candy. Shirtu jumped up excitedly. We have white rabbit milk candy to eat, or 2 of them. Brother, let's go out and play. Let everyone see that we have candy to eat. I wonder what Xiaobang will be so proud of in the future. We have white rabbit milk candy too. Zhongli watched the 2 brothers jump out of the door, smiling and shaking her head. Sure enough, children are still children. They want to show off just 2 candies. When Zhongli appeared at the entrance of the village in a printed shirt, black trousers, brown leather shoes, and a high ponytail, the villagers who were busy in the fields were all stunned. They looked in her direction and talked about it. Who is under the tree? Whose relative is she? She is dressed better than the city people. I didn't hear that anyone's relatives came, and she just walked out of the village. Outsiders wouldn't come so early, right? Then who is she? It seems that her family conditions should be good, and I don't know if she has a partner. One of the aunts gleamed. Daqiang's mother. Don't even think about it. Look at her clothes, she's not simple. How can she be interested in your son? Aunt Chong was unhappy to hear her say this. Why don't you like her? My son is good at everything. Why don't you like her? Everyone lowered their heads and laughed. No one refuted her. After all, Aunt Chong was famous for being unreasonable and hot-tempered in the village, and no one wanted to get into trouble with her. Her son was a second-rate rascal who lived off his parents, and no good daughter would marry such a person. Hey, do you think she looks a little familiar? Said one of the ladies. Another person sneered. Accountant Joe's family, don't try to make connections just because she has good conditions. We don't know such a person. Zhou Meihua frowned. No, she does look very familiar, but I can't remember her for the moment. Zhongli found that she had picked out a set of clothes that best suited the times, but she still attracted everyone's attention. She looked at other people's clothes, as well as the 2 educated youths standing under the tree waiting for the ox cart, and realized that it was because of poverty. For people nowadays, having a new piece of clothing was a luxury, not to mention her new clothes, especially in a place like the countryside. The distance from the village to the county town was 8 to 10 kilometers, and it would take about 2 hours to walk there. Another way was to spend 2 cents to take an ox cart, which would not only save half the time but also save the legs. There is no need to consider this. Zhongli will naturally take the ox cart. The people waiting under the tree are those who want to take the ox cart. There are not many people, only 3 including her 4. Although these 2 cents are not much, farmers only have a few dollars a year, so apart from the educated youth who went to the countryside, almost no one will take it. Unless there is something urgent at home to go to the town, or something else. Zhou Meihua is also going to the town today. Her daughter-in-law was sent to the town last night because of a difficult birth. She just sent a letter back and said that the money was not enough, so she asked her to bring money. After chatting for a while, she came over and walked over when she saw Zhongli standing where she was waiting for the ox cart. Zhou Meihua, little girl, whose relative are you? Why haven't I heard that there are outsiders coming to our village? The 2 educated youths also looked at Zhongli with some jealousy and wanted to know who she was. Zhongli saw that it was Zhou Meihua and smiled. Second aunt, you are not very old. Why are your eyesight not so good? I remember that my mother-in-law is the same age as you, but she is different. Her eyesight is very good, and she doesn't need help to thread a needle. Zhongli recognized her when she came. She was the wife of her second uncle, that is, Zhou Buchuan's second aunt. Her father-in-law and her second uncle were brothers, and her mother-in-law and her second aunt were cousins, and now sisters-in-law. This is the origin of the relationship. Of course, she only heard a little about it. It is said that it was her second aunt who met her father-in-law at the beginning. Later, it seemed that she learned that her second uncle had studied and might take over Zhou Buchuan's grandfather's job as an accountant, and then she looked down on her father-in-law. Instead, she had been thinking about her second uncle, who was engaged to her mother-in-law. She didn't know what means she used to make her second uncle agree to marry her. Then the one who made the engagement was changed to her father-in-law. Anyway, after the 2 of them got married, they competed with each other all their lives, comparing the birth of children, the children's work points, marrying daughters-in-law, and everything else. They didn't have a big grudge, but they really didn't like each other. When Zhou Meihua heard Zhongli's name, she stared at her fair face in confusion and carefully thought about which relative of hers looked like this. It took her a while to react and pointed at her in shock.
You.
You are that lazy guy Zhongli. Zhou Meihua's voice was extremely shocked, as if she had seen a ghost, and she even stuttered. It would be a lie to say she was not shocked. The 2 families were relatives, and Zhou Meihua had of course met Zhongli. On her wedding day, when she came in wearing a new dress, Zhou Meihua was scolded by Zhou's mother. She boasted about how successful her youngest son was, marrying a very pretty daughter-in-law who looked like a high school student. She also said openly and secretly that her 2 sons could not marry such a good one. After the marriage, Zhou's mother was slapped in the face. Zhongli's actions made the whole village know that the Zhou family had married a lazy guy. Because of Zhongli, Zhou Meihua mocked Zhou's mother every time she saw her. In addition, in order to compete with Zhongli, she emptied the family's wealth to marry a daughter-in-law from the city for her youngest son Jiandang. Zhongli blinked. Second aunt, no matter how lazy I am better than your daughter-in-law, who can't give birth to a son, right? I heard that a few days ago. Your daughter-in-law didn't even help the oil bottle that fell over in order to irritate you. Is it true? Zhongli's gossipy look made Zhou Meihua angry, and her hands were shaking as she pointed at Zhongli. She was also furious when she thought of the city daughter-in-law her son married. Outsiders didn't know, but she knew it herself. Although she often mocked Zhou's mother for marrying a daughter-in-law who was a descendant of a noble family, she was no exception.
You.
Are you really Zhongli? Zhou Laoxi's daughter-in-law. Second aunt, do you think someone can pretend to be me with my appearance? Who in the surrounding area has skin as white as mine? Zhongli touched his face shamelessly. Don't you know why you are so white? And you still have the nerve to say it, as if you are afraid that others don't know that there is a lazy guy in our village? How can you be more shameless than your mother-in-law? Zhongli looked around. Who ruined my reputation and said that I'm lazy? I'll tear her mouth apart. I just didn't feel well after giving birth, so my husband asked me not to go to work. Those people who spread rumors are so wicked. They must be jealous of my husband's ability, that he loves me and treats me well, and doesn't ask me to work. Second aunt, tell me, which shameless and gossipy woman said that? I'll go to her house and beat her up. Can she spread rumors about a soldier's family member at will? Jiang Li's face was serious, which made Zhou Meihua a little embarrassed. She didn't dare to look her in the eye. Who else could have spread the rumors? Most of them were from her and Zhou Erseo, but they absolutely couldn't admit it at this time. Zhou Meihua smiled awkwardly. Maybe everyone sees that you don't go out normally, so they spread nonsense. Jiang Li said with disgust, the people in the village are very simple. How can they spread rumors behind your back? It's so wicked. Reputation is so important. How can they slander at will? It's really like giving birth to a son without a second aunt, don't you think so? Zhou Meihua said with a long face. Buchuan's wife, what you said is not right. You have hardly gone out for several years since you got married, and I have never seen you go to work. What's wrong with saying a few words? How can you curse people? Jiang Li stared at her suspiciously and suddenly said, Second aunt, you didn't make up the rumor, did you? Zhou Meihua's face froze. What a joke. Am I that kind of person? Our two families are relatives. How could I make up such a rumor? Jiang Li smiled. That's good. Otherwise I have to go to my second uncle's house and nag him. How can we be relatives like this? This made Zhou Meihua feel like she was being led by the nose. Buchuan's wife, why did you go out today? Did your second sister-in-law scold you again?
You're so silly.
Buchuan is an official now and has a lot of allowances. You are so free at home every day. Why can't you raise two children well? Wooden and stone are like children without mothers. Last time he passed by my house, he looked so greedy, uglier than a beggar. Jiang Li heard this and didn't feel ashamed at all. After all, it wasn't her who did it. Second aunt, you are wrong. You are a relative after all. When you see my two sons are hungry, you should at least give them food. Zhou Meihua glared. Whose food is not earned by hard work? There is not enough for their own family. How can they give it to outsiders? Did you sleep too much and your brain is broken? Your man has so many allowances. If you are willing to give them out, how could wood and stone become like this? Before Jiang Li could retort, the two educated youths spoke first and said that the ox cart was coming. Jiang Li stepped over the two educated youths and jumped onto the left front position of the ox cart first. This neat action made the three people unable to react. Why are you running so fast? There is only room for 4 people. Second aunt sat next to her. The view in front is wide, and the scenery is beautiful. After everyone sat down, it was time to pay. Zhou Meihua blinked. Buchuan's wife. Second aunt forgot to bring money when she went out. You can give it to me first, and I will pay you back when I come back in the evening. Jiang Li widened his eyes in shock. Just now on the road, I heard someone say that Jiandong's wife gave birth to a daughter. Didn't they send you a letter to take money to pay the hospital fees? Second aunt, you are not angry that Jiandong's wife gave birth to a girl and didn't pay the hospital fees, right? Second aunt, the great man said that women can hold up half the sky. You can't have the idea of favoring boys over girls. If Jiandong's wife knew that she had worked so hard to give birth to a child for your family, but your family didn't even pay for the hospitalization fee, she would be so heartbroken. Besides, it's a big deal for a woman to be in confinement after childbirth. Jiandong's wife is still young and can give birth again later. You can't let her get angry and hurt her health. On the way, there were several aunts who chose to walk to the town. After hearing Jiang Li's words, they guessed her identity and stared at Jiang Li as if they were looking at a monkey. Then, after hearing her next words, they shifted their gazes. Zhou Meihua was so angry at Jiang Li's words that her face turned blue and white. Looking at the many eyes around her, she wanted to tear Jiang Li's mouth. Her husband is the accountant of the village. If the words about abusing his daughter-in-law were to spread, his job as an accountant would be over. At this time, she still couldn't see that Jiang Li was targeting her, so all the meals she had eaten over the years were really in vain. Buchuan's wife. How can you talk like that? I am your second aunt after all. How can you make up stories? When did I say I wouldn't pay for the hospital expenses for Jiandong's wife? Didn't I take a bullock cart just to hurry on the road? Besides, I asked you to borrow 2 cents to take a bullock cart because I was worried that I didn't have enough money. Do you have to make fun of your elders like this? I don't know how your mother-in-law taught you. You have no respect for your elders. Zhou Meihua glared at Zhongli before taking out 2 cents to pay for the fare. So second aunt brought money. Second aunt, you should just say what you want to say. How could you trick me into paying for your fare? You didn't intend to just borrow and not pay it back, did you? Everyone has seen my 2 children. I finally took some money to buy something for them in town, and this. Second aunt, don't worry. If the money is really not enough, you can borrow from the brigade. It's a life, and the brigade will not sit idly by. Zhongli patted Zhou Meihua's hand. Not only did she not get any advantage, but she was also criticized. Zhou Meihua didn't want to say anything to her. She slapped her hand away and was speechless all the way. Finally, when Zhongli could no longer bear her ace being broken in half by the bumps, they finally arrived at the county town. Second aunt, wait until Jiandong's wife is discharged from the hospital. I will come to see the baby.
Bye.
After saying that, without even looking at Zhou Meihua's expression, Zhongli swung her ponytail and disappeared. According to her vague memory, Zhongli went straight to the meat stall. At this time, it was already past 8 o'clock, and Zhongli had no hope of buying good meat. After all, meat was a rare commodity at this time, and you might not be able to buy it even if you had a ticket. If you want to buy it, you have to line up before dawn. Either you have a back door or a way, otherwise if you want to eat a meal of meat, in one word, it's difficult. However, Zhongli still wanted to take a look. Even if there was only a little lean meat, pork bones, etc., she would want it. Fatty meat, that's a given. It's recognized as first-class good meat, and you won't even have to queue up. The meat on the meat stall is delivered from the slaughterhouse, and the meat delivered from the slaughterhouse must be given priority to the school. And the surplus meat will be sent to this stall for sale after the canteens of various units have purchased it. When Zhongli arrived at the place he remembered, he didn't see the meat stall. He asked a middle-aged woman and found out that the meat stall had closed half an hour ago. The meat was so popular that Zhongli didn't expect it. Wouldn't it be difficult to eat meat in the future? Thinking of his empty pasture and farm, Zhongli decided that he had to rely on himself to eat meat. Changing direction, Zhongli came to the supply and marketing cooperative in the town. Speaking of this supply and marketing cooperative, Zhongli had to praise the current mayor. It is said that he proposed to merge the supply and marketing cooperative and the department store in the town to form a large supply and marketing cooperative that is more convenient for everyone to buy things. This way, you don't have to go to 2 places to buy things. Zhongli didn't choose to wander around when he went in. He saw a salesperson at the counter and walked over. Comrade, do you have the big iron pot in stock? He is in charge of the watch and radio counter. Usually not many people buy there, so her job is quite easy. When she heard the voice, she looked up and her eyes immediately lit up. She stared at the printed shirt on Zhongli with shining eyes. The big iron pot is out of stock for the time being. Comrade, can you tell me where you bought this dress? It's so beautiful. Zhongli looked at the salesperson in front of him with some amusement. This dress was bought from outside. It's not available here. Do you know when the big iron pot will be available? A hint of disappointment flashed across Suhi's eyes, but Zhongli's face made people feel good at first sight, so she told her, if you want to buy a big iron pot, you may have to take a bus to the city. The goods here are so popular that they have been reserved internally for relatives before they arrive. Suhi, come and help me get something from the warehouse. A shout came from a distance, and the salesperson named Suhi looked at Zhongli's clothes reluctantly and left. Zhongli had expected that she would not buy a pot. Anyway, there was one in the villa, so she went to the ready-made clothes on the second floor first. The clothes of the 2 children were torn and full of patches. She had to buy a few sets to change them. The children's clothes in the villa were all pure cotton from big brands with cartoon patterns. They looked very fashionable. There was no such thing in the town, so Zhongli didn't dare to take them out now. Moreover, she had to see what the children's clothes were like at this time before she dared to go in and find some suitable ones. Pants should be fine, since they were black, so Zhongli looked at the children's tops first. A piece of children's clothing cost 2 yuan plus a cloth coupon, which sounded too cheap to Zhongli. In other words, you can buy 5 pieces of clothing for 10 yuan. The pants are cheap and have no styles at all, just black and dark blue. Because it is summer, there are also many shorts, which cost 1 yuan plus a cloth coupon. The sizes are easy to buy and they look suitable, so Zhongli took them. She bought 2 tops and 2 pairs of pants for each person, and a pair of small leather sandals. The clothes cost 12 yuan and the shoes were more expensive, 4 yuan a pair, so 20 yuan was gone. After giving the money, Zhongli suddenly felt that the clothes were too expensive. The original owner lived frugally and saved 800 yuan for several years, and she spent 20 yuan in one go, as if 800 yuan was not enough. She couldn't help spending. But it was impossible for her to save money. She had a lot of gold and a farm. It was easy for her to make money. After taking the packed paper bags, Zhongli came to the place where daily necessities were bought. After taking a look at the dishes and chopsticks here, Zhongli came to the counter selling snacks. Seeing the candied haws, Zhongli asked for 5 strings and 10 rice flour sticks. These toys for children were indispensable. It was the first time for Zhongli to raise children, and she felt that she was quite generous to them. After shopping for a while, Zhongli bought herself a pair of slippers at this time, which cost 4 yuan, and bought some toothpaste and toothbrush. The ones at this time were different from those in her villa, so she had to buy them. Finally, she put these after visiting the department store and buying 2 sacks. Zhongli left and walked to a remote corner. When she reached a deserted place, she quickly took out the large iron pot, bowls, and chopsticks that she had prepared last night. Then there were 10 kilograms of rice, 10 kilograms of flour, a pack of Kaifeng's signature Chinese sausages, and 6 towels and 3 large bath towels that she had prepared. It wasn't that she wanted to take so many things, but she knew that these things were very heavy. But if she didn't take them back in large and small packages, how would the things at home be transported? So she had to work hard. She didn't plan to go to the black market for the time being and would think about it after she managed the farm. After putting the things into a large sack and carrying it on her shoulders, Zhongli took the large iron pot with her other hand. When Zhongli, who was waiting for the prize, spent 15 cents to hire a bullock cart from the next village and returned to the village entrance, the things in the bullock cart attracted the attention of all the people working at the village entrance. Oh my God! This is incredible. Whose relative is so rich that he actually bought a large cart of things? Look at that black thing on the cart. Is it a large iron pot? Oh my God. How much does that cost? Here you are heading to the entrance of our village. You are really coming to our village. Come and see whose relative it is. At this time, an auntie who was running out of breath finally arrived. She was the auntie who was walking back. She met Zhongli on the way, and she came back jogging to brag about it. You all guessed wrong. That is no relative. No matter how you guess, you will not get it right. The person who came was the village loudspeaker, Aunt Laba, who is known by everyone in the surrounding area. In the past, everyone called her the matchmaker. With her eloquent mouth, she brought together many families. Big Laba, who can you tell me? How can he be from our village if he is not a relative? Aunt Laba clapped her hands excitedly and said loudly, That's right. He is from our village. Guess who he is? The things in that ox cart caused quite a stir. People who lived closer to the village spread the news one by one, and even the news reached the ears of the Zhou family members who were farther away. Who wouldn't want to take a look at a cart of things? Zhou's mother straightened her tired waist and looked from a distance, but she didn't recognize who it was. But she kept muttering, I don't know whose family is so unlucky to have such a loser. Mutu Shirtu was helping to pull weeds in the peanut field beside her. Following her line of sight, he immediately recognized Jiang Li's clothes. Grandma, that's Mother. Mother's back from shopping. She said she's going to the town to buy us new toothpaste, toothbrushes, and new towels today. I want to go and see. Mutu Shirtu ran away. The family had bought they wanted to see new things first. What? Zhou's mother's voice rose 8 degrees when she heard it. That's the 4th brother's family? She bought a cart of things? Zhou's mother's breathing became a little faster. Thinking of the cost of that cart of things, her body trembled. Zhou's eldest sister-in-law was worried that she would faint. Mom, The fourth brother's wife hasn't bought anything since the family split up, and Mutu also said that she bought towels, toothbrushes, and other things for them. Maybe she really wants to live a good life. Zhou's mother couldn't help but curse. Who wants to live a good life and waste money like this? There's still a long way to go. If she spends so much money, how much allowance will the fourth brother have to support her? No, I want to see what she bought and return what can be returned. Zhou Er's sister-in-law curled her lips, smiled and followed, and didn't forget to add more fuel to the fire in front of Zhou's mother. Mom, my fourth brother's wife has separated from the family. If you go over to take care of her, will she be angry and take back her words about living a good life? Zhou's mother walked aggressively, as if she was going to fight. When she heard Zhou Erseo's words, she scolded her and spit on Zhou Erseo's face. Even after the separation, I am still her mother-in-law. If this is what it means to live a good life, then she might as well go back and lie down and be a lazy person. I really don't know what sin I committed in my previous life to have such an ancestor. She either lies down and does nothing, or goes out and spends all the money in her pocket. Is there anyone as miserable as me? As she said this, Zhou's mother couldn't help but feel sad. It was all her fault. Her most promising son was dragged down like this, and even her grandson had to live a miserable life. When Zhou's mother came over with a fierce face, the ox cart had already been surrounded by gossiping aunties. Each of them stared at the big iron pot on the ox cart and the bag of rice with green eyes. Wuchuan's wife, you even bought this big iron pot. It's shiny black. It's a good pot. Now in the village, everyone uses clay pots to cook. In addition to the captain's family, the secretary's family, the accountant's family, and the old Zhou family, there are 4 families with big iron pots. Who among the onlookers would not be tempted? Many aunts came forward to touch it. The one in Zhou Meihua's family was brought by her daughter-in-law from the city. Although it is a half-new one, it also made Zhou Meihua proud for a long time. Zhongli looked at the hand covered with mud that was about to touch hers, and waved her hand to slap it away. Hiss. Wuchuan's wife. What are you doing? Isn't it just a touch?
Can you break it?
You look down on me too much. Aunt Huang is really right. I'm just afraid that you can't afford to pay for it if you break it. Jiang Li said angrily, with a serious tone.
You?
I am your elder after all. How can you talk like that? It's just an iron pot, isn't it? Who hasn't seen it? It can be broken by touching it. Who are you trying to fool? Jiang Li nodded. Yes, it's just an iron pot. It's not expensive, only 48 yuan, plus 8 industrial tickets. It's not that I'm afraid that you'll break it, Aunt Huang. I'm just afraid that you can't afford to pay for it and are cheating. I heard that Aunt Huang shamelessly wanted to see the bicycle bought by the team leader's family, and the paint on the back was knocked off. She rolled on the ground and said it was not her fault and refused to pay for it. You even said that the 60% new bicycle was a wreck, saying that the paint was peeling and that the team leader was cheating you. I'm not the team leader. If you don't pay, I can deduct your work points. My family's money is not blown by the wind. Why should I let you touch it? Besides, this pot is for cooking food. Look at your chicken feet. How disgusting. Everyone was already shocked by the 48 yuan she asked for, and they all gasped. They even took a half step back carefully, not daring to squeeze forward, for fear that if they squeezed forward, the money they earned from working hard in the fields for a year would be gone. But listening to Jiang Li's words, everyone thought of Aunt Huang's shameless appearance and laughed. Aunt Huang's face darkened. What are you laughing at? Believe it or not, I will ask my dahe to come to your door. The onlookers were very angry when they heard it, but when they thought of dahe's ferocious appearance of snatching food from the door, they chose to swallow their anger. Dahe is a dog. At that time, when people could not even afford to feed themselves, almost no one would raise a dog. But Aunt Huang raised one, and no one knew where she got it from. Anyway, because of that dog, Aunt Huang's family became the existence hated by the whole village. Aunt Huang was unreasonable and fierce. If she was unhappy, she would let the dog come to the door, which made everyone angry but not dare to speak. However, this time she ran into the little evil star Zhongli. Aunt Huang is so arrogant, relying on the fact that she has a beast at home to bully others. Now we live in a society ruled by law. If your dog really hurt someone, your family will go to jail. Aunt Huang was not afraid at all, but walked forward proudly. I think you are afraid, you little witch. What does the dog biting someone have to do with me? Can he still listen to me? Zhongli folded his hands, curled his lips, and shouted loudly. Everyone, now is a new era, a society ruled by law. The police will not watch everyone get hurt and do nothing. If someone is really hurt by her dog, you must not swallow your anger and encourage her momentum. You must stand up, otherwise you will be bullied by her forever. You witch, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe that I will smash all your things in your car? Aunt Huang didn't know whether what Zhongli said was true. In her opinion, it was just a dog that didn't obey and bit someone. So why did it come to the point of calling the police? They were from the countryside and had never seen a policeman before, so they were a little scared when they heard about it. Go ahead and hit me if you can, I'll kill you. The furious Zhou's mother was originally going to make trouble for Zhongli, but after hearing this, she pushed through the crowd angrily and pointed her spearhead directly at Aunt Huang. You weasel, whose things do you want to smash? Do you think there is no one in my Zhou family? In this village, Zhou's mother has never been afraid of anyone. Her son is a soldier, so who can she be afraid of? Zhongli was already in pain because he spent a lot of money to buy a cart of things. Now he heard that someone was going to smash these things. How could he bear it? He directly pushed and shoved Aunt Huang. Aunt Huang was not a pushover, and she would not be so stupid as to stand there and get beaten. The two soon wrestled together. Women fighting is nothing more than pinching, hitting, and pulling hair. And Zhongli did not stand idly by. After all, Zhou's mother was fighting for herself. Zhongli jumped off the ox cart and shouted loudly, Stop fighting, stop fighting. We are all from the same village, stop it. Zhongli walked up and grabbed Aunt Huang's hand, trying to hold her as still as possible. Zhou's mother knew that her daughter-in-law was helping her. She would not miss this opportunity to beat Aunt Huang, as she was obviously taking sides. After being slapped several times on the face, Aunt Huang was stunned. When she reacted, she struggled angrily. Zhongli held her tightly and refused to let go. Let me go. Let me go, you witch. Let me go, let me go. Aunt Huang shouted with her voice broken, her feet almost off the ground, struggling desperately. Zhongli was stepped on twice, but she still shouted loudly. Come and help. We are all from the same village. We should be united. How can we fight? Come and help. Everyone reacted and pulled the two apart. At this time, the captain came slowly and saw that the fierce Aunt Huang was beaten with red and swollen face and messy hair. She was stunned for a moment. Aunt Huang saw the captain coming, sat on the ground and slapped her thigh and cried.
Captain, you have to take care of me.
The Zhou family bullied me. Look at what they have done to me. Captain, you must let them give me an explanation for this matter and compensate me. When the captain saw her throwing a tantrum, his thoughts instantly went back to the scene a month ago when she was sitting at the door of her house and making a scene. He felt inexplicably relieved by Aunt Huang's miserable appearance at this moment. Seeing her crying like this at such an old age, if he was not the captain, he would have laughed out loud. Captain Zhou Guotai is a young man who took over the position of his father, the old captain, half a year ago. He is the second person in the village besides Zhou Laosan, who is a high school student, so everyone agrees with him to be the captain. And both parties are wrong in this matter. What does it have to do with you when people buy things? They are worth hundreds of dollars. You dare to smash them. How can they not be anxious? How can they not take action? Do they have to wait until you smash them before crying? With your personality, even if I ask you to accompany me, you will cry, make a fuss, and even threaten to hang yourself. Both sides will have their work points deducted for 3 days. If you fight again at work next time, you will be punished to carry manure. Aunt Huang would never accept this result. Captain, I'm the one who's injured, and they didn't suffer any losses. They must compensate me. Zhongli. Okay, then let's go to the police station together and tell them how you threatened me just now. Nowadays, iron products are scarce in the country. You blurted out that you wanted to smash my pot. Such behavior is a waste. I want to see how the police judge it. If not, I'll take you to the place for education and punish you to reform. This year, Zhou Guitai still wants to maintain the position of the advance brigade from last year, so naturally, he doesn't want Zhang Li to really call the police. If under his leadership, the team is awarded the advance brigade, their work points will be more valuable than other teams at the end of the year, and then everyone will have no objection to him taking this position. The iron pots that the village used to eat in the big pot were taken away by the higher-ups, and they had been saying that they would return new ones, but they were nowhere to be found. Even in the countryside, where she had never seen much of the world, Aunt Huang knew that big iron pots were scarce now. Fearing that Zhang Li would really call the police, Aunt Huang quickly got up and ran away in disgrace, without even shaking off the dirt on her body. Zhou Erseo, who was watching, flashed a look of pity. She was even more jealous when she saw the things on the ox cart. She was expecting Aunt Huang to smash these things, but she didn't expect that she would be so cowardly now, even though she was usually so aggressive. Anyway, they were not from old Zhou's family, and she had no share in these things, so she might as well smash them. Zhang Li saw clearly what Zhou Erseo's mentality was, and sneered in her heart. The lame uncle who drove the ox cart hurriedly urged Zhang Li, as he was also rushing to pick up people from their village. Along the way, Zhou's mother was worried that someone would find fault with her, so she directly took the cart of things back. But her face became more and more gloomy along the way, which made Zhang Li a little puzzled. The two brothers were jumping and looking at the pile of things on the cart. "Mom, are all these things ours? Did you buy toothpaste and toothbrushes for us?" "I did, and I also bought you new clothes. From today on, you two must brush your teeth for me every morning and evening. If I see you dirty again and make people say you are your stepmother, I will take the things back." The brothers were stunned when they heard this, and Sure too couldn't help but open his mouth to confirm again. "Mom, did you buy us new clothes?" "I bought it and also bought new shoes. If you are obedient, I will buy them for you in the future." Zhang Li said, "Mom, I am obedient, and I will never say bad things about you in the future." Shirtu said hurriedly, "If you let me hear you say bad things about me, I will not give you anything to wear or delicious food." Zhang Li said unhappily. Shirtu walked forward with a playful smile and hugged her thighs. "Mom, you are my real mother and I love you the most." Mutu didn't want to see his brother's servile appearance. It was too embarrassing. When Zhou's mother heard that she bought things for the two children, her anger was reduced a little. At least the money was spent on her grandson, not wasted. And Mutu and Shirtu's clothes should really be changed. After moving the things in and looking at the things on the ground, Zhou's mother, who was heartbroken, couldn't hold back her anger. "Fourth son, is this what you said about living a good life in the future? You are wasting money too much. There are big iron pots at home. If you want to use them, just use them. Why waste this money?" Zhang Li took things out of the sack one by one, and soon the table in the yard could not hold them. When Zhou's mother saw the pile of good things, she kept talking. "Why did you buy these bowls and chopsticks? They are so expensive at the department store. It doesn't cost much to ask Uncle Tao in the village to make a few. And these fine grains, who can live on fine grains? 1 pound of fine grains can be exchanged for 3 pounds of coarse grains." The more Zhou's mother talked, the more painful her heart became. She looked at Zhang Li as if she wanted to eat her. When Zhou's mother thought about the money her son had earned with his life being wasted like this, she felt very distressed. However, Mutu and Shirtu were completely focused on their new clothes. They were puzzled when they saw their mother took out a pile of things and didn't see any cloth. They began to rummage through the pile of things, and soon they found the clothes in paper bags. They shouted excitedly, "Ah, mother, you are my real mother. You bought us ready-made clothes, ready-made clothes. What beautiful patterns, so beautiful." Shirtu proudly held the clothes and gestured on his body. When Zhou's mother saw it, her blood pressure soared. "Why did you buy ready-made clothes? I don't know how many sets you can make with cloth. Do you think your money comes from the wind? Don't you know how to save it?" Zhou's mother snatched the clothes from the two children's hands. "Don't touch them until they are dirty. You can't return them if they are dirty." Shertu was visibly unhappy and stared at the clothes eagerly. Grandma, I haven't worn new clothes for a long time. Zhongli didn't expect Zhou's mother to react so strongly. He was a little confused by her chattering. She seemed to have underestimated the importance people of this era placed on money. But think about it. Working in the fields for a day and earning 10 work points is not much money. If the harvest is not good, it's only a little over 1 cent per work point. Last year's harvest was good, and the team was rated as an advanced team, so they got 2 cents per work point. But since the things had already been bought, how could Zhongli return them? He took the clothes from Zhou's mother's hand and said, seriously, Mom, I've been stupid in the past few years. I want to compensate the children. Buy them 2 sets of clothes to make them happy, and let them wear them. Shertu was also considerate. He immediately took the clothes and ran back to his room. Zhou's mother couldn't stop him. If you want to wear new clothes, just buy cloth and make them. Ready-made clothes are so expensive. If you can't make them, Mom can help you. Zhou's mother saw that Zhongli's attitude was okay. She just didn't talk back, and her tone was not as sharp as before. And this pot, if you want to cook something, come to the old house and cook it, it's okay. If you don't like it, you can move the pot over to cook it. Why spend this money? Zhongli glanced at Zhou Er's jealous wife. Mom, if I go to the old house, I'm afraid some people's eyes will roll out. You don't want to see us fighting every day, do you? Although I'm not afraid of fighting, I don't want to be stared at by a poisonous snake. It's disgusting. Zhou's mother turned her head and saw Zhou Er's wife's poisonous eyes. What are you still standing here for? Go to work. If you don't get 8 work points today, you won't eat. Zhou Er's wife curled her lips. I saw that you came here in a threatening manner, worried that fourth brother's wife would quarrel with you or beat you, so I can help you. I won't come, as if you care about no one. After saying that, Zhou Erseo took another look at the things on the table before turning to leave. Zhongli, however, said to her from behind, Sister-in-law, if you don't care about them, don't keep your eyes on them. If you are envious, just say so. I won't laugh at you. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Don't come to my house, next time, if you have nothing to do. After saying that, the door slammed shut, blocking the gazes of the scattered people outside. Zhou Erseo was so angry that she jumped up and down at the door. Who cares about your broken things? You're not the only one who can afford them. I just came here to laugh at you. If you are so wasteful, you will have no money sooner or later. When Zhou Erseo heard several people pointing at her and saying that they couldn't afford it, she felt embarrassed and ran away quickly. After Shertu hid his clothes, he opened several other paper bags, and he completely experienced the joy of opening express packages. Tonghulu, brother is Tonghulu. Did mother buy this for us? Can I eat it? Zhongli only left 2 of the candied haws outside, and she put the other 3 in the villa.
You can't eat them yet.
You can eat them after dinner, and after you wake up from your nap. Take them inside, and put them away. Shertu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Mom, can I have one now? Just one. Zhongli shook her head. If you eat it now, you can't eat meat later, and you won't have any of these rice popcorn sticks in the afternoon. Zhongli took out a paper bag filled with a certain brand of bacon, sausage, and a bag of rice popcorn sticks. She opened it to show the 2 brothers that she was not lying, and then she took it into the kitchen and put it away. Mutu and Shertu saw that there was really meat, and they couldn't help but take a deep breath. They were so happy that they could hear their heartbeats. Meat, brother. We can have meat at noon today. Shertu jumped up and down holding Mutu's hand. Mutu quickly protected the 2 candied haws, for fear that they would fall. He had only seen Xiao Peng eat this candied haws. They haven't eaten it yet. Shertu didn't forget to shout to Zhongli, Mom, I'll eat this candied haws in the afternoon. Mutu took it into the room and put it away. Shertu continued to unpack things. Zhou's mother looked at it with heartache. Brother, these are shoes that people in the city wear. Mom bought us shoes. Shertu now called mother so fluently. When Zhongli put the things away, Zhou's mother started again. Old Fourth's family, you have to be thrifty and live a long life. There's no need to buy these shoes in the countryside. They break after running a few times. It's a waste of money. Why don't you return them? Shirtu heard this and ran away with the shoes in his arms to save them. Why are you running?
Sit down and try to see if they fit.
If they don't fit, you have to change them. Shirtu heard it and really didn't run away. He gave him the pair that belonged to his eldest brother. Sitting on the stool and taking off the straw sandals, he found that his feet were too dirty. He looked up and found that his brother was already washing his feet. Zhou's mother wanted to stop them, but was interrupted by Zhongli. Mom, can you just make the children happy? Money is earned to be spent. Besides, I didn't waste it. I bought what I should have bought, and didn't buy anything that I shouldn't have bought. And I didn't buy anything myself, so it's not like I wasted money. Zhou's mother glared at them. You can still save more. Moo Moo and Shirtu go out to play every day. These new clothes and shoes get dirty in just 2 days. How much food can you buy with so much money? And this rice. Zhongli couldn't stand Zhou's mother nagging. Mom, please stop talking. You make me dizzy and want to go in and lie down. Life is only a few decades long. I can't stand living a stingy life. I was stupid before. I made myself look like this just to save money. Now you're sober. Why don't you eat better and gain some meat back? Besides, if you take good care of the 2 children, your son will be happy to see them when he comes back. Zhou's mother choked. After looking at the skinny mother and her 2 children, she thought of her own son, and her confidence was not so strong. If you need to make up for it occasionally. Mom, don't worry about the money. I will find a way to make money in the future. Seeing her talking nonsense, Zhou's mother got angry. Do you think it's easy to make money? The 3rd child has been asking about the recruitment in the town, but there is no news now. You really don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are until you run the household. If you have fine grains every day, how much money will be enough for you to eat? Zhongli, Mom, just relax. I will definitely make a good life in the future. You don't have to worry. Shirtu was rummaging for things again, and every time he took out something, his eyebrows became more curved. At such a young age, he only knew that his family bought a lot of new things, but he didn't know that it cost a lot of money. Mom, didn't you say you wanted to buy big white bread? And you said you wanted to give it to Grandma and Grandpa. There are no big bread buns for sale in town today. I'll buy them next time I see them. Just ask Grandma and Grandpa to come over for bacon rice at noon. After saying this, Zhou's mother immediately liked her daughter-in-law much more. Regardless of whether this was true or not, it was comforting to hear. It also gave Zhou's mother a glimmer of hope. Your father and I don't need to eat bacon rice. You can live a good life, and your father and I don't have to eat this. How can this be possible? Your 2 grandsons have already asked for filial piety to Grandma and Grandpa. You can come over to eat. Otherwise, you will miss this village, and there will be no such store. Besides, there is a lot of bacon and you don't need this. After saying this, Zhongli didn't care whether she agreed or not. He cleaned up the things on the table and went into the kitchen. Zhou's mother looked at her back helplessly and felt that she couldn't breathe. She also understood why Zhou Urseo was so angry. This mouth is really unforgiving. Obviously, asking them to eat is a good thing, but the tone makes people want to eat up her family. Grandma, you and Grandpa come to eat. We haven't eaten bacon either. It must be delicious. Zhou's mother thought of Zhongli's attitude and agreed. She is the mother-in-law. Why is she being pretentious when her daughter-in-law asks her to eat? She looked at the time outside, and it was almost time to get off work, so she simply didn't go to the fields. She walked to the kitchen door and asked, "What are we eating today? How about I cook?" "No, I'll cook it." "Mom, you go to the field and pick 3 cucumbers and pick some vegetables. For lunch, we will have rice with bacon and cucumbers, and then cook some shrimp skin and seaweed soup." The shrimp skin and seaweed were all taken out of the villa secretly after she got on the ox cart. Anyway, no one knows what's in the sack. Zhou's mother frowned. "Then I'll go back and get some sweet potatoes, so that we can put less rice later." When Zhongli mentioned this dish, Zhou's mother imagined a dish full of cucumbers and a few grains of bacon on it. She wanted to persuade her not to eat such good food, and not to cook any shrimp soup, but after the conversation just now, Zhou's mother understood that her daughter-in-law was a person with her own ideas, and she was afraid that no one would listen to her even if she told her, so she didn't waste her breath. Jiangli doesn't like sweet potato rice. Although she is a northerner in this life, she was a real southerner in her previous life. She just loves to eat rice, and she feels unfull if she doesn't eat it for a meal, so she opened her mouth to refuse Zhou's mother. Don't bring it to me. I won't eat it even if you bring it to me. Otherwise I will be troubled before I even eat it. I don't know what kind of vision you have, and you still marry her home like that. Zhou's mother was speechless and almost pointed at her and scolded her. She thought, don't forget what a good person you are. Compared with Zhou Erseo, you are just the same. Jiangli seemed to understand what she wanted to say, and said, although I am a little lazy, I have added 2 grandchildren to the Zhou family. They are good-looking, well-educated, and cultured. How can she compare with me? Not to mention that I am planning to live a good life now. How can she compare with me? With her petty, fussy, and troublemaking appearance, I really don't know how I can like her. Zhou's mother used to think that Zhou Erseo was not so bad. After all, there was Jiangli who did nothing in front of her, so there was a comparison. But now that Jiangli said this, she felt that this was the truth. With Zhou Erseo's personality, it's better for her to lie there and do nothing. Others will cover up the family's dirty laundry, but she is afraid that others don't know. If there is something going on at home, she is the first one to go out and tell it. After Jiangli said this, Zhou's mother suddenly felt very bored. Thinking back, Zhou Erseo was not the one she had chosen. It was Zhou Erge who went crazy and suddenly came home one day and asked her to propose marriage. She didn't even have the time to object. Zhou Deseo was the one she had chosen. The next second, Jiangli heard, Deseo is okay, but I feel that I lose points compared to the second sister-in-law. Don't you two agree? Mumu Shirtu, who had poked his head out, nodded repeatedly. Mom, you are much better than the second aunt.
You are the best.
Seeing the mother and son like this, Zhou's mother was relieved. Then I will go pick vegetables first, and by the way, ask your second sister-in-law not to cook for us. Mom, if you see Dad coming back from work, ask him to come here. I have something to find him. Zhou's mother subconsciously asked what it was. Jiangli said lightly that he wanted to dig a well and make a well that could produce water by pressing water. Zhou's father knew the construction team in the town, so Jiangli went to him, but when Zhou's mother heard it, she got angry again. Isn't there a well in the village? Why waste that money? If you don't want to fetch water, I'll ask the eldest brother to come and fetch water every other day. A well costs dozens of dollars. There's no need to spend that money. Zhou's mother had just seen that the kitchen and the main room were cleaned spotlessly, and there was still water in the water tank in the yard. I'm afraid she had fetched it herself last night. She wanted to dig a well because it was too hard. Jiangli was not willing to do that. It was too troublesome. The most important thing was that if she did that, it would be easy for people to find out that something was wrong with her sneaking water out of the villa. Moreover, she was not the original owner, so she must have used a lot of water. It would be embarrassing to ask others for help. Anyway, I will definitely dig this well. It's not a waste of money. I'm doing this for the family. Mom, if you don't let Dad help, I'll go to the town to find someone myself. Then they will see that I'm a little girl who doesn't know anything. They will ask for a lot of money. It will definitely cost more. Seeing her indifferent look, Zhou's mother was so angry that she said, just do it. I want to see how much money you have to lose. After that, Zhou's mother left angrily.
Diangli şuruk her şol ders.
There was no way. There was a generation gap. Zhou's mother couldn't understand her, and she couldn't agree with the views of their older generation. Of course, she was afraid of poverty, so she could understand Zhou's mother's anger. But she really didn't mean to anger people. No matter if she was her mother-in-law or not, just the mother of a soldier, even if she didn't know her, she could respect her a little. She would never forget how the military protected them when they evacuated at the beginning of the end of the world, and how many lives they sacrificed. Later, when the base was built, how did they protect their homes? So Jiangli respected the soldiers from the bottom of her heart. After Zhou's mother went out, Jiangli quickly scooped out 3 cups of rice to wash, so that Zhou's mother would not come back and nag again. After washing the rice, Zhongli took out the largest piece of bacon to cut. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Mutu still peeking outside the kitchen, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. So he asked him,
If you have something to say, just say it. Can I eat you?
Mutu paused, thinking of Jiang Li's changes in the past 2 days, and spoke carefully. Don't be angry with Grandma. Grandma is very good to us. Jiang Li laughed angrily. Yes, I'm not good. I'm a stepmother. I should have asked Grandma to return your clothes just now. Shirtu walked over with the new clothes and smiled. Mom, I know you are the best mother. I love you. You are shameless and don't know who you look like. Like you, Mom. You are just as smart and know how to live. Jiang Li couldn't help but hear him say that he knew how to live. You are so young. How can you know what it means to live well? Shirtu thought for a while and said, Anyway, this is what Mom calls knowing how to live. Flatter. Jiang Li walked over and pinched his face. Mutu envied the interaction between them, but then he thought that he was the eldest brother and couldn't be so shameless, so he gave up. Mom, actually Grandma is right. It costs a lot of money to dig a well. If you use the money to buy things, you can buy a lot. Jiang Li folded his hands. Then you have to blame your father. If there was only a man in the family to fetch water, I would not have to spend a lot of money to dig a well. If you and your brother can help Mother to fetch water, the money can be saved, don't you think? Mutu widened his eyes, pondered Jiang Li's words carefully, and then looked at Jiang Li in disbelief. Mom, my brother and I are still children, and you actually want us to fetch water. Jiang Li also imitated him to widen his eyes, even more surprised than him. Son, your mother is so small, and you actually let your mother fetch water just to save some money? Others say that raising a son is a preparation for old age, but you actually let your mother do this heavy work. Mutu was stared at by Jiang Li, and he felt a little guilty for some reason. Then why don't you listen to Grandma and let Uncle help fetch water? Mutu's words were no longer so confident. Jiang Li thought for a while. Then you tell me, your uncle comes to fetch water every day. How much do you think you should give him? Or how much food should he give him every day? Shirtu interrupted. Why do you have to give money for food? It's just 2 buckets of water. Obviously, Shirtu is a food-protecting person. Jiang Li asked back, in the future, our family will use water for daily bathing, washing clothes, wiping tables, and washing dishes. That will use a lot of water. Why should your uncle fetch water for you if you don't give him anything? If you don't give him some benefits and let him work for you without complaint, how can he not care about it after a long time? In this way, the relationship will become distant. Your dad will feel embarrassed when he comes back, right? Will you still get along with these relatives? The 2 little ones seemed to have encountered a big problem and scratched their heads and thought. Jiang Li didn't care about them and started to light a fire and cook. Then he took a sharp knife and cut a whole piece of bacon into thin slices. Mutu thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good idea. Finally, he could only say, Then you should ask Grandpa to find someone to dig a well. Well, that's right. I'm very pleased that you don't bother me to fetch water for this little money. I'll eat more when we eat later. The 2 brothers did not expect to be praised. They felt curious and happy. They went back to the room with silly smiles, not realizing that they were fooled. The 2 brothers started whispering when they returned to the room. How could they not be excited when they saw the bed full of goodies? Brother, I think Mom is really better now. Look, she bought us so many things. Little Fatty has never worn clothes like this. They look so good. This pattern looks like a little dinosaur. I like it so much. At this time, most people bought cloth to make clothes. Ready-made clothes could hardly be sold in the town, and such clothes had never been seen in the village. The unique sense of freshness made sure to touch them left and right. Mutu looked at the shoes in his hand. If she can stay like this, I will be filial to her when I grow up. Shirtu nodded. I will be filial too. Shirtu turned around and stared at the candied haws. Brother, what do you think will happen if I eat one secretly first? At this time, Mutu said coldly, You just promise not to eat it. People should be trustworthy. Besides, if Mom finds out, your meat will be gone. When it comes to the issue of principle, Mutu is not so easy to talk to. I only ate one and I didn't eat all of it. Mom won't find out. This huge temptation made Shirtu almost unable to resist. If you eat it, you're lying. You can't eat it. Shirtu knew that his brother was stupid again. It was just a little lie, and it wasn't a big deal. His brother just couldn't get through. Thinking of this, Shirtu didn't care and quickly licked the first bite of candied haws in his life. The sweet taste spread in his mouth, and Shirtu's eyes narrowed. Brother, it's sweet and has sugar. Try it now. Mutu glared at him. It's not right for you to do this. Anyway, it will go into my stomach in the end. I just tasted it first. Mutu knew that his younger brother was used to playing tricks, so he thought for a while and said, I won't eat it. I want to save my stomach for a few more pieces of meat later. If you want to eat candied haws, eat it quickly. When Shirtu heard this, he was shocked. No, I won't eat it either. The candied haws can be saved for the afternoon. Anyway, they won't run away. They are all mine. Now Mutu was satisfied. After putting the candied haws away, Shirtu had a new question. He jumped to find Jiangli with the clothes in his arms. Mom, can I wear the new clothes now? No, new clothes must be washed before they can be worn. If you wash them now, they may be dry by night. Shirtu hurriedly said, Mom, then you help me wash them now, and I'll wear them at night. Jiangli looked at him puzzledly. Look, Grandma has washed clothes so many times, and she still can't do it? Shirtu was a little confused. He had never washed clothes, but in Jiangli's eyes, he felt it would be stupid to say no. Of course I can, but I'm a boy. How can a boy wash clothes? Jiangli was even more shocked. You mean you're a boy, and your mother has to wash your clothes, cook for you, and be a nanny, and you don't do any work at all? Shirtu felt guilty, and his voice became smaller, but there are no boys working in our village. Girls are the ones who wash clothes. Then since Mom didn't give birth to a sister, and there are only you two brothers, can't you help Mom with the housework? Jiangli asked. Shirtu was conflicted. Jiangli sighed. When I went to town, I was thinking about how you guys were having fun at home, and what I would buy you to like. I was also thinking about going to town in a couple days to buy you some marbles to play with. Mom cares so much about you, and you are not even willing to do something within your ability. It hurts Mom so much. When Shirtu heard that Jiangli was going to buy him marbles, he almost jumped up with joy. Then when he heard Jiangli's words, he felt guilty. Mom, it's my fault. I'll go wash the clothes now. I can help with the housework. For fear that he would upset his mother again, Shirtu took the clothes and ran to the yard to get the wooden basin for washing clothes. Mutu stood at the door of the room and witnessed everything, and his thoughtful expression suddenly became enlightened. This scene was so similar to what he had just said about digging a well. It also made Mutu understand that the two brothers were fooled by Jiangli. However, he did not expose it, but took the clothes and washed them with Shirtu. Just because his mother said it right, do things within your ability. So even though he knew he was fooled, Mutu was willing to wash. Jiangli saw that the two of them were washing in a very decent manner, and nodded. He took out a piece of laundry soap, tore off the package, threw it away, and burned it before walking over. Wash with this soap, rub it clean, and rinse with water to rinse off the bubbles. Holding the soap, Mutu wondered, how do I use it? Only then did Jiangli know that in the village, people washed clothes in the river with clean water and rubbed them directly on the washboard. Or they beat them with wooden sticks. No one used soap. But some people in the educated youth camp use soap. Jiangli squatted down, took the clothes from Mutu's hand, rubbed the soap on them with his right hand, then put it down and started rubbing. The brothers were stunned to see the bubbles rubbed out on the clothes. Jiangli, a little bit can produce a lot of bubbles. Don't apply too much, otherwise the bubbles won't be rinsed clean.
Okay, weź.
When Zhou's mother and father came over, what Zhou's mother saw when she walked in was the two brothers playing with bubbles. She caught a glimpse of the soap placed aside and strode over. Oh, you actually use something as precious as soap to play with.
I feel so bad for you.
Hurry up and stop playing. Mother Zhou smelled the fragrant soap and felt a pain on her face. It smelled so good and was better than the one used by the educated youth. It must be very expensive. The two brothers were having fun, and they were a little unhappy when they were interrupted by their mother. "Grandma, we are not playing. We are washing clothes." "What clothes are you washing?" Mother Zhou looked down at the wooden basin, and through the foam, she saw the new clothes underneath and took a deep breath. "Who asked you to wash clothes? There are so many foams, you can wash clothes for the whole family, what a waste." Mother Zhou looked towards the kitchen and suddenly felt a headache, thinking that Zhongli was really unreasonable. How could such a young child be asked to wash clothes? Which boy would wash clothes? Mu Tu explained, "Grandma, we can do things within our ability. We can wash clothes by ourselves." Mother Zhou knew that it was Zhongli who taught her, and before she could open her mouth, Father Zhou came over and touched Mu Tu's head. Yes, Mu Tu has grown up and knows to do things within his ability. Father Zhou was a man of few words, but usually when he spoke, Mother Zhou would not refute him. Zhongli brought out the cooked soup and put it on the table. "Mom and Dad, come here, wait a few minutes, it will be ready soon." Picking up the cucumber that Zhou's mother had just thrown on the ground, Zhongli walked into the kitchen. She had cooked the bacon, and now she just needed to cut the cucumber and put it in to fry together for a while. Zhongli's polite words made the old couple look at each other, and Zhou's mother even glanced at Zhou's father suggestively. "Is that so? I said that my little daughter-in-law has changed now. In any case, it's better than lying at home every day." So Zhou's father sat down. Zhou's mother hurriedly took over the work of washing clothes, and after washing, she went to the table and took a look, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Zhongli had been married for so long, and she had never seen her cook, for fear that she would waste food. Now it looks pretty good. Seeing a layer of oil floating on it, Zhou's mother lost her composure and strode to the kitchen. She happened to see Zhongli standing in front of the stove, frying quickly with a spatula in her hand. Zhou's mother sat down on the ground with her mouth open, which scared Zhou's father. Zhongli was also afraid that she would fall and get hurt, so he hurried over to help her up. "Mom, are you okay?" Mother Zhou stood up and pushed her hand away. "Something happened. Something big happened to me." Mother Zhou pointed at Zhongli, her fingers trembling with anger. You. Are you still able to live? Even if you have money, you can't squander it like this. You cut so much bacon in one meal, you." Mother Zhou looked at the pile of bacon, covering her chest, her heart bleeding. Zhongli had a helpless look on her face. She knew it would turn out like this. But she was asked to eat sparingly. How could it be possible? There were a lot of such bacon and sausages in her villa, a certain brand in bags, so she was not afraid of eating them all. Seeing that she was fine, Zhongli quickly scooped out all the dishes and then said, "Isn't this the first time that you, Dad and Mom, come over for dinner? If I don't cook some good dishes to entertain you, I'm afraid I'll be humiliated by that guy over there." Mother Zhou wanted to say something, but was pulled out by Father Zhou. Mother Zhou was still angry. "Why are you pulling me out? Look at her. Does she look like she wants to live a good life? When I think about her spending hundreds of yuan every time she goes to town, Zhou's father is more open-minded than her. Okay, now that we've separated, don't worry about how the children live. If she tells you to eat, just eat. If she really has no money in the future, she will slowly become frugal. She's still young and doesn't know how expensive food and daily necessities are. Let her take her time." Zhou's mother agreed with him. "What do you mean by take her time? If she takes her time, all the money in this family will be gone. This is all earned by my son with hard work. Look at you. Why do you do such an annoying thing? At least she is willing to take care of 2 children now. As long as she takes good care of the 2 children and lets the 4th child go to the battlefield without worries, I can turn a blind eye to what she does." Zhou's mother was speechless now. Over there, Shirtu had already sat down at the dining table smelling the fragrance, and Zhongli had also filled everyone's bowl with soup. "Grandpa and Grandma, come and eat," Shirtu shouted. "Hey, here I come." Father Zhou couldn't remember how many years it had been since he had eaten bacon. Now that fresh meat is not available, who would be willing to use meat to make bacon or eat chicken? A large dish of bacon-fried cucumber made Mother Zhou's eyes hurt. Thinking of her tone just now, Mother Zhou slowed down. "4th brother's family, Mother is not saying anything about you. We older generations have all suffered. If you eat like this, what if the harvest is not good one year? That would be really. Seeing that she didn't talk back, Mother Zhou continued. Mother just wants you to save some bacon. So much bacon, not to mention that more than a dozen people in the old house can't eat it for a year. Even the village team leader's family can't eat it. Jiangli really didn't want to listen to Mother Zhou's nagging and said, Mom, I'm already very frugal. If I wasn't afraid that you couldn't accept it, I would want to fry one more vegetable. There's only one dish, and one soup for 5 people.
How do you want to save?
I don't know if it's enough. I should have asked you to pick some more vegetables and fry more, otherwise the oil in the bottom of the pot would be wasted. Mother Zhou couldn't catch her breath after hearing this. She looked at Jiangli as if she had heard something horrifying. She glanced at the dishes on the table, which were richer than those on the Chinese New Year, and almost wanted to curse. This is not enough to eat. You eat gold. This thing that ruins the family will be eaten up by your family sooner or later. Of course, Mother Zhou dared to curse these words in her heart. Otherwise, she was afraid that her daughter-in-law would get angry and overturn the table. She would cry to death if a table full of meat was wasted.
Alas,
there is no mother-in-law more miserable than her in this village. Sure too could wait to taste the milky white and slightly purple seaweed and shrimp soup. Jiangli stretched out his hand to stop him. It's impolite. The elders have to pick up the chopsticks first, and you can eat. Ask Grandpa to eat first. Father Zhou, it's okay, let's start eating. After speaking, he took the lead and took a sip of the soup. There was no lean meat. Jiangli put a lot of shrimp skin and it tasted sweet after taking a bite, and Father Zhou was a little amazed. This soup is so delicious. Mother Zhou, how can it not taste good? It contains so much seaweed, so much dried shrimps, and even oil. Oh, I can't think about it. The more I think about it, the more sad I feel. Mu Tu sure too took a sip, and his eyes lit up. This soup is much better than wild vegetable porridge. It's so sweet. After they finished drinking the soup and took out a pot of rice and put it on the ground, Zhou's mother was distressed again. But this time she was sensible. Anyway, she wouldn't listen to anything, so she wasn't annoying anymore. She didn't think she was a bad person if she ate other people's food and complained about it. The bacon had a more fragrant smell than the fresh meat. When it entered his mouth, Zhou's father couldn't help but sigh. Not to mention the 2 children, who ate so much that their mouths were full of oil and couldn't stop eating. Jiangli ate a few slices and then started to pick up the seaweed in the soup. It was too greasy to eat only the bacon. Even so, Zhou's mother had nothing to say when she saw it. After all, her 2 eldest grandsons ate the most after the meat was cooked. While Jiangli was eating, she didn't forget to pick up some cucumbers and seaweed for the 2 children. You 2 can't just eat meat, eat the vegetables too. Otherwise, it will be so greasy and your stomach won't be able to bear it later. The 2 of them didn't say anything at all, just nodded and continued to eat. Fortunately, Jiangli cooked a lot of rice, otherwise it would not be enough. 1 piece of bacon can be paired with 2 or 3 mouthfuls of rice. Zhou's father ate 3 bowls in total, and it was only after Zhou's mother glared at him that he realized he had eaten too much. What's more, Zhou's mother couldn't help herself, and only realized after she finished eating that she had eaten 2 bowls. And Jiangli himself ate 1.5 bowls, plus 2 bowls of soup. There's no way. This body is too lacking in oil and water, and it must be replenished. A pot of rice, a soup, and a meat dish, all eaten up without a bit left. Even the oil in the dish of fried bacon was eaten up by Zhou's mother with white rice. It can be seen that people in this era are really frugal. Zhou's father sat on the stool, touching his full stomach, and he was very satisfied with this meal. Shirdu was even sitting there burping. Zhou's father then spoke. Old Force family, I heard that you are going to dig a well in the yard. When do you want to start construction? Of course, the sooner the better. It's not a big deal to trouble my eldest brother to help fetch water every day. Can I ask Dad to go to the town to ask how much it costs, and I'll give it to you? Although Zhou's mother knew that Zhou's father agreed with the idea of digging a well, she still felt a little distressed. Do we really need to dig a well? In fact, it's not a big deal to ask the eldest son to fetch water a few times after work every day. Why did Zhou's mother only mention Zhou Laoda and not Zhou Laoer and Zhou Laosan? Of course, it was because of Zhou Erseo, the troublemaker. Zhou Laosan has not yet started a family, and Zhou Buchuan is not at home all year round, so it is not easy for Zhou Laosan to come every day. Otherwise, the villagers will spread the news. As for Zhou Laoer, he is willing to take care of his younger brother who lives far away from home, but Zhou Sa will make trouble whenever she sees him helping to fetch water. In this way, the job of fetching water here naturally falls on Zhou Laoda. Mom, I will use at least a tank of water every day in the future. Now I fetch it every few days. Of course, my eldest brother and sister-in-law have no objection, but in the long run, won't it be embarrassing? Father Zhou, that's right. You can't bully honest people just because the old family is easy to talk to. We need to dig a well. Our side is far away from the well in the village. Digging a good well can save a lot of effort and time. The cost of a well is about 30 yuan. I think you can't pay for it alone. The old house should also pay half. What do you think? Zhongli thought of this problem when digging the well. If she dug a well at home, she could not use it for the old house, but it would definitely not work for each of them to pay half. Otherwise, it would be annoying to be scolded every day for that little money. Dad, since the well is dug on my side, I will definitely pay the bulk of it. If it is 30 yuan, I will pay 20, and the old house will pay the remaining 10. Do you think it's okay? Father Zhou nodded. Then I'll ask for you this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Dad.
Mother Zhou took on the task of washing the dishes. Seeing that the bottom of the pot was still shiny with oil, she even ran back to the old house to get a piece of cloth to wipe it vigorously. Zhongli realized belatedly that her mother-in-law was saving oil. Usually, almost no family in the village would go to the town to buy oil because there were no oil coupons. Usually, pork would be distributed during the Chinese New Year, and some lard would be boiled, and that would last for a year. If you really go to buy oil, you would only buy a little bit, so little that you would have to buy it with a cloth. When cooking, wipe the bottom of the pot with a cloth. It would be great if there was a little oil. Zhongli let her do whatever she wanted. Anyway, she didn't want to wash the dishes. When Mother and Father Zhou went back, their footsteps were brisk. Old woman, this bacon was really delicious. I didn't expect the fourth child's family had this skill. Mother Zhou swallowed her saliva. It's just that it's a bit wasteful of food. If we change it to coarse grains, this meal will be enough for the old house to eat for a month. If we find more wild vegetables, it will be enough for 1.5 months. Don't talk about it after we eat it. Didn't the bacon go into our stomachs? Didn't you see that the fourth brother's family didn't eat much? Mother Zhou nodded. I just feel bad. We have only saved so much money, but she spent hundreds in one day.
Sigh.
When the two came back, people in the old house were still eating. Today, without the old couple, each of them could drink more wild vegetable porridge. The girls were very happy. Zhou Erseo spoke sarcastically when she saw them come back. Are Mom and Dad back? After so many years of separation, this is the first time that fourth brother's wife has invited you over for dinner. I wonder what delicious dishes she has prepared to entertain you. Although Zhou Ainin disliked Zhongli, she hated Zhou Erseo, who was always making trouble for her. And no matter what her parents ate in the past, at least Zhongli knew to change it now, so there was nothing to say. So she spoke up to help Zhongli, second sister-in-law. Fourth sister-in-law invited parents to dinner because she was filial. As for what to eat, it's none of your business. I'm just curious. Your fourth sister-in-law bought a cart of things today, but didn't buy anything for parents to show her filial piety. Zhou Ainin. She invited parents to dinner, so how can she not show filial piety? Will second sister-in-law buy things for parents when the family splits up in the future? The Zhou family had already agreed on this. When Zhou Laosan and Zhou Ainin get married, they will split up immediately, so Zhou Ainin said that. Zhou Erseo's sister-in-law swallowed. I'm not as rich as your fourth sister-in-law. Buying things is like shopping. If I had that money, I would definitely show filial piety. Oh, then we'll see how filial second sister-in-law is in the future. Zhou Erseo frowned. This was clearly an attempt to put her on the spot. She glared at Zhou Ainin and said, Sister-in-law, you are joking. My parents belong to everyone.
Why are you talking about me?
And why is sister-in-law so abnormal today? She actually spoke for your fourth sister-in-law. Don't forget who caused you not to go to high school? You didn't see that she bought a car full of things and wanted to please her. You didn't even look at who Zhongli was, that you could take advantage of her. Seeing that Zhou Erseo's words were so harsh and unpleasant, Zhou's eldest sister-in-law interrupted her and said, "Second sister, how can you say that about Anin? Anin is not like you, always staring at other people's things. She is just saying something fair." Zhou Erseo snorted coldly. "Why? Are you going to unite and exclude me now? Am I wrong?" Zhou Anin was left without education because of Zhongli. Now she is speaking for Zhongli. Isn't that trying to please him? Zhou Anin slammed the table hard. Her eyes reddened. "Second sister-in-law, don't think you think I'm stupid just because I didn't say anything. Fourth sister-in-law is stupid and doesn't care about anything. If you hadn't instigated her, would she have made a fuss? You were happier than anyone else that I didn't go to high school and stayed at home to do farm work. Do you really think I don't know what you did in private? I'm giving you face by not breaking up. Compared to fourth sister-in-law, people like you who do tricks in secret are more disgusting." Zhou Er's sister-in-law's face turned blue and white, as colorful as a palette. Everyone looked at her in shock. They didn't expect that Zhou Er's sister-in-law was involved in this matter. Brother Zhou didn't know that the person next to him had done such a thing, but when Zhou Anin said it, it must be true. Zhou Er's sister-in-law didn't expect Zhou Anin to know it, and she retorted loudly in panic. "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I instigate? Can I instigate your fourth sister-in-law?" Zhou Anin stood up and looked at her directly. "Second sister-in-law, you always speak very loudly when you feel guilty. Aren't you the one who dislikes that I spent family money on my studies? Fourth sister-in-law at least dares to take responsibility for her actions. What about you?" After that, Zhou Anin walked out. Zhou's mother was so angry that she huffed and strode forward and grabbed Zhou Erseo's hair and pulled her to the ground. "You're so mean. It turns out that it's you, this villain, who is causing trouble. You've been eating and drinking in my Zhou family, right? Why do you have to do such a little trick?" Anin spent her fourth brother's money on her studies. What does it have to do with you? How does it affect your interests? If you do this, I will beat you to death today. Mother Zhou was heartbroken. She couldn't stop feeling heartbroken when she thought about how darker and thinner her daughter had become during the year she worked in the fields. She beat Zhou Erseo even harder. Zhou Erseo was pinned to the ground. Seeing that Zhou Erseo was unmoved, she exploded. "So, what if it was my instigation? Why did a girl like my sister-in-law have to study so much? The third child has finished high school, but he still has no job and has to go back to the fields. It would be better for him not to study and come back early to work in the fields to earn work points." Seeing her admit it, Mother Zhou started beating her with both hands. "You troublemaker, I shouldn't have agreed to let the second child marry you. You are so petty." Zhou Erseo didn't think she was wrong at all. Instead, she felt that she had saved money and food for the family. They, the educated youth, studied so much but still had to work in the fields. It's good enough for a girl like my sister-in-law to finish junior high school. Why should we keep supporting her? Zhou Er's brother sat on the side with his head down, his face full of shame. Seeing that his wife still did not repent, he sighed deeply, stood up and walked over. Pulling Zhou's mother, "Mom, it's my son's fault. Let my son talk to her." After that, Zhou Er's brother pulled Zhou Er's wife into the room with a gloomy face. There was a crackling sound inside, and no one said anything. The three sisters of Dahua looked at the room, and none of them cared about her mother. Zhongli heard the farce here clearly, and naturally remembered what happened through the original owner's memory. Indeed, without Zhou Er's wife, the original owner was so lazy that he would not think of making a fuss about this. But to say that the original owner has no responsibility at all, that is not true. Zhongli was too full and did not plan to take a nap so soon. He took out a handful of white rabbit milk candies from the room, about 10 of them. Mu-Tu and Shir-Tu looked at them excitedly. "No need to look, it's not for you, Mu-Tu. Take it and see where your aunt has gone, and give it to her. Don't tell her that it was given by Mother, Just say that I rewarded you, and you have to give it to her yourself. Mutu took it and put it in his pocket, while Shirtu stared at it greedily. Before going out, Zhongli reminded him, Mutu, you are the eldest brother. I believe you will not embezzle and give the candy to your aunt, right? When Mutu heard this, he was immediately ashamed of the idea of wanting to hide a little bit secretly. His mother believed in him so much, he must not let her down. Mom, I will do it. Zhou Ainen came to the back of the small hill at the foot of the mountain. It was very secretive and was her secret base. She would be here whenever she was unhappy. Zhou Ainen looked at her feet, took out a few books wrapped in oil paper from a mouse hole, and held them in her arms. Seeing that her hands that once held a pen were now full of calluses, and thinking of the hard work of this year, Zhou Ainen buried her head and cried with grievance. This year, she worked hard and never complained, and she swallowed the grievances in her stomach no matter how hard it was. Because she understood that compared to other girls, she was actually much happier. Now, except for the third brother, the brothers in the family have all started families, and she understood that there was no reason for the brothers to support her. But even though she understood it, the endless farm work made people feel hopeless. When she thought about having to dig the land to earn work points for the rest of her life, she couldn't help but panic and fear. In the past, she had dreamed that after graduating from high school, she would be a salaried worker, find a dual-income couple, and then she would be able to get a separate house and get out of the mountains. But now, she is confused. She doesn't even know what she will do in the future. Zhou Ainen suppressed her tears, as if she wanted to cry out the grievances of this year. Mutu came out alone. Shirtu is now in love with Jiang Li Jingxiang and doesn't want to leave. And Mutu didn't run around looking for her, because he knew where his aunt was. When he arrived, he heard the crying coming from the hillside and stopped and didn't move forward. In the past, when he was beaten by his mother, he also liked to secretly run here to cry. At that time, he wanted to hide and not be seen. So now he didn't go over, but waited until the crying gradually died down before going over. When Zhou Ainen heard the voice, she quickly hid her books and lowered her head to wipe her tears. Aunt, it's me, Mutu. Zhou Ainen breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. It's Mutu. Why are you here? Although she is not on good terms with Zhongli, Zhou Ainen still likes her two nephews very much. We had bacon at home for lunch today, and I ate too much, so I came out for a walk. Zhou Ainen perked up when he heard that and patted the seat next to him to let Mutu sit over. I heard that your mother bought a cart of things back. Is that true? Did you buy anything for you brothers? Mutu nodded and poured out everything Jiang Li had bought, like pouring out beans. This shocked Zhou Ainen, because even her fourth brother might not know Jiang Li's personality as well as she did. After all, she also went to school and had heard about Jiang Li's personality at school. It seems that your mother really wants to live a good life in the future, and she has begun to care about you too. This is good. Mutu nodded. She is willing to spend money on us now, so she should not run away, and she is very good to us. At this point, Mutu's face turned a little red, and he secretly glanced at Zhou Ainen and said hesitantly, Aunt, don't be angry with my mother. I will give it to you when I grow up and make money. When these words came out, Zhou Ainen's nose was sour and her eyes were red again. Aunt is not angry. Then he said, In fact, I was angry at the beginning. I felt that my fourth brother would not want my sister after he got married. Sometimes I even thought that if my fourth brother hadn't married your mother, I would definitely be able to study. But later, I thought about it from another perspective. If the man I married had to support my brother-in-law and sister-in-law to go to school, I would definitely make a fuss. I thought it through, and I wasn't angry later. At least she let my third brother finish his studies. Now she has changed and can treat you well. In this way, I have even less reason to be angry, right?
Mutu listened carefully.
At such a young age, he seemed to understand Zhou Ainen's helplessness. He took Zhou Ainen's hand and saw the small wound on it. Aunt, when I make money, you don't have to do farm work. You wait until I grow up. Zhou Ainen smiled. When you grow up, Aunt will get married. Aunt is so old and can support herself. There is no need for you to worry about her. Mutu took the candies from his pocket and put them in Zhou Ainen's arms with his two little hands. As the only girl in the family, Zhou Ainen had naturally eaten white rabbit milk candy, but that was a few years ago. Now Mutu took out so many at once, which still shocked her. Where did you get this? Did you steal it from home? Put it back quickly, or your mother will find out, and it will be a disaster. I didn't steal it. We washed the clothes today, and mother gave it to me and my brother as a reward. I'm giving it to you, aunt. Zhou Ainen was relieved to know that it was not stolen. Take these candies back and eat them yourself. You are an adult now, and don't need candies. Seeing Zhou Ainen's move to return the candies to him, Mutu stood up quickly. I have some candied haws and rice flour sticks at home. These are for you, aunt. I'm going back to take a nap, leaving now. After saying that, he ran away and soon disappeared. Of course, Zhou Ainen would not accept so many candies, for fear that Zhongli would find out and make trouble for the two children. He got up and went to Zhongli's house. Mutu told Zhongli how he completed the task. When he learned that Zhou Ainen was crying while holding a book and that she was not angry, Zhongli felt guilty. It seemed that Zhou Ainen was a very reasonable person, but to be honest, next year, June or July, will be the most chaotic year. In fact, even if Zhou Ainen went to school, she might not be able to graduate. By then, the school would be in chaos, and it would be good if nothing happened. Thinking that Zhou Ainen might come to return the candies, Zhongli sent the two brothers to wash their feet and go to bed. He also quietly closed the door and went back to his room. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Why are you knocking? Are you taking a nap? Zhongli shouted to the outside with a slightly impatient tone. Zhou Ainen paused in knocking on the door, then continued to knock, and said in a slightly stiff tone, Fourth sister-in-law, it's me, Ainen. Mutu just gave me a handful of candies, and I took them. Zhongli, are you annoying? I told you I was sleeping, but you're still knocking? It's just a handful of candy. I have plenty at home. Just take it. How annoying. Zhou Ainen touched her nose and stopped knocking. After hearing no more sounds outside, Zhongli went into the villa. While eating bacon, she suddenly remembered something. When she was collecting things, the city's power supply happened to be cut off, so she didn't take the frozen meat and ice cream. But she was worried about water pollution and loved seafood, so she built a huge pool like an ocean park in the corner. It was on the third floor of the villa. The entire third floor was filled with all kinds of seafood, which could be seen through the huge glass. Zhongli ran up to the third floor in one breath and saw that her seafood was safely inside, and she was in a great mood. Although she couldn't take it out to eat, she could quietly cook it in the villa. I don't know if the original owner slept too much before, but now she is not sleepy at all, so she can. She went down to the underground first floor to shop in the supermarket. Although she could get things with her mind, it was different to push a cart around. She took a bag of rice first, as the 10 pounds outside would not last long. Then she packed some peeled peanuts and 10 pounds of flour. Then she came to the clothing area. She had no intention of taking the clothes of the original owner. Even though she knew that the original owner was herself in her previous life, she still felt weird. Pure blue shirts are suitable for this era, so she can take one. Take one each of pure white and off-white. Take 2 of those with prints. Take 5 pairs of black wide-leg pants. In fact, Zhongli personally doesn't like to wear pants. In her later life, she wears a skirt almost every day, even in the middle of winter, and she wears stockings. So she set her sights on floral skirts. That day, she saw floral skirts for sale in the department store where ready-to-wear clothes were sold. The printed skirts here are not much different from those sold outside, and they may just show the waistline more. Zhongli took 5 skirts, which shows her love for skirts. She likes skirts mainly because it is very uncomfortable for women to sit down if they wear pants during those few days of the month. Moreover, wearing skirts does not feel restrictive and is very comfortable. As for the children's clothes, Zhongli really had to look carefully because there were too many patterns that were not suitable. Children's pants are the easiest to be damaged, so Zhongli took 5 pairs for each of them. She found 2 pieces of clothes for each person. Continuing to shop, Zhongli got a row of eggs and a few pounds of mung beans. Thinking of the bright paper-pasted windows, Jiangli turned her head to look at the four-piece set on the bed. After picking a large warm-toned bedsheet, Jiangli planned to get curtains. What made her most dissatisfied now was this house with soil. Although it is still new, unlike the old house where dirt often falls off, but she likes to wear white clothes. If she accidentally touches the dirt wall, it will be so dirty and it will not be easy to wash. After browsing the accessories, Jiangli grabbed a handful of hairbands and 2 floral headbands and combs. It is a pity that she did not take the vegetables, fruits, and frozen meat at that time. Otherwise, she can eat fruits now. This super brain is still not advanced enough. It would be great if it could reward seeds. Just after thinking about this, the screen of the super brain popped up. The dialog box showed that as long as the contribution value is enough, you can have whatever you want. Jiangli frowned, silently clicked on the settings, and found that the version was updated. Seeing the update date, she was silent. It seems that after her death, someone took over the research process of the super brain. Thinking of the little apprentice she brought out, Jiangli felt a sense of accomplishment. That is, if there is contribution value, you can be rewarded with seeds. But this is equivalent to nothing. She is now staying in a small mountain village. What contribution value can she provide to the country? Raising a baby is like having no contribution value, so it would be better for her to find seeds by herself. Thinking of this, Jiangli took out all the things at once, put them all in her own cabinet, and prepared to go out. She set her eyes on the Daqing mountain behind the village. Rabbits, pheasants, wild fruits, she is here. Before going out, Jiangli also made preparations, sprayed sunscreen spray, carried the big backpack woven by her mother, looked at the 2 brothers who were sleeping like pigs, and went out. Their home is at the foot of the mountain, not far away. When passing by her family's private plot, Jiangli unceremoniously pulled 2 of each variety of soil and vegetables and threw them into the farm. The quantity does not need to be large, and they can continue to be planted after harvesting when they are ripe. Compared with vegetables, she wants to plant fruits more, and she is a little uncomfortable without eating fruits for a day. Half an hour later, Jiangli's mouth twitched as she watched the scene of the painting going off. Watching the silly rabbit turn around, then jump and hit the tree with a bang, fainting in front of her, Jiangli was silent. Looking at the pheasant that flew into the bushes and was trapped, unable to escape no matter how hard it struggled, and the stupid roe deer that was also knocked unconscious, Jiangli silently looked up at the sky. Then she walked over and collected all of them into the pasture. God wanted to send her meat to eat, so there was no reason not to. Thinking that she would be able to eat chicken in the evening, Jiangli continued to move forward happily. Along the way, she saw chestnut trees and wild pear trees, all of which were collected in the farm, even tune trees and wild grasses that grow thorns. There was nothing she could do. The farm was poor. This thorn is also a kind of fruit, quite delicious, but she couldn't buy it even if she wanted to. If she planted it in the pasture, she would be able to eat it fresh. As she walked, Jiangli suddenly stared at the front vigilantly, listening to the heavy and chaotic footsteps, the increasingly approaching wheezing, and seeing several wild boars suddenly appear in her sight. Jiangli's pupils dilated. She quickly climbed up the thick tree next to her. Fortunately, she had trained her tree climbing skill to the maximum level after the apocalypse, otherwise. Before she could finish her words, 3 wild boars slammed into the tree she climbed, with such force that they almost shook her off. Jiangli was happy to see the wild boars coming to her door. With this golden finger, what else did she have to fear in this mountain? She was really God's daughter. The 3 wild boars, 2 large and 1 small, were taken into the pasture. Jiangli also took a nest of pheasant eggs, picked some wild vegetables, and prepared to go back. When she came back, she saw Mu Tu and Sher Tu going out with Candied Haws. "Hey, mother, where have you been? We thought you were sleeping in the room again."
Jiangli.
So, in the eyes of you brothers, I am just a pig. I went to pick some wild vegetables for you for dinner, Jiangli said. The 2 brothers opened their mouths in disbelief. Don't we have bacon at home? Sher Tu clearly remembered what he bought in the morning. Jiangli glared. You don't plan to eat those bacon all at once, do you? Didn't you listen to what your grandma said? You have to be thrifty in life. Otherwise, we will have to starve in the future. Mutu looked at her with a strange look. Mom, didn't you listen either? You made Grandma angry. Can I have a sharp tongue but a soft heart? I'm not obedient even if I'm picking wild vegetables? Mutu looked weird. He didn't understand what Jiangli's hobby was. Was this considered to be deliberately angering his grandma? Mutu, then eat wild vegetables. You can't eat all the meat all at once. Shirtu nodded reluctantly. Mom, let us go out and play. Jiangli knew that the two brothers were going out to show off. Go ahead, let everyone know that I am not a stepmother. I will buy you candy. Hearing this, the two brothers ran away with silly smiles. After putting the things down, Jiangli couldn't wait to check the ranch. Turning on the light screen, there were 3 wild boars, 2 rabbits, and 3 pheasants in the ranch. Except for the little wild boar, the other 2 have already shown maturity. If this ranch is upgraded to level 10, it can have a breeding period, that is, it can give birth to piglets, but now it is not at level 1. The farm is even better. Don't look at it as there are only 6 plots of land at level 1. 1 plot of land is equal to 1 acre of land, which is not less at all. She planted a plot of land with 30 trees. The maturity period is 24 hours, which means tomorrow. At this time of the day, she will have a lot of prickly ash to eat. The prickly ash growing outside may not grow much, but it is different when it grows inside. She is even looking forward to what they will look like when they are covered with red prickly ash. The cucumber vines from the private plot show that it will take 72 hours to mature, which is a long time. The pak choy is better, and she will have it to eat tomorrow, but I am afraid she will not be able to eat it because the ranch is not enough. She needs to harvest more times. The ranch is connected to the farm, and the crops will be supplied there first when they are ripe. But it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, she will become a rich woman with the most abundant supplies. Jiangli, who was boiling water to kill pheasants, suddenly remembered the hen she had robbed yesterday and ran out to see if it was dead. Seeing the hen eating weeds, she realized that Zhou's mother came to feed her because she knew she was unreliable. This is good. She has to keep up this character. There is a saying that has been passed down in later generations, and it is the truth. Never show off your ability to work in front of your mother-in-law, otherwise there will be endless work. After boiling the water, Jiangli remembered that there was no kettle at home. The boiled water she drank these 2 days was all made from the water dispenser in the villa. It seems that she needs to find an opportunity to go to the county again. If she was not afraid of causing a sensation, she would like to go there tomorrow. After killing the chicken, she chopped a chicken leg to stew donkey hide gelatin chicken soup and chopped the rest aside. She has collected a lot of supplements in the villa, many of which are rewards from the old men in the base. It is said that she was asked to make up for it, but in fact it was asked to work overtime to study, but when the things were delivered, she accepted them all, and she was supposed to slack off when working. Still just slacking off. Just as she was about to continue to cook the chicken, Jiangli found that her brain had become stupid. The villa has a stove, gas, and all electrical appliances can be used, so what was she doing outside just now? After entering the villa, Jiangli directly took a stew pot, set the time, and took the wild vegetables to the vegetable basin to wash them. Thinking that it was still early, she simply lay on the sofa and ate potato chips, thinking about what to do to make money quickly. She didn't plan to mix in the black market because there were not many goods for her to make, unless the farm ranch was operating normally. According to her purchasing power, if there was no regular income, it would not withstand inspection. And Zhou Buchuan's allowance was not enough for her to spend. There was a lot of gold in the villa, but it was a bit of a loss to exchange it, and it couldn't be used openly. She couldn't endure hardship. It would be better to kill her than to let her work in the factory all day. Sitting in the office for a day was not enough, so what was the point of starting over again? It's best to find a part-time job, go to work if you like it, stay at home if you don't like it, and get paid every month, which is great. But such a job is hard to find. And what she is good at is research, which is worth considering. The current era is too backward if she can make a big step forward in technology at any time. Outside, Mutu Shur ate candied haws and came to the large open space in the middle of the village, where many children were already playing.
Wow.
Mutu Shur, what are you eating? The red candied haws in their hands were very eye-catching, and soon several children who usually played well with them ran over. "It's candied haws, my mother bought it, it's delicious." Mao licked his lips. "Everyone said that your mother bought a cart of things back. It turned out to be true?" "Of course it's true. My mother also bought us new clothes and shoes." "It's ready-made clothes, not clothes made by ourselves. It's beautiful." Xiao Shirtu looked proud. Now, everyone was envious and wowed. Another kid, Xiaoye, said enviously, "It looks delicious. Didn't your mom always stay at home and ignore you? Why did she buy so many things for you today?" "Oh, yeah, your mom is willing to go out? She even bought new clothes and shoes. How much money must that cost?" Another kid named Xia Shu also raised a question. Mutu was not very happy to hear Xiaoye's question, but Shirtu didn't seem to notice it. Instead, he said in a teasing tone, "My mom is so nice now. She even cooked meat for us today. A big dish of meat, very fragrant. Don't say bad things about my mom in the future." Xiaobang, who had always been at odds with his brothers, ran over with dissatisfaction on his face. When they weren't here just now, everyone was having fun with him. When they came, all their attention was taken away. Xiaobang was unhappy with their lies and exposed them. "You are lying. Just now when I went out, I saw your mother carrying wild vegetables down from the back mountain. So you couldn't have meat for lunch. You must be lying. And you talked about buying new clothes. Do you know how many cloth coupons and money are needed to buy clothes? If you really bought them, you would have worn them a long time ago. You liars." Shirtu was so angry. "Who lied? We did have meat for lunch. A big plate of bacon, it was delicious. And tomorrow you will see us wearing new clothes, then you will know whether we are lying or not." Unexpectedly, Xiaobang laughed. "I said you were lying. Do you know how bacon is made? I can only eat 1 or 2 slices of bacon during the Chinese New Year. How can you eat it now?" Speaking of which, Xiaobang is the cousin of Shirtu and Mutu, but they just don't get along. Shirtu was angry and wanted to argue, but Mutu held him back, then took a bite of candied haws and said vaguely, "Who cares if they believe it or not, as long as we know whether we have eaten or not? They don't believe it now, but they will know they are slapped in the face when they see me putting on clothes tomorrow." Shida's eyes rolled, and he also took a bite of candied haws. "Brother, you are right." Ono advised, "Mutu and Shirtu, we are all friends. It is wrong to lie, and we won't laugh at you for not having meat to eat and not having new clothes." Mutu looked at Xiaoyi with a penetrating gaze, as if he had just met this man for the first time. Mutu's gaze was too sharp, as if under his gaze, his dirty little thoughts were exposed to others, and Xiaoyi couldn't help but take a half-step back. Xiaoyi was the child of the lame uncle in the village. His mother ran away with another man, and life at home became more and more difficult. Many children in the village called him a child without a mother. And the ones who shared the same fate with them were Mutu and Shirtu. They were the same as having a mother, as if they didn't have one. Like Xiaoyi, they had no food to eat and had to look for food everywhere. This made the 3 of them very good friends. In Xiaoye's heart, Mutu and Shirtu were the same as him. But now, knowing that their mother had changed and bought things from them, Xiaoyi felt a little different in his heart. He even began to panic and fear, afraid that he would return to the past, where his friends would point fingers at him wherever he went. He was afraid that Mutu and Shirtu would be different from him in the future. His inferiority complex made him unable to help but say these words to induce other children to misunderstand them. And Mutu was not a fool. He heard the meaning of his words and his face turned cold. "We'll know tomorrow whether it's a lie or not." Seeing Mutu's face, Xiaoyi felt flustered and found an excuse to leave. Damao and Ermao were heartless and didn't realize that there was something going on. They stared at Shirtu's candied haws and said, "Shirtu, can you give me 1 candied haws? I'll trade it with you for my slingshot." While Shirtu was still hesitating, Mutu agreed immediately. He had heard Xiaobang say that a string of candied haws cost 2 cents, and a slingshot also cost 2 cents. With this exchange, they would naturally make a profit. The wood used to make a slingshot is not expensive, and it can be said that it is not worth much. People in the village can make it, but the elastic rubber band is not worth it, and that is valuable. And 2 cents is also money, and who would buy this for their children? Only De Mao, Air Mao, and Xiaopeng have it, because De Mao's grandfather is a carpenter with good craftsmanship, and there are the most strange tools at home. De Mao and Air Mao were very happy to hear that they were willing to exchange, and took out the slingshot they usually played with from their trouser pockets and handed it over. De Mao and Air Mao, who tasted the taste of candied haws for the first time, said that this exchange was worth it. As for slingshots, they still have them at home, and their grandfather made one for each of them. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Xiaopeng left angrily. Charshu looked at a few people and finally caught up with Xiaopeng. De Mao and Air Mao, who had eaten the candied haws, went home happily and were scolded with depressed faces. Don't you think you two are stupid? You actually used 2 slingshots to exchange. Do you know that 2 slingshots can be exchanged for an egg? You are so stupid. No, I will go to their house and ask them to return it. How can you cheat people of their things? De Mao's mother Xiuhua was angry. The family was already having a hard time and they were cheated of things. How could this be acceptable? In fact, De Mao's family used to live well. After all, he was a carpenter and had this skill. But in the current environment, everyone almost wants to spend their money in 2 halves. So, who would make furniture? Even if the family needs it, they have to go up the mountain to chop wood to make some. Nowadays, only when someone gets married will someone make furniture, and the furniture they make is the simplest one, without any patterns. This wastes De Mao's craftsmanship and does not make much money. So De Mao and his family have never even eaten candied haws. Zhongli stood at the door with the 2 brothers in a somewhat awkward manner. It was really neither possible to go in nor to retreat. Zhongli glared at the 2 bad kids who were causing trouble for her and reached out to knock on the door. Xiuhua was stunned when she heard the knock on the door. She was not used to someone knocking on the door. In their countryside, everyone usually keeps their doors open, so few people are so polite to knock on the door. They all shout loudly. Who is it? The door is not closed, come in. When Xiuhua saw Zhongli and his men coming to the house, her face froze. She didn't expect that what she had just said was heard by the real person. But she didn't apologize because she didn't do anything wrong. But she was still dazzled by Zhongli's beautiful face. It is said that people with good looks will be treated preferentially, which is true. Xiuhua couldn't lose face because of her own etiquette. She used to be a lady from a wealthy family. Grandpa De Mao was the carpenter of the family. In order to protect her when something happened, she married De Mao's father. You heard it just now. I will buy you the candied haws tomorrow. Now take the slingshot back. Zhongli came to ask for help, so naturally he would not offend others for 2 slingshots. Glancing at the 2 broken children and seeing the reluctance on their faces, Zhongli could only give up the idea of asking them to return it. Hello, sister-in-law. It's my 2 children who are wrong. How about this? Let's just exchange these slingshots for them. How much do you think is appropriate? Talking about buying at this time is a big taboo. If someone with bad intentions hears it, it will be a disaster. Hearing this, Xiuhua's face looked better. You can just bring an egg to exchange or give me 4 cents. We won't take advantage of you. We happen to have 2 new ones at home. I'll give them to you. Zhongli readily took out 4 cents, and Mutu Shirtu was even happier. They thought that the slingshot was gone this time, but they didn't expect that they could get a new one. For a moment, the look in Zhongli's eyes was very sad. When Xiuhua was wondering why she hadn't left yet, Zhongli spoke again. It's like this. I want to make another piece of furniture. I wonder if Shui Bo, De Mao's grandfather, is here? They went up the mountain and won't be back so soon. You can tell me what you want. I'll see if there is any stock in the warehouse. Then take me to the warehouse to have a look? Okay. Mutu Shirtu was not interested and didn't plan to go, but was stopped by Zhongli. Are you sure you don't want to come and have a look? Pick the ones you like. Then Zhongli came to the backyard and saw what she called the warehouse. The area was beyond Zhongli's expectation. She thought that a carpenter in a village should not have much inventory, but she didn't know that although fewer people bought furniture in recent years, Shui Bo and his 2 sons were not idle. The finished products can be put aside, and they will be available when someone buys them so that those people won't dislike them because they took a long time to make and then regret it. The door was opened, and the things inside surprised Zhongli. They were very complete, from doors to wardrobes. Zhongli fell in love with the wardrobe that looked more grand and carved at first sight. It can be seen that the person who made the wardrobe has good skills. Wow, Demao, your grandfather is so amazing. He can make so many things with wood. There are so many. Demao was very proud to hear this. My grandfather also made a rocking chair and a wooden horse for me. He can make many other things. Mutu Shirtu was immediately envious. Xihua saw Zhongli staring at the wardrobe and spoke. That wardrobe was a dowry made by my father-in-law for my sister-in-law in advance. Do you want a wardrobe? Yes, the house is empty, with only a small cabinet. I want to buy 2 wardrobes, one big and one small. But since this is Li Mei's dowry, forget it and let Shui Bo make another one for me. Xihua thought about it. This wardrobe is not cheap. It costs 8 yuan. If you are sure you want it, you can take it first. Li Hua doesn't have a partner yet, so I can ask my father-in-law to make another one for her when the time comes. Such a big wardrobe only costs 8 yuan, which is really a bargain. It will probably take several people many days to make it. Zhongli nodded. Yes, but you have to help deliver to the door. That's no problem. Mu Tu is stunned. His mother spent 8 yuan. Don't think he is young and doesn't know. 8 yuan is a lot of money. It can buy many eggs. Zhongli knew what he was thinking at a glance and pinched his face. If you think it is too expensive, then Mu Tu, you should not buy a cabinet for your room. It will save you a lot of money. The brothers looked at her angrily. Sure too. Mom, you are too hypocritical. We want a new cabinet too. Do you still think Mom is wasting money? The two shook their heads quickly, fearing that if they were a second late, their new cabinet would be gone. Xihua found their way of getting along quite interesting and curled the corners of her lips. If you buy a small cabinet, it will take a few days to make it. Tell me how big you want it, I'll write it down. Zhongli turned her eyes around. Isn't there a ready-made one? How about that one? Xihua looked over in the direction of her hand, fell silent, and looked at Zhongli strangely. You call a 6-legged one a small cabinet? What's the one with 4 legs? Mu Tu and Shirtu ran over and couldn't wait to open the wardrobe to see what it looked like. Brother, look, there are 2 drawers here, one for each of us. This cabinet has 2 doors, plus a single door on one side, which counts as 3 doors. Shirtu only opened one side of the double door and Mu Tu opened the other side. This also has 2 drawers and they are locked. This wardrobe is so beautiful. Xihua walked over. This wardrobe is very practical. You can hang clothes in the middle of this double door, and there are 4 drawers at the bottom. The unlocked one is for underwear and socks, and the locked one is for money and tickets. Then she went over and opened one side of the single door, revealing a row of grids. This is for folded clothes and thin quilts. Thick quilts can be placed on the top layer, which is very practical. The wardrobe that Zhongli just asked for has 8 legs, with more places to hang clothes and an area for folding clothes. Both are very practical. This one doesn't have any carvings, and the price is $4.50. Do you think it's suitable? Shirtu held Zhongli's hand with a sparkling look, almost ready to act like a spoiled child. Zhongli waved his hand and said, "Take both of them, and then each of you brothers can pick a small wash basin." The 2 brothers were very happy. There was nothing to choose from the wash basins, but this was the first time they bought things by themselves. Zhongli asked for a bathtub, a foot bath, a wash basin, and 2 small wooden stools that almost no one bought. People either made small wooden stools by themselves or secretly cut down a big tree in the mountains. Many people use stones as stools, so no one would buy them. Sister Xihua, are you out of the rocking chair outside your yard? I want one. No one would want that rocking chair now, so we're out of stock. It's 5 yuan apiece, and the 2 curved wooden strips at the bottom are hard to handle. Are you sure you want it? Zhongli nodded. How much is the total? Do the math. Xihua was happy. This was the first time she saw someone buying things so generously after her family fell into poverty. Seeing Zhongli's clothes and comparing them to her own, Xihua suddenly felt sad. If the times were not like this, she would be like this now. Forget it, there's no need to think about those things. 33. Just 30 yuan for you. I'll send it to you in the evening when no one is around. Zhongli raised his hand. No, I'll still charge you, but just give me a chopping board and a rolling pin.
Take them.
They're all worthless. Take 2 more small stools back with you. Xihua was very happy. Zhongli's business was more than what they made in a year. Then I'm welcome.
Thank you.
Xihua thought of what she had just said and said, Don't take what I said just now to heart. I'm just angry that the 2 children are like their father, too stupid, and will be deceived when they grow up. De Mao and Air Mao looked at their mother accusingly. They should also save face when they were told that they were stupid in front of their friends. Zhongli found that Xihua was quite frank and capable. It's okay, it's Mu too, and the others who are ignorant. Fortunately, sister-in-law is sensible. Otherwise, if they met someone like Aunt Huang, I'm afraid it would be impossible to deal with it. The 2 laughed when they thought of Aunt Huang. Zhongli was walking on the road with the 2 brothers, and Zhongli's fair face suddenly appeared among a pile of yellow and black skin, which was rare. Wherever she went, as long as there were people, they would look at her and mutter a few words. You know what? No wonder the Zhou family wanted to see her in the first place. She just looked like a city girl, but her personality is hard to describe. Yeah, she's pretty, but she can't be eaten. If you marry her, you have to support her. Zhou Buchuan can't sleep with her many times. It's a big loss. Several aunts laughed. Zhongli heard it, but didn't say anything. She was waiting for these people to slap her in the face. When the 2 brothers returned home and learned that they were going to have chicken dinner tonight, Shirtu jumped on Zhongli excitedly. Mom, you are my real mom. I love you the most. Zhongli also hugged him. Mom will treat you well. If you are obedient in the future, Mom will continue to make delicious food for you. I'll be obedient. Well, good son. Zhongli couldn't help seeing Shida's look and kissed him on the cheek. Shirtu was shocked by the sudden kiss and reacted and hugged Zhongli's face and kissed her back. She kept calling her mom, which made people feel soft-hearted. Shirtu hugged Zhongli tightly, not knowing how to describe his feelings at the moment. Anyway, I was very happy. After putting down Shirtu, Zhongli did not hesitate to show her love to Mu Tu. She held his face and kissed him a few times, making Mu Tu blush. Then she stammered, I'm grown up. No need to kiss. But mother likes us, Mu Tu, so I want to kiss you, can I? Mu Tu blushed, yes. Yes. Then she fled the yard, leaving Zhongli smiling happily. After exchanging glances with Shirtu, the mother and son smiled in Mu Tu's direction. When Zhongli was frying the chicken in the pot quickly, Zhou's mother came over. Just when she saw the chicken in the pot, she widened her eyes. Are you crazy? You spendthrift. Just eat me. I've raised a big hen for a year. Is this what you call living? I think you don't want to live anymore. You might as well continue to lie down. Oh my God, this hen can still lay eggs? Zhou's mother was still howling, and the hen outside suddenly made a sound, which made her stunned. Then she didn't care about howling anymore and walked out with big strides. Then Zhongli saw Zhou's mother hugging the hen and kissing it. Zhongli looked at it dully and suddenly felt as if he had robbed someone's life. Mom, if you really can't bear to part with this chicken, then you should take it back. Considering that she is a soldier's mother, she couldn't give up this hen. She went to rob it just to disgust Zhou Er's wife. Otherwise, why didn't she mention the money again later? Seeing that the hen she raised was not cooked, Zhou's mother breathed a sigh of relief, but she still rolled her eyes at Zhongli when she heard her words. I've already brought the chicken here, and your second sister-in-law has done her work, so just keep it here. What's going on with the chicken in there? Zhongli didn't reply, but Shirtu, who had just come out, answered, I know. Mother found it when she went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. Upon hearing this, Zhou's mother was startled and hurried over to close the door, then came to Zhongli's side. No one saw this, right? No, I put it at the bottom of the backpack, and didn't the village say that small prey in the mountains can be left alone, only big prey can be handed in, right? The kitchen was filled with fragrance, and Zhou's mother's stomach was rumbling. She took a look at the delicious chicken in the pot, and her eyes were full of envy. That being said, if you really do find a pheasant, it's better to stay away from people, otherwise it will be difficult for you to be the team leader. Zhongli nodded. Mom, you can pack some back later, and it's just you and Dad who will eat it, otherwise we won't be able to finish it. Zhou's mother didn't expect these words to come out of her daughter-in-law's mouth. She thought she had been dreaming in the morning, but she didn't expect that she could really enjoy the filial piety of her daughter-in-law. This time, the look in her eyes when she looked at Zhongli was so gentle that Zhongli was a little uncomfortable.
What are you looking at?
You can't go out and say that I'm unfilial after eating my chicken. You have to say that I'm good and praise me more. Zhou's mother's good mood didn't last for a minute before it was wiped out by Zhongli's words. Zhou's mother said rudely, "Do you still care about what others say about you? You have been talked about for several years? Zhongli, if it is not for not affecting your son's promotion, I can enjoy the blessing of 2 children in the future. Who cares about their reputation? While I am young and capable now, I can support you. When you grow up, I will wait for you 2 brothers to support me." Mutu Shirtu had no opinions, because they were so satisfied with today's meal. In their opinion, if you raise your mother when you grow up, you can eat meat and wear new clothes, but if you don't raise her, you will have nothing. Even a fool knows how to choose. Zhou's mother was choked and speechless. She knew that this daughter-in-law was lazy, so she could not be diligent. It turned out that she changed now in order to live a lazier life in the future. Zhou's mother looked at her 2 grandsons with sympathy, and she didn't know how she had such an unreliable mother. "By the way, mother, are you here because there is any news about my well?" "Yes, your father went to the town to ask for you. There are 2 kinds. The 20 yuan one is relatively shallow, and the 28 yuan one is relatively deep. If it doesn't rain in the summer, it will be a little difficult to pump water from the shallow one."
You see.
Before Zhou's mother finished speaking, Zhongli took out 18 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. "Take the 28 yuan one. If you want to dig a well, dig a good one. It can be used for a long time." Zhou's mother glared at her again and took the money. The gaps between her daughter-in-law's hands were too big. She originally wanted to get a cheap one. If she really couldn't get water in the summer, she could just pick it for a few days. It wouldn't be a big deal. Unexpectedly, the old man and the daughter-in-law had the same answer. They insisted that they had to get a good one. "Then I'll ask your father to go to the town to hire people tomorrow morning and start work tomorrow." "Your father means that the people who dig wells are all men. He wants me to take 10 days off and not go to work and come over to watch. What do you think?" Zhongli was naturally willing. She didn't want to stay at home for 10 days while her family was digging a well. She silently took out $2 more and handed it over, but Zhou's mother refused to accept it. "You keep it. Otherwise, you won't go to work and earn work points, and then those unreasonable people will go around talking about me." Forget it. Now she is afraid of being talked about and knows the ways of the world. Looking at the big plate of chicken, Zhou's mother didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. After receiving the money, Zhou's mother still couldn't help nagging. "Your braised chicken already is oil. Why do you put so much oil? It's enough to eat for a year. If you don't put enough ingredients to cook it, wouldn't it be a waste of such good chicken?" Then Zhongli took a plate and chopsticks and handed it to Zhou's mother. "Okay, you take it yourself. I don't eat the chicken necks and chicken heads, so you take them all." Mother Zhou took a deep breath and tried not to curse. "Listen, is this human language? It's already this late, and people can't even eat chicken once a year, but she still complains about it." Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying and really let her take whatever she wanted, Mother Zhou didn't bother to be polite with her, but only took 2 pieces of chicken head and 3 pieces of chicken neck. "That's enough. If you can't finish it, just eat it tomorrow. It won't get hot if you put it in the bucket at night." Zhongli took a glance, took the chopsticks, and quickly took a few pieces of chicken over. "I don't eat overnight food. Last time, someone's family ate overnight food, and the whole family went to the hospital. I'm afraid of death. You can take a few more pieces back." Mother Zhou was so angry that she didn't know what to say. Afraid of death. It's really funny and infuriating to say it so confidently. Mother Zhou suddenly remembered something, lowered her head and looked at the dish of chicken, and said with a big reaction, "Where are the chicken intestines? Why are the chicken liver and chicken fat gone?" You didn't lose them? Mother Zhou's eyes widened.
Zhang Li blinked in.
The dustpan at the backyard door. The dustpan at the backyard door was woven by Zhou's father. The garbage was placed there, and they would help throw it away when they passed by on their way to work every day. Mother Zhou clapped her hands fiercely. You spendthrift, such a precious thing. You just threw it away. If you don't want it, give it to me. Jiangli looked at the back of Mother Zhou and touched her nose. Chicken butts were precious things. She didn't dare to agree. But next time she would know, and give all the unwanted things after killing the chicken to her mother-in-law. Mother Zhou looked at the chicken intestines, the big chicken butts, the chicken hearts and livers, and a pile of chicken fat in the chicken feathers, and she felt distressed. She didn't mind taking the dustpan in with the chicken feathers and glared at Jiangli when she saw her. Good things are ruined by you. I get angry when I see you. After that, Mother Zhou picked up the bowl of chicken and the dustpan and left. Her disgust was very obvious. Mutu poked his head out. Mom, you are angry again. Jiangli glanced over. Your grandma is old, and getting more angry will promote blood circulation and make her healthier in the future. Mutu had an expression that said, I don't believe you. I only heard that it will make people angry to death. Jiangli glared at him. Are you itching for trouble?
Whoosh, Mutia Uyu disappeared.
While the mother and her two sons were eating the delicious meal here, the old house was also full of people at the table. Because Zhou's father did not go to work this afternoon, only Zhou's mother came back to cook, and Zhou's father helped. So everyone saw the stewed chicken with potatoes on the table only when they sat down. Everyone was drooling, and Zhou Erseo was the first to say, Mom, where did this chicken come from? You won't be so angry with your fourth brother's wife that you kill the chicken at home, will you? Zhou's mother proudly distributed potatoes to everyone. You can eat chicken today. You have to thank the fourth brother's family, otherwise you will have nothing to eat.
What?
Jiangli, that rascal, wouldn't kill the hen for the meat. Zhou Erseo stood up with a look of dissatisfaction. No, that chicken was raised by us, and she sent away the chicken ace and chicken intestines to beggars. Sister-in-law, are you going to swallow your anger like this? You are the eldest sister-in-law, and you didn't even get a chicken. Zhou's eldest sister-in-law clearly saw the cold expression on Zhou's mother's face, and she looked at Zhou Erseo with unkind eyes, which clearly meant that there was something else. She was not stupid, and she would not have fooled around without knowing what was going on. Zhou's mother snorted coldly. This is a pheasant that the fourth child's family hunted in the mountains. She is not as selfish as you, who is out of tune. At least she knew to send some over. Since you have this attitude, don't eat it. Anyway, you don't like these chicken butts and chicken intestines. Zhou Erseo pouted. I didn't say anything. Zhou Anan sarcastically said, What are you talking about? If mother hadn't stopped you, you would have gone to the door to make a fuss. Zhou Erseo slammed the table. Zhou Anan, how can you talk like that? I'm your second sister-in-law. How could this be too much? Zhou's mother already felt guilty towards her only daughter, and Zhou Erseo's words were simply digging into her heart. She snatched the bowl away and yelled at him angrily. Get out. Go back to your room if you don't want to eat. There are so many things to do every day. I really don't understand what the second brother likes about you. Is it because you know how to stir up trouble? Because you are so petty? Or because of your little calculations? You have no figure, no face, not to mention any culture. I really don't know what you're looking at, second brother. Mother Zhou really thinks that the second daughter-in-law is no good now. I don't know if it's because she has heard too much from Jiangli. The more she looks at Zhou Er's wife, the more annoying she is. She also found that the second son's family is not as good as the fourth son's family. Hearing Zhou's mother's impolite words, Zhou's eldest sister-in-law Zhou Anan almost wanted to laugh out loud. Zhou Bowen's shoulders kept shaking. Zhou Er looked at his mother helplessly. If she scolded his wife, she would scold his wife. Why did she bring him into the trap? When Zhou Er's wife heard the little calculation and said, she panicked. Without waiting for Zhou's mother to speak again, she drove people back to the room. Mom, don't be angry. The second sister-in-law is like that. Zhou Bowen appeased his mother. Zhou's mother looked at Zhou Bowen with appreciation. Zhou Bowen handed the bowl over with a grin. Mom, scoop me a few more pieces of meat. Zhou's mother rolled her eyes. You really come here to collect debts. You are so old, but still so childish. Tell me, when will you bring me a daughter-in-law? Look at your fourth brother, Mu Tu, and the others.
How old are they?
You are already 25, and you are still not married. Zhou Bowen's face froze. I am not studying late. I just graduated not long ago. There is no rush. At that time, you can go to school if you have the conditions, no matter how old you are, so Zhou Bowen went to school at the age of 15. Zhou's mother stared at him thoughtfully and began to divide the meat. Don't look at it as just some chicken intestines, chicken butts, and chicken fat. Who would despise it when there is oil and water in this day and age? When cutting, Zhou's mother calculated that each person would have 2 sections of finger-long chicken intestines, and the chicken butts would be given to her daughters. Zhou Lauer stood up. Mom, you and Dad don't have it yet. I won't eat it. You and Dad can eat it. No, we have enough to eat. The bowls of Zhou's mother and father were still full of potatoes. After giving Zhou and in the 2 sections of intestines that belonged to Zhou Urseo, Zhou's mother went into the kitchen and took out the other plate of meat. Zhou Bowen stared. Hiss. So much good meat, Mother. You didn't steal it from your fourth brother's wife? Mother Zhou didn't want to look at her stupid son. This is what your fourth sister-in-law gave to me and your father as a gift, so I won't share it with you. The daughter-in-law is Filial. She won't give it away to be a good person. She and her husband are old, and they don't know how many years they have to live. They have suffered all their lives, so what's wrong with eating 2 pieces of meat? There's also half a bowl of chicken oil in it. Put a little in when you cook every day. Also, there's something else to announce. Then Zhou's mother talked about digging a well. No one had any objection to this. After all, they only needed to pay 8 yuan, which could save a lot of effort and time. It took a lot of time to fetch water every day after work, and it was even more tiring after fetching water. Especially when fetching water to water the sugarcane, it was really tiring after working all day and continuing after work. The shoulders were rubbed and festering, and it hurt more when sweating, and I couldn't sleep at night. As the sky gradually darkened, the villagers stayed at home to enjoy the cool air, or chatted in the threshing ground. There were not many people on the road, and there was a knock on Jiang Li's door. After all the bought furniture was put in place, the 2 brothers in new clothes jumped up and down at the new wardrobe. Mom, can we put all our clothes in it from now on? Yes, each of you has one of these 2 locked drawers. Hang the keys around your necks, and you can put in the toys and other things that you think are valuable. The clothes should also be sorted and put away. You and your eldest brother's clothes should be on each side so that it will be easier to find clothes. The 2 nodded, their faces flushed with excitement. Shirtu could wait to put his slingshot and his favorite little stones in. All the clothes at the end of the Kong were brought over and put away, but the brothers didn't have many clothes, so the wardrobe looked a little empty. Jiang Li thought of the clothes she had taken out from the villa, which were still in her room, but there was no rush, and she would take them over later. The door was knocked again, and Jiang Li walked out in confusion. The things were all there, the money was settled. Who was coming? The fourth brother's family?
Hey.
It turned out to be Zhou's mother. Jiang Li. Mom, why are you here this time? Is everything okay here? I seem to hear a lot of noises here just now, so I came to take a look. It's so late, and there's no man at home. When Zhou's mother heard the noise, she would naturally come over to check it out. Jiang Li was still thinking about keeping the furniture purchase a secret for a while, so that Zhou's mother wouldn't be too stimulated in one day. But before she could say anything, Zhou's mother was pulled into the room by her son Shirtu. Grandma, look, this is the new cabinet my mother bought for us. It's so big. Look here, there are drawers and it can be locked. It can hold a lot of things. Shirtu talked to himself and didn't notice Zhou's mother's face turned as black as charcoal. It was Mu Tu who found something wrong. He stepped forward and took his grandma's hand. Grandma, don't be angry. Don't scold Mother. She is very good to us now.
You.
Do and scold her. Shirtu looked up and finally noticed his grandma's greedy eyes. He also stepped forward and took her hand and acted coquettishly. Grandma, Mother is very good now. I like this kind of mother very much. Don't scold her, I'm afraid.
Woo.
I'm afraid she will become like before. Don't scold her. Zhongli stood at the door and stopped in her tracks. Even though she knew that Shirtu was just pretending to cry, she still felt uncomfortable. The original owner was such a scumbag before, which made the two children feel so insecure. Mutu also shook Zhou's mother's hand. Grandma, mother likes to spend money. Let her spend it. When I grow up, I will make a lot of money for mother. She just needs to treat us well all the time. I don't want her to become the way she was before. I don't want to be hungry anymore. It's very uncomfortable to be hungry. My stomach keeps rumbling when I drink water. The mother is very good now. She will hug us, kiss us, feed us meat, and buy us new clothes. Don't scold her. Zhou's mother's eyes were red, and her anger was gone, leaving only heartache. I know, Grandma won't scold people or get angry. As long as your mother treats you well, anything is fine. The conversation between the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren touched Zhongli's heart, as if a big stone was pressing on her chest, making her feel depressed. She felt more distressed for the 2 children. When Zhou's mother came out, her face was calm, and she went back without even looking at Zhongli. This made Zhongli feel that Zhou's mother might as well scold her. Scolding didn't hurt, and it made her very upset. After returning, Zhou's mother closed the door and sat on the stool with a heavy heart. It was the first time that Zhou's father saw Zhou's mother so distraught. They had been companions for many years, and it was rare to see her like this. Zhou's father walked over. What's wrong? Did the 4th child's family make you angry again? Or did she beat the children again? Zhou's mother sighed deeply. I shouldn't have let the 4th child marry her. No matter how good she looks, she is not a good mother. Repeating what the 2 brothers had just said, Zhou's mother felt as if an invisible big hand was clutching her heart, which was very painful. If they didn't have such an unreliable mother, and they brothers had the allowance from the 4th child, why would they have lived so hard in the past few years? They are afraid that the 4th family will return to their previous expressions. I feel so bad. Zhou's father is a dull person. He doesn't know how to comfort people. He patted Zhou's mother's hand, and that was considered comforting. Zhou's mother continued, I think we have to work harder to save money. Otherwise, with the way the 4th family spends money, I'm afraid that the money will be squandered soon. By then, Mutu and his family won't be able to find wives when they grow up. Zhou's father nodded. Starting tomorrow, I will get 10 work points. We are not old yet. We can work for a few more years. Zhou's mother nodded. When the well is dug, I will also get 10 work points. Zhongli didn't know what the old couple were planning. She fell asleep while lying on the Kong thinking about how to make money. I don't know if it was because she was too tired today and didn't take a nap, but Zhongli got up late the next day. It was only because the 2 little kids called her that she woke up. After a while of tidying herself up, Zhongli opened the door. Mom, did you sleep in again? Shirtu smiled. What mom sleeps is called beauty sleep. Don't you understand? Don't you think your mother is prettier than other mothers? The 2 nodded their heads. So, women need beauty sleep so that they can grow beautiful, and you will have face when you go out, right? Other children will say, wow, Mutu, your mother is so beautiful, and you'll be very happy when someone praises you, right? The 2 nodded, not quite understanding. Then Shirtu's next sentence was, Mom, what are we having for breakfast today? Have you made breakfast? Zhongli looked up. Of course, we have egg porridge for breakfast today. Now go brush your teeth. I taught you how to brush your teeth last night. Brush your teeth clean, and I will check it later. After speaking, he slipped into the kitchen, poured the porridge that was cooked in the rice cooker on timer last night into the ceramic pot, and then pretended to make a fire. Each person took a large bowl, and Zhongli knocked 2 pheasant eggs into each bowl. After Mutu and Shirtu washed them, they ran over to see if Zhongli had lied to them. They found that there were really eggs, and their happy expressions were too obvious. Mom, 2 eggs each? Shirtu stared at the yellow egg yolk in the bowl with a happy look. Well, 2 each. Stir them yourselves, and you can scoop them out once the porridge is hot. Mutu, Don't the eggs need to be cooked? Eat them raw? No, just scoop the boiling porridge in later, and it will be cooked.
Oh.
Just as the mother and her two sons started eating, the voices of Zhou's mother and father were heard outside. When they opened the door, they saw three strangers carrying tools behind Zhou's father. "Morning, Mom and Dad." Zhou's mother reacted and replied, "Morning. These are the people who came to dig a well. They are here." "Oh, then come in quickly. Mom and Dad, have you had breakfast?" "I cooked porridge. Would you like to have some?" "No, just eat it. Digging a well is a big deal." Zhou's father didn't even look at Mu Tu and the others. He took people to choose a place in the yard. Zhongli ignored them and went straight into the kitchen to make 2 more bowls of egg porridge. Thinking that it would be a bit bland, she put a plate of fried peanuts on it. Add a little oil and sprinkle some salt, and the porridge tastes great. She made this with the peanuts from the villa yesterday, and they were fried very fragrant. After it was brought out, the location of the well was also determined. "Fourth brothers, do you think that location is okay?" Zhou's mother came over and took a look. "Wow, the food here is really better than that of the landlords. Okay, let's go there. I cooked too much porridge. Dad and Mom, come and eat it. Where did you get so many eggs? Didn't you buy them yesterday?" "I picked up a nest of pheasant eggs yesterday. I don't know if they will go bad. I'll eat them quickly before they go bad. Such a thick porridge, you should save it for lunch. Your father and I have already eaten it." When Zhou's mother saw that even the fried peanuts were added with salt and oil, she really wanted to curse. How could she eat it? And there must be more than 1 pheasant egg in this bowl. What kind of family eats so many eggs in one meal?
If you don't want to eat, then.
Zhongli looked at the hen that was eating chicken feed. Zhou's mother understood what he meant and jumped in anger. "Don't be so naughty, I'll eat it. Such good rice porridge is not eaten but fed to chickens. Who is so wasteful? Grandpa and Grandma, you guys sit down and eat. The egg porridge is delicious, and the peanuts are also fragrant and crispy." Zhou's father glanced at Zhou's mother. Eat well, you still have to go to work later." Today, Zhou's father is going to get 10 work points. This task is not easy, and it will be more energetic if you are full. After 2 bowls of porridge, Zhou's father sighed that this life is not bad. "Okay, eat and go to work quickly." Mother Zhou kicked Father Zhou. When Father Zhou went out, Mu Tu and Shi Tu also jumped happily to follow him. They wore new clothes and new shoes today, so they had to show them off. Mother Zhou also reminded them, "Be careful not to get your clothes dirty. Watch out." After they left, Mother Zhou talked about the issue of the 3 people eating outside. "Do you have any more pheasant eggs? If there is any, I will exchange it for some coarse grains." Zhongli gave her the key to the cupboard directly. "You can do it yourself, Mother, but don't exchange it with the ones from the old house." Zhou's mother gave her an unpleasant look. "I took it to your second uncle's house to exchange it." Jiandong's wife was discharged from the hospital early in the morning. She must need eggs for her confinement. Pheasant eggs are more nutritious, and she is happy to exchange them. Zhongli looked at her strangely. "Aren't you at odds with your second aunt? Why are you so nice now?" Zhou's mother said arrogantly. "Who doesn't get along with her? No matter what, the 2 families are relatives. My niece-in-law has given birth, and I have to go to see her." Zhongli understood instantly. "Oh, I understand. They are a pair of bickering lovers, she understands." When Zhou's eldest and second wives gave birth to daughters one after another, Zhou Meihua would come every time, saying that she was just there to take a look. She would keep praising them, saying how beautiful the little girls were and how they looked like their mother. It sounded like praising them, but in fact, she was just watching them make fun of themselves. They were the same. When Zhou Jianmin, Zhou Meihua's eldest son, gave birth to 2 daughters, Zhou's mother also went to watch the fun. The 2 sisters-in-law are like this, still so childish at this age. But Zhongli also wanted to join in the fun, so when Zhou's mother was preparing pheasant eggs, Zhongli locked the door and took half a pound of brown sugar to go with Zhou's mother. When Zhou's mother saw a pile of pheasant eggs in the cupboard, she was not calm. "You didn't go into the mountains, did you?" "How could I have that courage? I just happened to see them outside."
I'm lucky.
"I can always get something when I go into the mountains." Zhou's mother didn't believe her and glanced at the excellent brown sugar in her hand. What are you doing with this? I'm going to watch the fun with you, Jiangli said as a matter of course. This brown sugar is so precious. There's no need to give such a good thing. I'll just exchange it for ordinary eggs later. Zhou's mother herself couldn't remember the last time she drank brown sugar, so she was reluctant to give it to others. It's okay. Jiandang's wife is a good person. When Mu Tu and the others are hungry, she sometimes gives them food. Just consider it as repayment. In the original novel, she remembered that after her death, Zhou Buchuan was a soldier far away from home, and then the heroine bullied her two children so much that they had no food to eat, and it was Jiandong's wife who gave them food. Later, the Zhou family was killed, had broken legs, or were paralyzed by the heroine, and the two children became beggars completely. Later, it was Zhou Meihua and Jiandang's wife who did not despise them and occasionally helped them survive. Although the two children became villains later, they did not forget to repay these two people. Not to mention that the two later helped with the work of collecting corpses. So half a pound of brown sugar is nothing. It's just that when the two stood at the door, they felt embarrassed listening to the cursing inside. Zhou Jiandang, are you still a human being? I worked hard for half a year to save that basket of eggs for my confinement. Now that my mother has been replaced, what am I going to eat during my confinement? No one in your family is so bullying. I lost half my life giving birth to you. The doctor told me to buy milk powder to replenish my body, but your mother said no and even threw away the milk powder ticket prescribed by the doctor. Now there's not even a single egg left for me. The baby is crying with hunger. I have no milk and even no rice porridge to drink. Zhou Jiandang was full of guilt. Don't cry, wife. The doctor said you can't cry now. I will go to mother to exchange some eggs for you and see who has fine grains. Then the two heard Zhou Meihua's cursing. Money, money, money. Do you think I can make money? You gave birth to a girl, and she still wants to eat eggs. What the Hades? She gave birth to a baby, but she took herself to the hospital and spent so much money. How can I pay the hospital fees if I have eggs to exchange for money? She still wants to eat eggs and rice porridge. Why don't you cut my flesh for her to eat? Zhou Jiandang was so anxious that his face turned red. Mom, my wife just gave birth and lost so much blood.
Can you?
Uncle, you are wrong. It is natural for women to give birth to babies. Why do you think your sister-in-law is so precious? I didn't have eggs to eat when I gave birth to Xiaopeng, but I still raised the child. When Zhou Jianmin's wife's harsh voice came, Zhou Jiandong's face became even uglier, because his sister-in-law has always been unreasonable and difficult. And the 3-year drought had just passed when Xiaopeng was born, so of course there were no eggs to eat, but when she gave birth to 2 daughters later, she ate eggs during the confinement period. She always resented that her sister-in-law asked for more betrothal gifts when she got married, and she resented that she was a city girl and was superior to her. So in the past few years, the two of them have almost become mortal enemies. Lihua came out with her newborn daughter in her arms, her face pale. Zhou Jiandang, I want to go back to my parents' home. You send me back now, since your family can't support us. I will go back to my parents' home to have confinement. Zhou Jiandang married a daughter-in-law from the city. Although he always felt that he was not worthy of her at the beginning, and it was a little awkward when they got along, he really fell in love with her later. Although he knew in his heart that if his daughter-in-law's family had not continued to face the matter of going to the countryside, and because he could not refuse the factory director's stupid son to force her to marry him, his wife wanted to avoid trouble, he would not have been able to marry a city girl. Hearing her say that she wanted to go back to her parents' home, Zhou Jiandang panicked. Jiamin's wife didn't think it was a big deal and continued, Sister-in-law, this is what you are wrong. You want to go home for such a small matter. How can you let your mother-in-law face you? Don't you see what you gave birth to? You still want to eat eggs. I haven't told you that you spend so much money of the family. Lihua didn't even look at her and walked out with the child. Zhou Jiandang was disappointed to see that his mother was still unmoved. With a bang, Zhou Jiandang knelt down. Mom, I beg you to give me some money so that I can exchange some rice and eggs. Although she is a daughter, she is also my first daughter. Zhou Meihua's face became even more terrible. Zhou Jiandang was clearly slapping her in the face and challenging her authority. Okay, you don't need your mother anymore after you marry your daughter-in-law. Don't you know how much money your wife spent on giving birth to the baby? Where is the money at home? You still want to eat fine grains? Your mother, have suffered for most of my life, and I haven't seen you give me a meal of fine grains. Now you treat me like this for your daughter-in-law. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? You want to go back to your mother's house, right? You want to go back? Our family doesn't want this girl. Get out of here. Zhou Jiandang clenched his fists, suppressing himself tightly, his body shaking. Lihua didn't say a word. If she compromised today, she would only be bullied to death in the future. Zhou Jiandang, a filial son, must force him.
Mom.
I'm your son too. I admit that you usually favor my eldest brother, but now my wife has given birth to a child. Can't she even eat an egg? I get 10 work points a day. Why can't my wife eat eggs? Mom, if you don't like me and don't like my youngest son, then let us separate the family. I can support them both. Zhou Meihua was about to roar when she heard her mother's shocked words. Oh, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Why is Jiandang kneeling here? What's going on? Are you talking about dividing the family? Zhou's mother seemed to have just seen Lihua and her daughter. No way, sister-in-law. Why is Jiandang's wife standing here holding her daughter after giving birth? She just got out of confinement. She should have a good rest and not get sick. Thinking of something, Zhou's mother covered her mouth and looked at Zhou Meihua in surprise. Sister-in-law, you don't dislike Jiandang's wife for giving birth to a girl and want to drive her out, right? Sister-in-law, you are such a cruel person, aren't you? It was you who said that women hold up half the sky and giving birth to a girl is a blessing. So you always say things against your will? Oh, this girl is so pretty. She looks like a city girl. How could you dislike such a pretty girl? Zhou's mother took the baby over. Jiandang's wife, why are you standing here after giving birth? Go in and lie down. Your mother-in-law must be joking with you. She asked me to bring some eggs yesterday for you to take care of your confinement. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Don't bother with her. Zhou Meihua's face changed again and again. How could she not understand that Zhou's mother came to laugh at her and deliberately go against her? When did I say? Zhou Meihua was about to retort loudly when she was interrupted by Zhou's mother. Look, isn't this girl fair and tender? She is so pretty. She will definitely be amazing when she grows up. Zhou Meihua subconsciously lowered her head and was about to blurt out some disdainful words when she saw the little baby grinning at her. Zhou Meihua, smiling like a fool. Isn't she very pretty? You, as a grandmother, have never held her before, right? Here you go. The child was pushed into Zhou Meihua's arms, and she couldn't refuse. Jiandang, why are you still kneeling? Why don't you take some eggs and cook 2 for your wife to increase her lactation, and remember to pack 15 kilograms of coarse grains for me. Okay, I'll go right away. Zhou Jiandang's eyes were red as he held the eggs. Zhou Meihua glanced at the pheasant eggs in the basket and did not refute what Zhou's mother said. Pheasant eggs have high nutritional value and can be exchanged for 20 kilograms of coarse grains. How could Zhou Jiamin's wife watch this farce and like this? Mom, this is not fair. The family has spent so much money to give birth to her child. Why should we use the coarse grains at home to exchange for pheasant eggs for her to eat? My little fat boy hasn't eaten eggs for a long time. If he wants to eat, it should be your eldest grandson. Before Zhou Meihua could say anything, Zhou's mother made a tsk sound. Sister-in-law, is your eldest daughter-in-law not good enough? Is she dissatisfied with your arrangement? Zhou's mother's disgusted expression was too obvious, which made Zhou Meihua turn her spearhead on Zhou Jiamin's wife.
What are you talking about?
When you gave birth to your 2 daughters, you ate a lot of eggs at home. They are all money-losing. Why are you arguing about the same thing? Zhou Meihua's hoarse voice scared the child in her arms and made him cry loudly. Zhou Jiandang came out to see what was going on while boiling pheasant eggs. Why? Are you worried that I will kill your daughter secretly? Isn't she just a little girl? Wow, second aunt, how can you play so well with all these tricks? Yesterday, I saw you nervously driving a bullock cart into the city with money to pay the hospital bills. You are obviously nervous and thinking about this little girl. Why don't you recognize her today? You can't be embarrassed to admit that there are so many of us, so you keep calling her a little girl, right? Second aunt, you obviously care about them so much. Why don't they recognize her? Don't they misunderstand you? This person has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. It's not good to be so kind. Jiang Li's words instantly lifted Zhou Meihua up, and even Zhou Jiandang looked at his mother in confusion. Zhou Meihua was choked by Jiang Li's words and couldn't speak. Could it be that she was asked to deny that what she said that day was all lies? Ask her to admit that she is a bad mother-in-law and a person who favors boys over girls. Seeing that his mother didn't refute, Zhou Jiandang believed it and stepped forward with emotion. Mom, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I shouldn't have said that to you just now. Zhou Meihua frowned and said proudly, It's good that you know. If I don't take the eggs at home to exchange for money, your wife's hospitalization fee will not be settled. The family is so poor now. How can we have extra money to exchange rice and eggs? Zhou Jiandang lowered his head guiltily. Jiang Li felt that this was not enough. Jiandang, second aunt, was so anxious that she wanted to borrow money from me yesterday for fear that the money would not be enough for the hospitalization fee. She was really worried about your wife. It's definitely not intentional that you didn't prepare anything for your wife's confinement. You have so many work points. I think you can ask the team leader for a favor and get some money in advance to exchange for some fine grains so that your wife can have milk. Otherwise, cooking rice porridge every day won't provide nutritious milk. Second aunt will definitely agree. She's just being stubborn. She says she doesn't like it, but you see she's holding the baby tightly, afraid that she'll drop it. Isn't this a beautiful picture of a kind grandmother? Zhou Jiandang became even more excited after hearing this. Thank you, mother. I'll go tell the team leader right away. I'll go right away. In a blink of an eye, the person ran away. Zhou Meihua couldn't stop him even if she wanted to. Looking at Jiang Li, she was so angry that she was panting. Jiang Li seemed not to see her murderous eyes. She leaned over to look at the baby in her arms and continued. Hey, mother, did you see it wrong? This baby doesn't look like Li Hua at all. It looks like second aunt. Look at that pouting mouth and sparkling eyes. She looks just like second aunt. She looks so much like second aunt. What name is second aunt going to give her? Zhou Meihua was still angry. Thinking about having to pay off debts when the money was distributed at the end of the year, she didn't want to pay any attention to Jiang Li. But she still said unhappily, Just call her Danny for a little girl. Jiang Li glared. Second aunt, didn't you go to school for a year or two? This name? What's wrong with this name? Country people are cheap and easy to feed. Zhou Meihua would never admit that she was uneducated. My grandson, who has been studying for so long, has become a little girl. It doesn't matter what name she has. Jiang Li clapped his hands. Second aunt, your handwriting is good. Nian, 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 nian. You have been studying for so long. She should be called Nian, nian. Your name is really good, like a city person. When the villagers call her, everyone will praise you for the good name. Zhou Meihua was flattered by the compliment. That's right. I have at least read a year or two of books, which is something others can compare to, so I'll call her Nian Nian. After hearing this, Li Hua in the room was so grateful to Jiang Li. Ever since the child was born, she was afraid that her daughter would be named by her mother-in-law, such as Pan Di, Zhao Di, Danny, and Ahua. Compared with Danny, Nian Nian is obviously better. Jiamin's wife was unhappy. Mom, how could you agree to let Jianding borrow money from the brigade? Why should she spend so much money from the family to have a child? This is not fair. Jiang Li hated people with the same personality as Zhou Erseo, so she spoke up. Yes, second aunt, I also think this is unfair. It is not fair to Jiandang. Jiandang has no children in the past 2 years, and he and his wife have earned so many work points, and they have all helped the first wife raise 3 children. It is indeed not fair. Second aunt, a cultured person like you will definitely not be mean to one son to help another. You must have treated everyone equally, right? Otherwise, how stupid it would be. You helped another family and still feel that you haven't given enough. It's endless. Doing this will hurt the other son's feelings, and you won't get any good results. How could you do this? Now that Jiandong's wife has given birth, second aunt must be ready to let Jiandong's wife have a good rest and a full month of confinement to compensate for their contributions in the past 2 years, right? You definitely didn't tell Jiandong about this. If he knew, he would definitely be more filial. A full month of confinement? There are not many people in the village who have such a couple. It's Li Hua's blessing to have a good mother-in-law like you. I have to talk about this to others and let everyone know what kind of good mother-in-law my second aunt is. She is simply a model of the best mother-in-law in the village. After a lot of flattery, Zhou Meihua couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth that were raised. Buchuan's wife, I love what you said. I dare say there is no better mother-in-law than me in the village. A woman must take good care of herself during the confinement period so that she can take good care of her body and give birth to more children. Don't abuse your daughter-in-law like Aunt Huang does. She made her daughter-in-law who had just given birth go to the fields to earn work points and went to the river to wash clothes in the middle of winter. The doctor said that she would not be able to get pregnant in the future. She spent money on the bride price to marry a hen that can't lay eggs. If she wants a grandson, she has to change a daughter-in-law, and she needs more money for the bride price. In the end, she is the one who suffers. I think everyone should learn from me. Let the daughter-in-law take good care of herself and give birth to more children. She will definitely give birth to a son. Don't you think so? Zhongli gave her a thumbs up. Second aunt, you are so conscious. We should all learn from you. With a wife like you, no wonder second uncle has such a good reputation as an accountant. It seems that it is second aunt's credit. Of course, men must have a good wife to move up the ladder. There are not many people with such a high level of consciousness as me. Zhou Meihua smiled and liked Zhongli more and more. She even handed the child in her hand and the brown sugar to Zhou's mother unconsciously. She pulled Zhongli aside to chat. Not only that, Zhongli took out a handful of melon seeds from his trouser pocket and chatted with Zhou Meihua. Zhou's mother looked at Zhou Meihua with disgust and rolled her eyes. She thought to herself, it's so stupid. She is being controlled by her daughter-in-law and doesn't even know that she is being led by the nose. But her daughter-in-law is also a capable person. She plays the game of flattery very well. By the time her brainless sister-in-law reacts, her boasting will spread throughout the village, and she will regret it. She took the child in and caught Li Hua, who was eavesdropping. Don't listen, don't worry, you can have a good confinement this time. Didn't you say you had a cut on your stomach? Why are you standing here? Doesn't it hurt? Mother Zhou put the child on the Kong. Li Hua smiled awkwardly. Aunt, you came at the right time.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I would have been in confinement. I'm not here to help you. If you hadn't fed Mu Tu Sure Tu, I wouldn't have paid any attention to you. I put the brown sugar eggs here. You must keep them this time. And you, how come you still can't judge people after being married for so long? Mother Zhou pointed outside. Did you hear that? Learn from me. Learn how smart my daughter-in-law is. Your mother-in-law is just a face-saving person. If you argue with her, she can do nothing about you. Anyway, you will feel better if you praise her highly. Don't you understand this? Mother Zhou didn't tell her this out of kindness, but deliberately to make things difficult for Zhou Meihua. Li Hua wasn't really stupid. After what Zhongli did this time, she would naturally know how to deal with Zhou Meihua next time. Thank you, Auntie. Say thank you to Zhongli for me. Okay, just lie down. I'll get you the eggs. After the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law left, Zhou Meihua realized what a stupid thing she had done. With nowhere to vent, she naturally had to find trouble with Li Hua. Li Hua had already prepared the script when she saw her come in. She got off the bed with a weak and difficult look on her face and affectionately took Zhou Meihua's arm. Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't know you had done so much for us. I just made a fuss with you. It was really wrong. How could I have met such a good mother-in-law like you, who was willing to lend me money for medical treatment? You also gave Nian Nian such a nice name. When she grows up, I will definitely ask her to be filial to you. Don't worry, from now on you are my real mother, and I will never make you angry again. After saying that, she leaned on Zhou Meihua in a mushy way. Zhou Meihua, who had never given birth to a daughter in her life, had never experienced such a disgusting scene, and she got goosebumps. Her speech became a little stuttering and unnatural. Since your wound has not healed, take good care of it, and I will help you take care of the child. After saying that, Zhou Meihua picked up the child and was about to leave. Lihua did not forget to praise her again. Nian is really lucky to meet a grandmother like you who is highly conscious and does not discriminate against boys. I can't be more relieved to have you, mother, taking care of Nian. In the past, the two of them always spoke in sarcastic terms, but now Lihua's flattery made Zhou Meihua not know how to face her. The messy steps seemed to mean fleeing in panic. Lihua looked at the back and smiled. It seems that this method works. If she had known it would work, why would she be so stubborn? Why did she talk back? No matter how many truths she said, they were not as good as a bunch of sugar-coated bullets. And Zhongli was also a good person to the end. When she went back, she deliberately promoted it. Zhou's mother looked at her daughter-in-law with a sly smile. When your second aunt realizes, she will be angry with you. You set a trap for her like this. She will be afraid to see you next time. Zhongli blinked with an innocent look. What trap? I don't understand. On the way, they met Zhou Jiandang carrying half a basket of eggs. Seeing that he looked distressed, Zhou's mother asked casually, "Rice? Were all the families who begged to be driven out?" Mother Zhou looked at him like a fool. Her disdain was too obvious. Even Zhongli couldn't stand his stupidity. "My cousin, the food hasn't been distributed yet? Who has rice at this time? You're begging from door to door. How can people not treat you as a fool and drive you out? No matter how good your attitude is, people will think you are playing a trick on them. Not to mention the villagers, there is no rice in the granary of the team. You asked so many families, but you didn't know to borrow from the educated youth's camp. There will always be a few with better conditions, hiding some rice to improve the food every now and then." Zhou Jiandang was a little confused. Obviously, he also found out what stupid thing he had done. No wonder those people pushed him out the door just now. Zhou Jiandang blushed. "Then I'll take the money to exchange it now." He wanted to run away after he finished speaking, but was stopped by Mother Zhou. "Why are you running away before you finish speaking? No wonder they are biological sons. Why do you do the most but are not liked? It turns out you are a fool. The fourth sister-in-law has rice at home. Why don't you ask her to change some of yours? You're running around sweating and you look stupid." Zhou Jiandang kept talking about stupid things and touched his head awkwardly. "Then I'll trouble the fourth sister-in-law." In fact, Zhou Jiandang and Zhou Buchuan were born only one day apart. As for the two brothers Zhou Jiandang and Zhou Jianmin, they called each other by their first names. This was the first time Zhou Jiandang called the fourth sister-in-law. After they came out, Zhongli didn't want to go back so soon. "Mom, you go back and give it to Jiandang, I'll go around." Seeing that her daughter-in-law trusted her so much and let her control such precious fine grains, Zhou's mother was very satisfied. "Okay, go ahead. What do you want to eat for lunch?" "No need, just cook for those 3 people, I'll come back to make lunch." Zhongli was of course happy to have someone help with cooking, but she couldn't praise Zhou's mother's cooking skills. It's not that her cooking skills were bad. She was just used to hard work and was reluctant to put in the ingredients. Just as he was about to leave, Zhongli suddenly remembered something important. "By the way, mother, see how much rice Jiandang can exchange for. Don't exchange it for money. Exchange it for firewood." "I'm out of firewood." "Why exchange for firewood? Mother can just go up the mountain and pick up a few handfuls later." Firewood was worthless, so Zhou's mother was reluctant. "No, we've separated. It's not appropriate for you to help me pick up firewood. I can't do this kind of dirty job. If I don't exchange it for firewood, I'll have to spend money to find someone to do it. It's better to let Jiandang do it." Okay, you won't listen to me anyway." Mother Zhou turned away in anger. Zhou Jiandang, on the other hand, was grateful to Zhongli.
Diangli tachet her nose.
She actually had no intention of helping him, but she really lacked firewood. The two left Zhongli and walked towards a mountain. Life would be boring if they didn't eat meat for a day. However, there were 3 outsiders in the house, so it was impossible to eat pheasants and rabbits every day, so the only thing they could take out was wild boar. At this time, We have to talk about the usefulness of the processing plant. The wild boar was thrown in, and in half an hour, pieces of meat were spit out. 2 ribs for pig's trotters, an ugly pig's head, 2 pig's ears, a pig's tail, pig's stomach, pig's intestines, pig's liver, pig's lungs, pig's kidneys, lean meat, pork belly, pig's bones, a little pig's fat, and a pot of red pig's blood. More than 200 kilograms of meat, after each part is separated. It looks like a large pile of meat, which is very good. But Zhongli did not dare to take the good meat back, otherwise Zhou's mother would know that it was wild boar meat at a glance. Put all the things in the open kitchen of the villa. While it is early, Zhongli wants to make some and put them in the villa. If you don't want to cook one day, just take it out. The pig's trotters of this wild boar must be cooked in a pressure cooker, otherwise it will be difficult to chew. When putting it in to cook, Zhongli took out a big pot and started to prepare the marinade. She was going to braise a large pot of meat and put it here. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zhongli walked home with a large bunch of pig intestines. Zhou's mother was already cooking for the 3 people at this time. When she saw the large bunch of pig intestines in Zhongli's hand, she was so angry that she didn't want to talk to her. "Why did you go to buy meat again?" Zhongli said as a matter of course. "I didn't buy meat. This is pig intestines, not meat. I'll trouble you to cut them all. I'll go to the back of the house to pick some wild peppers. There are a lot of wild peppers and wild basil growing behind their house. If you want to eat them, just go to the back and pick them." Without giving Zhou's mother time to speak, Zhongli handed over the pig intestines and went out with the basket. There were a lot of wild peppers growing in the back, but almost no one came to pick them. Instead, a lot of basil was picked. Although there was a shortage of food at this time, all wild and edible things would be snatched, but wild peppers were an exception. It's not that people don't like spicy food. On the contrary, they like it very much, but eating spicy food when they are often hungry is like eating poison. People are already hungry and their stomachs can't stand spicy food, so peppers are not very popular. This is Zhongli was very pleased. She picked the peppers and put them into the villa. She also transplanted a few pepper seedlings into the farm. The pepper leaves were very lush, which made Zhongli a little greedy. Pepper leaves are good things. They are delicious when boiled into soup. Zhongli picked a basket full of pepper leaves before going back. Mother Zhou wanted to ask why she had been gone for so long, but when she turned around and saw the basket of pepper leaves, her eyes became strange when she looked at Zhongli. She had just praised her for her cooking skills in the morning, but now she couldn't even tell the difference between peppers and pepper leaves. Zhongli looked at the strange eyes and realized belatedly that she had become a fool in the eyes of Mother Zhou. "Mother Zhou, isn't I just a fool? As a country girl, I can't even tell the difference between peppers and pepper leaves. Chili leaves." Zhongli also knew that no one eats chili leaves at this time, and it would take a long time for everyone to know that chili leaves are not spicy. "I use these chili leaves to make soup. Don't I have a bunch of rice noodles? Use them to make soup." Zhongli picked up the chili leaves and put them in the vegetable washing basin in the yard. "Zhou's mother, you stir-fried pig intestines with chili peppers and boiled chili leaves in soup. They are all spicy dishes. Mu Tu and his friends are young and can't eat too spicy." Zhongli had a look of certainty on her face. "Who said these chili leaves are spicy? Try it when the soup is cooked." And she is an authentic southerner. How could the dishes be too spicy? Mu Tu and his friends will definitely be able to eat them. Zhou's mother looked unconvinced. "Mom, call Dad and let's eat here at noon. You help wash the vegetables and I'll go in to cook." The 2 brothers came back as soon as the meal was ready, as if they were smelling the smell with dog noses. Their faces were flushed, and little Shirtu came back and hugged Zhongli. "Mom, when will you buy us new clothes? I'm going out in new clothes today, and my friends are so jealous of me." Zhongli saw that he was sweating and knew that he was showing off in the village in his new clothes. She said with a smile, "You haven't worn another set of new clothes yet, but you're thinking about buying them. Aren't you a little greedy?" Shirtu grinned. "Mom, if we are obedient, you will buy us new clothes in the future, right?" Of course, Zhongli would not agree so readily. "That depends on whether you can help Mother with work. If you play like you did this morning, I won't buy you anything." Shirdu started to act like a spoiled child, calling her mother all the time, his eyes fixed on the shiny pig intestines in the pot. The aroma of stir-fried peppers with pig intestines was so tempting that it could be smelled from the old house next door. The 4 daughters of the first wife and the 3 daughters of the second wife all stood by the wall and sniffed. Zhou Erseo, who was cooking, saw this scene and immediately thought of Zhongli's mockery of her, saying that she could only envy. Then she looked at her 3 stupid daughters and became furious. Why should I eat meat during festivals? I want to see how many meat tickets she has. Don't let it be New Year's Eve when everyone is eating meat and they can't even eat steamed buns. That would be ridiculous. Zhou Dahua and her 2 sisters didn't dare to say anything. They all knew who she was scolding. However, Zhou Sanhua, the youngest sister, couldn't help licking her fingers when she smelled the fragrance. Zhou Erseo saw how stupid she was and slapped her on the back of her head. Look at how greedy you are. Am I your mother starving you? If you want to eat so much, go be your 4th aunt's daughter. Maybe you can even have a few bites. Zhou Sanhua opened her mouth and wanted to cry loudly after being slapped on the back of her head. But after hearing Zhou Erseo's words, she blinked cutely. Can I still be 4th aunt's daughter? Then will I also have new clothes and shoes to wear and meat to eat like my brother Mumu? Zhou Dahua and Zhou Erhua saw Zhou Erseo's gloomy face and quickly pulled their stupid and greedy hands to signal her to shut up. What are you doing, elder sister and second sister? Mother said that 4th aunt can be the mother instead. If you go to their house, you can wear new clothes, eat meat, and have candied haws, and you don't have to be beaten by mother every day. Zhou Dahua and Zhou Erhua shook their heads desperately. They were almost crying because of their stupid sister. Zhou Erseo's anger finally erupted, and she twisted Zhou Erhua's ear. You are a traitor. Your mother has raised you for 3 years, and you actually want to be someone else's daughter. Don't you see how stupid you are? Do you think your 4th aunt will like you? You want to eat meat, right? I'm going to beat you to death and eat your meat. Zhou Erseo picked up the broom in the yard and hit Sanhua hard in anger.
Wow.
Woo-woo. Don't hit me, woo-woo. I was wrong. Zhou Erseo was so angry that she beat Zhou Erhua, a 3-year-old child, until her skin was torn and flesh was exposed. Zhou Dahua and Zhou Erhua were so scared that they didn't dare to step forward, for fear that they would be hurt too. Zhou Dahua wanted to say a few words but was stopped by Zhou Erhua. Sister, don't say anything. Mother is angry now. She will beat us too later. But Sanhua is going to be beaten to death. Zhou Dahua's eyes were struggling. No, Mother still wants to use us 3 sisters to make dowry money. She won't beat us to death. So, Zhou Dahua just stood in the corner and didn't move forward, because she didn't want to be beaten. And Zhou Damei and the other 4 from the first room were also frightened by Zhou Erseo's brutal appearance. Seeing the bloodstains on Sanhua's body, Zhou Damei was the first to react and ran to Jiang Li's house. Grandma, second aunt is going to beat Sanhua to death. Second aunt is going to beat Sanhua to death. Sanhua screamed so miserably that Jiang Li certainly heard it. So as soon as Zhou Damei went out, she met Zhou's mother, Jiang Li, and others. Zhou's mother ran in with a long face, and the anxiety on her face was obvious. Although she favored boys over girls, she thought she was good to her granddaughters on weekdays, not to mention beating them. When seeing Sanhua's miserable appearance, Zhou's mother was still shocked. She didn't expect Zhou Erseo to be so cruel to her own child. She stepped forward and snatched the bamboo stick and threw it at Zhou Erseo. Are you crazy? You beat the child like this. Are you going to beat her to death? Zhou's mother looked at Sanhua's small body curled up on the ground, and she was so angry that she started to beat Zhou Erseo.
Mom?
What's wrong with me beating my own child? Can I discipline my own child? Zhou Erseo was not stupid. She could hide when Zhou's mother beat her. Are you disciplining her? You're trying to kill her. Sanhua is so young, and you can be so cruel. You are too vicious. Zhou Erseo also caught a glimpse of Jiang Li and Mutu Shirtu, who were wearing new clothes. In front of Jiang Li, she was even more unwilling to show weakness and admit that she was wrong, and her tone became louder. She is my daughter. What's wrong with me hitting her if she doesn't listen to me? I gave you your life. Besides, do you know what she said? She said she wanted to be the daughter of the fourth son at such a young age. I worked hard to raise her for 3 years, but she wanted to change her mother for a piece of meat. What's wrong with me hitting her? Anyway, she is a witch that can't be tamed, so just beat her to death to prevent her from getting the upper hand from some witch. When saying this, Zhou Erceo stared at Zhongli, and it was obvious who the witch was referring to. Zhongli didn't tolerate her either, and stepped forward and slapped her. Who are you calling a witch? I think you are the most despicable person in the entire Zhou family. You are not happy unless you make some trouble all day long, right? Zhou Erceo's head was hit and tilted to the side. Just as she raised it, she was slapped twice more. I've really tolerated you for long enough. Aren't you just jealous of me and annoyed to see me eating meat? How can you vent your anger on a child? Come to my house if you have the guts, and I'll beat you to a pulp. 2 more slaps made Zhongli's palms hurt.
Jianli.
I'm going to fight you. Zhou Erceo's eyes widened, and she rushed towards Zhongli. On the other hand, Zhongli turned lightly, dodged Zhou Erceo's, and kicked over.
Ah!
Zhou Erceo fell flat on her face, uttering a terrible cry. Zhou Anan trotted in and saw Zhou Erceo falling to the ground like a kite with a broken string, splashing dust all over the floor. Zhou's mother had seen Sanhua's injuries. Fortunately, she came early, as they were all superficial injuries. Many of her body was scratched by bamboo sticks, and she was bleeding a lot. She had just taken Sanhua back to the room and waited for her to come out, and saw Zhou Erceo being beaten unilaterally, and she wanted to applaud. Ahem. Zhongli looked over, and her face regained a well-behaved expression. Mom, let's go over to eat. The food is getting cold. Zhou's mother pretended to be serious and walked up to Zhou Erceo. Second brother, if I find you beating the children again, you'll go back to your Li family. Our Zhou family can't afford a daughter-in-law like you. Zhou Erceo covered her stomach that was kicked and hurt and screamed in shock. Mom, didn't you see Zhongli hit me? She also beat people, and she should be the one to go back to her parents' home. For someone as lazy and spendthrift as she is, you should send her back and divorce her for fourth uncle. With fourth uncle's allowance and position, he can marry any woman he wants. You should find him a new wife. Zhongli's eyes flashed with coldness when he heard this. Second sister-in-law, you hate me so much. Are you eyeing my man's allowance and want to replace him? No wonder we are all family, but you go out and talk about my faults every day and ruin my reputation. You actually have this idea. Zhou Erceo was upset when she heard this. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I fall in love with your man? Do you think everyone is like you, staring at that little bit of money and living like a widow? Zhongli snorted coldly. Really? I've heard you instigate mother to send me home several times. I thought you wanted to change a man? Otherwise, why are you so active? No matter how lazy I am or how spendthrift I am, the money I spend is not yours. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhongli's sharp eyes made Zhou Er's wife flustered, as if all her thoughts were seen through. Who is anxious? I'm just telling the truth. Who wouldn't want to change a daughter-in-law like you? I'm just kindly reminding my mother. Zhou Er's wife said this loudly, as if she wanted to hide something. Zhongli rolled her eyes. Then you are really kind-hearted. You are willing to destroy my marriage at the risk of going to jail. I don't know how many years you will have to serve in jail for destroying a military marriage. What do you mean? Zhou Er's wife was a little confused. My marriage with Zhou Buchuan was approved by the organization leaders, and the files are all on record. Anyone who wants to destroy a military marriage is breaking the law. Stupid. Zhou Er's wife laughed. You think the leaders are so idle that they can manage the affairs of the young couple. You can at least make up some lies. Zhou Anan. It's true. This is formulated to protect the marriage of soldiers. If both parties do not have major faults, they cannot divorce at will. Otherwise, it is illegal. When these words came out, even Zhou's mother was shocked because she had really thought about letting them divorce. Zhou Erceo's mouth trembled, and she didn't dare to say anything. Zhongli did not forget to continue to mock her. Second sister-in-law, It's not scary to be uneducated. What's scary is stupidity. If you put yourself in jail, it will be big news. After that, Zhongli ignored Zhou Erseo's murderous eyes and asked Zhou's mother to go with her for dinner. Zhou's mother was worried about Sanhua's injury, so she couldn't explain it. Zhongli, it's up to you, but who will eat the extra dishes? Are we going to feed them to the dogs? She muttered, and before Zhou's mother could scold anyone, she glanced at Zhou and on the side. Mutu sure too. Go treat your aunt to a meal. Zhou blinked and pointed at herself in surprise, while Zhongli had already turned and left. Mutu sure too still liked this aunt very much, and the two happily stepped forward and held Zhou hand. Wait, I won't go, the family is cooking. Zhou refused, and she would never admit in her heart that she was a little scared of Zhongli now. Aunt, my mother made delicious meat today. It smells so good. Come and eat with us, come on. Shirtu shook her hand. Zhou wanted to refuse, but Zhou's mother spoke. Go ahead, your fourth sister-in-law did make a lot of food. You can go and try some meat, but remember to wash the dishes before coming back. Zhou was puzzled. Are you really going? Go. Why don't you go if she invites you? She is your fourth sister-in-law. What's wrong with you eating her meal?
Go boldly.
So, Zhou really followed Mutu and the others. When they arrived at Zhongli's house, Zhou was still a little embarrassed, but Mutu and Shirtu were very excited and pulled her to the dining table. Zhou's father didn't come over when he learned about what happened over there, so only the mother and son and Zhou were left to eat. Just looking can fill your stomach? You eat as much as you can when someone invites you to dinner. Are you stupid? Zhou pursed her lips. Fourth sister-in-law, you have invited me to dinner. Can't you say something nicer? That's right, if you have food but don't eat. What is stupid? Mutu and Shirtu. Don't you think so? The two brothers nodded. Zhou fourth sister-in-law, you have such a poisonous mouth. You will have no friends. At this time, the two brothers nodded repeatedly, and Mutu also echoed. Mom, it's not good for you to always say something deliberately irritating. You irritate Grandma. Zhongli asked back, don't you think it's funny when your grandma gets so angry that she jumps up and down? The three looked at her speechlessly. So she talks like this every day just for fun? Okay, let's eat quickly. Now Zhou had no worries at all when looking at the white rice. She picked it up and took a big mouthful. The pig intestines were fried in oil and fragrant, with a slight spiciness, which went well with rice. Zhou was halfway through eating, and she was in a better mood and said, Fourth sister-in-law, you will not feel guilty and feel sorry for me, and treat me to a meal to make up for it, right?
Jiangli.
I think it is better for you to go back and eat wild vegetable porridge. Zhongli reached out to take Zhou bowl. Zhou smiled and dodged. Fourth sister-in-law, you're showing a guilty conscience. I was right, wasn't I? Zhongli saw that Zhou expression seemed to have let it go, and was a little confused. The next second, Zhou explained it to her. Fourth sister-in-law, my classmate wrote to me this morning. The school is now in chaos. The students don't study and make trouble every day. The teachers have become rats crossing the street. They are now forming gangs in the school, forming small teams, parading outside and shouting slogans, and joining those people to bully Cho Laojiu and others. So even if I go to school, I probably won't be able to finish it, I won't be able to graduate, and I might even be implicated, so you don't have to blame yourself. Zhongli certainly knew what was going on outside, and curled her lips. What brain of yours saw me blaming myself? I told you you're stupid and you don't admit it. Hurry up and leave after eating. It's so frustrating to see you so stupid. Zhou a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. After Zhou came back, Zhou's mother exaggerated Zhou's sister-in-law's behavior, causing Zhou to burst out with anger that had been suppressed for many years.
Lilaidi.
I didn't expect you to be such a vicious person. If I had known that you could be so cruel to your own children, I shouldn't have agreed to marry you back then. I thought you were just a little selfish, a little short-sighted, not a big evil person, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious and beat your own child like this. Look at what you look like now, sarcastic and mean, and every word you say can be sour. You always say that I despise you for not being able to have a son, but for so many years, have I ever said that you must have a son? I'm telling you, Li lied, next time you beat on my daughters again, you'll have to go back to your Li family. Zhou Lauer shouted at Li lied. Li lied sat on the ground, looked up at all the people in the Zhou family standing tall, and looking at her, a feeling of humiliation surged in her heart, and she shouted back unwillingly. Do you think I want to beat her? Why don't you ask her what she said? I worked so hard to raise them, but they said they wanted to be daughters of the fourth brother's family. How can I not be sad? Although you said you don't care whether you have a son or not, ask yourself, do you really not mind at all? The people in the village said such harsh things, don't you mind at all? Is it wrong for me to try hard to have a son? Who am I doing this for? I gave birth to one child after another in the past few years, and in the end I still get blamed by you.
Li Li cried sadly.
No one spoke for a while. Even Zhou's father and mother remembered the unpleasant words the villagers said when Mutu Shirtu was not born. Zhou Deseo, who gave birth to 4 daughters in a row, was also aroused by her inner sadness. As a woman, she understood Li Li's feelings best. Giving birth is painful. Why do you still want to give birth? Because you are afraid that your man will despise you, that no one will see you off when you are old, that people will say you have no descendants, and that your in-laws will not like you. This farce ended with Li Li's tears. Because of the well digging, Zhou's mother came every day, and Zhongli didn't go to the town anymore. With outsiders around, the family didn't dare to make a fuss every day.
Meat.
Zhongli had nothing to do every day except going up the mountain. In just a few days, Zhongli transplanted almost every kind of vegetable that could be collected in the village and the wild game from the mountain into the farm, and also raised a lot of prey on the ranch. But these things are now not allowed to see the light of day, and she doesn't know how to explain their origins when she takes them out. Except for the wild vegetables that can be taken back every day, the rest are all stored in the warehouse and will be dealt with later. Even so, Zhou's mother still asked her where the wild vegetables she picked could grow so well and so juicy. Until the 10th day, Zhongli really couldn't hold it in anymore. After breakfast, she told Zhou's mother that she was going to the town later. What are you going to buy in the town again? We have everything at home. Why are you going? What is missing? We lack meat.
It's been a long time since I last had meat. I'm going to see if I can buy some meat.
Shirtu said he wanted to eat dumplings last night. Zhongli threw the pot to Shirtu. Shirtu blinked and stared at Zhongli, who was lying. Zhongli looked at him and raised her eyebrows, and Shirtu understood immediately. Grandma, I have never eaten dumplings, and I don't even know what dumplings taste like. Shirtu said in a baby voice. Zhou's mother looked at him unhappily. Your grandma has only eaten a few dumplings in my life, and I don't know how many years ago the last time I ate them. Shirtu smiled. That's perfect. Ask Mom to buy more meat, and you can eat too. Zhou's mother choked. Is this what she meant?
She meant that there is no need to spend that money.
Zhongli spread his hands and shrugged. Mom, you see, I can't do anything if the children want to eat. If they didn't want to eat, do you think I would be willing to go to town in such a hot weather? It's all because of these 2 debt collectors. Zhongli's words were clearly a rogue, and Zhou's mother knew that this was just to inform her, not to discuss with her at all. If she hadn't seen the mother and son exchanging glances, she would have really believed it. Zhongli didn't care about her. Then I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on them today. After that, she went back to her room and changed into a yellow floral skirt, tied 2 braids, and put on black leather shoes. She looked very fashionable. When she came out, Zhou's mother stared at her. The skirt with yellow flowers on a white background is already flaunting, and Zhongli's snow-white skin is so white that it's dazzling when she stands in the sun. It looks amazing. Your clothes. Zhou's mother frowned. It looks good, right? It makes you look youthful and young, like an 18-year-old girl. Zhongli even turned around conceitedly. Seeing her like this, Zhou's mother couldn't help but say, You are in the countryside. How many times can you wear such a beautiful skirt? Besides, you are married now. If you dress like this, people will think you are a little girl. It's too ostentatious. Staring at Zhongli's face, Zhou's mother became more and more worried. This daughter-in-law seemed to be more beautiful. Her son was away all year round. How could he take care of the house? Zhou's mother expressed her worry. Jiangli disagreed with her point of view. It's not right for you to say that. Life is short. You should enjoy it while you are young. What's wrong with country people? Can't country people wear nice clothes? Clothes make me look young and beautiful. What a happy thing. You can dress so beautifully after getting married. It means that I married a good man. My husband will also have face when I go out, right? Zhou's mother. Mom just thinks it's inconvenient to do any work in a skirt. It's so expensive. It can be exchanged for a lot of food. I don't work. Jiangli said this as a matter of course, without any embarrassment. Even Zhou's mother didn't know what to say to her. Jiangli shook her braids and walked out. Before she walked out of the village, she was stopped by the two brothers. Mom, you are lying. I didn't say I wanted to eat dumplings last night. Shirtu complained. Jiangli bent down and blinked innocently. Then Shirtu doesn't want to eat dumplings?
Shito nodded. Ido.
Then does it matter whether I said it or not? Shirtu was about to shake his head, but Mutu held him back. It matters. Lying is wrong, Mom. You shouldn't lie. Jiangli raised an eyebrow and glanced at Mutu. Okay. He is still honest. Then Mom lied, because I listened to you. Didn't you tell me not to make Grandma angry? Do you want me to talk back and make your grandma angry? Mutu paused and shook his head. But. No buts. Don't you want to eat dumplings? Or, do you want to see me quarreling with your grandma? The two shook their heads at the same time, and Shirtu did not forget to ask. Mom, will you really buy meat and make dumplings? Yes. After agreeing, Zhongli did not forget to explain. Sometimes white lies are okay. Look, in this way, Mom and Grandma won't quarrel. You and your brother can eat dumplings, and Mom can go shopping in the town. Why not do it, right? Mutu nodded as if he understood. I'll know next time. Then can Mom leave now? If you don't leave, you won't be able to catch up with the ox cart, and you won't have dumplings to eat. Shirtu pulled Mutu to make way quickly. Mom, go. Come back quickly. We will wait for you at home. Jiangli flicked his forehead. Little devil. Shirtu covered his forehead and laughed. When Jiangli appeared at the entrance of the village in a skirt, she attracted another round of criticism. The gossipy Anne also said, Oh, it seems that the sun really rises from the west, Buchuan's wife. Where are you going and you are wearing a skirt? Need I ask? They are definitely going to the town. Everyone knows that Buchuan's wife doesn't like to sleep in now. She likes shopping. After Zhou Erseo's propaganda, everyone in the village knew that Zhongli had spent a lot of money to buy a large truck of things last time. But Buchuan's wife, where did you buy this skirt? It must have cost a lot, right? Some people are moved when they see such a beautiful skirt and want to touch it. Zhongli dodged with a cold face, very annoyed by this kind of behavior. It was like this last time, and it was the same this time. Auntie, my skirt is from a big city. You'd better not touch it. If you break it, you'll have to pay several dollars for it. Besides, we are not familiar with each other. It's not polite for you to do this. Several aunts were stunned for a moment, and then they reacted with anger on their faces. Buchuan's wife, how can you talk like that? We are your elders after all. What's the big deal about a torn skirt? Why are you showing off? That's right. You dress up so fancy when your man is not at home. You say you're going to town, but who knows if you're going to do something immoral. I don't know how cuckolded Buchuan is. As soon as the aunt finished speaking, Zhongli slapped her twice. Zhongli, seldom go out in recent years. I can't remember any sins I have committed. Aunts, let you ruin my reputation and force me to die. It's rare that I want to live a good life, but you can't stand me being well, and you slander me for cheating because of a skirt. Okay. Since you want to force me to die, I will beat you to death first. In this era, when even a little rumor can kill people, Zhongli knows very well that if she doesn't kill a chicken to scare the monkey, such troubles will never end in the future. Then when everyone arrived, they saw Zhongli, who had no awareness of wearing a skirt at all, fighting 3 people alone and controlling the whole scene. Woo-woo. I'm going to die. I was beaten like this by a junior. Captain, you must take charge of us this time. This Buchuan wife is really crazy. Yes, Captain's wife. She is really crazy. She beats us when she sees us. We must catch her. Li snorted angrily. The ability of the ants to confuse right and wrong is really eye-opening. Why did I hit people? Do you dare to tell everyone? Captain, you came at the right time. I want to sue them. I was just walking on the road in a skirt, and these 3 ants came up and touched me. Because I didn't let them touch the skirt, they became angry and slandered the families of soldiers. You have ruined my reputation and attempted to destroy a military marriage. You must give me an explanation for what happened today, or I will sue them. Captain Zhou Guotai felt a throbbing pain in his head when he saw that it was Li again. His brother's wife seemed to be a tough one. It had only been a short time, and they were fighting again. After looking her up and down and making sure that she was not injured, Zhou Guotai coughed lightly. 3 ants is what Li said true? Did you slander her or scold her? Did this happen? The 3 ants dodged their glances, and one of them said unconvincingly, "We just wanted to touch her skirt, and then we were beaten." Captain, so what if she is a family member of a soldier? She can't beat people for no reason. Li folded his hands and looked at the 3 people and said in a cold voice, "Captain, the 3 ants slandered me for cheating because they saw that I was dressed beautifully. This is undoubtedly to force me to die. Since they don't admit it today, I will beat them to death and then commit suicide." The expression on Li's face did not seem fake, and the 3 ants were frightened by her eyes and took a half step back. The captain sighed deeply, knowing that today's matter had to be handled properly again. 3 ants, you saw it too. Did you say these words or not? Slandering the families of soldiers is a serious crime. If Li really cares about it, I can't save you if you are sent to labor reform. The 3 ants were scared at the thought of labor reform. We just complained a lot. Who knew she would beat us like crazy? The captain had a gloomy face and a stern voice. Nonsense. Do you think you can just complain about your reputation? You talk nonsense without evidence, and you slander the families of soldiers. Do you think you have a long life? It was the first time that everyone saw Zhou Guotai get angry, and the 3 ants felt so wronged. Captain, we just said one sentence. She has to compensate us for beating us like this, right? Li said coldly, compensation? It's good enough that I don't ask you to compensate me for my reputation loss. Captain, these 3 people must apologize to me and pay 3 yuan each. Otherwise, everyone will spread rumors like them in the future, and how many people will be harmed? I was just wearing a skirt. I spent my own money to buy a skirt to wear. How can it be considered stealing? People like this must be severely punished. Otherwise, who will dare to wear new clothes in the future? The 3 ants reacted strongly. 3 yuan. Why don't you rob it? Okay, if you don't pay, I will sue you and send you to labor reform. You slandered the families of soldiers. 3 months of labor reform is enough for you. Li turned around and left without hesitation. Zhou Guotai hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Let's talk it over. We are all from the same village. I think they already know they are wrong. Zhou Guotai yelled at the 3 unmoved sisters-in-law. Why don't you apologize quickly? Do you really want to be sent to labor reform? The 3 sisters-in-law still didn't repent. It's not that serious. It's just a few words. Zhou Guotai was also angered by these ignorant ants. Are you going to apologize now? If you don't apologize and are really sent to labor camp, I won't care about you. The 3 ants were really afraid that the matter would get out of hand, so they finally chose to apologize and compensated $1. Li didn't expect them to really compensate $3, and now $1 per person was the result in her mind. Li took the $3 and did not forget to warn, let's just let it go this time. If there's a next time, I will never let it go easily. For Ant, maybe what you said was just a few words, but if it is spread by someone with ulterior motives, the false will be said to be true. How can you let me live then? So don't blame me, Ant. If I didn't do this, who would dare to wear a skirt to go out? Who would dare to wear nice clothes? At this time, an educated youth stood up indignantly, pointing at one of the ants and said, Li is right. The captain and these ants should be severely punished. Last time, I just wore a nice-looking shirt and said something to a male comrade, and she spread everywhere that I had an affair with that male educated youth. If that male, educated youth hadn't stood up and said that he had a girlfriend in the city, I would never be able to clear myself even if I jumped into the Yellow River. I just don't understand. I was an educated youth sent to the countryside to assist in construction. How could even the clothes I wore be flaunted? Who did I offend? The more the educated youth talked, the more aggrieved he felt. Thinking of how he was misunderstood by everyone at that time, he burst into tears. Zhongli didn't watch what happened next. She put the money away, swung her braids, and walked past Zhou Erseo proudly. When she arrived in the town, Zhongli wanted to go straight to the department store, but she didn't expect that she would meet an unexpected person on the way. She raised her eyebrows and followed without any suspense. Zhongli stared at the man and woman in front of her meaningfully, with a look of watching a show in her eyes. Ayu, don't worry. When I get all the things in the Wei family, I will definitely divorce that fat woman and marry you. Suyu snorted coldly. You have been saying this for several years. Jiang Cheng, do you have a conscience? You cheated on my body, coaxed me to give birth to a child for you, and said you would marry me. Now that the years have passed, have you done it? Your words are like farts. 5 years ago, you said that you would marry me when you became the director of the Revolutionary Committee. 4 years ago, you said that you would marry me when you got your feet on the ground. Later you said that you would marry me when I gave birth to a son. Until now, you have become the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee. The son I gave birth to for you is 3 years old, and now you are pregnant with another one, but you still want me to wait for you. I think you are just lying to me. You Jiang Cheng are a rascal. Suyu hit him. Jiang Cheng did not dodge but protected her. Ayu, I am also doing this for our better future. You should be careful and don't be angry. Don't be angry with the baby in your belly. Jiang Cheng put his arm around Suyu's waist with a flattering look on his face and carefully protected her slightly bulging belly with his other hand. Ayu, I am only the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee now. Once the old man of the Wei family falls, the position of director and all the money collected by the Wei family will be ours. Aren't you tempted? For the sake of our bright future and our son, can you bear it a little longer? This place is relatively remote. After looking around and seeing that no one was passing by, Jiang Cheng put his arm around Suyu and kissed her. You rascal, you just know how to lie to me with sweet words. Get out of here.
Suyu struggled.
But Jiang Cheng was reluctant to let Suyu leave like this. Today, he had finally brought the fat woman back to her parents' home. How could he go back disappointed when he could come out to have some fun? The fat woman at home was not only as fat as a pig, but also had a hot temper. If he hadn't turned off the lights every time, he wouldn't have been able to eat her. Unlike Suyu, who dressed up brightly and beautifully every day, with a slightly plump figure that all men liked. Seeing that he was serious, Suyu also became anxious. Are you crazy? We are outside. Stop now. Be good. There is no one here. It will be over soon. This alley is a dead end, and several speculators have been caught here before, so no one will come here at this time. So Jiang Cheng approached without hesitation. The two were old friends, and soon they became inseparable. Zhongli hid in the corner and stared straight at them. She didn't expect that she would have such a good thing today. She quickly took out the high-definition camera from the villa and took a lot of pictures. After making sure that she had taken all the pictures she wanted, Zhongli was not interested in watching any more, so she walked out of the alley and waited in the corner. She thought that it would be best to take pictures of her cheap father and this woman's place of residence, or pictures of their family of 3. Unexpectedly, the surprise came so quickly. Seeing Jiang Cheng coming out of the small yard and taking the pictures she wanted, Zhongli wanted to leave. But she saw Jiang Cheng sneaking around in the yard next door. He peeked in the door, then took out the key and walked in. Seeing this scene, Zhongli narrowed her eyes slightly, and her heart jumped with joy when she thought of a possibility. Climbing in like a thief, Zhongli clearly saw Jiang Cheng staring at a piece of land under the big tree in the yard and circling. Fearing to be discovered, Zhongli hid and did not dare to pry too obviously. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng walked out and Zhongli showed up. After making sure that Jiang Cheng had left, Zhongli's eyes fell on the piece of land next to the tree. Zhongli folded her hands, tapping her arms with her fingers. Now she is not sure how often the old man Jiangcheng will come here. If she digs now, when the photo appears, it will undoubtedly tell Jiangcheng that she followed him today and took the things away by the way. But if she doesn't dig, she will feel itchy. She will have to worry about it when she goes back at night, for fear that he will move to another place one day. Thinking after searching for a while, Zhongli got a sharp from the villa and started digging at the place where Jiangcheng had just stepped. It was summer and it hadn't rained for many days, so the ground was not easy to dig. Fortunately, the things were not buried very deep. After digging about half a meter, they hit something hard. As long as they can touch it, they can be put into the villa. Staring at the big box with a corner exposed, Zhongli put it in her pocket without any hesitation. After the box was taken away, Zhongli realized that she had only dug a corner. There were boxes under the box and next to it. No matter what, they were all taken away. After all 8 big boxes were put away, Zhongli stared at the huge hole and couldn't help but admire Jiangcheng. I don't know how long he took to dig such a big hole. Zhongli didn't waste time and went into the room where Jiangcheng had just stayed. After looking around, Zhongli didn't find anything. What's in this room? But she didn't believe that if there was nothing in this room, Jiangcheng would stay there for so long. There must be a secret room or a cellar. He has become the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee. He must have a lot of good things in his hands. It's impossible that there are only a few big boxes. Zhongli carefully searched the room, observing the dust in the room, watching the footprints left by Jiangcheng, and finally his sharp eyes fell on the Kong. He lifted the straw mat and looked at the cracked Kong. Zhongli kicked it over, and the dust flew away. He covered his mouth and nose and looked carefully. Sure enough, he found a cellar. Taking out a flashlight, Zhongli walked down cautiously. Seeing the boxes in the cellar, Zhongli couldn't express his excitement at the moment. He opened a box casually, which was full of small yellow croakers. Zhongli's mouth corners were raised high, and he couldn't suppress it. No nonsense. Collect. Zhongli didn't come out until there was nothing left in the cellar. Fearing that he had missed something, Zhongli also walked around the yard. Although she didn't find anything valuable, she heard more shocking news. Next door, Sue was being held in the arms of another man who was younger than Jiangcheng. A clear voice came over. Why did you come here at this time? He just left. Don't let him find out. What are you afraid of? That old man is busy winning people's hearts in the Revolutionary Committee and won't have time to come over next time. I haven't seen you for half a month. I miss you so much. Zhang Jianfeng said and started to fight. Get out of here. Don't you men have anything else to do except that? Don't forget that I'm pregnant. Our son is very good. What are you afraid of? Did that old man satisfy you just now? Suyu glared at him coquettishly. What? Do you want to dislike me? Don't forget that if you are useless, would I need to follow this old man? Dislike your ace. I love you to death. As if he was afraid that she didn't believe him, he pulled up his trouser belt. If it weren't for you, would our son have to take someone else's surname? The voices of the man and woman came over, and Zhongli pressed the pause button on the recording button. Then he quietly climbed up the wall and took pictures of the inseparable man and woman. He couldn't help but admire Suyu's figure. She is really rich. In this era of little money, there are very few people who can look like this. Zhongli couldn't help but look at herself and pursed her lips. She was not envious. After she raised it for a while, she would definitely grow from a steamed bun to a big papaya. And she would definitely be prettier than her. Her visible sagging must have meant that she didn't wear underwear properly. After taking the pictures, this trip was a great harvest. It was so cool. After leaving, Zhongli wanted to go to the department store, but on the way she heard someone say that there were good goods on the black market today, which aroused Zhongli's interest. Of course, she didn't dare to go there openly. She found a corner and changed her clothes before carrying the basket with 4 rabbits on her back. It wasn't that she wanted to sell the rabbits, but because the ranch was only level 1, she couldn't raise too many. She went up the mountain every day recently, and because of Goddess' love for her, the ranch was already full. And her mother-in-law was here recently, so she couldn't bring game home every day, so she had to sell it with pain. The farm was okay because most of the vegetables grown were supplied to the ranch, so the warehouse could still be filled. Before she got close to the gate of the black market, two men with fierce looks were guarding the alley. Secret code? Fortunately, Zhongli was well prepared and easily answered 3 secret codes before walking in. It's called a black market. In fact, it's just a large courtyard with many people buying and selling inside. Zhongli observed and found a place to put down the backpack. When the gray cloth was lifted, 4 fat and big rabbits were exposed, instantly attracting the attention of many people. "Big sister, your wild rabbit is so fat, how much is it?" An old lady who was well-dressed and had her hair combed meticulously came over and asked. When she just walked in, Zhongli had pricked up her ears to hear the prices here, but her wild rabbits have been raised on the ranch for a while. So the meat must be very good, and Zhongli didn't plan to sell it cheaply. Other people's wild rabbits were dead and skinny, but they were sold for 70 or 80 cents a pound, so she simply opened her mouth and asked for 1 yuan. But when the price of 1 yuan came out, the old lady felt a little painful. "Big sister, your price is too high. The pork here is only sold for 1 yuan. Your rabbit is fat, but it is also a hairy rabbit. How can it be worth this price? How about 70 cents a pound? Good goods are easy to sell." Zhongli shook her head directly. "Annie, I raised this rabbit for a long time after I caught it to make it so fat. It ate a lot of food. If it's 70 cents a pound, you can buy the one from that big brother." Zhongli pointed to 2 dead rabbits in front of a young man not far away. The auntie was also picky. She turned her head and didn't even consider it. She wanted to continue bargaining. "Sister, my grandson loves to eat rabbits. Can you make it cheaper? 80 cents a pound. Can I have one? $1.20 a pound." Zhongli said coldly. The auntie glared at Zhongli and was choked by Zhongli's trick and couldn't speak. "Why are you still raising the price? It was $1 a pound just now. How can you do business like this?" Zhongli directly picked up a fat rabbit. "Annie, look at such a fat wild rabbit, let alone $1.20 a pound. I dare to bid $1.50 a pound. I dare say that except for me, you can't buy such a fat wild rabbit anywhere else." Zhongli dared to guarantee this. Wild rabbits are rare, and those caught casually are skinny and will never be of her quality. Although if the price is really bid up to $1.50 per catty, it may scare off a lot of people. But in the end it will definitely be sold. It just takes a little more time. At this time, there is no meat that cannot be sold, only people who starve to death. The old lady looked at the rabbit struggling in her hand. This was not something a dead rabbit could compare to. While she was still considering, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, who looked quite impressive, came over. "Comrade, how much are these rabbits?" "I want 2. $1.20 per catty. Which 2 do you want?" While the uncle was picking, Zhongli quickly borrowed a scale from the stall owner next to him with 2 white rabbit milk candies. The uncle was obviously rich, so he picked the 2 fattest ones. When the old lady heard that Zhongli really sold them for 1.2 yuan per catty, she regretted it so much that she couldn't speak. The 2 rabbits weighed a total of 16 catties, a total of 19. 2 yuan. 19 yuan from you. You are my first customer, so I won't charge you the change. This was the first money she had earned since she came here. Zhongli took the money with a smile and kept it. After the uncle left, the old lady quickly came to Zhongli and whispered, "Sister, I want a rabbit too. You said it was 1 yuan per catty before." Zhongli glanced at her indifferently. "Auntie, if you miss this opportunity, you will miss this store. The price has increased now, 1.2 yuan per catty. If you don't want it, it will be gone soon." The old lady got a little anxious when she saw 2 more people coming over here because Zhongli only brought 4 rabbits and she just sold 2, and now there are only 2 left. If they are bought by others, she will lose them. "Big sister, how about selling them to me for $1 per catty?" "I just thought about it. You can't do business like this, right?" Seeing that the 2 people were about to come over to pick rabbits, Zhongli was still unmoved, so the old lady could only grit her teeth and said, "I want this one." Zhongli grabbed the rabbit neatly and weighed it. 7 catties and 3 cents. $8.76. Just give me $8.50. Originally, the old lady was a little angry that Zhongli raised the price, but when she saw that he had saved 15 cents, she was suddenly happy again. She had the illusion that she had taken advantage of him, and instantly felt that Zhongli was a good person. Big sister, next time there are such goods, I will come to you to buy them. Then thank you for your help, old lady. The remaining one was also sold. 4 rabbits were sold for a total of $32.50. They were truly fat rabbits. After returning the scale, Zhongli started to stroll around the black market. Her purpose today was not antiques, but
seeds.
It was okay to get some ordinary vegetable seeds outside at this time, but it would be difficult to get other seeds. For example, rice and wheat. These seeds are approved by the higher authorities for each brigade every year. It is impossible for private individuals to buy them. But these days, if you don't want to starve to death, you have to think of other ways. Although the land is not allocated to everyone, many people still venture into the mountains to reclaim land and secretly grow something. This is the source of the seeds. When selling rabbits, Zhongli had already seen the stall selling seeds. The one selling seeds was an old man. In front of him were 3 open cloth bags, revealing seeds wrapped in newspapers. Zhongli saw the scattered pile and felt that there should be many varieties, so she walked over and squatted down. Hey, old man, what kinds of seeds do you have here? The old man raised his eyelids. What do you want, little girl? Zhongli blinked and looked at her outfit, not realizing that she was exposed anywhere. This old man has a really sharp eye. I want 100 fruit orchards. Uncle, do you have seeds of 100 kinds of fruits? Zhongli stared at his 3 cloth bags with a smile. The old man pulled the corner of his mouth. Do you think we can grow 100 kinds of fruits here? Zhongli pretended to be confused. Who knows? Maybe we can grow them if we try. Uncle, are your seeds expensive? Do you think I can buy them all and scatter them on the mountain? Will I be lucky enough to grow a field of fruit trees and a field of grain? Uncle, I'll plant a ghost of you. If this thing is so easy to grow, how high would the annual grain output be? The old man said that he had nothing to say to the daydreaming young man and didn't want to pay attention to him. Zhongli touched his nose. Uncle, you don't have fruit seeds, so you don't say anything? Nonsense. Old man, I have the most complete collection of seeds. Not to mention the ones from the north, I can even get them from the south. The old man disagreed with being questioned about his ability. Zhongli's eyes lit up when he heard it. Really? Old man, you are not kidding, are you? How can an old man like you get the seeds from the south? Are you kidding? The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. My son is a truck driver. Not to mention the seeds from the south, I can get you any seeds you want. Zhongli showed an admiring look. Your son is a truck driver. That's amazing. Old man, you have raised a good son. Of course. The old man raised his chin high. His expression was so arrogant. Old man, do you have seeds of grapes, kumquats, longans, lychees, and loquats? What kind of fruit seeds do you have? Let me open my eyes. It was the first time for the old man to meet someone who could name so many fruits. It was not unusual to name a long list of vegetables, but it was unusual to name so many fruits. At that time, people were not well fed, and those who could afford fruits were from wealthy families. The old man waved at Zhongli. What's so special about those seeds that are everywhere in the south? Of course I have them, but in small quantities. Besides, the land here can't support these fruit trees. No one will buy them. Are you sure you want to buy? The old man felt embarrassed to say this. He got these seeds because he was unwilling to give up. He always felt that as a professor of agriculture, he would definitely be able to grow fruit trees, so he asked his son to get these seeds back. After all the hassles for so long, not a single seed was grown, and the remaining seeds were left in his hands as no one wanted them. Yes, the land at my house is empty. If I plant a few fruit trees, then I don't have to buy fruit to eat. Look at what we have. Zhongli was so excited. He didn't expect that he could buy seeds from the south here. Thinking of the kumquats, lychees, mangoes, longans, and other fruits, Zhongli couldn't stop being happy. The old man took out a small cloth bag from the backpack at his feet. These are all seeds of fruit trees. Take a look at which one you want. I'll give you a discount. After that, the old man added, no returns if they can't be planted. Jiangli picked up a bag of seeds and looked at him strangely. Uncle, these can't be the leftovers after you tossed around? The old man's face turned red, and he said unhappily, what can't be planted? I've been farming for decades. How can I be more reliable than a little girl like you? Do you want to buy it or not? Yes. How much do you want for all of them? Jiangli opened 2 bags casually. He was really not impressed by the quantity inside. If you didn't know, you would think it was a bag of pills. There were only so many seeds in one bag. You want all of them? The old man really laughed this time, as if he found in Jiangli the look of himself who was full of enthusiasm for something big a year ago. Little girl, these seeds are not easy to grow. Don't come back to trouble me if you can't grow them. There will be no problem with my seeds.
Jiangli.
Don't worry, if I can't grow them, I'll come out to sell seeds like you. The old man. What the Hades are you talking about? This girl is so unpleasant. These fruit tree seeds were brought back by my son, with a lot of effort. I can't tell what some of them are. If you want them all, take them for $5. The seeds were so expensive at that time, not to mention the fruit tree seeds. Okay, I'll buy them. Jiangli said, and was about to pay. You don't bargain? The old man blinked. Jiangli understood immediately. My family's private plot is going to grow vegetables, so can you give me some of each vegetable seed? Okay, since I see that you like me, little girl, I'll give you some. Jiangli smiled. When I grow some fruit, I'll give you some too. Old man. Wait until you grow them out. At this time, the crowd was a little restless, and many people whispered in each other's ears. Jiangli also pricked up her ears carefully. When she heard it, her eyes lit up. It turned out that the higher-ups wanted to check the meat processing plant to see if they had raised too many pigs privately. If they had, they would be severely punished, so now all the extra pigs raised by the meat processing plant were killed and sent here. Those that were still young and well-raised were not willing to be killed, so they were sent to the black market to be sold alive. The words sold alive made Jiangli's heart burn. If she bought them back, she wouldn't have to line up in the town to buy that little bit of pork in the future. Although they couldn't be bred, if she could buy 2 of them, they would have several hundred kilograms of meat when they grew up, enough for her to eat for a long time. Following the crowd, Jiangli also began to squeeze forward. The freshly slaughtered pork was scrambled for, and the black market's younger brother even stood on a stool and shouted at the crowd. No one is allowed to spread the news that there is a large amount of pork being bought and sold here today. If you cause trouble, you can wait for our higher-ups to retaliate. The black market received this batch of pigs and naturally promised the meat processing plant not to leak the news, so they warned everyone. Those who can come to the black market are either too poor and need to sell, or they have some surplus and want to buy. Everyone is not stupid. It is a good thing for everyone if the meat processing plant raises more pigs. Otherwise, they can only eat meat a few times a year, so everyone nodded secretly. Now, everyone line up in 3 rows and make a quick decision. After the meat is sold out, the black market will be closed for 3 days. By then, every household will smell the fragrance, and someone will definitely come to check the black market. So the black market plans to take a 3-day break after selling this large batch of pork. Everyone is not stupid. The longer they stay in the black market, the greater the danger, so they all quickly line up in 3 rows. The black market also sent 3 people who are specifically responsible for cutting meat and collecting money. 1 yuan per pound, regardless of fat or thin. If someone wants to buy a live piglet, it's 20 yuan. Jiangli was standing in the back, looking at the little pink pigs behind them, which should be about 30 kilograms, which is less than 1 yuan per kilogram. Jiangli was worried that she would be behind the queue and would not be able to buy any, but she never expected that no one was interested in the 10 or so live pigs. Jiangli thought about it and realized that after buying the pigs, they could not raise them openly and could only raise them secretly on the mountain. Raising them on the mountain was risky, and if they were stolen, they would lose a lot of money. It was rare to buy meat, so everyone was not stingy, especially those in the front who could pick the fat pork fat. Because there were so many, when it was Jiangli's turn, there was still a lot of good meat. She also followed suit and shouted, I want 3 kilograms of pork fat, 20 kilograms of pork belly, and half a rack of ribs. Big sister, if you buy so much, please leave some for us. We have no more pork fat. Zhongli turned her head and saw that it was the old lady who had just bought a rabbit from her. Auntie, my child is craving for bacon. It's rare to come across it, so I want to buy a few more kilograms. Everyone's eyes turned red with jealousy when they saw the young man cut a big piece of pork belly for Zhongli. It's too luxurious to eat bacon these days. Sister, please save some for us. Zhongli, there's still a lot of good meat. We can all have some. After getting the meat, Zhongli walked to the eldest brother, who was in charge of watching the live pigs behind them under everyone's gaze. Brother, I want to buy 2 of these pigs. Zhongli wanted to buy these 10 pigs, but she couldn't lift them, so she could only buy 2 first, put them away after going out, and then change her clothes to buy in batches. By the time Zhongli finished buying these 10 pigs in 5 batches, she was already exhausted and sweating all over, and her bangs were wet. In the 4 subsequent batches to buy pigs, Zhongli did not miss the slaughtered pork and bought a lot of ribs, a few big pig's trotters, a pig's head, and some fan bones for making soup. She also bought good things such as pig stomachs and pig kidneys. Although she bought 10 piglets, it will take some time for them to grow up and be eaten, right? After a busy day, Zhongli looked at the time and found that it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No wonder she was so hungry. Thinking that her mother-in-law at home should take good care of the 2 children, she was not in a hurry go back. Washed off the sweat in the villa, and ate a braised pork rice to recover. It seems that it is right to cook more dishes and put them in the villa so that you can eat them anytime when you are hungry. Put all the dozens of pounds of meat you bought in the kitchen and take a look. Zhongli took 3 pounds of pork fat and put in the basket and 3 pounds of pork belly because he promised the 2 children to make dumplings for them and put some pork kidneys to make the soup base for the dumplings. Zhongli promised the 2 children to make dumplings for them and buy things for them, and he did not break his promise. Changing back into the same outfit as when he went out in the morning, Zhongli went to the department store as soon as he left the villa. There were no toys for children, just some cards, marbles, slingshots, wooden ornaments, and the like. Zhongli walked over and found that it was the same salesperson as last time, who seemed to be called Suhi. Comrade, how much are these marbles? Zhongli pointed to the jar of marbles on the table and asked. Suhi looked up and was surprised. Hey, comrade, is it you? Are you here to buy things again? Then the same scene as last time appeared again. Suhi once again took a fancy to the skirt she was wearing. Comrade, is this skirt of yours from another city? It's so beautiful. Do you have any way to help me get one? Zhongli also smiled. In this era, few people pay so much attention to clothes, and even fewer are willing to spend money on dressing up. She has plenty of clothes in her villa, so she doesn't mind giving her 2 pieces. Such skirts are all bought by my relatives from Shanghai. If you like, I have a few unworn ones at home. Next time, I will bring them to you for you to choose. But the price is not cheap. It costs 8 yuan each. It is still necessary to manage personal connections, not to mention the salespersons in department stores. Zhongli also wants to make friends with them. It's really expensive. Although she thought it was expensive, Suhi hesitated for only a second and said, but it's really beautiful. I'll keep the money ready at any time. Come to me when you come. My name is Suhi. What's your name, sister?
Just call me Zhongli.
I should be here the day after tomorrow, and I'll come to see you then. Okay, Suhi said happily. By the way, you want to buy marbles, right? 2 marbles for 1 cent. How many do you want?
Suhi said.
2 for 1 cent? This price is so cheap. Suhi thought it was too expensive, so she explained because not many people buy it, the price of 2 for 1 cent was adjusted down last month. In fact, it is cheaper than before. Before, it was 1 cent apiece. If you have 1 child at home, buying 2 marbles is enough. Zhongli waved his hand. No, I didn't expect it to be so cheap. I have 2 children. Give me 20. 40 marbles. 2 marbles for 1 cent, then 10 cents is 20 marbles, 2 children each with 10 marbles. Zhongli felt that it should not be enough. Just spend 20 cents to buy 40 marbles. 2 cents plus the meat ticket can buy 3 tails of meat. Isn't it a lot of money? You have 2 children? How did you maintain them? You can't tell at all.
I thought you were about the same as me.
Suhi was shocked. I just got married early. The most important thing is that I am willing to spend money on myself. Suhi nodded in agreement. You're so right. Isn't money meant to be spent? My parents always scold me for being extravagant and unable to save any money. My friends and classmates also think that I can't save money. I didn't expect to meet a like-minded friend like you today. Zhongli also gave her a finger. You are right. Money is meant to be spent, and spending money makes me happy. They both smiled at each other. Zhongli didn't waste too much time. After buying 40 marbles, he spent 6 industrial tickets to buy 2 kettles. When he was about to go back, he was a little upset when he saw that there was no ox cart at the entrance of the town. Putting the basket on the ground, Zhongli quickly took out the tickets in the grid of the Super Brain backpack and searched through them one by one, trying to see if there was a bicycle ticket. After a moment, looking at the hot sky, Zhongli turned around and walked back to the department store with no hope in life. Why are you back again? Did you forget to take anything?
Suhi asked.
Zhongli pursed her lips. No, I just can't go back without a ox cart. Suhi, are there any bicycles here that I can buy without a ticket? It doesn't matter if they have defects. Suhi rolled her eyes at her. My sister, for a big item like a bicycle, let alone a ticket, if it has defects, it will only reduce the price a little. You can't buy it without a ticket. Then what should I do? I can't go back in 2 hours if I walk. Do you know if there is anyone in town who has a cart to take me a ride? I'll pay. Suhi smiled when she saw her desperate look. You are like this. Your in-laws have no objection, do they? Worried that she would misunderstand, Suhi explained, I don't mean to dislike you or laugh at you, but my mother often scolds me, saying that I am spoiled, can't work, and can't find a good in-law. They said that if I am still like this after I get married, I will definitely be disliked. Zhongli pursed her lips. So, what if they dislike you? I don't rely on them for my living, so what if they don't like me after the family is divided? Suhi's eyes flashed. Yes, I can be the boss after the family is divided, that's good. Stop chatting, think of a way to make it easier for me to go back. I didn't say I would spend so much time shopping today, for fear that the 2 children at home would worry. Wait for me. There's an old man pulling a cart next door. Let me see if he's here. Wait, give me a ticket first. I want to buy a hat first, it's too sunny. With Suhi's help, Zhongli successfully got on the cart and went back. On the way, Zhongli also counted the supplies she had taken out to see if they were enough. The seeds were not taken into the villa, of course, in order to conceal them from others. In case she missed something, she could say it was in the bag when she took it out. Zhongli sat on the cart with a hat on, and the sun made her drowsy. Mom, my mom is back.
Mom.
Zhongli, who was dozing off, woke up immediately when she heard the crying voice. At the entrance of the village, Shirtu ran towards this side with tears in his eyes, and Mutu followed behind. Zhongli jumped off the cart. Who bullied you? Why are you crying? Shirtu said nothing, hugged Zhongli, and cried. Mutu, who was standing next to him, clenched his small fists and stared at Zhongli with red eyes.
Who bullied you?
Zhongli's face turned cold, and she thought the 2 children were bullied. Mutu glared at her, accusingly. Didn't you say you were going to town to buy things? Why haven't you come back for so long? Do you want to abandon us and run away? Don't you want us anymore? Zhongli was a little confused by Mutu's words. Seeing his awkward and pitiful look, she realized that the 2 brothers were crying because they were afraid that she would abandon her family and children. You bad woman, we don't want you. If you want to leave, just leave. If you don't want to come back, don't come back. Zhongli was about to explain, but Mutu yelled angrily, turned around and ran away, wiping his tears. Zhongli took him into her arms in one step. Why are you running? Why are you crying? I'm back fine. I didn't cry even though you slandered me. Why are you crying? Zhongli wiped his nose. Mutu struggled hard. I don't want you to wipe it. Go away. Go away. Since you left, why did you come back? Hiss. You little brat, don't move, you're so heavy. Zhongli threw him onto the cart, and did not forget to pick up Shirtu and put him on as well. Shirtu kept hugging her neck and crying, fearing that she really didn't want them. Then they would become motherless children, like Xiaoya, who was called a wild child wherever he went. Or like Taitu in the village, his father married a stepmother, and he became a burden, beaten by the stepmother every day, and had no food to eat. Jiangli looked at the two brothers helplessly and could only let the uncle driving the cart go to the village. Then she hugged the two brothers in her arms, patted their backs, and organized her words before coaxing them. Shirtu raised his red rabbit eyes to look at her. Are you really not going to run away with someone else? Don't you want us? Jiangli tapped his forehead. How could your mother, who is so smart, give birth to two stupid sons like you? Can you believe what those people outside say? They're just jealous, envious that you two brothers have such a good mother like me. Shirtu sniffed his nose. But they said that you were dressed so beautifully. You must have run away with a wild man. Jiang Li's face turned black. Who said that? I'll tear her apart. And what's wrong with you two brothers? Don't you have a conscience? I've been so good to you. Someone ruined your mother's reputation, and you didn't know how to defend me, scolded back, and even doubted and slandered me. You are really my good sons. Jiang Li flicked their foreheads one by one in annoyance. Mutu covered his forehead with his hands. His eyes were still red. When we went out to play, we heard the children in the village say that if you didn't run away, why did you take so long to come back? Jiang Li was so angry. Isn't it true that there is nothing to entertain yourself these days? I thought that what happened this morning would quiet down those gossiping aunties in the village for a while. I didn't expect that although they were scared, they couldn't shut their mouths. They didn't dare to say it loudly, so they whispered it, and then the children heard it and spread it like this. Jiangli looked at the two brothers with a sad face. Mom is so sad that you are like this. You actually believe others but not Mom. When Mom went to town, she was still worried about whether you would have nothing to play with at home and whether you would be bored, so she went to the department store to buy toys for you. I didn't expect 2 marbles to cost so much as 1 cent. The two brothers stared at her blankly, their expressions expectant and a little nervous. Then did you buy us marbles? Little Stone asked with a grin, completely forgetting that he was the one who was crying just now. Children have a bad memory. In order to make you happy, Mom wanted to buy some, but I felt that buying 2 marbles was not enough to play with, and buying too much would be expensive. I'll buy them back later. Your grandma has to tell you. She's been thinking about it for a long time. Mutu bit his lip and whispered, actually, buying 2 marbles is enough for us to play with. 1 for me and my brother. Shirtu nodded. Did you buy it in the end, Mom? Shirtu leaned closer to Jiangli expectantly. Jiangli scratched his nose. Mom gritted her teeth and bought 20 marbles, thinking that you could have a lot of fun with 10 each. Unexpectedly, on the way back, the paper bag broke and the marbles were scattered all over the floor. Some even rolled down the hill. Jiangli didn't plan to take out all 40 marbles at once. Otherwise, the 2 children would be gone in a few days. 1 would be missing today, 1 would be missing tomorrow, and it wouldn't be long before they were all gone. After hearing what Jiangli said, the brothers' mood was like riding a roller coaster, sometimes high and sometimes low, stuck and uncomfortable. And then, Mom? Did you find the marbles? Shirtu's little face was full of anxiety. Yes, where did you drop them? Take us to pick them up. Jiangli, I picked them all up. Otherwise, how could I come back so late? As soon as I came back, you brothers complained about me. Tell me, did I owe you in my previous life? Mutu blushed and lowered his head shyly. Shirtu, on the contrary, spread out his hands happily. Mom, where are the marbles? Let me see. Jiangli patted his palm. No, Mom is still sad. You want to play with me before you've comforted me? The cart passed through the village. People in the village looked at it secretly, but no one dared to approach. Jiangli was quite satisfied with the situation. It seemed that the identity of a military dependent was still very useful. If Zhou Buchuan came back, even if they really couldn't get along, it seemed that it could be a marriage in name only. Anyway, they were apart more often than together, so they would be considered a widow. This identity was so useful, it would be a pity to lose it. Zhou's mother was relieved to see Jiangli come back. To be honest, although she didn't like this little daughter-in-law, she was still afraid that she would run away. Didn't you say you were going to buy? Zhou's mother said as she walked out, and her eyes widened when she saw the things on the cart.
Why did you buy a kettle? And 2 of them. How much did it cost? Didn't I remind you again and again before you left not to buy things indiscriminately, not to spend money indiscriminately, and to be frugal? You didn't listen at all, did you? You bought a whole car last time and you bought so much this time. You are really… Jiangli took 2 kettles and stuffed them into her arms, and the voice stopped immediately. Such a precious thing. Zhou's mother hugged it nervously, for fear of dropping it. You… Zhou's mother wanted to say something, but Shi jumped up happily. That's great. We will have a kettle in the future, and it will be convenient to drink water at night. Jiangli gave Shi an appreciative look, then carried the meat into the kitchen, and finally brought the cloth bag with seeds back to the room. Shi kept talking about how good the kettle was, so that Zhou's mother couldn't scold him anymore. As soon as Jiangli put the things away, Shi slipped in. Mom, how was my performance just now? Can you give me the marbles? At this time, the sound of Zhou's mother howling was heard outside again. Oh my God! You spendthrift, you're going to eat my flesh. As soon as the voice was heard, Zhou's mother rushed in. You buy several pounds of meat at a time. You are a reincarnated starving ghost. People can't eat that much meat in a year. You're going to spend all your money at once. You won't be able to live in the future, right? Zhou's mother seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, her pupils shrank, her mouth trembled, and she strode to close the door. Where did you buy this meat? Are you? When Zhou's mother thought about Jiangli going to that kind of place, her legs became weak. What are you thinking about, mother? I asked my friend to buy the meat. My friend has some connections in the meat processing plant. Otherwise, do you think I can buy such good meat? It's rare to have pork fat and such good pork belly. Wouldn't it be stupid if I don't buy more? If you line up to buy it properly, you can't buy such good meat even if you go early in the morning. After saying that, Jiangli raised her head proudly, as if waiting to be praised. This look made Zhou's mother angry and heartbroken. No matter how good the meat is, it costs money, right? You buy so much at once. What kind of family are you? Buying half a pound of dumplings is enough for you and your son. Looking at the basket of meat, Zhou's mother frowned so much that she could kill a mosquito. Jiangli looked at her as if she was hurt by her words. Mom, I just want to repay you and Dad for taking care of this family over the years, so I want to treat you to dumplings, right? When I buy meat, I always think about whether you have enough to eat. I will be scolded by you after buying it. It's really hard to be a good daughter-in-law. Jiangli turned her face and snatched a basket of meat and walked to the kitchen. Zhou's mother followed with an embarrassed look on her face. She never thought that the meat still included her and the old man's share. Well, I don't mean to say that you are right. I just want you to be more careful when spending money. You should know the principle of long-term benefits. If you can live a good life, your father and I will be happy. There is no need to eat meat. Jiangli washed the pork belly with a fierce face. When he cut the meat, he was like cutting an enemy. Seeing Zhou's mother trembling with fear. Watch out, watch out. The knife is so sharp. Don't cut your hand. Enough, enough. Cut some for you to make dumplings and save the rest for you to eat tomorrow. Your father and I are at this age, and we don't have to eat meat. Jiangli's face became even uglier. Eat it if you want. If you don't want to eat it, I'll take it out and throw it away. After saying that, Jiangli chopped the knife on the chopping board, left it standing there, and walked away. Zhou's mother watched her drop her burden and leave. She didn't dare to scold or say anything. Looking at the 3 pounds of pork belly that had been chopped up, Zhou's mother felt distressed and helpless. She couldn't bear to eat it, but was worried that Jiangli would really throw the meat away, so she could only pick up the knife and start chopping the meat with a painful look on her face. Jiangli, who was washing her hands in the yard with her back to the kitchen, heard the sound of Zhou's mother chopping meat, and a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. And her smile was caught by Mu Tu. Jiangli, what are you looking at? Mu Tu found that he really understood his mother's routine. Mom, did you deliberately lose your temper to make Grandma work? Jiangli said frankly. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I'm so good to your grandma, and I even buy her meat to eat. How could I fool your grandma? Really?
Mu too expressed his doubt. Zhongli was speechless. Your grandma is so old. Can I fool her? Mu too still looked at her suspiciously. Zhongli quickly took out the bag of marbles from the room and gave each of the two brothers 10 marbles. Go and play, and come back by yourself when it's time to eat, otherwise you won't get any dumplings. The two brothers looked at the 10 shiny and smooth marbles in their hands, with big smiles on their faces. Mom, I love you the most. I'll just play for a while, and we'll be back soon. After finally getting rid of the two brats, Zhongli glanced at the kitchen and, finally, went to help out of conscience. She was a genuine southerner, and to be honest, she really didn't like eating dumplings. She didn't like making dumplings, which was so troublesome. She had to make meat fillings and knead the dough. Every step was so troublesome that it was not as delicious as a bowl of rice. But it was getting late now. If Zhou's mother was left to make it by herself, it would probably be quite late. She pinched her face, pretended to be unhappy, and walked in. I want dumplings with mushroom and black fungus fillings. Remember to make them delicious. As she said this, she took out the mushrooms and black fungus from the cupboard to soak them. Zhou's mother glanced at her. I'm not bragging, but when it comes to making dumplings, no one in the village is better than me. Zhou's mother was not lying. Her grandparents used to make dumplings and sell them, but later. Then remember to put more ingredients in. Otherwise the meat will be wasted. A bag of white flour was taken out, and Zhongli was ready to help knead the dough. Okay, I'll do it. You go and have a rest. Zhou's mother still didn't want to see her little daughter-in-law. As soon as she saw her, she wanted to have a good talk with her and ask her how to save money. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, Zhongli really put down the white flour without hesitation. Then I'll go to the back mountain to see if there are any prickly ash as a fruit after dinner. When you make the dumplings, remember to put more ingredients in, and don't be reluctant to put in oil so that they taste better. Zhongli reminded her again and again, fearing that Zhou's mother would be reluctant to put in more ingredients and waste the good meat. Zhou's mother rolled her eyes. How about you come? Jiangli. I'm going out. After saying that, she picked up the basket at her feet and ran without any hesitation. Zhou's mother, come on. Even if her temper has changed, she is still her lazy daughter-in-law. When she came to the back mountain, Zhongli lay on the hillside. What she said about looking for prickly ash was just an excuse. The prickly ash in her farm is growing well now, big and red, and can be harvested once every 3 days. She has harvested 3 times, and there is a lot of stock in the farm warehouse. While she had time, Zhongli threw the bag of seeds into the farm. Seeing that the warehouse automatically sorted them and displayed the number, Zhongli was happy. It seems that the old man has a lot of good things. He has almost collected all the fruits. There are even seeds like strawberries as well as mangoes, papayas, and almost all common seeds. The farm needs to harvest a few more times before it can be upgraded. The current land is definitely not fully planted, so Zhongli planted some fruits that she likes to eat first. For example, strawberries, grapes, mangoes, pineapples, apples, and the rest will be put aside for now. However, when she saw the time it took to mature, Zhongli was a little upset. The shortest one would take half a month, which means that she could only eat prickly ash in this half month. But it's okay. At least the problem of seeds has been solved. Take it slowly. There will always be food. Taking out the basket from home, Zhongli took out the basket from the farm warehouse. The warehouse put about 3 pounds of chestnuts in. Then it spread a layer of oil paper taken from the villa and put 2 or 3 pounds of prickly ash in. Not to mention, the big red prickly ash made people salivate. The fruits produced from the farm do not need to be washed. Zhongli grabbed 2 and threw them into her mouth. The sour and sweet juice spread in her mouth. It was so delicious. Zhongli was eating when she heard someone's voice. Turning her head to look at the path down the mountain, she saw the 2 oldest children in the first room dragging a bunch of firewood down the mountain. At the same time, Zhou Damei and Zhou Ermei also saw Zhongli sitting there and called politely, "Fourth aunt." Although the original owner rarely went out, she still knew the names of the children in the first room. After all, they were rustic and easy to remember. Well, how old are the eldest sister and the second sister? They know how to go up the mountain to help the family collect firewood at such a young age. The two sisters looked dark and thin, wearing clothes full of patches that looked like they were made of patchwork cloth. Although it was obvious that they were not rich, it was also obvious that eldest sister Zhou was a clean person. At least they were not as sloppy as the girls in the second room. Although their hair was dry and yellow, it was combed and tied with cloth. Their clothes had many patches but were clean. I am 8 years old, and the second sister is 7. The two sisters could not help but look at Zhongli. There was nothing they could do, because Zhongli's appearance was really outstanding, different from the people in the village.
Why?
Fourth aunt is very beautiful? Yes, she is beautiful. Fourth aunt is beautiful. The eldest sister looked a little stunned, and she stammered when she heard Zhongli's question. There is no one who doesn't like to hear compliments, and they patted the place next to them. Come and sit. Fourth sister-in-law will treat you to Cho Pao. Cho Pao. The two sisters opened their eyes wide, obviously a little unbelieving. After all, everyone in the village, both adults and children, knew that Zhongli was the laziest person in the village. It was impossible for her to find the prickly ash. The prickly ash near the village had long been picked up by the children in the village. Even the ones that were not quite ripe could not be found, unless they went far away to other places. The things in the basket were covered by a cloth by Zhongli, so the two sisters could not see them, so they did not quite believe it. Zhongli took out 2 handfuls of prickly ash and handed them to them. Go over there and wash your hands, and come and eat. What big prickly ash! The sisters exclaimed, and then hurried to wash their hands. Sitting in front of Zhongli, they found for the first time that their fourth aunt seemed to be a pretty good person. Aunt, are you really giving these to us? Does Brother Mu too sure to have any more? The sisters each held a handful of bright red prickly ash and asked in disbelief. Didn't I give them to you? Don't worry, my brothers, there are still some. I found a piece of prickly ash and picked them all. Zhongli found that the two sisters were well taught by Zhou Deseo. They didn't gobble up the food as soon as they got it, but asked the wood and stone. Zhongli was worried that the two sisters would go looking for prickly ash after eating, so he stopped them before they asked where they picked it. Wow, fourth aunt, you are so lucky. We picked up firewood around here and couldn't find any, but you found so many prickly ash. Zhongli threw 2 more prickly ash into her mouth. Eat them quickly. They are sour and sweet and delicious. Although the sisters had eaten prickly ash before, they had never eaten one that was so bright red, plump, and big. They were even more reluctant to eat 2 at once like Zhongli did. They picked up one and put it in their mouths, eating it bit by bit, with an expression that showed they were reluctant to eat it. How can you eat it if you don't bite it? Eat it, Auntie, there's still a lot. There are still a lot of prickly ash in the farm warehouse, and we can harvest some more tomorrow afternoon, so there is no shortage of prickly ash to eat. Just this handful of prickly ash instantly changed the sisters' view of Zhongli. After eating for a while, the eldest sister looked at Zhongli cautiously, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. What's wrong? Aunt knows that I am good-looking, but you don't have to look at me secretly, right?
What do you want to say?
Zhou Damei. Aunt, I want to take the remaining prickly ash back to let Grandma, Grandpa, parents, and others taste it, okay? Zhou Ermei also stopped eating after hearing this, with a somewhat ashamed expression on her face. She was just focusing on eating herself just now, and completely forgot to take it home to share with everyone. Seeing that she had eaten half of the prickly ash, and then looking at her and others who still had more than half of the prickly ash in their hands, Zhou Ermei felt ashamed. Zhongli, of course, you can decide what to do with what is given to you, but Grandpa and Grandma will have dinner at my house tonight, and they will have prickly ash to eat, so you don't have to give it to them. Zhou Damei smiled with missing front teeth. Thank you, Aunt, then we'll go back. Zhongli took out a paper bag and gave it to them. Put it in your basket, otherwise it will be difficult for you to carry the firewood. After a pause, he said, Don't expect me to carry the firewood for you. I can't lift it. The eldest sister took it with a smile. It was the first time she saw an adult admit that he was not as strong as a child. We can drag it back by ourselves. Thank you, fourth aunt. Seeing that they carefully packed the prickly ash, Zhongli took another handful for them. Take it back and eat it. The two were very surprised. Thank you, aunt. Watching the two sisters walk away, Zhongli added some more prickly ash to the basket before carrying the basket back. Just when they were close to the door of the house, they ran into two brothers who were returning home. The two brothers walked in front, and their momentum was so heroic and proud. Zhongli followed quietly, wanting to hear what they said. "Brother, we won't play with Xiaoya anymore. I didn't expect him to be such a person. We are obviously good friends. I have never said a bad word about his parents even though his family is like this, but he said that our mother ran away with someone else. He is so mean. It happened last time too. He actually stood with Xiaobang and said that we were liars. I don't want to play with him anymore." Mutu nodded. "I also found that Xiaoya has changed, and I seem to know why. Just now, Damao ran over and told me secretly that Xiaoya said bad things about us to his friends and asked everyone not to play with us." Shi clenched his fists, his face full of anger. "Brother, why didn't you tell me just now? I scolded him to death. He is so mean. When everyone was isolating him, it was us who asked everyone to play with him. How could he be so ungrateful? He is exactly what my second aunt-in-law said about being ungrateful. I don't want to play with him anymore." Mutu nodded. "In the past, we were like Xiaoya, like wild children without parents, looking for food all over the village, so we could naturally play together. We even have a mother, but we live worse than him, so if he plays with us, he can find his sense of superiority in us. It's different now. We have new clothes, meat to eat, and toys. Maybe he feels unbalanced. It's just what Grandma said. If you live a good life, others will be jealous. This is called being unable to bear to see others live better than oneself. Such a person is not suitable to be a friend. We should not play with him in the future." Shi nodded as if he understood. "So that's how it is. How can anyone be a good friend like this?" On the other hand, if Xiaoya's mother came back, he put on new clothes and lived a good life, I would be happy for him. Why did he become like this? Shi was puzzled. Their mother became better, so why wasn't Xiaoyi happy for them? Mutu pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe he is such a person, but we just didn't realize it before. Anyway, just stay away from him in the future." Zhongli, who was following behind, looked at Mutu with a different look in his eyes. No wonder he would become a big boss in the future. He had a smart head and understood this truth at such a young age. He was simply unique. "Hey, why are you following us, Mom? I've been here all the time, you just didn't notice." Shi saw the basket in Zhongli's hand at a glance. "Mom, are you buying things again? Is it food?" Zhongli couldn't help pinching Shi's face again. "You were just thinking about food. Didn't you promise to ask your grandma not to scold me? I helped you," Shi said, honestly. "Anyway, next time your grandma scolds me again, you two will eat steamed buns and coarse grains." Zhongli looked like I don't care. The two brothers were anxious. "Mom, I will protect you next time and won't let Grandma scold you. You are the best mother, not a spendthrift mother." Zhongli touched his chin. "Then, do you think Mom is right or wrong? Is your grandma right?" The two brothers were a little confused by this difficult question. Mutu was still thinking, but the shrewd Shi had already given an ambiguous answer. "Mom, you and Grandma are both right. Grandma is worried about us, and you are doing it for our own good. You are both right." Mutu commented objectively. From Grandma's perspective, she is not wrong. "We are all living a stable life, but you are a little extravagant. But you did nothing wrong, Mom. You are good at living. You can tell by the way our friends envy me and Shi." Finally, Mutu came to the conclusion. "Mom, if Grandma talks to you in the future, I will help you." Zhongli gave them a thumbs up. "Good answer. Let's go back and eat dumplings." Zhou's mother was still very fast, and she was already making dumplings on the table in the yard.
Wow.
They are dumplings made of white flour and white bread. Shi lowered his head and wanted to smell it, but Zhongli grabbed his collar. "They are dirty. Put the marbles in your pocket and wash your hands and face." As long as there is meat to eat, the two brothers are willing to listen to whatever Zhongli says. "Let's go now." Seeing her, Zhou's mother couldn't stop talking. Why go out to look for prickly ash at this time? If there is any, the children in the village will have picked them all. How can it be your turn? That's because they are not as lucky as me. Zhongli put the basket on the table proudly and domineeringly lifted the cloth covering it. The basket full of red prickly ash was exposed, shocking Zhou's mother.
This.
Did you pick all of them? Zhou's mother looked like she had seen a ghost. Of course. I said I have good luck, I can find the right one every time. Zhou's mother looked at the big and red prickly ash and closed her mouth. Can that be described as lucky? Did you really find all of these? A big basket? Zhou's mother was still a little unbelievable. No, there is only half a basket, and the chestnuts below are the ones I found. You also found chestnuts. Mother Zhou's voice rose 8 octaves. All the half-grown children in the village would go to the mountains to find food, and it was impossible to find this thing outside. Did you go to the deep mountains? There are large animals in the deep mountains. You'd better not lose your life. No, how dare I go into the deep mountains? Zhongli didn't want to argue so much, so he went to the kitchen to get a plate and put all the prickly ash out. The 2 brothers washed their hands and ran over. Mom, you are so amazing, better than the kids in the village. You actually found so many prickly ash. Shirtu stretched out his hand to take it, but suddenly found Zhongli's half-smile and asked on impulse, Mom, can I eat the prickly ash? Zhongli pointed at Zhou's mother. The elders haven't even opened their mouths. Shirtu understood and picked up 2 dumplings, stepped on the stool, and handed them to Zhou's mother. Grandma, try them and see if they're delicious. There were a lot of prickly ash in them, so they wouldn't last long, but Zhou's mother still opened her mouth and ate them. Seeing Zhou's mother eating them, Shirtu's eyebrows curved, and he also fed Zhongli 2 dumplings. Then it was his turn. While eating, Shirtu looked at the white dough and became curious. Grandma, what's the filling of these dumplings? Can I make one? Mutu also wanted to help with shining eyes. It's filled with pork, mushrooms, and black fungus. Forget about it, you 2 naughty monkeys. Look at how dirty your fingernails are. You'll rub the white flour black soon. Shirtu looked at his fingernails and sure enough, the gaps between his fingers were black. Shirtu subconsciously looked at Zhongli. Come here, I'll cut your fingernails for you, then wash your hands and make them together. Zhongli has seen it. This time Zhou's mother is really reliable. The stuffing looks very good. When Zhou's father came over after work, he saw the 4 of them making dumplings happily together. Let me tell you 2 brothers, if you make dumplings so ugly, you can eat them later. I won't eat them. Although Zhongli couldn't make the lace-shaped dumplings that Zhou's mother made, she could still make ingot-shaped dumplings. But the dumplings made by the 2 children were a little unbearable to look at. Shirtu, I told you to put less stuffing. Look, the stuffing is showing. The dumplings will bloom when they are put in the water later. Shirtu is a man with ideas. I like to eat meat, so of course I have to put more meat. If they fall apart later, they will fall apart. Anyway, I made them, and I will eat them myself. Although Mutu didn't understand, he was obedient. He put less ingredients and learned from Zhongli to wrap them little by little. Although the shape was not very good-looking, at least the stuffing was not exposed. Zhou's mother glanced at Zhongli and thought, why didn't I realize that the 4th son's family was still a doting child, who would let their children learn to make dumplings? Isn't this a waste of things? But it's like Shirtu said, no matter how they are wrapped, he will eat them himself and won't waste them, so Zhou's mother didn't say anything. Zhou's father came closer and saw that they were white flour dumplings. He was a little surprised. Are we eating dumplings today? Zhou's mother laughed when she heard Zhou's father's shocked voice. Yes, your daughter-in-law said she wanted to honor you. Are you happy to eat dumplings? By the way, celebrate that the well will be dug tomorrow. Father Zhou stared at the stuffing and swallowed hard. He immediately felt that all the tiredness from a day's work was gone. The steaming dumplings were put into the pot and placed in the prepared pork kidney and chili leaf soup. The combination was so appetizing. Zhongli also put a few small sauces in the middle of the dining table. This is vinegar, soy sauce, and chili. Order whatever you like and let's eat. Father Zhou felt really relieved when he saw Zhongli fill 2 large bowls of dumplings for him and his wife. To be honest, this is the first time that Father Zhou has eaten dumplings with thin skin and rich stuffing. It tastes better than he imagined. After eating a large bowl of dumplings with vinegar, Father Zhou was still savoring the taste. Grandpa and grandsons like to add vinegar when eating dumplings. Seeing that half a bottle of vinegar was gone, Mother Zhou glared at Father Zhou for several times. Father Zhou realized that he had eaten so much after he finished eating and looked at Zhongli a little embarrassedly. The brothers Shirtu and Mutu were still eating when Dahua and Erhua came over and shouted with a smile on their faces, "Fourth aunt." "Oh, it's Dahua and Erhua. Why are you here at this time? Hasn't the family eaten yet?" Zhongli thought for a moment and guessed something. Dahua and Erhua's eyes moved around and fixed on the dumplings in Mutu and Shirtu's bowls. "Family is having wild vegetable porridge today. We ate some." "Fourth aunt, are Mutu and Shirtu eating dumplings?" "Yes, is there anything you need from me, fourth aunt?" Zhongli asked with a smile, but the smile didn't seem to reach her eyes. Erhua suddenly covered her stomach. "My stomach hurts a little. Mom said it might be because I've been hungry for too long today. A little wild vegetable porridge won't fill me up. I wanted Grandma to get the key and roast some sweet potatoes later." While Erhua was speaking, she kept covering her stomach with her left hand, but her eyes were fixed on the dumplings in the wooden bowl. Mother Zhou stared at Erhua's funny movements with a frown on her face, feeling a little displeased with this overly shrewd granddaughter. Zhongli also understood that these sisters really inherited Zhou Erseo's personality. The same greedy eyes, with a bit of self-righteous stupidity. "Zhongli, your mother is really something. How old are you, sisters? But she asks you to do so much work. Of course, you'll get hungry quickly. Just do less work in the future. It's still a long way from the end of the year for grain distribution. Every meal has to be calculated carefully. If you don't feel well, just go back and lie down and have a rest." Erhua saw that the dumplings in the bowl were almost gone, and bit her fingers. "There are still a few dumplings in the wooden bowl. Can I eat one?" "I won't feel any pain if I eat one." Zhongli was so angry that she almost laughed. He snatched the food from her child's bowl. Did he think she was dead, or was she dead? The two brothers paused when they heard Erhua's words, then lowered their heads and ate the dumplings faster. Zhongli sneered. "If you want to eat dumplings, you have to go back to your mother and ask her to find a way. The dumplings here are not enough for Mutu and the others to eat, right?"
무티오우유.
The two brothers were both protective of their food and nodded quickly. "This is my first time eating dumplings." "Erhua, if you want to eat dumplings, go to your second aunt." "That's right, I know that you can't come to the house when others are eating, but you don't know it, Erhua." Zhou Erhua watched the two brothers finish the dumplings, and she was so angry that she wanted to die. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Aunt C, it's not me. I just came here because my stomach hurts so much." "Aunt C, there are no more dumplings. Can you get me some prickly ash?" "I saw the prickly ash that my eldest sister brought back." Jiang Li's face turned completely cold. "Mom, my second sister-in-law doesn't seem to know how to raise children. How can she let her own child beg for food? What's the difference between that and being a beggar? Fortunately, we are all family, otherwise it would be so embarrassing if it gets out. My second sister-in-law came to teach me how to be a person and how to raise children last month. How come she didn't do it well when it was her turn? This is totally wrong. Mom, you must have a good talk with my second sister-in-law when you go back." Zhou Erhua glared. "Aunt Four, how can you say I'm a beggar? I'm your niece. You clearly gave that prickly pear to your eldest sister. I'm also your niece, so how come I don't have it?" Jiangli looked at her in surprise. "When did I say you were a beggar? I clearly said that your behavior was like a beggar's. Don't wrongly accuse me. Also, why didn't I understand what you said? It sounds like I owed you a prickly pear. I ask you, whose prickly pear is this?"
Erhua, yours.
Jiangli clapped his hands. "Yes, that's a good answer. Since this prickly ash is mine, I can give it to whoever I want, right?" Zhou Erhua said nothing, but pulled Zhou Dahua's clothes on the back with her little hands, trying to make her say something. This little action certainly did not escape Jiang Li's eyes. Jiang Li spread his hands. "So, if you want to eat prickly ash, you can find it yourself, or ask your mother to find it." Zhou Erhua was unhappy. Just now she was lying on the window of the big room and saw Zhou Damei take out a bag of prickly ash. Why does the big room have it but they don't? Fourth aunt, you are so unfair. You gave the prickly ash to the big sister. Why don't you give it to me? Zhou's mother couldn't stand Zhou Erhua's shameless behavior anymore, and she started to scold. Get out, get out. If you want to eat prickly ash, go find your mother. How dare you come to our house to beg for food? Your fourth aunt owes you. Zhou Erhua stomped her feet. Grandma, big sister, and the others have prickly ash to eat, but we don't. We want to eat it too.
Get out.
If you want to eat it, go find it yourself. You two shameless people, just like your mother. Zhou Erhua glared at her. Grandma, I think my mother is right. You are partial. You just don't like our second room. Zhou's mother was immediately furious with this, and she pulled Zhou Erhua to spank her. Look at the good things you learned from your mother. You are so old. Do you have no shame? Don't you know what you are like? Why didn't fourth aunt give you the acupuncture, but gave it to your eldest sister instead? Don't you understand? If you were half as sensible and well-behaved as your eldest sister, who would not like you? Zhou Erseo stood in the corner of the old house and listened. She was so angry that she kept cursing the old couple and Jiang Li in her heart. When she saw Zhou Deseo passing by, she didn't forget to glare at her and said to her back with sarcasm, Some people, when they see other people's families have good things, they shamelessly stick to them. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. You want to form cliques and encourage them, but I don't even know if you have the ability to do it. Zhou Deseo turned around and looked at Zhou Erseo like a fool, seriously suspecting that her brain was kicked by a donkey. Second brother's wife, if you have anything to say, you can say it to my face. You can imagine so many things about a little acupuncture. Why don't you become a leader? Zhou Erseo didn't expect Zhou Deseo to talk back. She is not like this usually. She snorted coldly. Sister-in-law, your family got the advantage, so of course you say that. Dad and Mom are partial to the fourth brother's family now because they have a grandson. Wait until I give birth to a grandson, and then I'll see why you are so arrogant. After saying that, Zhou Erseo twisted her waist and went into the kitchen. She also looked outside furtively to make sure that no one was around before taking out a yellow paper talisman from her pocket. According to what Huang Daxian said, she worshipped first, then burned the talisman with fire and put it into the water, stirring it evenly. Staring at the dark bowl of water, Zhou Erseo's heart hardened, pinching her nose and drinking it down. The taste is a bit unpalatable, but if she can really give birth to a son, it will be worth it. Zhou Erseo touched her flat belly, curled her lips, and went back to the room. After sending away the sisters Dahua and Erhua, Zhongli sat on the armchair sent by Shui Bo yesterday, eating prickly ash while swaying. Her life was very comfortable. Seeing her enjoying herself, Zhou's mother, who had eaten a big bowl of dumplings, was so satisfied that she couldn't say anything bad. I've boiled the pork fat for you. It can be kept for a long time. Don't use it all up at once. The well will be finished in a little while tomorrow. I'll go to work tomorrow, and don't have to cook for me. When she said this, Zhou's mother was still a little reluctant. These days, she was used to eating oily dishes here, and now. Zhongli nodded. What can we use the well for? Just wait a few days for the water to become clear.
Okay.
After Zhou's mother packed up and left, Zhongli took out the original owner's white paper and pen.
Yes.
She wanted to write a letter to Zhou Buchuan, the man. Mom, are you writing to Dad to ask for money again? Zhongli paused as she was about to write. Yes, the original owner used to do this whenever she took out the letter paper. She was afraid that Zhou Buchuan would give her less money, so she would write letters from time to time, and then ask for money openly or secretly. All for the purpose of going to the city and getting a good job as soon as possible. Zhongli folded her hands. Why? Can't I, your mother, just miss your father? How long has your father, that rascal, not been home? Can't I write a letter to ask? Mutu expressed his doubt. Isn't it because the family has spent a lot of money recently and is running out of money? Don't you look down on me, do you? Although I, your mother, like money, I won't ask for it right away, right? I miss your father and want to ask him when he'll be back, in case he doesn't recognize us when he comes back. They couldn't let them know that she wrote a letter to ask for bicycle tickets, otherwise they would reveal it in less than a day. Then her mother-in-law would come to visit again. There was no other way to write a letter. Didn't you hear what Suhi said? Bicycle tickets are such a hot commodity that they are not even available on the black market, let alone ordinary people. Tu smiled and hugged Zhang Li's arm. Mom, I don't even remember what Dad looks like. Ask him when he will be back. I'm all grown up. Okay, I'll write down whatever you want to say. After writing down the children's childish words, Zhang Li began her article. She first wrote about her idea of living a good life with him in the future, then wrote about the current situation at home, and then began to write about how inconvenient it was to not have a bicycle at home. Zhang Li stopped writing after writing 3 pages of paper. She had no idea that Zhou Buchuan, who was recuperating in a military hospital on a small island, had the first reaction after receiving the letter that his wife was going to make trouble again. Fearing that something might happen to the 2 children at home, he made a decision that was different from his previous life. He chose to go home to recuperate and take all the vacations he had not taken in the past few years at once. Zhang Li was still happily admiring the secretly taken photos in the villa, and she was so busy that she didn't know that Zhou Buchuan was on his way back. Zhang Li, who had a good night's sleep, casually got some breakfast from the villa and sent the 2 children away, then hid in the villa happily to sort out the photos. It was good that no one was disturbing her at home, and she could enter the villa in broad daylight. These photos were very useful to her, and it took Zhang Li an hour to develop all of them. There were a lot of them on the coffee table. She picked up 2 photos at random, which were the pictures of Su Yu, the woman, being intimate with her biological father and another man. I don't know if the old man will be so angry that his blood vessels will burst when he sees these photos. That's not right. If he finds out that the son he raised is not his own, and even the baby in that woman's belly is a rascal, that would be exciting. But when can I grow up and become like that woman? Zhang Li couldn't help but stretch out her hand to weigh the few pounds of meat on her chest. No, I must make up for it. Zhang Li did what she said. She soaked a whole bunch of birds' nests and sea cucumbers at once. She planned to stew them all after soaking them and eat a little bit every day. She didn't believe that she could maintain her body in a month. Not only that, she also had her eyes on the papayas grown on the farm. Papaya can enhance size, so she will have to eat it every day. Pig's trotters, peanuts, and a cup of soy milk every day, these are all indispensable. After drinking a box of pure milk, Zhang Li stared at the photos and suddenly took out a Polaroid camera. Although she had never seen photos from this era, anyone who is not stupid knew that such high-definition photos could not be taken in this era. The photos taken with a Polaroid camera were different. They looked very old. After taking all these photos repeatedly, Zhang Li finally took out a Polaroid camera. Put them all away. She couldn't wait to see her father, and she was so angry about the threat. Zhang Li didn't have any good feelings for her biological father, a scumbag who abandoned his wife and daughter. But these photos can't be exposed in a short time, and I don't know if the man found out that his things are missing. Thinking of Zhang Jianfeng's words, Zhang Cheng might not have time to look for Suyu these days, so Zhang Li planned to go to town in a few days. No, I have to go tomorrow. Thinking of the skirt she promised Su He, Zhang Li immediately set out to pick a skirt. There are so many floral skirts. Zhang Li found 5 of them according to size S. She also got 2 white polka dot scrunchies, by the way. This is for Su He, just as making a good friend. With nothing to do at home, Zhang Li wanted to cook something delicious, of course, not using the stove outside. As long as Mu Tu and Shi Tu were not at home, Zhang Li would hide in the villa. After all, it was too hot outside. There was a solar fan in the villa, but it couldn't be taken out. After the end of the world, electricity became a problem, so she studied a lot of solar energy things. It was child's play for her to make a generator, but she also needed the materials to do it. Don't think about these for the time being. In such hot weather, she must make a coconut milk jelly with a strong milky flavor. If she had to make more at one time, Zhang Li might as well make more at once. She got 10 boxes of pure milk, coconut shreds, gelatin sheets, white sugar, and evaporated milk.
Oil.
After everything was ready, Zhang Li started to work. This coconut milk cake was very simple to make. It didn't even take 20 minutes for Zhongli to make it. At least it needs to be cooled down for it to solidify, and then it needs to be coated with coconut flakes. In order to be quick, Zhongli put it in the refrigerator directly. While waiting, Zhongli went to see her big pot of braised wild boar meat. Zhou's mother was not at home, and she didn't want to cook, so she picked out a pig's ear from it and ate it for lunch. She also got a handful of beans from the farm. Zhongli fried them all and put them on a plate. She will take this out to eat later. It's enough for today's dishes. When the coconut milk jelly was ready and taken out, it happened to meet the brothers Mu-tu and Shir-tu, who came back angrily. Didn't you go out to play marbles with your friends? Why are you so angry? Shir-tu pouted, obviously a little angry. Xiaopeng took the egg cake and ate it over there and told them not to play with us, and then gave them a little egg cake. After saying that, Shir-tu also compared the egg cake the size of a thumb. Isn't it just a little egg cake? It seems that only his family has it. Shir-tu showed disdain, but walked over maturely and hugged Zhongli. Mom, can you buy us some egg cake too? Shir-tu asked. Zhongli touched his chin. Buying it probably isn't possible, but I can steam one for you. However, if it's ready, do you really want to give it to your friends? Shir-tu thought for a moment, then gestured. Just a little bit. Mu-tu. No. If it happens every time, won't all the things in the house have to be divided up? Xiaopeng is just using this method to keep everyone hanging for a while. Mom, don't make him egg cake. Zhongli gave Mu-tu a thumbs up. Mu-tu is right. Using delicious food to maintain a friendship will not last long. Shir-tu? Think about it carefully. Shir-tu was still a little unconvinced, but Xiaopeng said we have never eaten egg cake and that we can't afford it. Zhongli folded her hands and stared at Shir-tu seriously. Shir-tu, today the kid said you have never eaten egg cake and you wanted to buy it. Then tomorrow he said you have never eaten chicken legs. Do you want to buy them too? He said you have never lived in a new house. Do you want to build a house too? Shir-tu was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Mu-tu. Mom, don't spoil him. He has been a little naughty these days. Zhongli didn't say much and let him figure it out on his own. I won't make egg cake today, but I have a better coconut milk cake. Do you want it? Shir-tu instantly threw the question into his mind. Coconut milk cake? What is it? Is it better than egg cake? Of course, coconut milk cake is made with milk, sugar, coconut milk, whipped cream, and other good things, so of course it tastes better than egg cake. Zhongli walked into the kitchen and brought out the beautifully arranged coconut milk cake.
Wow.
So beautiful, snow white, and the things on it look like snow in winter. Even Mu-tu was shocked to see the coconut milk cake with a strong milky flavor.
Pa.
Go wash your hands. You have to wash your hands every time you come back. If you don't wash your hands, you can't eat anything. Zhongli put the coconut milk cake on the table and ate it first. The rich, milky flavor and light sweetness are very suitable for summer, and Zhongli also likes it. Mom, is it delicious? Shir-tu ran over after washing his hands and reached out to take one and put it in his mouth. When he tasted it, Shida's eyes lit up. It's so delicious, and it's a little cold. It's so delicious. Shir-tu couldn't wait to take the second piece. One person can only eat 5 pieces, there are no more. Shir-tu immediately stopped his hand from taking the third piece. Mom, can I take it out to eat? When Zhongli looked over, Shir-tu immediately assured, Mom, I'm just going to take it out to eat, so that everyone can see that I will never give it to anyone else. Zhongli didn't know what kind of person this kid was. Go ahead. Zhongli also wrapped them in 2 tissues. Take it, and remember to come back at mealtime.
Okay.
Before the 2 of them walked back to the banyan tree in the village, they ran into Zhou's mother, who had come back from work early, to cook. At this time, Zhou's mother was walking on the road with a group of people and also with Aunt Huang, who had a grudge against Zhongli. Seeing Zhou's mother, she couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. Mr. Zhou, I heard that your little daughter-in-law went to the county town to buy something yesterday.
You are so lucky.
You have such a filial and sensible daughter-in-law.
You are so blessed in Buchuan.
There are not many people like your daughter-in-law who know how to live and are willing to buy things. I wonder if she bought anything for you? Even if she had more opinions about Zhongli, Zhou's mother would definitely not ruin Zhongli's reputation. She raised her chin and retorted, That's right, my daughter-in-law is much more filial than those daughters-in-law in your family. Yesterday, she went to the county town to buy meat and made dumplings, and she even asked me to come over to eat. You don't know, a big plate of dumplings full of meat stuffing, one bite, it's so delicious. My daughter-in-law is not like those daughters-in-law in your family who hide the delicious food. She is so nice to me, an old woman. She even thinks of me when she has something delicious. Aunt Huang laughed out loud. Mr. Zhou, you lie without thinking. What else can your lazy and pig-like daughter-in-law do except buying things and wasting money? She doesn't do any work and doesn't go to the fields to earn work points. She just spends money all day long. I don't know how much your son earns to be so wasteful. Only you would still hold such a daughter-in-law in high esteem. If you ask me, you are such a coward as a mother-in-law. Unlike my daughters-in-law, they dare not go west when I tell them to go east, and they dare not talk back when I say a word at home. And every daughter-in-law in my family can replace a man, and they get full work points every day. At this point, Aunt Huang couldn't help but become proud. Their family is not the largest in the village, but when the work points are calculated every year, their family can be ranked among the best. Zhou's mother did look disgusted. It's too miserable to be your daughter-in-law. 10 work points every day, even a cow can't stand it. Then Zhou's mother covered her mouth. No, isn't your second daughter-in-law pregnant? You are not going to let her get 10 work points every day, are you? Oh my God, you are too mean. You can't let the baby in someone's belly die for those few work points. Didn't your old family's daughter-in-law already have 2 children? Why are you still doing this? I heard that your youngest son is dating someone. Aren't you afraid of scaring away your future daughter-in-law by doing this? Suddenly, everyone looked at Aunt Huang with contempt. Aunt Huang was also a little angry and embarrassed. They want to get full work points themselves. What does it have to do with me?
Can you speak?
Actually, there is nothing we can do about it. Who made my daughter-in-law so hardworking? If I married someone like your daughter-in-law, I'm afraid the whole family would be left starving. Mother Zhou didn't get angry but laughed. Of course. Who made my youngest son so capable and able to make money? Even if his daughter-in-law doesn't go to the fields all her life, he can still support her. Unlike your son, Tut. The sarcasm in these words was a bit strong, and Aunt Huang was also angry. Mr. Zhou, what do you mean? Don't think you can look down on people just because your son is a soldier. Zhou Meihua then spoke up to help. Hey, Huang's family, why are you barking like a dog?
Why?
You're fine when you say something to others, but you're not fine when others say something to you, right? I don't know what you're showing off about. You don't treat your daughter-in-law as a human being, and you're not afraid of being laughed at. Zhou's mother and Zhou Meihua are like this. Although they usually quarrel, when this happens, the two will still stand together. Zhou's mother wanted to say something, but Mu Tu appeared. Grandma, my mother made coconut milk cakes and asked me to bring them to you to try. Mu Tu trotted over and carefully opened 4 pieces of coconut milk cakes wrapped in white paper towels. Hey, what is coconut milk cake? Did your mother make it? It looks pretty good. Mu Tu picked one up and handed it over. Grandma, try it quickly. My mother said it's made with milk and sugar, and it's delicious. Zhou's mother's face froze for a moment, and then returned to normal in an instant. You see, my daughter-in-law is really like this. She always thinks of me when there's something delicious. I'm an old woman. Why should I eat such precious things? The coconut milk cake is not big, but Zhou's mother did not finish it in one bite. Instead, she took a small bite first. Well, my daughter-in-law's cooking skills are really good. It tastes better than the egg cakes sold in the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhou Meihua was jealous. How can it not taste good? It has both sugar and milk. Zhou Meihua was not the only one who was jealous. The others looked unhappy as well. They all thought of their own daughters-in-law who had all the good things in their own homes. Just now, they thought it was all Zhou's mother talking casually, but who knew it was all true, and there was actually such a daughter-in-law. Mr. Zhou, your daughter-in-law can really cook and make food? Zhou's mother suddenly became proud. What? Do you still think I'm lying to you? I said my daughter-in-law has changed now, and she is very filial. Now she keeps the house in order. I can guarantee that none of your homes is cleaner and tidier than hers. Under everyone's envious gaze, Zhou's mother ate the remaining half of the coconut milk cake. Sister-in-law, what does this coconut milk cake taste like? I haven't tasted it yet. Zhou Meihua's face was as bright as a chrysanthemum. Zhou's mother glared at her. Then you should also try your niece's wife's cooking. After eating a piece of the amazing coconut milk cake, Zhou Meihua also praised Zhongli. Seeing that the public opinion was one-sided, Aunt Huang left angrily. Mu Tu looked at the remaining 2 pieces of coconut milk cake with heartache, but still handed them to Zhou's mother in front of everyone. Grandma, there are 2 pieces left for you to take back and eat. We have made a lot more at home. I'm going home. Zhou's mother smiled so happily. Look at my little daughter-in-law. Everything is good, but she doesn't know how to manage the household. She uses such a good paper towel to wrap coconut milk cake. What a waste. I will have to talk to her when I get back. One of the ladies laughed. Mr. Zhou, don't be so ungrateful. Although your daughter-in-law was not very reliable in the past few years, now it seems that she is much better than before, except for spending some money. That's right, she is better than my stingy daughter-in-law. No, I have to tell her about this when I go back so that she can learn what filial piety is. Me too. Zhongli was surprised to see Mu Tu coming back so soon. Knowing what Mu Tu had done, Zhongli hugged him tightly and gave him a kiss. Not bad, you know how to protect your family, and you help your mother clear her reputation. You did a good job.
Eat more.
Zhongli generously gave Mu Tu a plate of coconut milk cake. Mu Tu was kissed by Zhongli, and he was very embarrassed, but he seemed to enjoy it.
Mom.
Mu Tu's eyes were burning. What for? I like you as you are now. After saying that, perhaps embarrassed, Mu Tu ran back to the room with a plate of coconut milk cake. Zhongli cursed him with a smile. You little brat. Mu Tu's heart was beating fast in the room. Looking at the full plate of coconut milk cake, the brand new wardrobe in the room, and the new clothes and shoes on his body, he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. It was like a dream that had always been realized. Their mother really changed for the better.
He
liked her very much. At the old house, Zhou's mother put the 2 exquisite coconut milk cakes in the room. After all, there were only 2 pieces, and they couldn't be divided. After lunch, when she ate with Zhou's father, she couldn't help but mutter a few words. Old man, how much money can the 4th son's family have in their hands? Milk and sugar. How can these things not be delicious, but they are too expensive? Zhou's father smacked his lips. Obviously, 1 piece was not enough to fill his teeth. Don't worry about it. I don't think the 4th son's family is ignorant. She is probably saving all the money sent back by the 4th child in the past few years. She should not be afraid. Zhou's mother glared at him. What are you not afraid of? No matter how much you save, you can't stop her from spending it so recklessly. But her personality is really infuriating. She is impossible to control. Zhou's father thought of the scene where the old woman was humiliated in front of Zhongli and smiled. Then don't worry about it. Let her go. If she really has no money, we will give her some more money then. If she has no money, she will know how to manage the family. Zhou's mother sighed, feeling very sorry for the money her son had earned with his life. Zhongli over there had no idea about the worries of the old couple here and was happily eating braised pig ears with the child. Mom, your cooking is really delicious. Didn't you not go to town today? How come there are pig ears at home? They are crispy and delicious. I asked the aunt in the village to help bring them back. Of course, we ate this at noon, and it was gone in the evening. Zhongli doesn't plan to eat meat every meal. After all, there is no legitimate way to make money now. What are we going to eat tonight? Let's have some rice, steamed eggs, and fried mushrooms.
No meat?
Shirtu was visibly disappointed. Whose family eats meat every day? Look how much weight you've gained in the past half month. Do you want to eat your mother out of money? It's true, in half a month, the 2 children have gained a lot of weight, and there is obviously more meat on their faces, and their eyeballs don't look so protruding. Mu too. Eggs would be nice. Zhongli nodded. That's right, other families can't even afford eggs, and you still dislike them. The next day, Zhongli dressed herself up and took the ox cart to continue going to the town.
But what Zhongli didn't expect was that she was still nagging about how to make money yesterday, and today the opportunity came. Looking at the papers blowing towards her, Zhongli subconsciously reached out to catch them. Before she had time to read the contents on them, she was interrupted by an anxious voice. Hey, stop, don't go over there yet. Wait for me to pick up all the papers first, don't damage my papers. Put them down quickly. These things are my lifeblood, don't damage them. I have spent half a year writing these data. Seeing the anxious look of the middle-aged man, Zhongli looked at the paper in his hand curiously, thinking it was something extraordinary. After seeing this, Zhongli's expression cracked a little. Isn't this the design drawing of the oldest manual machine tool to transform into a CNC machine tool? It's also a CNC machine tool with incorrect data. Could it be that the country is still using old-fashioned manual machine tools, and even CNC machine tools have not been developed yet? This is too backward. No wonder bicycle tickets and semiconductor tickets are so scarce. They are all manual machine tools.
How high can the output be?
Zhongli looked at the paper in his hand with disgust. If he continued to study according to the data on it and spent a few more months, it would be useless even if the CNC machine tool was made. The data is wrong, and the speed and accuracy of this machine tool are not good, which is equivalent to making a waste. For things like parts, if the data is a little bit worse, it will be a little bit worse, and it can't be used at all. Therefore, the paper in his hand, which the man regards as his lifeblood, is just a pile of waste paper. Hey, comrade, give me my paper back quickly. You can't understand it. What are you looking at? Zhongli curled her lips, gave it back to him with a look of disgust, and made a rude comment. Such garbage can be thrown away, but you still treat it as a treasure. Are you stupid? The middle-aged man glared. How can you talk like that? Can you, a little girl, understand this thing? This is something that the R&D department of our first machinery factory in the province spent several months to write. What right do you have to say it is garbage? The middle-aged man roared angrily. A group of people and several months of hard work were called garbage by a person who knew nothing. Anyone would be angry. Zhongli said indifferently, It's garbage in the first place. You still have the nerve to say that a group of people spent several months to write it, wasting time and financial resources to produce such garbage. Xia Qiming was almost furious. What do you know? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Do you know how hard the researchers worked to produce these? If it weren't for the existence of these researchers, would you have such a good life today? The mother of the captain who was riding in the ox cart with her was scared to death by Zhongli and quickly reached out to pull her. Buchuan family, stop talking. Do you know what a researcher is? Look at the car in front of him. Stop talking quickly, or you will offend him, and it will be a bad ending. Zhongli, I know he is a researcher, so what? He is too arrogant to let people point out his mistakes. No wonder the country is so backward in machinery. People like this who don't admit their mistakes and stick to their own opinions, how can their abilities improve? The data above are obviously wrong, but we have to continue researching. If it's not wrong, what is it? Xia Qiming was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Okay, tell me what's wrong. Do you know what this thing is?
I want to see what you can say.
Zhongli snorted and returned the paper to him. If you ask humbly, I can still tell you, but with your attitude. Uncle, let us go. Don't delay us for a few pieces of garbage. Xia Qiming stopped in front. No, these things are very important. I will pick them up soon. There were a lot of papers scattered on the ground. If the ox cart ran over them, the papers would definitely be too dirty to be seen. At this time, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit got off the car in front with a faint smile on his face. Zhongli only heard Xia Qiming shouting to the man, Chief Engineer you. But the man walked in front of the ox cart. His style made the captain's mother tremble with fear. She regretted going out today. Her son complained at home that Buchuan's wife was a thorn, but she didn't believe it. Now she believes it. If she had known that she would see Zhongli on the ox cart, she should have walked there. Now she just hopes that these big shots didn't notice her. Yu Yanling stared at the young Zhongli and said in a gentle voice, Little comrade, you said you can understand the data above, and you said it is wrong. Can you tell me, do you know what is written and what is wrong? Zhongli saw that his attitude was pretty good, and he should be the boss of the man just now.
After a pause, he said, "This should be the data manufacturing drawing for converting the machine tool into a CNC automatic machine tool. If you manufacture it according to the above data, although it can be photographed, the error will reach 0.5 millimeters. 0.5 millimeters for mechanics, you should know very well how big an error that is. Do you still have to spend manpower and material resources to polish the parts one by one after they are made? Then what's the point of the automated manufacturing of your machine?" Xia Qiming did not miss Jiang Li's words while picking up the papers on the ground. Hearing this, he subconsciously turned the papers in his hand, and when he saw the data on the last page was approximately equal to 0.33 millimeters, 0.51 millimeters, his eyes widened. He stared at Jiang Li with a very bright light in his eyes. The person who was most familiar with the document was Yu Yanlang. Like Xia Qiming, he looked at Jiang Li as if he had discovered a pearl. Yu Yanlang couldn't suppress the smile on his lips and finally laughed out loud. "Little comrade, can you tell me how you can know the final estimated data at a glance?" Yu Yanlang looked at Jiang Li with anticipation and excitement. If this document had not just been brought out from the National Research and Development Base, he would have really thought that Jiang Li in front of him had already seen the data in it. After all, he didn't think that anyone could be so amazing that he could deduce at a glance the data that others had spent months to deduce. Jiang Li. She really can't, but the superbrain can. If she did it herself, it would probably take her several days to figure it out. But when she said it, it was a different matter. Do you still need to ask? I can see it. Didn't you just get the second half of the page on the paper? Otherwise, how could I not be able to calculate it so quickly? Yu Yanlong's smile got bigger. Little girl, do you understand mechanics? The captain's mother looked at Jiang Li in shock. She had been by his side all the time, so she naturally noticed the change in the attitudes of the two people in front of her. It was obvious that Jiang Li really understood this thing. It's okay. When I was studying, I was bored, so I liked to hang out in the library and read all the books I could. The fact is that the original owner hid in the library to sleep, but who knows? Yu Yanlang asked again. Then, Comrade E, what do you think? How can we change it to reduce the error? Can you tell which step is wrong? Yu Yanlang didn't show it on his face, but he was actually very nervous. After they calculated this thing, they handed it over to the National Research Institute. In the end, he was scolded by the director, and those words were almost the same as what Jiang Li said. He just didn't scold them for raising a bunch of trash. It took them several months to calculate this thing. Isn't it a waste of national resources? But the Research Institute is very busy, and there is no one to find fault with them. Anyway, they just come back dejectedly and let them figure it out within 3 months. He has a headache. Not to mention 3 months, he can't even do it in half a year. If he can figure it out, when he calculated the result, the error was so big that he would not submit it. He submitted it because he could not find which step was wrong. He wanted to go to the Research Institute for advice, but the bigwigs in the Research Institute were impossible to invite. And now, he really put his hope on Jiang Li, hoping that there would be some hope. After all, it is his own country, and Jiang Li also hopes that the country's industry will take a big step forward. With a big hand spread out, Xia Qiming immediately handed over the paper he picked up with both hands, without any arrogance, just now. The ox cart stopped moving, and the uncle driving the ox cart and the captain's mother stared at Jiang Li curiously.
Pen.
Yu Yanling took out a pen from his chest pocket and handed it over, and even took off the pen cap considerately. The order of the papers was arranged, and Jiang Li pinched his index finger and thumb and quickly flipped through the thick stack of papers. The captain's mother muttered, "You flip so fast, can you understand it?" When she was about to turn over 1/3 of the paper, Jiang Li stopped and then handed the correct answer in front to Xia Qiming. The fountain pen circled the paper directly. The calculation error started at this step, which led to the result later. This is what we should do here. Then Jiang Li started writing directly on the paper. Because the paper was already full of numbers, Jiang Li could only write in very small fonts in the blank space. "Quick, go get some white paper," Yu Yanlang said.
Xia Qiming ran.
Jiang Li didn't intend to be a good person and finish writing it all. He put down the pen after writing half a page. "Well, this step should be calculated like this. According to my steps, continue to move forward, and the final error will definitely be less than 0.003. Who is Zhongli? She's the future technology tycoon. She's asked to do such a trivial thing. It's a waste of talent. And if the things at that time were not so backward, the error would be even smaller. Xia Qiming. 0.003?
Impossible?
Comrade, do you know what the error of the automated machine tools in the United States is? If we can really make an automated machine tool with an error of less than 0.003, this technology will simply surpass that of the United States. Yu Yanlong's talent is not fake. He took a look at what Zhongli wrote, and his breathing became rapid. Wonderful. It's wonderful. The idea you wrote is simple and essential. If the final calculation result is the same as what you said, you have simply promoted a big step in the development of machinery. Comrade, can you? Yu Yanlang was interrupted by Zhang Li's raised hand before he finished speaking. No. I'm still rushing to the county town. This thing can't be finished in a short time. You can take it back and let your colleagues calculate according to this idea. After repeated experiments, you will definitely be able to make this machine tool. Yu Yanlang froze. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, but the other party had already refused. It was simply a matter of dying before he could accomplish his mission. Comrade, don't rush to refuse. I really invite you with sincerity. Our R&D department urgently needs talents like you. To be honest, among the 10 people in our R&D department, only 3 understand the calculus, material science, and algebra that you wrote, including me. So can you?
What?
Now it was Zhang Li's turn to be shocked. Only 3 people understand? How can they be called researchers if they don't understand these? They are not even worthy of being assistants to researchers, right? Zhang Li never thought that the country's talent shortage would be so severe. It was simply too exaggerated. These are the basics, and if you don't understand these, how can you build machine tools? What the Hades is going on? Yu Yanlang was not dissatisfied with Zhang Li's words. Instead, he thought highly of her, which showed that her level was higher than he thought. So, comrade, can you? Zhang Li made a pause gesture again. Stop, I have an appointment with my sister. It will be too late if I don't go to town. I'm not interested in going to work. I still have 2 sons to take care of. What Zhang Li said was the truth. Although she wanted to find a job that could make money, she definitely didn't want to work from 9 to 5 every day. She didn't want to waste her youth in the laboratory like she did in her previous life. In her previous life, she was forced by the situation and had no choice. It was the end of the world, and she had to do nothing. In this life, she was determined to give up. Yu Yanlang was not the kind of person who would give up after being rejected. Comrade, we have a car. Why don't you continue our conversation last time? However, Zhang Li still shook her head. A woman, am getting in the car with you. What's the matter? When the captain's mother heard this, she looked at the car in front, and her face turned red with excitement. It's okay, Bochuan's wife. I can sit with you, so there won't be any problem, right, leader? The captain's mother was so excited. It was rare to see cars even in the town. How could she miss the opportunity before her? If she could ride in a car today, she could brag about it for a year when she returned to the village. Bochuan's wife, you see, we have delayed Uncle Nyo for a long time today. Why don't we let him go back to the village? The villagers are still waiting for the cows to go to the fields. The captain's mother almost begged Zhang Li to agree. Okay then. However, Zhang Li and her aunt still paid for the ox cart ride. Xia Qiming did not look down on Zhang Li at all now, and opened the door respectfully. When it comes to riding in a car, Zhang Li and the captain's mother, Aunt Meow, have a huge difference. Compared with Aunt Meow, who didn't know what to do with her hands and feet when she got in the car, Zhang Li seemed too calm. Aunt Meow sat on the soft seat. Her eyes kept looking around, but she didn't dare to touch anywhere, for fear that she would not be able to pay for it if she broke it. Zhang Li sat there calmly, as if he often rode there. Yu Yanlang didn't waste any time. He took a piece of paper and wrote and drew on it, and soon handed it to Zhang Li. Comrade, can you please show me how to solve this? Zhang Li glanced at him lightly, realizing that he was testing her, or maybe he wanted to get it for free. $10. Yu Yanlong's brain froze for a moment, then he reacted and nodded. Okay. While Zhang Li was writing, Yu Yanlang took another piece of paper and continued writing. However, Zhongli was very fast, and she stopped writing before he finished the next question. Zhongli handed it to him, glanced at what he had written, and said, "No need to write. It's wrong. Using the method you wrote is a waste of time and a stupid thing. You want to increase the speed of the car, but you only think of reducing the weight of the car body from the material point of view. Have you never thought about upgrading the engine directly? Or improving fuel efficiency? Reducing weight to increase speed. This is the most useless way, right?" Being called stupid, Yu Yanlang was not happy at all. Instead, he said humbly, "Comrade, it's not that we haven't thought about the two-speed increasing methods you mentioned, but the current national materials cannot meet this requirement at all, so we have to choose the second best method to increase speed now." Xia Qiming. Yes, our level of extracting materials is limited. The engines are imported from outside at a high price. We can't even make those materials, let alone upgrade them. Zhongli. So, you know very well that if you want to speed up the car, you must go through these two processes. It hasn't even started yet, but you are already retreating or even directly bypassing these two methods. It would be strange if the industry can make progress. If you can't get the material, then find a way to make it. Isn't our research and development to make the impossible possible and to research out the non-existent? Otherwise, what's the point of research? You are blindly limited to what you already have and don't want to break these and create new ones. Is this still called research? Xia Qiming frowned. Comrade, shouldn't our research and development be considered successful only if it is successfully developed and applied to real life? The two methods you mentioned are simply impossible. If a lot of manpower and material resources are wasted and they fail in the end, wouldn't it be in vain? We still have to proceed from reality, right? In terms of profession, Zhongli is ruthless and said directly, "You are still a researcher. Failure is the mother of success. Without failure, how can there be success? How do you know you will fail if you don't even want to try?" Yu Yanlang clapped his hands. "Comrade, you said it well. The existence of our scientific researchers is to make the impossible possible. It is us old guys who have limited vision. Little girl, are you willing to come to our R&D department? I sincerely invite you to join our 69th R&D department." After the conversation just now, Yu Yanlang knew very well that the young comrade in front of him was definitely a R&D genius. Just from a string of nonsensical data, it can be seen that he is writing about the research on automobile acceleration. Such a genius is nowhere to be found. Moreover, after the conversation, he found that this comrade is knowledgeable and has a deep background. If such a person is let go, it will definitely be a loss for their R&D department. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yu Yanlang, the chief engineer of the R&D department of the first machinery factory of our province. He is the head of R&D, Xia Qiming. We really need the injection of new blood like you. It would be a waste if you don't join us with such knowledge. Aunt Meow was stunned, staring at Zhongli stupidly. When she came to her senses, she grabbed Yu Yanlang's arm in a daze. This chief engineer you, do you mean to give Zhongli a job? Or a job in the largest machinery factory in town? Aunt Meow raised her voice. Thinking that this aunt was Zhongli's relative or something, Yu Yanlang's attitude was also very good. Yes, our R&D department has good benefits and high salaries. We will issue invoices and give out things during holidays. So if she comes to our R&D department, we will definitely not treat her unfairly. Aunt Meow blushed with excitement. Those who didn't know would think that she got the job.
Leader, how much does this job pay?
Aunt Meow's heart was beating fast. That was a job, a golden rice bowl. Not to mention their village, no one in the next village got a job in the city. Everyone should have heard about the benefits of our machinery factory. It is divided into an 8-level work system. Especially in our R&D department, the lowest level of workers also makes 31 yuan a month. Of course, to join our R&D department, you need to take an exam to finally determine your level of worker, but I think with your level, you can definitely get a salary above level 5. In our R&D department, there are 2 other people who know calculus besides me. One is Section Chief Xia, who is a level 6 worker with a monthly salary of 96 yuan, and the other is a level 5 worker with a monthly salary of 80 yuan. I see that you are so familiar with these, and you can even understand them at a glance. With your talent, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for you to be a level 7 or 8 worker. If you can get a level 8 worker, that's 124 yuan a month, and that's still the salary, plus receipts, and a monthly ration of 27 kilograms of grain. Aunt Meow's heartbeat quickened, and her hands trembled when she heard this. She pretended not to hear what was said before, and only heard that the level 8 worker was 124 yuan. Leader, do you mean that Zhang Li can get a salary of 100 yuan a month? Is she that good? However, Zhang Li didn't even raise his eyelids. What level are you? Yu Yanling didn't say anything, but handed Zhang Li a red certificate. National Intermediate Staff Certificate. Zhang Li glanced at him indifferently, then looked at the seal of the National Research Institute on it and handed it back. I don't have the idea of working for the time being. The 2 children at home need me. I'll talk to you if I need you in the future. Aunt Meow shook her arm frantically. Are you crazy? That's a job, a stable job, more than 100 yuan a month. Aunt Meow wanted to pry open her head to see what was inside. Now she finally understood why Zhou's mother always looked helpless when she mentioned Zhang Li. Because you don't understand what she is thinking at all? Such a good thing, anyone would accept it happily, and refused it. Does she know what she is refusing? What does more than 100 yuan a month represent? Yu Yanling didn't expect Zhang Li to refuse after listening to what he said. Comrade Zhang, do you think this job is bad? Or you can go to the machinery factory with us to take a test and see what level of work you can get, and then decide? Xia Qiming was much more direct and rude. Comrade Zhang, you have also seen the backwardness of our country today. As a member of the country, you are obviously capable of why can't you contribute to the development of the motherland? If everyone thinks like you, how can our country be strong? Now foreign countries are guarding against us and impose technological blockades on us. If you want to buy an imported CNC automatic machine tool, do you know how much money our country will spend? Zhang Li raised her hand to stop. Sorry, I don't have the patriotism like you, nor do I have the spirit of selfless dedication, let alone your noble character. I just want to live freely and do whatever I want. What you say can't change my mind. Xia Qiming pointed at her and was directly angered by Zhang Li's words. How can you say that? We can have a stable life today because of the country. When the country needs us, we should do our duty. Now the country is in need of talents. How can you be so selfish? Zhang Li, it's useless to provoke me. It's impossible for me to go to work from 9 to 5 every day and stay in the factory all day. I have a man to support me. I can buy whatever I want. Why do I have to work so hard to make money myself? Xia Qiming's face turned black when he heard her say this. Now great people say that women can hold up half the sky. How can you still have such an idea? If you have the ability, you should rely on your own hands to create a world. The country is so difficult now. How can you enjoy your current life with peace of mind? Zhang Li looked at the scenery outside the window and leaned lazily on his back. Anyway, I feel at ease. Life is only a few decades long. You want me to be trapped in a job for my whole life? That's impossible. Xia Qiming stared at Zhang Li with a wheezing sound. He didn't know whose family raised her. How could such a person be raised? If he continued to talk, Xia Qiming felt that his blood vessels were going to burst. Aunt Meow was stunned by Zhang Li's words. She is indeed the laziest woman in the village. She doesn't even want to do a job that pays 100 yuan a month. How lazy can she be? This is obviously a golden phoenix, but she insists on treating herself like a pheasant. Aunt Meow looked at Zhang Li with a look of disappointment and felt really sorry for Zhou's mother. She obviously married a rich man into the family, but she didn't know it and was laughed at by the whole village for several years. But thinking of Zhang Li's difficult personality, I'm afraid the gold nugget will be useless. It's like knowing that there is a huge amount of money at home, but not being able to use it. Isn't it just infuriating? Yu Yanling said with a big smile. Comrade Zhang's thinking is really different from that of ordinary people. He does things as he pleases. You can tell at a glance that he is a man who can do great things. Zhang Li looked at him with a half smile, then spread his hands. Don't make empty promises to me.
I won't buy it. Give me the money.
For the 2 questions you just did, plus the conversation, the tuition fee will be 20 yuan. Yu Yanlong's smile deepened. He took out his wallet from his pocket, took out 2 big Unity notes, and handed them to Zhang Li. I wonder how much it will cost to invite you to take a test paper in our factory? Zhang Li also smiled, gave Yu Yanling a look that showed he was doing something, and continued to spread his hands. Yu Yanling narrowed his eyes and handed over 2 more big Unity notes. Xia Qiming was confused. He looked at the 2 of them, not knowing whether this was an agreement or an agreement. Aunt Miao stared blankly at the 40 yuan that Zhang Li got, and she was completely confused. When they arrived at the town, the car stopped, but Aunt Miao didn't want to get off the car. She pulled Zhang Li, Buchuan's wife. I haven't been to the machinery factory yet. Can you take me with you? I promise not to talk the whole time, and will never disturb you. Just like that, Zhang Li and Aunt Miao were taken to the office of Yu, the chief engineer of the R&D department of the machinery factory. Yu Yanlang was not vague either. He directly pulled out a large test paper from the bottom of the drawer, which belonged to the 8th level worker exam. Looking at the title of the test paper, which read R&D department 8th level worker test paper, and roughly scanning the paper, Zhang Li's mouth twitched. So the highest level 8th level workers in this era are only at this level. It's too simple. These days are simply too childish for her. Zhang Li sat down and started writing quickly. In front of her, Yu Yanlang and Xia Qiming stared at the speed of her writing, and the answer became brighter and brighter. The look in his eyes when he looked at her was terribly hot. Seeing Zhang Li finish the whole test paper in half an hour, Yu Yanlang was so excited that he couldn't speak when he thought about how it took him more than 3 hours to finish it. Xia Qiming looked at Zhang Li with respect. Geniuses are very popular wherever they go. Not to mention that Xia Qiming is middle-aged and is only a level 6 worker. He couldn't write what Zhang Li did. Yu Yanling strode to Zhang Li and said excitedly, "Comrade Zhang, our factory needs talents like you. With your level, you are definitely far ahead of me. When the National Special Occupation Examination comes in the spring of next year, you will definitely get a certificate that is more advanced than mine. Talents like you should not be buried. We sincerely invite you to join our 69th R&D department and become our 8th level R&D staff." Zhang Li, I said, I'm not interested in office work. Yu Yanling pondered. Comrade Zhang, could you please visit our machinery factory? Zhang Li also wanted to see what the situation in the workshop was like now, so she nodded. Aunt Miao's eyes, when she looked at Zhang Li, had changed drastically. When she thought of those ignorant people in the village who said every day that she was a lazy woman and that marrying her would be unlucky, Aunt Miao had no intention of complaining. An 8th level worker. 124 yuan a month, with a fixed supply of food, and invoices every month. This is more than what her husband Zhou Buchuan earns. Yu Yanling took Zhang Li to the workshop, and Xia Qiming and Aunt Miao walked behind. On the way, Yu Yanling introduced the situation in the factory to Zhang Li. Comrade Zhang, to be honest with you, most of the machine tools in our factory are now bought back from foreign countries at high prices. The equipment is old. Once a breakdown occurs, the technical master cannot repair it, and we have to invite foreigners to repair it at a high price. This is also a large amount of money. And the equipment is old. The parts produced will have errors, and most of them need to be manually polished, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the output is low. Another problem is that the materials are worn out. Domestic manual machine tools cannot keep up with the speed and have large errors. It is really too difficult for the industry to develop. Walking into the workshop, one machine after another with aging paint peeling and some rusty machines came into view. Zhang Li, who is used to high-tech, simply couldn't bear to look at them. These machines are more than just old. They have reached the standard of being scrapped, right? Zhang Li walked over and picked up a few small parts that had just been made, and found that the parts were really hard to describe. Not only were the materials rough, but the parts made were also uneven. In her opinion, these parts were not up to standard at all. The accuracy was so poor. Can we pause for a moment? The worker looked at Chief Engineer Yu, and knowing that it was someone brought by Chief Engineer Yu, he pressed the pause button. The rumbling noise stopped, and Zhang Li manually opened the safety door of the machine, and saw the rusty sawtooth on it. There was no need to measure it, because the gear parameters of each sawtooth were completely different. Chief Engineer Yu seemed to see her disgust and explained, "Such small parts will eventually be sent to the back for manual polishing and refinement. If we can build highly accurate automated machine tools, then our country will not have to spend huge amounts of money to import these small parts from abroad every year." Take me to see the imported machines. The one in front of him was domestically made. When Zhongli saw the foreign imported machine that Chief Engineer Yu mentioned, his expression did not change. "This is the best machine tool in our factory now. It is not old, and it breaks down less frequently. The qualified rate of the parts it makes is 30%. This time, Zhongli did not call for help. He directly pressed the pause button and turned off the machine. After opening the safety door, he saw the problem at a glance. "You have never disassembled this machine? Don't you know there is a problem?" Chief Engineer Yu shook his head in surprise. "Is there something wrong with this machine? It has only been bought from abroad for 2 years. How dare we dismantle it? If we see it and put it back together, we can't afford the compensation. It broke down again last month, and we invited foreign experts to repair it. They didn't say there was a problem?" Zhongli looked at him speechlessly. How can researchers make progress if they don't dismantle machines and study them? How can they learn? If you want to explore new machine tools, you have to dismantle all the existing machine tools and study them first. Only when you are familiar with them can you study better machine tools, right? And this, when you bought it, there should have been an inspection. The qualified rate of the parts produced is so low. Didn't anyone find that the machine was tampered with? When Yu Yanlang understood what Zhongli said, his pupils dilated, and he took a deep breath. "You mean the machines that our country bought at a high price were tampered with by those rascals? That's why it was fine during the trial, but not long after it was bought, the parts produced began to have errors and often broke down. It's all because the machine was tampered with. They do this on purpose just to make a steady stream of money from our country." Yu Yanlang is no fool. When he thinks of the huge amount of maintenance costs their country spends on these machines every year, he gets so angry that his eyes turn red. Shameless. It's absolutely shameless. How can they do this?
How dare they?
Comrade Jiang, since you can see the problem, can you solve it? Comrade Jiang, you can see that our country is really too backward in this regard. They dare to do this. Aren't they just bullying us because we can't find the problem? Now that our country's industrial development has stagnated, it has become a place that others can bully. At the Canton Fair, they were mocking, disdainful, and had such an arrogant look on their faces. Comrade Jiang, I sincerely hope you can join us. Yu Yanlang even bowed to Zhongli. The workers who were closer, including Xia Qiming, had tears in their eyes. Even Aunt Miao, who didn't understand patriotism, felt angry and moved after hearing this. Wuchuan's wife, if you really understand this, you can help them. We are all doing this for the country. Your husband is also a soldier. You are a military wife, you.
Stop.
And use moral blackmail on me. I won't buy it. Yu Yanlang and Xia Qiming. Then which one do you buy? Zhongli didn't agree to join the factory, but this is his own country after all, and it's still unpleasant to be bullied like this. So he didn't hesitate to say, there should be a few screws inside the machine that are not tightened. The more frequently it is used, the looser the screws will be, and the error of the parts produced will become larger and larger. There are also a few parts that should have been deliberately installed upside down, so the speed and accuracy are not high, and the control system of this machine tool should have been adjusted. This machine tool is actually a good one, at least 10 times better than the domestic one just now, but the control system is adjusted to the slowest, so the output cannot be increased. Xia Qiming cursed after hearing this. Those rascals, they collect so much money from us every year, but they do such a thing. They are simply inhuman. Yu Yanlang calmed down and said, Comrade Jiang, do you have a way to fix this machine? For a researcher, such a small matter as maintenance is simply an insult to her profession. But who made her soft-hearted? Call a technician to do the maintenance. I don't want to dirty my skirt. Yu Yanlang was overjoyed. Quick, go and call Engineer Chung. The worker next to him ran away and disappeared in a moment.
Jiangli, I'm thirsty.
Xia Qiming. My fault. I'll go buy you some water right away. There is a small supply and marketing cooperative inside the machinery factory. Xia Qiming quickly bought 2 bottles of soda and brought them back, and Aunt Meow also got some. Aunt Meow doesn't regret going out today. What is there to regret? She made a fortune by going out today. She didn't spend any money, got on a car, drank soda, visited the machinery factory, and witnessed how much the big shots loved Zhongli. Now, when she returns to the village, a whole day will not be enough for her to brag about. She was reluctant to finish the bottle of soda, so she took a sip and held it, thinking about drinking it slowly in front of everyone when she returned to the village, and talking slowly. When Chengong, the maintenance technician mentioned by Yu Yanlang, arrived, the man looked at Yu Yanlang helplessly. "Old brother, you're not kidding me, are you? She is so young, and you really dare to listen to her. If this machine is dismantled and can't be put back, it will be a big trouble." Jiang Li did not urge him, drinking soda with a look of indifference. He also nagged to Xia Qiming. "Chief Xia, the bottle you bought is not enough to drink. It's too little, and I like to drink more Coke." Xia Qiming. Is this the time to talk about this? But he didn't dare to say it and ran out silently to buy 4 more bottles of Coke. This time he ran faster, for fear that he would not see the machine being disassembled. Aunt Meow got another bottle of Coke, and she was so happy that she didn't know what to do. Over there, Yu Yanlang finally persuaded Engineer Cheng to help Jiang Li disassemble the machine, and he would be responsible for all the problems. Jiang Li sat on the stool, drinking soda leisurely, while instructing Engineer Cheng how to disassemble the machine and remove that part. "Yes, that's it. You unscrew those 2 screws, lift up the board to expose the inside, and you can see the problem." Still dismantling? Engineer Cheng looked at the disassembled parts one by one. Even though he had carefully arranged each one in order, he couldn't bear to disassemble so many. Now, he couldn't remember the order of the disassembly just now, not to mention how difficult it would be to put them back later. Those small parts and small screws were piled together, and he couldn't tell which was which. He didn't expect that there were so many delicate parts in this machine tool, and they were so complicated. Thinking that he really couldn't put them back later, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. "Take it down, it will be fixed soon. Didn't your chief engineer say that he will be responsible if it is damaged?" Everyone. Even if you think so in your heart, don't say it out loud. After the 2 small screws were unscrewed and the cover was lifted, Engineer Cheng shouted, The screws inside are really loose. They are about to fall off. No wonder those people never let us watch every time they come to repair the machine, saying they are afraid that we will steal their technology. It turns out they are afraid that we will find out that they have tampered with it. Comrade Jiang, now we just need to tighten these screws, right?" Engineer Cheng no longer dared to underestimate the young Jiang Li in front of him. Just by looking at the parts and listening to the sound, he could tell that there was something wrong with the machine tool. This is more than just a great technique. It's simply amazing. Jiang Li walked over with a Coke in his hand and pointed at 2 positions. "There are also these 2 things. Don't you think it would be more appropriate to switch their positions?" Chengong was quite good at hands-on work. He understood as soon as Jiang Li said, "It's true. These parts really match. It's obviously more appropriate to put them here. Those people are sure that we won't disassemble the machine, so they dare to treat us like fools. It's too much." Jiang Li pointed to the wire on the other side. "Here, this wire has not been connected yet. This wire controls the machine system. If you don't connect it, you can't use many functions. Connect it, and I'll adjust the machine for you later. That's what we call a real repair." Seeing Chengong connect the wires and make sure there is nothing missing, Jiang Li subconsciously handed the empty Coke bottle to the side. Xia Qiming was stunned for a moment and quickly took it. Now Jiang Li is amazing in his eyes. This is not a genius, but a living bodhisattva and god of wealth. If she were here, how much money could the country save? Yu Yanlang had the same idea. When he thought about the money that other countries had defrauded him of over the years, he felt like a big rock was pressing on his heart. He was so angry that he had no place to vent. "You can put the rest back by yourself. I'll go out for a walk and come back to adjust the system for you later." Chengong was dumbfounded. Wait. Looking at the scattered parts, Chengong's mind was full of confusion. I can't put it back." Now it was Jiang Li's turn to stare. Isn't it the way you disassembled it? Just put it back? Chengong, embarrassing.
Jiangli.
You only disassembled a few things. You can't forget how to put it back, right? Chengong was devastated. Is this just a little bit of disassembly? The core has been disassembled, okay? There are more than 100 parts on the ground. How can he remember? Yu Yanlang and Xia Qiming have both understood Jiang Li's poisonous tongue. Looking at Chengong's appearance, they felt relieved for some reason. They even wanted to laugh and felt sad for him. Under Jiang Li's sharp eyes, Chengong felt pressured. But he also knew his own ability. He really couldn't put the machine back. He could only admit it with a red face. Aunt Meow didn't understand the twists and turns of this at all. After hearing Jiang Li's tone, she just thought it was a very simple matter. And Chengong, a grown man, didn't even know it as well as a little girl. It was really shameful. Receiving Aunt Meow's contemptuous eyes, Chengong really wanted to spit out blood. But he could only shamelessly ask Jiang Li for advice. Jiang Li was speechless. If she continued to procrastinate, she would have to spend the whole morning here. If she was unhappy, she would have to make others unhappy too. She spread her hands in a familiar way. Yu Yanlang understood immediately. Comrade Jiang, don't worry. If this machine is really repaired, you will definitely not be short of this reward. Yu Yanlang knew very well what it meant if this machine was repaired and how much it would improve production. The most important point is that the country bought more than one machine tool. Their factory alone has 10, not to mention the machinery factories in other provinces. He could calculate the importance of this matter. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction and began to instruct Chengong to assemble the machine. Then Jiang Li found the problem. Chengong had strong hands-on ability, but his brain didn't seem to work very well. While instructing, he couldn't help complaining. I wonder, even if you can't remember the order of putting it back, you should know how to put it back after taking a few glances at these parts. Dealing with these things all day, can't you understand them thoroughly? Chengong burst into tears and really wanted to roar at Jiang Li. Not everyone's brain is as flexible as yours. Do you think everyone is a genius? Jiang Li seemed to hear a snickering sound and tilted his head. It's funny. You said you are from the R&D department and you are level 6 and level 8 workers. 3 grown men took apart a small thing, but they couldn't put it back. It's embarrassing to tell others about it. The workshop was hot and stuffy, and Jiang Li became more and more irritated as he sat there. He couldn't stop talking and said a lot. Aunt Meow didn't understand, but she did understand this. While nodding beside Jiang Li, he said that the 3 grown men were not as good as a female comrade at this age. After the machine was installed, the 3 grown men wiped the sweat from their foreheads at the same time. Jiang Li suddenly thought of a question and stared at Yu Yanlang seriously and solemnly. This was dismantled and installed again. Did you remember all the steps? Jiang Li looked at the roof speechlessly and felt that his throat was smoking. Finally, he couldn't help but said, "You don't want me to work illegally for you, do you?" "No, I think you should have guessed that there must be more than one machine with problems. You can't let me participate in the maintenance of every machine? I don't have that much time. Hurry up and bring me paper and pen. I'll debug it. You write down all the steps, and don't ask me for this kind of thing next time." Not only is it a waste of time, but I didn't see a single hair. Yu Yanlang went to get paper and pen, and Xia Qiming said weakly, "Comrade, we are all for the country, for industrial development I do unpaid work, and I don't have the spirit of selfless dedication, so don't blackmail me morally. I thought you would learn it after teaching you once, but who knew you would waste my time and go toss in vain." When the machine tool started to operate normally, Chengong showed a look of joy on his face. It's moving, it's not installed wrong, and it seems that the noise of the machine tool is not so loud. Looking at the process parts, Chengong quickly took a caliper to measure. Qualified. This part is qualified. It can be used directly, no manual polishing is required. After making a few more parts, all of them were qualified. Engineer Cheng's face turned red with excitement, and he jumped a few times on the spot. After Yu Yanlang brought paper and pen, Jiang Li stood in front of the operating panel. "I'll start pressing, and you remember every step. There are quite a lot, so write faster." In order to remember them all,
Yu Yanlang took 3 copies of paper and pen and stared at the face screen nervously, for fear of missing that step. When Zhongli started pressing, he was dumbfounded. All in English?
Xia Qiming.
Zhongli paused while operating the machine and looked over with a cold look. Have you ever seen Chinese characters anywhere on this machine? Have you never used this panel before? Don't you know English? Yu Yanlang, Section Chief Xia, and I know a little English, but our level is limited. No one can operate this panel except turning it on and off. Zhongli was almost laughing. Then what is the use of this automated machine tool for you? How do you adjust it when switching parts? Engineer Cheng, take down the mold and change it, or adjust it manually. Zhongli really didn't know what to say now. It was like giving you a smartphone. You can't use it at all, you can only turn it on and off, and you can only find the buttons to make a phone call. He took a deep breath and decided to be a good person to the end. Don't remember it for now. I'll adjust the system speed first, and then I'll tell you how to switch or adjust the size of the gears. As Zhongli's hands pressed on the buttons, the English on the panel kept changing, and then the 2 English words "okay" were displayed, and everyone knew it was done. Xia Qiming, who was only half-baked, didn't understand it at all. Yu Yanlang was better. He only understood a little. Then Zhongli gave up his seat and let Chenggong test the machine. Then Chenggong's excited voice was heard again. Old Xia, come and see. The machine is turning so fast. After the parts were made, Chenggong looked at the time. Oh my God, the speed has been increased by more than half. In the past, it took the same amount of time to make 1 unqualified part as it does to make 2 qualified parts now. How much will the production efficiency be improved? Thinking of this, Chenggong's breathing became rapid. Zhongli ignored him and operated on the panel again. Look at the gears inside the machine. Do you see the changes? In fact, you only need to input the parts data you want with a few clicks, and then you can make the parts you want. You don't have to spend time disassembling or adjusting gears. And it can automatically store the data you input, which means you can switch at will next time. You don't even have to input it, just press it. Make whatever model of parts you want. The 3 men looked at Zhongli as if they were looking at a treasure. Comrade Zhang, thank you so much. You taught us a lesson today. This machine tool has been in our factory for 2 years, and we didn't know it had so many functions. Zhongli interrupted him directly. Don't talk about these empty words. I like practical things. Then he spread his hands. Yu Yanlang made a gesture of invitation to Zhongli. In the factory director's office, Yu Yanlang and Zhongli talked in detail for half an hour before the door opened and Zhongli walked out. From the looks of his face, it seemed that the conversation was quite satisfactory. Aunt Meow, let's go. Aunt Meow saw Zhongli leaving like this, then looked at Yu Yanlang and sighed, and hurriedly followed. Bochuan's wife. What did you talk about in there? How much money did that big boss give you? No, did you take the job? It's more than 100 yuan a month, right? Zhongli didn't want to say more. Aunt, I still have to send a letter to my husband. I have to go quickly, otherwise the ox carts on the way back will be gone. I'm leaving first. Zhongli ran straight away, fearing that she would be caught up by Aunt Meow. Thinking of the 1,000 yuan she had just received, Zhongli couldn't help but sigh that the money was easy to make. It seems that in this era, having some skills is still very profitable. Next time you don't have money, I'll go to old you again. Just now in the office, Yu Yanlang couldn't change Zhongli's mind no matter how hard he tried, but in order to win her over, Yu Yanlang directly gave her 1,000 yuan for the cost of repairing the machine. 1,000 yuan. What does that mean? The original owner had only saved 800 yuan in several years. She made 1,000 yuan in just one morning. This money was so easy to make. Of course, Yu Yanlang also said that even if she didn't join their R&D department, he hoped that she could help check all the machines in the factory. She could get 100 yuan for one machine tool. This is the largest machinery factory in the province, and there are many machine tools. Of course, there are only a dozen imported ones, but it would cost more than 1,000 yuan after all of them are repaired. Zhongli also understood that the 1,000 yuan he gave was a token of friendship, but since the money was in front of him, there was no reason not to accept it. And even though this 1,000 yuan is a lot, Zhongli's behavior today will help them improve their production. It not only improved efficiency, but also found the key problem.
The money saved is far more than the 1,000 yuan. If Zhongli hadn't found the problem, it would not be long before they would have to invite foreign experts to come and repair the machine, and the cost would be even higher. What Zhongli didn't know was that after she left, Yu Yanlang called the National Research Institute and talked for an hour. When she arrived at the post office, Zhongli bought stamps to send the letter, and at the same time, she also bought a bunch of stamps to collect. These things will be worth a lot in the future. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhongli went straight to the department store to find Su He after leaving the post office. Su He's eyes lit up when she saw Zhongli appear. "I thought you weren't coming? Did you bring my skirt?" "Of course, it's all here." Then Su He pulled Zhongli to their restroom. "Sister, sit down first, let me take a look." 5 skirts were taken out of the paper bag, and Su He's eyes were dazzled. "Oh my god, such beautiful and smooth fabrics. Each one is so beautiful. I want them all so much. What should I do?" Holding the skirts and gesturing on her body, Su He became more and more attracted the more she looked at them, and she began to suffer from decision-making difficulty. "Sister Zhongli, can I have 3?
Sure.
There are plenty of villas, anyway. Then can you help me choose?" Each one was so beautiful, Su He really couldn't make up her mind. Zhongli quickly selected 3 and handed them to her. "These ones are more white, and the length of the skirts is suitable for you. What do you think?" "Then these 3.
Su He paid readily.
"By the way, I also got you 2 hair flowers for you." "Thank you, Sister Zhongli, you are so kind." After getting the 3 beautiful skirts, Su He said she would treat Zhongli to dinner. "Zhongli, not today. I encountered something on the way and wasted too much time. There is no one to cook for the 2 children at home. I'm going to buy something and go back." "Is that so? Next time, I will definitely treat you to dinner when you come. I will pick up what you want to buy for you. I want to buy a backpack. It's not convenient to bring a basket every time I come to town. Can you show me around?" There are many styles of backpacks in this era, but they are all made of cloth, which looks a bit rustic. But Zhongli didn't mind. "Su He, please issue me an invoice. I want this big backpack and this crossbody one, and 2 pairs of children's slippers. By the way, I also want to buy some cloth. Do you have any better cloth?" "No local cloth. Aunt Meow will definitely spread the news to the whole village about what happened in town today. By then, everyone will know that she made money today. She will buy some cloth to win over her mother-in-law. Then she can ask her to help take care of the baby, and she can continue to earn the next 1,000 yuan. Cloth, right? You came at the right time today. We just have a batch of processed cloth.
Come with me."
Good stuff like the defective cloth that doesn't require a ticket can usually be consumed by internal staff, and it's impossible for outsiders to buy it. With Su He here, Zhongli directly bought half a piece of light blue cloth and a few feet of red with white flowers and blue with white flowers. Don't look down on these cloths. If you give them to your mother-in-law, she will definitely like them. Although these cloths looked very rustic and old-fashioned in Zhongli's eyes, when he thought of the clothes everyone in the village wore, Zhongli still agreed with what Su He said. "Okay, then take more. Anyway, you don't need a ticket, and you can use it as a dishcloth." Su He chuckled. "When it comes to spending money, you're better than me. Whoever uses cloth to wash dishes uses that melon bag. I'll give you 2 more feet. There's no more. I'll give you my share this month." Yes, even if it's internal, there is a quota every month, otherwise the processed cloth will be snatched. "Then thank you." Because she made a lot of money this time, Zhongli was not stingy when it came to spending money. She bought 2 pounds of egg cakes and 3 bottles of soda before going back. Zhongli thought that she would be watched when she came back today. After all, she didn't believe that Aunt Meow would not say something. Unexpectedly, she returned home peacefully. Seeing the wide open door and the smoking chimney, Zhongli knew that Zhou's mother should be here. Sure enough, when Zhongli went in, he saw Zhou's mother setting the table to prepare for dinner. Seeing Zhongli come in, Zhou's mother was displeased. "You go to town every 2 days and have too much money, right? How hungry are the 2 children? You don't even come back at the appointed time, and you don't even say a word. All you do is buy things every day? Who gets married like you? I don't ask you to be diligent. Can you buy less?" Zhou's mother got angry when she saw her buying a lot of things again. Jiangli blinked. Mom, if I didn't go to town today, I would have lost a lot of money. Fortunately, I like to buy. Otherwise, how could I make a lot of money today? I'm in a good mood today, and I specially measured some cloth for you and Dad to make clothes. After a few words, Zhou's mother only heard the 3 words about making a lot of money. Do you think money is so easy to make? You can make money by going to town? Do you think I'm stupid? Forget it. You won't listen no matter what I say. Just let it go. This time Zhou's mother was furious. She put the prepared dishes on the table and walked out. Jiangli looked at the 2 children. I am telling the truth. Why doesn't your grandma believe it? Shirtu jumped over. Mom, did you really make money today? Then are you going to buy me something? That's a must. The first money I earn must be used to buy you gifts. Jiangli said arrogantly. Mutu also came over. Mom, did you really make money? You don't believe me either? Believe it.
Mutu said.
It's just that this word is not very credible. Humph, believe it or not. Eat first and I'll show you something good after dinner. Shirtu looked at the bulging basket in her hand. Mom, can I open it now? Jiangli smiled and squinted. No. Then looking at the food on the table, Jiangli frowned. Why is there no meat? Don't we have bacon at home? The same goes for this meal. Rice is so delicious. Why put sweet potatoes in it? Grandma said that we can't just eat fine grains every day. Eating meat will cost a lot of money. Shirtu said, with Zhou's mother nagging while cooking. You wait. Jiangli walked into the kitchen with a basket on his shoulder and soon brought out a dish of braised pork head. The 2 brothers' eyes lit up. Eat quickly. Fortunately, I packed some meat back, otherwise we would have to eat vegetarian food. Mom, you are the best. Shirtu smiled. After dinner, Jiangli looked at the pile of bowls and cast his eyes on his 2 sons. Mutu pointed at himself in disbelief. Mom, I'm only 5 years old. You let me collect the bowls? Aren't you afraid that I will break all the bowls? It's okay. Who starts to learn to work without breaking a few bowls? Mom believes you can do it. Just put the bowls in the basin. From now on, when we eat at home, Mutu will be responsible for collecting the bowls, Shirtu will be responsible for wiping the table, and Mom will be responsible for cooking and washing dishes. Shirtu reacted the most. Mom, I'm not even 3 years old. You will be 3 years old next month. Mom believes that we Shirtu can clean the table thoroughly. Don't you want to see what good things I bought for you today? The 2 brothers looked at each other and began to work resignedly. Compared with cooking, Jiangli hated clearing the table and washing dishes more. After they finished clearing, Mom, can I open it now and see what you bought? Open it.
Wow.
So many cloths, Mom. Are you going to make clothes for us? Do you think Mom can make clothes? The ready-made clothes I bought for you are downstairs. These cloths are bought for your grandparents. But your grandma seems angry. If you don't want it, you can use it as a rag, curtain, or tablecloth. Mutu was anxious. How can such a good cloth be used as a rag or tablecloth? Grandma doesn't refuse it. I'll give it to you later. Grandma will definitely be happy. Shirtu didn't care about that. He took out the cloths one by one and found the ready-made clothes that Jiangli had brought. These ready-made clothes were not bought. They were picked out in the villa before and were not taken out. Although he went to the town a lot these days and brought back a lot of things every time, he didn't spend much money. Mom, I love you so much. You bought us new clothes again. Shirtu took the new clothes and ran over happily and kissed Jiangli on the face. Jiangli looked at the scene and suddenly felt that raising a child was fun. 2 sets of new clothes made her happy. She hugged Shirtu's face and kissed him hard. Mom loves you too. Jiangli wanted to hug Mutu and kiss him, but he dodged. Mom, I'm grown up and can't be kissed. Okay, our Mutu is grown up and can't be kissed, but you can hug me. Mutu blushed as he looked at the open arms and walked over. The sweet and soft smell made Mutu blush. There are also slippers bought for you. Try them to see if they fit you well. Jiangli took out 2 pairs of slippers and put them on the ground. What beautiful shoes! Don't put them on the ground. They will get dirty. Mutu and the others are still wearing straw sandals. They used to wear sandals occasionally, but they were afraid that they would be worn out, so they rarely wore them. Shoes are bought to be worn. These slippers are softer than straw sandals. This way you don't have to wear straw sandals. The two children were so happy with the pile of new things that they didn't know what to do. Mom, what about these two? This is a backpack, I rewarded myself. It will be so convenient to carry one to put money when I go to town in the future. Mutu looked at his mother and whispered, Mom, how much money did you make today? Shirtu also cast a curious look. Jiangli smiled and took the small crossbody bag. What about today? This is the first time that Mom has made money since she was a child, so everyone who sees it will get a share. I will give you some pocket money. The two brothers widened their eyes in shock, staring at her small bag. Jiangli's hand was in the bag, but she hadn't decided how many cents to give. At that time, there was no such thing as pocket money in the children's world. If she gave too much for the first time, she was afraid that they would spend the money recklessly. There was a small supply and marketing cooperative in the village which was right next to the village committee. Usually, everyone would go there to buy things when they needed them. After thinking for a while, Jiangli felt that giving 1 cent was too stingy, so she rummaged around and took out 10 1-cent bills. A stack of 1-cent bills made the two brothers' eyes brighter. Mom made a lot of money today. I was going to give each of you 1 cent, but after thinking about it, I felt that you brothers could restrain yourself and not spend money recklessly, so I gave each of you 5 cents. Jiangli divided the money into two and pushed them in front of them. Mom believes that you can save the money and won't spend it recklessly, right? Mutu was the first to say when he got the money, I definitely won't spend money recklessly. I can lock my money up. Sure, Tu also patted his chest to show that he would not spend money recklessly. Jiangli nodded with satisfaction. If you do well this time and don't spend money recklessly, then Mother will reward you next time. Not only that, starting from this year, you are allowed to keep the red envelopes you received during the Chinese New Year. But if you can't manage the money well, then there will be no rewards in the future, and the red envelopes for the Chinese New Year will also be confiscated. Shirtu pouted. Then this money can't be spent? No, if you spend it, you have to tell me every penny, what you bought, and why you spent it. Let Mother judge whether you should spend the money, and whether you did the right thing. Mutu expressed doubts. What if we go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy snacks? Jiangli, that depends on the situation. Just like today, Mother went to town and came back late, and Grandma didn't come to cook. If you are hungry and can't find anything to eat at home, you can go buy some snacks. But Grandma came to cook, which means you won't be hungry, so you can't buy it, otherwise it will be called reckless spending. Mutu nodded, not quite understanding. Jiangli continued, if you can't control your mouths and spend all the money on snacks at once, Mother will also criticize you. Making money is not easy. Your father hasn't come home once all year round, and the money he sends back is not much, so making money is very difficult. And the 5 cents in your hand can't even earn you 5 baskets of pig grass, so you can't spend it indiscriminately, understand? After describing it this way, Mutu and the others understood, and responded to Jiangli loudly. We get it. Okay, then you wash your new clothes and get ready for bed. Eat egg cake when you wake up. I bought 2 pounds of it in the kitchen. Mutu saw Jiangli starting to tidy up the cloth on the table, hesitated for a moment, and stretched out his hand. Mom, didn't you say you're going to buy this cloth for Grandma? Didn't you say that you were happy to make money, so you made us all happy too? Jiangli looked at Mutu and found that this poor kid was quite conscientious. He always thought of his grandma for all the good things. He was really filial. But why did he feel so unhappy? Squatting down, Jiangli asked, Mutu, if Grandma and Mom fell into the water together, who would you save?
Mutioyu.
Mom, I can't swim.
Jiangli.
Then you have a delicious cake. Who would you give it to? Mutu blinked his ignorant eyes. Mom, I'm still a child. I don't have delicious cake. Jiangli found that she was being stupid. It's okay. Go wash new clothes. I'm really stupid. Why bother with a child?
Jiangli mutarat.
Little did she know, Mutu looked at her from behind with curved eyebrows. Mutu was washing new clothes. Mom, are you really not going to give Grandma that cloth? Jiangli would never admit that she was jealous of her child. Your grandma is so angry. She must disdain this little cloth. If I give it to her, She will definitely be even more angry and say that I am wasting money and won't give it to her. When Jiangli went in, Shirtu came over slyly. Brother, why don't we wait until Mom falls asleep and then secretly take the cloth over? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Mu Tu glared at his brother. But Grandma is very good to us. When we had no clothes to wear before, Grandma used her old clothes to make them. Grandma has never worn new clothes. Mu Tu was still very principled. You can't steal them, and you don't know Mom's temper. She is just talking. She will definitely give it to you in the end. Don't you realize that Mom has the temper of a child with a hard mouth and a soft heart? Although she always deliberately makes you angry, she never really makes you angry. Shirtu laughed. I want to tell Mom, you said Mom has a child's temper, ha. When Jiangli came out, the two brothers chased each other in the yard. Jiangli put her hands on her hips. Ahem. Stop making trouble. Hurry up and wash up and get ready for bed. The two brothers laughed mysteriously and washed clothes obediently. They had to be obedient. Their mother now was so good. There were new clothes and pocket money. When they thought of the 5 pocket money in their pockets, the two brothers felt hot in their hearts. Money. It was the first time they touched money. Even Xiaobang didn't have it. Pocket money that they could spend by themselves. Just thinking about it made them happy. After they finished washing the clothes and entered the room, the two brothers looked at the money left and right in the room, and they were so precious. Finally, they reluctantly locked it in the drawer of the wardrobe and hung the key around their necks. Jiangli also took advantage of the fact that no one was around and quickly threw all the used dishes and pots into the dishwasher in the villa. Jiangli was awakened by a quick knock on the door. It was hard to fall asleep in the hot weather, and he was awakened after finally falling asleep. Jiangli was furious. Who is it? Open the door, Mr. Fourth. Mother Zhou's voice sounded very anxious. Jiangli woke up instantly, worried that something had happened, put on her slippers, and ran out to open the door. Later she realized that she was still wearing a silk suspender skirt. There was no way, the weather was too hot, and she could not sleep at all if she didn't wear something cooler. After putting on a skirt casually, Jiangli ran to open the door. Before Jiangli opened her mouth, Mother Zhou couldn't wait to speak. Fourth brothers, Aunt Meow said that you made money on the way to town today, right? She said you made 40 yuan and met the big boss of the machinery factory. They want to invite you to work, a job that pays hundreds of yuan a month, right? Is it true? Mother Zhou ran all the way here, her face flushed with excitement or tiredness. Tell Mom quickly, is it true? Did they invite you to work and did you agree? Mother Zhou was excited, but at the same time she felt bad. Listening to Aunt Meow talking about how big and powerful the machinery factory was, and how the big boss even invited her to drink soda, she felt so jealous. She was obviously the mother-in-law of the fourth child, and she should have been the one to be taken to visit the machinery factory. She should have been the one drinking the soda, and if she had known, she would have gone to the town with them today. When she thought of Aunt Meow's smug look with the soda in her hand, she felt jealous. Jiangli was suddenly helpless. Mom, are you doing this just for this? What do you mean, just for this? Tell me quickly if it's true. Did they really offer you 124 yuan to work there? Aunt Meow said that the big boss invited you again and again, but you refused. This can't be true, right? Don't scare me. Mother Zhou was worried when she thought of the salary of 124 yuan. Jiangli, I refused. Didn't Aunt Meow say that? Mother Zhou suddenly sat down on the ground. Jiangli was shocked. Mom, are you okay? What a sin. You spendthrift. You actually refused more than 100 yuan a month. Are you crazy? Do you know how much 100 yuan is? Even if the rice is worth 100 yuan, you can't refuse 24 yuan a month. No, you have to go to the town to find that leader again and tell him that you want to work. You can start work tomorrow. If not today. You must get this job back. Zhou's mother was so anxious that she grabbed Jiangli's hand and walked out. Hiss. Mom, don't be anxious.
You re-hurting me.
It's useless to go now.
I've already refused the job.
There's no need to regret it. I rejected it completely. Zhou's mother was so angry that she slapped her thigh. My aunt, I called you Aunt you. 124 yuan a month, plus tickets and holiday benefits. Have you calculated how much it is? Why did you just refuse it like that? Mother Zhou spoke angrily, wishing she could pry open Jiang Li's head to see what was inside. Didn't you want to work in the city before? You said you wanted to save money to buy a job and not live in the country. Now the job is in front of you, but you don't want it. Are you stupid? More than 100 yuan a month, and you just refused it. Oh my God. Mother Zhou panted and covered her chest with pain. Jiang Li, who couldn't understand how important a job was, couldn't empathize at all. She even said, Mom, isn't it just a job? Who will take care of the family if I go to work? And if I have to go to work, I have to get up from home and rush to town before dawn every day, and it will be dark when I get home from work. Sitting in the office from 9 to 5 every day, who can stand that life? It's so boring. Then I will be controlled by others, I can't do anything, and I can't sleep when I'm tired. How good it is now for me. When Zhou's mother heard what she said, her face turned purple with anger. You are so lazy. You still despise your classmate. Do you know how difficult it is to find a job now? Look, it's been almost a year since the third child graduated, and there is no news about a job. It's still an office job. You don't even have to go to the workshop. What do you have to despise? It's a good job that many people can't even dream of. Why are you so lazy? If you go to work, do you still need to worry about the family? I can take care of it for you. Zhou's mother was so angry that her head hurt, but Jiang Li didn't listen at all. No, work is not as free as at home, where I can sleep until I wake up naturally every day. Zhou's mother was so angry that she couldn't speak. After taking a breath, Zhou's mother changed her approach. Did you really refuse the job? Is there no turning back? Jiang Li, no. In order to make them give up, I even swore a poisonous oath that I would never go. Mother Zhou wanted to kill someone now. She got angry when she saw Jiang Li's face. Okay, you have backbone. A salary of more than 100 yuan a month is not worthy of your eyes. I see that you have no income every month and you spend all your money. How can you be so confident? Mother Zhou felt that Jiang Li had never suffered and had no money, so he developed this character. She decided that she would write a letter to her son and ask him not to remit the money back every month. She felt that as long as there was no money, Jiang Li would definitely be willing to go to work. When she heard about Jiang Li's ability today from Aunt Meow, she was so happy that she thought her youngest son's family would really be successful in the future. Unexpectedly, such a good thing and a good job were rejected. Jiang Li saw that the old lady was really angry and looked like she couldn't breathe, so she didn't go too far. Come on, why are you still so angry at your age? Drink some water and take a break. Mother Zhou snatched the glass of water in a bad mood. How can I not be angry? Look at what you do every day. Let me ask you, is that job really gone? If you really don't want to do it, can you find someone else? Can the third child learn it? Zhou's mother only knew what Aunt Meow said about dismantling the machine and putting it back together. Zhou's mother wondered if any man could do it. Jiang Li, Mom, not everyone can enter the R&D department. And that job is about developing new technologies and new machines. Third brother has never learned it and only went to high school, so he definitely can't do it. If he needs to repair or adjust the machine and he doesn't know English, that won't work either. Seeing that Jiang Li was speaking normally now, Zhou's mother continued to ask, Then can we let the third child learn from you? Will they accept him if he learns it? Mom, stop it.
Not everyone has a smart brain like me.
You need talent to learn this, otherwise you won't be able to learn it in 10 years. Zhou's mother scolded, You have a smart brain. Why don't you go to work? See how this works. You go to work and leave everything at home to Mom, and Mom will never say a word to you again in the future. Mom, going to work is really not suitable for me. I'm so lazy. If I go to the factory and doze off, I'll be sent back in shame within 2 or 3 days. That would be so embarrassing. Jiang Li said honestly. Zhou's mother glared at her. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep all day. Can't you be more motivated? Also, what did Aunt Meow say about you? What do you mean you don't have a spirit of dedication? The leaders begged you to teach them, but you refused.
How could you do that?
After all, she is a daughter-in-law.
If it was her own daughter, Zhou's mother would have taken action by now. Anyway, it's useless for you to say anything now. Don't think about work. I'm not going. Okay, you're capable. Anyway, I can't persuade you. I won't care about you in the future, okay? I know that I am an old woman who is annoying and nagging.
I.
Jiangli looked at Zhou's mother with red eyes and a strong nasal tone. She was really scared. It was really a sin. The mother of a soldier was made to cry at such an old age.
She.
Jiangli looked left and right and had no idea how to coax her. Mom, don't cry. Look, what is this? Jiangli hurried back to the room and took out the small shoulder bag and took out the stack of 1,000 yuan that he got in the morning from the villa. Zhou's mother looked at the stack of big unity dangling in front of her. Her eyes widened like copper bells.
This.
Is. Zhou's mother swallowed nervously, and her hand touched the brand new big unity. The fourth sons. What is this? Jiangli breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that her attention was attracted. If he really made her cry, Jiangli really didn't know what to do. Mom, Aunt Meow must have said that old you invited me to the office to talk for half an hour in the end. This is the compensation I negotiated. Although I refused the job, I did not refuse to go over to help them if they needed in the future. Zhou's mother had never received so much money in her life. Her hands were shaking. After hearing Jiangli's words, her eyes glowed green. Really? Can I still go to the machinery factory to make money in the future? There is so much money for repairing a machine. Jiangli felt that if he didn't say it, the old lady would probably not be able to sleep all night today. Well, his machinery factory still has a lot of machines that need to be repaired, but the price is definitely not so much. This time he wanted to make friends with me, so he gave so much. For subsequent repairs, the money will be calculated based on the machine. Zhou's mother nodded when she heard it. Oh my goodness, the machinery factory is really profitable. It actually gave so much money to repair a machine. How much is here? 1,000. When Zhou's mother looked at Jiangli, her eyes instantly became kind, even a little annoyed. Good daughter-in-law, you must work hard next time. The big boss thinks so highly of you. Just tell your mother when you go to repair the machine next time, I will take care of the family for you, so you don't have to worry about anything. Thinking of something, Zhou's mother had an embarrassed look on her face, and finally she hesitantly said, Next time you go to the machinery factory, can you bring someone with you? Mom has never been to a machinery factory at this age. Mom won't disturb you, just take a look. Jiangli knew what was going on as soon as she heard it. Okay, then I'll call you when I go there in 2 days. Zhou's mother was immediately satisfied. The thick stack of money in her hand made her heart hot, but she still handed it back to Jiangli. Keep this money. Why didn't you open a passbook to save so much money? Jiangli found that her mother-in-law was actually quite good. Compared with Aunt Huang and other aunts in the village, they might not necessarily return the money to their daughter-in-law after seeing it. Even if the family is divided, after all, such a large sum of money, who wouldn't be tempted? I have to save it. I didn't rush back because I was afraid that you would scold me if I came back late. Jiangli took out 10 bills from the stack of money. Here, everyone who sees it gets a share. You and Dad will each get 50 cents, which can be used as pocket money. I also gave wood and stone, 5 cents each. The look in Zhou's mother's eyes when she looked at Jiangli was so soft that Jiangli got goosebumps. She was really not used to the old lady's disgusting eyes, which were more powerful when she was scolding people. You can keep the money yourself. The old house hasn't been divided yet. How can I take so much money from you? Although Zhou's mother boasted to others that Jiangli, the daughter-in-law, was good to them and would think of them when she had something delicious. But when this really became a reality, Zhou's mother still felt very warm in her heart. She earned $1,000, but it was also her own money, but she was willing to give her $100 at once, which was also real. Looking at the whole brigade, which daughter-in-law is so generous. No, I still have it, and I can make more money. You and Dad can take it. Just keep it separate from the public money. It's enough that you are thoughtful, kid. Zhou's mother smiled so much that wrinkles appeared on her face. Jiangli really couldn't stand this look. Then,
Do you still want the cloth I bought? Did you really buy me cloth? Zhou's mother thought she was joking before and left angrily. Of course. Jiangli went in and put the money away and then took out the cloth. So much? Jiangli thought she was going to scold again, so he took control of the situation in advance. Then, I'm listening to you. You said it's cheaper to buy cloth to make clothes, so I bought cloth. These 3 colorful cloths are bought for you to make clothes. These 2 are bought for Dad, and the remaining half piece of blue cloth. See if you want to make clothes for Mu too and the others. I don't know how to make clothes for them. Zhou's mother took the bright red cloth, and her eyes suddenly lit up. I'm already old. Why buy red? It's so inappropriate. If I wear it out, others will definitely laugh their heads off. It's really too red. However, although Zhou's mother said this, her hands did not express it that way. Jiangli saw the corners of her mouth that were curved, the red cloth draped over her body, and the faintly expectant look in her eyes, and instantly understood. What's red about it? It's obviously very suitable. If you make clothes out of this, others will definitely envy you to death. This red dress makes us look so young and bright. We can see it from a distance. When we go out, people who don't know us will think we are mother and daughter. Jiangli praised us vigorously and practiced her skill of telling lies with open eyes. Zhou's mother was so happy to hear that. She pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth that were raised could hardly be suppressed. The bright red color, in this gray age, who doesn't like it? And red fabrics are hard to buy. Sometimes people can't even buy them for their wedding. I didn't expect that at my age. I could still wear red, and it was given by my daughter-in-law. Zhou's mother felt happy just thinking about it. Well, I've bought it, and I can't waste it. Then mother will take it back to make clothes. Zhou's mother's hypocritical look really suited Jiangli's taste. By the way, I made money. Everyone must know that I bought some egg cakes. Mother will take half of it to the old house to share it. Jiangli took out half of the egg cake. Okay, then I'll take the fabric with me and make a few sets of clothes for Mu Tu shirt too, both long-sleeved and short-sleeved. Then mother won't disturb your nap. By the way, you must keep the money well. People outside only know that you earn 40, but not the 1,000. Don't show your money to others and don't tell them. If someone asks you what you talked about with people in the office later and how much you asked for, remember to say that you asked for 20 and you earned 60 in total.
Okay.
After sending Zhou's mother away, Jiangli was no longer sleepy. He glanced at the 2 brothers who were peeking out. He sat down on the armchair. You 2 come out. The 2 stood in front of Jiangli with a smile. Seeing mother being scolded by her grandma. You all kept silent and watched the show, right?
Huh.
The 2 heard murderous intent from the word huh and shook their heads wisely. Mom, we didn't wake up before? We came out after you guys finished arguing later. You have no conscience. You can still sleep after listening to your mother being scolded. Next time, I won't buy you clothes. The 2 brothers admitted their mistakes tactfully. Shirtu continued to massage Jiangli's back, while Muta fanned him with a large cattail leaf fan. Over there, Zhou's mother took the cloth and egg cakes back home to her room, then took the scissors and her own 3 pieces of cloth and walked towards the big banyan tree in the village like the wind. There, Aunt Meow was still chattering, and the crowd was increasing instead of decreasing. Hey, is Mr. Zhou back? How is it? Did you ask your daughter-in-law? Did she really refuse the job? Zhou's mother sat down proudly. Yes, she refused. There was a commotion around. She really refused. Oh my God, Mr. Zhou, didn't you beat her to death when you went back? 124 yuan a month. My goodness, I have never seen so much money in my life. Your daughter-in-law is too much. That's right. It's okay for you to be lazy at ordinary times, but you still have the mind to sit here after losing such a good job. Why don't you go back and teach your daughter-in-law a lesson? No. Where did you get this cloth? It's so beautiful. Did your son send you cloth coupons? Finally, the question came to the point, and Zhou's mother started to show off. Don't you know this?
My daughter-in-law is very smart.
Refusing a job is like playing a long game to catch a big fish.
My daughter-in-law is so capable.
If she is invited with just a few words, it will be so cheap. Besides, You don't know that we have misunderstood my daughter-in-law over the years. It turns out that she is not lazy at all when she stays at home every day. Alas, the child has a chronic headache and she didn't tell everyone about it. She has been misunderstood for so long. It is said that smart people's brains are different. I think she used her brain a lot when she was in school, so she got this problem. She gets a headache when she works or when the wind blows. There is nothing she can do about refusing a job. Otherwise, if she goes to work in a machinery factory, she will have to take leave every day because of the pain. That is not a big deal, don't you think? Those people had just heard Aunt Meow bragging, so they naturally surrounded Joe's mother at this time. That's possible. Aunt Meow just said that your daughter-in-law might be stubborn. She actually understands the foreign language that even the big leaders don't know. I never thought that your lazy daughter-in-law is actually capable and appreciated by the leader, and was directly given a job. But it would be a pity to refuse this job. It's more than 100 yuan a month, which is thousands of yuan a year. What a pity. Our family of more than a dozen people can't earn 1,000 yuan in 10 years of working in the fields. That's right. Everyone was talking at once, very excited. Mother Zhou stroked her hair with her hand and said nonchalantly, "There is nothing we can do about it. The child is a practical person. She is afraid that if she agrees to the job, she will have a headache and ask for leave every day at work. In this way, she will take up the position and take advantage of the public. She is not willing to do such a thing." You say what a good child this is. If it weren't for this old problem of headaches, I'm afraid she would have been successful long ago. Everyone sighed. Mother Zhou changed the subject and said, "But smart people are popular everywhere. Even so, the big leader is still unwilling to let go of talents. The one who said my daughter-in-law was born to do this job, now he has put the job in front of her." While she was talking, Zhou's mother had a proud expression, with her chin raised to the sky. When it was time to brag, Zhou's mother was not vague at all. She should exaggerate, and was even less likely to be humble. She said she didn't know what modesty was. "What do you mean? What do you mean?" "Mr. Zhou, don't say half the words, just tell me, can the boss agree to your daughter-in-law asking for leave every other day to go to work?" Zhou's mother cleared her throat. "No. My daughter-in-law said that she must never be cunning and slacking off at work, let alone taking such a high salary and not working. And if she really went to work and asked for leave every other day, her colleagues would be so upset that they would fire her. It would be embarrassing to be kicked out, right? In the end, the big boss said that he would ask my daughter-in-law to go to the machinery factory when she is free to help guide the technicians in repairing and adjusting the machines. Just treat her as a temporary worker, the pay won't be low, and then you'll have a job, and you won't have to worry about losing your job and money because of your headache problem."
Wow.
"Mr. Zhou, your fourth room will be amazing in the future. Buchuan is a capable man, and now his wife has also made it. Won't they live a prosperous life in the future? But this method is good. Although it's not more than 120 yuan a month, it's at least stable. But it's a pity that your daughter-in-law has a headache problem, which sounds quite serious." Mother Zhou waved her hands. "Alas, I have wronged my in-laws in the past few years. It turns out that they didn't lie. Their daughter is really a good person. Don't say that my daughter-in-law is lazy in the future. She has no choice. She has too many things in her head. How can she not have a headache?" Everyone said enviously, "Who dares to say that your daughter-in-law is lazy now? She is appreciated by the leaders and is specially recruited without even taking an exam. Anyone who dares to say a word about this will be drowned in saliva. But your daughter-in-law is really patient. Her reputation has become such a mess in recent years, but she didn't say a word, causing everyone to misunderstand." Zhou's mother. "That child is a good person. She keeps everything in her heart and is grateful. You see, the first thing she does when she makes money is to buy cloth to make clothes for me. You still know how to choose a daughter-in-law. You chose one who can make money and is filial. You will enjoy your life when you are old. That's right. There is hardship at the beginning and sweetness in the end. Your children are educated so well, and each of them is filial. We are envious of them. Everyone knows that Zhongli knows the big boss of the machinery factory. Who doesn't want to curry favor with Zhou's mother now? What if he can get a job in the future by relying on the relationship? Anyway, it's right to build a good relationship. Being praised by everyone, Zhou's mother straightened her back. Alas, I'm so old, and you said she still bought me this bright red one. It's so embarrassing to wear it out. Although she said so, Zhou's mother still had a look of joy on her face. You can show off. Where can you find such a good daughter-in-law? But this cloth is really good. I'm afraid you can't buy it in the department store. Zhou's mother also asked this just now, so she naturally knew that this was a processed cloth that did not require a ticket. But it's a cloth that can only be obtained by the internal staff of the department store. My daughter-in-law knows a little sister there. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. You mean, this is the most sought-after processed cloth in the department store? Oh my God, it's amazing. Your daughter-in-law actually knows someone in the department store. This cloth is so good. Where is the flaw? There is no sign of it at all. Zhou's mother generously opened the whole piece of cloth, and the big piece made people jealous. Such a large piece of cloth. It can be used to make 2 clothes, and there will be some left. Zhou's mother pointed to a spot in the corner that was dyed with other colors. Did you see it? It was just a little bit stained, so it was sold as processed cloth. Who could have known that such good cloth doesn't even require a ticket? Mr. Zhou, your daughter-in-law is so capable. Can you ask her to help ask if there is any cloth like this? My family hasn't made new clothes in the past few years. The grandchildren wear them one after another, and we are very short of cloth. After hearing this, the aunties were all anxious. And my family, if you have any, give me 3 feet of cloth. Any kind will do, even homespun cloth is fine. My old man's clothes are so torn that they can't be patched. Last time when I was hoeing the fields, I lifted thee and tore a big hole in his clothes. It was so embarrassing. Others quickly squeezed in front of Zhou's mother. And me, my grandson was born, and he still hasn't worn clothes. If there is no cloth, you can get some scraps of cloth to patch together for him. We are the same. As long as it's cloth, anything is fine. Everyone was talking at once. From a distance, it was quite lively. It was difficult for country people to get a cloth coupon. Throughout the year, every household might only have half a foot of cloth coupon, or even none. So cloth was a scarce commodity in the countryside. Even a small piece of cloth would be scrambled for. Who doesn't need cloth for sewing and mending? Zhou's mother waved her hand to stop everyone. You also know how difficult it is to deal with cloth. You have to rely on favors. If I can get it, I will definitely ask you, but don't hold your hopes too high. Okay, you ask for us. As long as it's cloth, anything is fine. You must remember to notify me first. Why should you give it to me first? I'm from the Zhou family. We're relatives. Don't forget me. And me. My wife grew up wearing the same pants as your man. It was the first time that Zhou's mother was so popular. Her vanity swelled up. Don't worry. I'll ask my daughter-in-law when I get back. Mother Zhou was bragging while Mutu Shirtu, who had also gone out, was surrounded by his friends with envy. Pocket money? What is that? Mutu, your mother is so nice that she even shares her earnings with you. Everyone looked at the 1 cent in Shirtu's hand with envy in their eyes. Yeah, my mother also said that we don't have to hand in the red envelopes we received during the Chinese New Year this year. In the future, we will have our own pocket money and can decide what to buy by ourselves. Wao Damao and Ermao expressed their envy. I have never touched a penny since I was a child. Your mother is so generous that she actually gave 5 cents to each of you. Yeah, I haven't even seen what a penny looks like. Ono stood not far away and watched the 2 brothers being welcomed and surrounded by everyone. The gap in his heart was extremely large. Moreover, in the past few days, he also discovered that Mutu and Shirtu were indifferent to him, and they didn't play with him anymore, so as a result, no one liked to play with him. This made him very flustered, and he felt that he was isolated again. At the same time, he also realized the dirtiest side of his heart. Looking at his clothes that were incompatible with those of the 2 brothers Mutu, he lowered his head in inferiority. At this time, on the one hand, he was worried that he would return to the time when he was isolated, and on the other hand, he was jealous of the life that Mutu and the others were having now. Ono sorted out his mood for a long time before he walked up. Mutu and Shirtu, you are here. The two brothers saw that he had a dull expression, so they just hummed and continued chatting with the children. Xiao Yi, who was left aside, smiled awkwardly. When the pocket money incident came out, all the children in the village knew about it. Even Xiaobang would ask for pocket money when he returned home at night. But all he got was a meal of stewed meat with rattan sticks. As the night darkened, the crying of children could be heard from many households in the village. The fact that Zhang Li made money today was known to the whole village like a spring breeze blowing across the earth. No one was left out, whether adults or children, and the one who had the biggest reaction was Zhou Erseo, who disliked her. How could a lazy person like Zhang Li make money? Mother, you are not afraid of her being beaten to death by praising her so much. When people find out that these are all fake, our family will really become a joke. How embarrassing it will be. Zhou Erseo absolutely could not believe that Zhang Li could make a lot of money. She thought it was just something Zhou's mother made up. Zhou's mother sneered and put down her chopsticks. What? The fourth child's family made money. Are you jealous? You just can't stand the good life of the fourth sister-in-law. Are you happy when she has a hard time? Zhou Erseo choked. Even if she really thought so in her heart, she didn't dare to say it. Mom, I just think that people should be honest. Otherwise, when the truth is revealed, it will be embarrassing for us. Zhou's mother knew Zhou Erseo's kind of person. You don't have to worry about that. Aren't the most embarrassing things in our family spread by you? The loudspeaker? Zhou Erseo instantly turned into a quail and didn't say a word. And Zhou Anan also asked a question. Mom, is the fourth sister-in-law really that amazing? People say she can read English, right? When mentioning Zhang Li, Zhou's mother couldn't hide her smile. Your fourth sister-in-law is amazing. She can understand the machines that no one in the factory can understand clearly. The leaders appreciate her. Your fourth sister-in-law also promised that the next time she goes to the machinery factory, she will bring Mom with her. These words attracted the attention of Zhou Anan and Zhou Bowen. Mom, are you saying that you will go to the machinery factory next time? Go inside? Mother Zhou nodded. Your fourth sister-in-law is very capable. Mother should try hard to see if she can build a good relationship with the leader, even if it's just to find out that the factory is hiring when you are here. After hearing this, even Father Zhou looked at his wife. He knew his wife best, and he couldn't help but doubt. Can the fourth family really take you in? I heard that the management of the machinery factory is very strict. And what happened today? Is it true? Mother Zhou glared, swept through everyone's suspicious eyes, and snorted. I know you all don't believe it, but facts are facts, and you will know it later. But the fourth family is much more reliable than you. After making money, they know to honor us. We are all waiting. As she said that, Mother Zhou took out the pound of egg cake. See, it's the egg cake sent by the fourth family. She said that it was her first time to make money and let everyone share in the good luck. The children's eyes lit up, all staring at the egg cake. Mother Zhou divided the egg cake with a smile. Father Zhou got a piece first, and then it was the third child of Zhou, and Zhouanan. Mother Zhou didn't wait for others to ask before she started nagging. You two are the only ones in the family who have received education. Mother doesn't expect you to be as capable as your fourth sister-in-law and be specially recruited by the leaders, but you should also work hard and become people who eat commercial grain. Then the piece was given to the eldest brother Zhou and his wife, and she said, as the eldest brother and his wife, you worry about a lot of things in the family. Have some egg cake to sweeten your mouth. Sister-in-law Zhou. Thank you, Mother. Second sister-in-law Zhou had a fierce face, looking at the half-missing egg cake, but still couldn't help saying, Mom, we have also contributed a lot to the family. Mother Zhou didn't say anything, but glanced at her lightly. Second brother, what do you say? Zhou Laoer looked at his wife, who was causing trouble again with resentment. Mom, my husband and I have caused a lot of trouble to the family over the years. We can't say we have made any contribution, and we are too embarrassed to eat this egg cake. Please share it with the children. Before Zhou's mother expressed her opinion, Zhou Er's wife got angry first. No, why shouldn't we have anything to eat? Zhou Laoer, explain clearly what you mean by we have caused a lot of trouble to the family. Didn't we earn any work points? Zhou Lao was really fed up with this confused daughter-in-law. What do you say about your fourth brother's wife outside? Don't you know it yourself? How can you have the nerve to eat the egg cake they bought now? Do you have the face to do it? Zhou Lao didn't even want to argue with her. He wiped his mouth and stood up. Mom, I'm going to fetch water. Go ahead. The water from the well over there shouldn't be available until tomorrow. Go fetch water for another day today. After saying that, Zhou's mother really didn't care about Zhou Erseo's look and continued to distribute egg cakes to the children. Damei and the others were very happy to get the egg cakes, but Dahua and the others were different. Grandma, didn't fourth aunt make 60 yuan today? I heard from Mu too and the others that fourth aunt bought new clothes, new slippers, and gave pocket money. There are so many people here, and she only gave such a small amount of egg cake. Fourth aunt is too stingy. The air suddenly became quiet for a few seconds. Except for Zhou Erseo and Dahua, who didn't think there was anything wrong with Erhua's words. Everyone else looked at Erhua with incredible eyes. Even Zhou's father frowned and looked at Erhua. And Dahua was still stupidly agreeing. Fourth aunt makes so much money, but they don't even bring some meat when they eat. They are too stingy. Zhou's mother's face darkened, and before Dahua and Erhua could react, she reached out and snatched the 2 pieces of egg cakes.
What?
Your fourth aunt owes you 2 houses, right? What does her earning money have to do with you? It's useless to give it to you. I tell you, even if the 4th room makes more money, it won't matter to you. Although she was scolding Dahua and Erhua, Zhou's mother's eyes fell on Zhou Erseo. After a pause, Zhou's mother looked around at everyone. If you have the ability, you can make money with your own hands. Don't just rely on others' money and say bad things about them. Zhou's mother said this to everyone. You don't learn good things, but you learn your mother's bad habits thoroughly. It's really a case of the upper beam not being straight and the lower beam being crooked. Zhou Erseo was so angry that she ran back to her room crying. Dahua and Erhua even howled directly. Erhua was the most unconvinced, crying and shouting, I want to eat egg cake. I want to eat egg cake.
What to eat? Woo.
I'm not wrong. Fourth aunt makes so much money, and she gave it all to Mutu and Shurtu as pocket money, and she only gave us such a little egg cake. She's so stingy.
Bang.
Mother Zhou slammed the table with her big hand. You are so rebellious. No one can control you, right? Let me tell you, no matter how much money your fourth aunt makes, it has nothing to do with you. You still want to compete with wood and stone? Can you compare with them? If you want to blame someone, blame your useless parents for not letting you live a good life. One of your parents is stupid, and the other is self-righteous, so they gave birth to a brainless person like you. What a fool. The whole family is full of brainless idiots. Mother Zhou was also furious and started to curse. Zhou Erge was carrying water, and his mind was bombarded with stupid words from his mother. After Zhou's mother finished cursing, she sat down and happened to catch a glimpse of Zhou Erge's confused and stupid expression at the door and turned her head away with great disgust. It was really heartbreaking to just look at him. Receiving the disgusting and gloomy look from his mother, Zhou Erge shrank his neck with an extremely innocent expression. He was despised again. His wife was stupid, and he took the blame. His daughter was stupid, and he still took the blame. He was wronged. Zhou Bowen shook his shoulders crazily, and he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. When the old lady gave him a glare, Zhou Bowen, who had a strong desire to survive, pursed his lips hard to reduce his presence. However, he still couldn't avoid his mother's scolding. Laugh, laugh, laugh. What are you laughing at? You are the same as me, and you still have the nerve to laugh. You are so old. You don't have a job. You don't have a daughter-in-law, and you still have the face to laugh. Because of you, I will be laughed away by others if I go out. You are a bunch of useless things. It's not easy for the family to have a promising person. You don't expect anything good, right? Under the sharp eyes of Zhou's mother, Zhou Laoda replied weakly, Mom, we don't. Zhou's mother glared. Zhou Laoda straightened his shoulders smartly. Mom, I haven't made any mistakes recently. I get 10 work points every day. Zhou Laoda thought to himself, he won't be scolded. However, the next second, he heard his mother's lion roar.
No mistakes?
I think you are the one who made the biggest mistake. You are so stubborn and stupid. What kind of brain do you have? You don't know how to turn around, do you? You have strength but no brain, right? At the end of the day, no matter how much you work, you only get 10 work points. You have no place to use your strength, right? Or can you get more work points if you work more? You treat yourself like an ox every day, and you don't know how to be lazy. You are so stupid. It is not an exaggeration to say that Boss Joe was born with supernatural power, so it is really easy for him to get 10 work points a day. But 10 work points a day is the upper limit. That is, no matter how much you work later, it is still 10 work points. Unless it is the double harvest time, there will be 12 work points. Boss Joe has brute force, but he is not lazy. He works more than 10 work points every day. Boss Joe's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Mom, we are also a member of the team. If we have the ability, we should do more. How can we be lazy?
This.
Boss Joe wanted to say something, but was covered by Joe's wife. Mother Joe really didn't know whether to be happy that her son was honest and simple, or to be angry that he couldn't adapt. Mother Joe sighed deeply. Forget it. You have been stupid for a long time anyway. 3 brothers. We are not stupid. Father Joe glanced at his wife indifferently. Come on, this is another dislike of his genes being stupid. After listening to the farce here, Zhongli laughed directly while sitting on the armchair. Her mother-in-law is talented. No one can dislike several sons to this extent. Mumu Shirtu took a bath and put on new clothes and new slippers and was about to go out. Mom, let's go to Grandma's place and come back later.
Go.
Thinking of something, Zhongli asked them to wait and then took out the 3 bottles of Coke she bought from the room. Here, take it over for everyone to drink.
Pour more milk for you.
She must be thirsty after scolding so much. Zhongli didn't care about the constipated expression on Zhou's mother's face when she heard Mu2's words, because she found a big surprise. Zhongli stared at the loading progress bar in the upper left corner of the superbrain. When she first came, the energy loss was too large, and only 10% was loaded. Now, the progress bar has reached 10.3%, and a question popped up on the board asking whether to enable the Superbrain 001 Intelligent Housekeeper. Zhongli clicked the yes button without hesitation. A small creature with a green water drop shape and small feet and legs with an expression was suspended on the light screen. It made a human-like expression, stretched as if it had just woken up, and then opened its eyes. Ah, I finally see the light of day again. My master, you are too bad. You have been here for so many days, and you have only earned 300 contribution points. It was obviously you, the master, who said that you hope to live in an era of peace without zombies. In order to earn more contribution points, I specially chose an underdeveloped era. There is nothing at this time, but it's not your world as a technology tycoon. You can invent something and the contribution points will be given to you for free. Zhongli glared at it. You said it was so good. Why don't you do it yourself? And you want me to work hard for my whole life? What are you dreaming about? 001 smiled proudly. Master, you have me. As your contribution points increase, all the data you studied before can be loaded back. How convenient. Zhongli looked at it lazily. I don't do anything. It's also convenient to win all my life without doing anything. 001. Master, don't you want to complete that project?
Don't you want to?
Zhongli's thoughts returned to the time before his death. He was in a low mood and turned off the superbrain directly. Thinking of the handsome, cold, and arrogant man, Zhongli missed him very much. In fact, with her ability at that time, she could go to the A city base that gave her better conditions, but in order to get closer to that man, to get closer to him, closer, she still chose the military base. Staying in the laboratory day and night, just to research more powerful inventions and achieve the highest reward, in fact, just to see him once. When the Medal of Honor was awarded, it was her only chance to get close to him, her leader. She loved him.
But
that person never knew. Because, in his eyes, she was just a junior. Love is love, regardless of age. His calm eyes and unique charm were all irresistible to her. But now, the only thing she regretted was that she never had the chance to express her love until her death. The next morning, Zhongli woke up late because she slept late. Lying on the Kong, Zhongli looked at the two little ones with an unhappy face. When will you two grow up and make your own breakfast?
I'm dreamin'.
Alas. Shirtu climbed onto the Kong with a grin and lay down beside Zhongli, holding her arm with one hand. Mom, I want to eat egg noodles. Zhongli stared at the little head with despair and rubbed it with her hand. I want to eat egg noodles, too. Why don't you make it for me? Mom is tired today and wants to sleep in. You can have some egg cake and a cup of milk powder. Shirtu laughed. Mom, you're a little lazy pig. You say you are tired after sleeping for so long. Zhongli glared at him. Why? Can't I be lazy for one day? You cook 3 meals a day. Do you want to tire me to death? Shirtu didn't say anything, but hugged Zhongli's neck and acted coquettishly. Mom, you smell so good. Zhongli's body stiffened, and she found that she was still wearing a suspender nightgown, so she quickly pulled it off. Okay, Mutu, take your brother to the kitchen for breakfast, and Mom will be up soon. Although the child is still young, he still has to avoid what he should avoid. Zhongli taught Mutu how to make milk powder, and he knew it himself. After the 2 children went out, Zhongli sat up and looked for clothes to change. I don't know if the recent eating and drinking really helped. Zhongli felt that her body had finally gained some meat, and her chest didn't seem so flat, which was a good sign. No matter what era, women love beauty, so Zhongli put on a gathering underwear, a white shirt on the outside, and a maroon A-line skirt. Her hair was braided into a multi-strand braid with a headband and ribbon. When Zhongli came out, Zhongli didn't miss the surprise that Mutu Shirtu's eyes flashed across. Mom, are you going to the town to make money again today?
Mutu asked.
No, I'm not going out today. Mutu was puzzled. Then why are you dressed so nicely? Zhongli also walked over to have breakfast with them. Why? Can't Mom wear nice clothes at home? Can't Mom dress herself up well? Mutu hesitated, but it's a waste to wear such nice clothes when not going out. Shouldn't nice clothes be saved for festivals or when guests come to the house? Shirtu also nodded. Grandma said that you should wear the oldest clothes when you work, and you can only wear nice clothes when you go out. Zhongli pointed at the clothes on the 2 brothers. Little friends, don't be so hypocritical. You wear new clothes every day to climb trees and roll around, and Mom didn't say anything, right? Now Mom is wasting money to wear new clothes? Then what are you? After a pause, Zhongli said again, but Mom thinks what you said makes sense. In this case, you 2 brothers should return all the new clothes you bought to me and put them away and wear them during the new year. You guys are in the village every day anyway. Why do you need to wear such nice clothes? It's such a waste. The 2 brothers glared at Zhongli in disbelief. Mom, who wants to return clothes they gave away, and I have already agreed with Demao and the others that we will wear new clothes today. Besides, we didn't stop you from wearing them. We just asked. Zhongli raised her eyebrows. Then, do you have any objections to Mom buying new clothes? The 2 brothers quickly shook their heads. Mom, you earn your own money. You can buy whatever you want, as long as you are happy. That's better.
Zhongli nudda.
After breakfast, when Zhongli opened the door, he happened to see Zhou Erseo, who came back from the fields to be lazy. Seeing Zhongli dressed like this, Zhou Erseo was stunned for a moment, then pouted and left. Mom, second aunt glared at you. Shirtu said. Zhongli touched his head. That's not a glare. That's a jealous look, which means that your mother is beautiful and can make money, so it is inevitable that some people will be jealous. Don't feel strange at all to receive such a look. Shirtu understood immediately, just like Xiaoye, right? Xiaoye is just jealous that my brother and I are living a good life now, so he framed us. Mutu, Shirtu, everyone is looking for loaches by the river. Come out quickly. Zhongli just heard the voice and saw Demao kid coming into view. Seeing Zhongli, Demao stood up stiffly. Hello, Auntie. Well, did you ask Mutu and the others to go play? Children can't go near the river, it's not safe. Mutu ran out with the small fish basket that he asked Zhou's father to make for him. It's not the riverside, it's the small puddle by the river. There's no water. Mom, let's go play. Seeing that the children had disappeared, Zhongli was still worried. She went back to her room, put on her messenger bag, locked the door, and followed them. The children ran very fast, but Zhongli walked to the river according to her memory. At this time, there were still many people washing clothes here. When Zhongli appeared, almost everyone stared at her. There was no way. Appearing in the countryside dressed like this was too conspicuous. But this time no one dared to say anything. After all, everyone knew Zhongli's current ability and the $2 that the 3 ants were fined yesterday. Zhongli naturally noticed that these people were hesitant to speak, but this was the situation she wanted most. After looking around, she didn't find any trace of Mutu and the others, but found that Zhou Damei was also washing clothes. 4th ant. Zhou Damei was quite far away. Although she saw Zhongli just now, she didn't say hello. It was only when Zhongli looked at her that she shouted, "Big sister, are you washing clothes here too?" Zhongli walked over after finding an acquaintance. 4th ant. Are you looking for Mutu and the others? Zhou Damei wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Well, they said they were going to catch loaches in the small puddle by the river. Did you see them?" Zhongli glanced at the clothes in her basin. Wow, these were clothes for the whole family. No, but the small puddle you mentioned is a little further ahead, and you will see it if you keep walking. Zhongli nodded. I just happened to bring some candies. I'll give you 2. I'll go find Mutu and the others. Thank you, 4th ant. Zhongli, who was walking far away, heard the words coming from behind. Wow, big sister, is this milk candy? Your 4th ant actually gave you milk candy? Didn't Erhua say that your 4th ant is very stingy? Yes, Erhua also said that your 4th ant is a bad person. She made a lot of money and ate it all by herself and didn't share any with you. Zhou Damei frowned. Do ant listen to Erhua's nonsense. 4th ant is actually a very good person. She made money to buy cloth for Grandpa and Grandma to make new clothes, and also bought egg cakes for all of us to eat. It was Dahua and Erhua who said bad things about 4th ant. That's why Grandma didn't share the egg cakes with them. 4th ant is actually a very nice person. Last time she found the puff, she gave me a lot of it. It's just that I'm not very good at work. I'm too weak. 4th ant herself said that she can't even lift a handful of firewood. Zhongli walked away. There's no need to say the latter sentence. Walking forward, Zhongli realized that the small puddle that Mutu mentioned was a small stream that was about to dry up from the river. The water in the stream was very shallow, reaching the level of the calves, and many children in the village gathered here. Hey, Mutu, your mother is here. She won't stop you from playing in the water and come to beat you, will she? The 2 brothers' eyes were instantly panicked, and they immediately thought of Zhongli chasing them and beating them with a ferocious look. Shirtu's body was shaking slightly, and Mutu's eyes were red. Shirtu approached Mutu, his voice almost choking. Brother, has mother changed back? Is mother going to beat us? If I had known, I would not have come out to play in the water. So, you're playing in the water here. Can you catch loaches? Zhongli was afraid of getting his clothes dirty, so he didn't go too close, but sat down on a big rock under a tree nearby, so he didn't notice that something was wrong with the 2 brothers. Mutu looked at Zhongli carefully and shook his head at Shirtu implicitly. Shirtu also looked at Zhongli, and when he found that Zhongli didn't look angry, he dared to speak. Mom, why are you here too? Zhongli took out a handful of melon seeds from his small bag and ate them. I was bored at home, so I came out to hang out. Don't worry about me. Just play your own games. The water is not deep. There is no danger. Zhongli began to appreciate the countryside at this time. Looking around, there are people working in the large peanut fields and rice fields. There are also wastelands across the river, and men in the village are reclaiming wasteland. At this time, crop yields are low and the country has a large population, which leads to insufficient food supply. The 2 brothers were relieved to see that Zhongli was not here to beat or scold them. Zhongli was eating melon seeds, and a group of children were playing in the mud in the stream, but there was no sign of loach. It was only a few months ago, and I'm afraid it will take another month or 2 for fat loaches to appear. Zhongli was thinking, and the child Demouse suddenly pointed at her. Auntie, there is a bug on your shoulder. Bug. Where is the bug? Did it fall off? Where is the bug? Jiangli jumped up in panic. The melon seeds in his hands fell to the ground, and he jumped on the ground with his feet, trying to shake off the bugs. It is normal to have bugs in a place like the countryside. It was the first time to see someone react so strongly, and it was an adult at that. A group of children were confused by Jiangli's praising reaction. Jiangli tilted his head and slapped it everywhere. Mu too. Please help me see if the bugs are gone? Jiangli was so scared that he always felt that something was crawling on his neck. Mom, don't move, I'll catch it. Mu too reacted and hurried to the stream. At this time, Jiangli finally felt the creepy crawling feeling on his neck. On my neck. It is not known whether it was out of fear or where the courage came from, but Jiangli grabbed it. Without even looking at it, Jiangli threw the furry and limp creature away. Jiangli gasped for breath, her eyes fixed on the black caterpillar as thick as a finger on the ground. She screamed again and jumped up. Caterpillar, it's a caterpillar. Then she patted herself everywhere with her hands. Mu too, sure too, come and help me see if there are any more bugs. Are there any in my hair? Are there any on my neck? Help me look for it, look for it. Mu too, sure too looked at her seriously. It's gone, mother. There are no more bugs. Really? Jiangli touched her neck in fear, looking for the caterpillar on the ground. Where's the caterpillar? Where did it go? Where did it go? Jiangli looked around her feet in panic, fearing that it would crawl under her feet again. The fear that was engraved deep in her soul swept over her whole body. Mu too also looked for the caterpillar as if facing a great enemy. He noticed that it had crawled under a leaf. Mu too quickly strode over and stepped on it to death. Mom, the caterpillar is dead. There are no more caterpillars. Don't be afraid. Mu too ran over and held his mother's hand. Jiangli patted his chest, still a little frightened. It's really gone. Please help Mom take a close look at your neck. Is there any hair? Look carefully. No, there really is nothing.
Ha ha ha.
Which one's wife? A caterpillar scared you so much that your face turned pale. You are too timid. That's right, I thought something big happened here, and I thought something happened to the children, and they ran over here. How can you be so embarrassed? You're so grown up. It's just a caterpillar. There are caterpillars everywhere in this country. Jiangli's scream was so miserable that all the aunties who were washing clothes over there came running over. Only Zhou Damei ran up to show concern. Fourth aunt, are you okay? Jiangli shook her head. It's okay. I was just scared. Jiangli didn't want to say anything now. She just wanted to go home and take a bath. Mu too, you guys play by yourselves. Don't go to the river. Mom will go home and take a bath. Mu too was a little worried. Mom, can you go back by yourself? Look carefully. Jiangli's legs are still shaking. Zhou Damei. Aunt 4, let me take you home. I have finished washing the clothes. Okay. As soon as Jiangli left, Damao and the others looked at the strange faces of the two brothers Mu too. Then they all burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Your mother's reaction is too big. She is actually afraid of caterpillars.
Ha ha ha.
The two brothers looked at each other and inexplicably felt that their mother was a little embarrassing. But in front of outsiders, that could never be admitted. Shirtu put his hands on his waist to defend Jiangli. He had not forgotten what Jiangli said. When someone outside said something about her, they would speak up to defend her. Except for being afraid of caterpillars, our mother is very good in other aspects. Today was an accident. Could it be that a bug suddenly crawled on you? Aren't you afraid? The aunts teased him. Why does your mother have only this one shortcoming? She can't even lift a handful of firewood? Shirtu said loudly. My mother knows how to make money. The aunt choked. Another person said, your mother is a spendthrift. She doesn't work and just knows how to shop. Shirtu raised his head and said even louder, my mother knows how to make money. After that, no matter what others said, Shirtu would still say that my mother knows how to make money. Just this one sentence completely defeated all the aunts and successfully shut them up. The other children had already squatted on the ground to pick up the melon seeds that Jiangli had just scattered. I picked up 8 melon seeds. I also picked up 5. I only picked up 3. I didn't pick any. Shirtu looked at the backs of the ants leaving and raised his chin in victory. Shirtu, Your family is so good that we still have melon seeds to eat. It's not even the new year yet. Shirtu smiled proudly. What's the matter? My mother puts some snacks on the table in our main hall every day. It's not melon seeds, but some prickly ash she picked, as well as coconut milk cakes and peanuts she made. Hearing this, the children immediately looked at the brothers with envy. Your family is so well off. At my house, all the food is locked up and can't be taken out at all. It's the same at my house. We don't have any snacks to eat. Mao. I didn't even get to eat melon seeds. Shirtu patted his chest and said, Wait a minute. I'll go home and see what's left in the main room today and see if I can take it out for you to eat. Shirtu was so inflated by the praises of the children that Mutu couldn't stop him and ran away. Mutu didn't see Zhongli when he returned home, but he saw her messenger bag in the yard. When he opened it, a small bag of melon seeds in a paper bag appeared. He didn't dare to take more, so he grabbed a handful and ran out. Zhongli carefully checked her body in front of the full-length mirror in the bathroom of the villa to see if there were any caterpillars. After taking a comfortable bath, Zhongli suppressed the fear in her heart. After what happened just now, Zhongli didn't plan to go out.
Zhang, are you so big?
Have you found that the farm has become tidy now? 001's voice popped up. Before, Zhongli had planted the farm randomly, making all the varieties piled together in a mess. Now, at a glance, everything has become neatly arranged. Not bad, it seems that you are still useful. Remember to take good care of it for me and plant more things. I like the warehouse to be full. Yes, master. Are you free to earn contribution points now? 001 said flatteringly. Zhongli said proudly, No. The sun is too strong, and there are no ox carts now. If I continue to be exposed to the sun, I will lose the skin that I am most satisfied with. Everyone who knows Zhongli knows that Zhongli loves beauty. 001 also came up with a countermeasure in an instant, a set of the most beautiful fox plan customized according to Zhongli's current body. Zhongli looked at the things on the light screen and swiped his fingers across the pages. What is it? This is a fox spirit plan customized for your current body. As long as you follow the above schedule, diet, exercise, and a series of practices every day, I guarantee that you can have a 36C figure and a perky P-chase in a month. Previous chapter. Next chapter. The noisy noise outside the door made Zhongli open the door in confusion. The moment he saw Zhongli, Yu Yanling was stunned for a moment, mainly because she was dressed too beautifully, which didn't match the adobe house behind her. Chief Engineer Yu? How come you have time to come here?
Please come in.
And the 001 in Zhongli's mind had already started to make trouble when he saw Yu Yanling appear. Contribution value. Master, you promised to earn contribution value for me. Zhongli responded with disdain. Okay, contribution value will still run away? After entering the door, there was a group of people who wanted to squeeze in to read gossip, all of whom were locked out by Zhou's mother. She didn't even let in wood and stones, and told them to go play and not disturb the adults talking about things. Turning around, she saw Zhongli preparing to pour water. You, the fourth child, please sit down, and mother will pour the water. Comrade Xiao Zhang, it's like this. The machine tool you repaired for us yesterday is so easy to use that up to now, the qualified rate of parts has exceeded 90%. So today, the factory director sent me to invite you to spare some time to come to our factory to help repair the machine tools. You also saw yesterday that our factory has a lot of machines, but the output has not increased in recent years. Even if new machine tools have been purchased, the old ones have more and more problems, and the output has only decreased and not increased. Last night our factory director came back and saw the machine tools you repaired in person, and he praised your ability highly. Zhongli liked to hear the truth, so he interrupted Yu Yanling directly. Just keep the compliments to me outside, they don't count for me. I like to be more realistic and take more actions. Zhongli made a gesture. Yu Yanling understood immediately. I understand. Comrade Xiao Zhang is straightforward. I won't beat around the bush. Comrade Xiao Zhang, you also know the current environment. The machinery factory is the property of the state. Even the factory director dare not report the financial situation at random. If I pay you according to the maintenance fees of those foreign experts, I'm afraid I won't be able to explain to the authorities. You know, money is a matter that can get you into trouble if you don't handle it properly. If someone reports us, and we join you to defraud the factory's benefits, that would be a big deal. Because of this, I had a meeting with the factory director overnight yesterday and finally decided to use the factory's development expenditure to pay you. At this point, Yu Yanlong's voice became smaller because the following words were obviously bullying the girl. When hiring foreign experts to repair the machine, they spent a lot of money and begged them to come. Now that a capable person has finally appeared in the country, they can't even pay him. Seeing Yu Yanlong's embarrassment, Zhongli looked at him in surprise. You don't want to use my technology for free, do you? Let me say it again. I'm not a good person, and I don't have your patriotic feelings and the spirit of selfless dedication to the country. I'm selfish and greedy for money. I won't do anything without money. You are looking for a sucker, but you may have found the wrong person. Zhou's mother hurried up with water, fearing that Zhongli had offended her, and patted the back of her hand. What nonsense are you talking about? The leader has given you such a big face by coming here.
How can you say that?
Leader, don't mind. My wife likes to say one thing and mean another. In fact, she is very enthusiastic. She will definitely help you with what you ask for. It is her duty to contribute to the country. Her husband is a soldier, and he must have a good consciousness. Yu Yanling pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. Zhongli felt embarrassed by Zhou's mother's praise. Okay, Mom, stop talking. Are you talking about me? I'm not that good. I won't work for free, without money. There is no such thing as getting something for free in this world. Duan accused me of being greedy. My family can't even make ends meet, and you still want me to contribute to the country? That's impossible. I can't even take care of my own family, let alone contribute to everyone else. Sorry, I can't do that. Zhongli made a gesture of invitation. Zhou's mother was not willing to chase the god of wealth out of the house, so she exposed Zhongli's shortcomings in front of Yu Yanling. What do you mean by not having enough to eat? You buy and buy every day. Why don't you save a little? People ask you for help. It's an honor even if you don't make money, right? You should go to the factory with their leaders to help. Zhongli said angrily. Mom, I'm still worried about the affairs at home. How can I have the mind to help others? The family only spends money every day. I have to think of a way to make money. Yu Yanling saw this and quickly waved his hands. Misunderstanding. What I said about using the money from development expenditure to pay the remuneration. Not that I won't pay, or the money may not be as much as those experts. Zhongli. Okay, then, you tell me how much money. I won't do it if the money is less. Zhou's mother was so angry that she twisted Zhongli's arm again. Mom, if you have nothing to do, go and heat up the porridge in the kitchen for me. We're going to talk about something important. Okay, let's talk. Have a good talk. Zhongli pushed the cup in front of him and made a gesture of invitation. Yu Yanling couldn't understand Zhongli because of her artistic temperament. How could she be beautiful and capable, but she was from a small mountain village? Comrade Zhang, it's like this. Actually, I came here in such a hurry because I wanted to ask you for help. We asked Engineer Chung to dismantle another machine tool, thinking that we could repair it ourselves, but we found that his skills were not good enough. Now we have dismantled it, but we can't find the problem, and we can't put it back together. Engineer Chung is stubborn and doesn't believe in evil, so he dismantled another machine and then quarreled with Lao Xia. Now the parts of the two machines are piled together, and they can't be put back together, so I came here with a thick face. Zhongli sipped his water. You mean Engineer Chung dismantled the machine and couldn't find the problem? Yes, it seems that the problem is different from the one yesterday, so I want to ask you to go over and take a look. Our factory has a total of 10 imported machine tools. Although the price is not as good as that of experts, I will try to get you 51. What do you think? 51 is actually not a small amount. After all, he only needs to move his mouth, but Zhongli is still a little unhappy. He is a big shot in science and technology, but he has become a maintenance worker. The price is not even as good as that of foreign experts. This is a bit insulting. Chief Engineer Yu, can you tell me about the National Special Job Examination you mentioned before? Then Zhongli learned from Yu Yanlang that every spring, the country will hold a talent examination. Those who are knowledgeable and have made great contributions to national construction can obtain the National Special Employment Certificate. But they have to pass layers of examinations to get it. As for what position to hire, it depends on ability. Are there any exceptions? Can I take the exam earlier? Is it very popular to have that certificate? Zhongli asked. Yu Yanling, let me put it this way. If you can get a National Intermediate Staff Certificate, you can choose any unit you want. If you can get a senior or special grade, that would be amazing. Those who can get the special grade are generally national key protected objects, or they are at the expert level. Of course, such big figures can only be seen in national research bases. Our factory has invited special grade staff, but it is particularly difficult to approve. Even if the higher-ups approve it, he has to agree. Zhongli became interested. Does that mean he has absolute say? And can he make a lot of money? Of course. Can the exam be taken earlier? Are there any exceptions? Yu Yanling shook his head. Unless you really show extraordinary talent and let the higher-ups set a precedent.
And it seems that you can't do that now.
Zhongli nodded. I understand. Then are you going to repair the machine now? Yu Yanlang was suddenly overjoyed. Do you agree? I agree, but I'm a lazy person, so I'll take my mother-in-law with me when I go out. What do you think? It's just a small matter. Yu Yanling nodded and agreed. Okay, then I'll pack up and give instructions, and then we can set off. Okay, then I'll wait for you at the entrance of the village. The two spoke in low voices, and Zhou's mother in the kitchen didn't hear clearly what they said. She was anxious and wanted to rush out. When the sound of the door opening came from outside, Zhou's mother rushed out and saw the scene of Yu Yanling opening the door and leaving. She was immediately anxious. Leader, are you leaving now? Won't you sit for a while? Or, how about having lunch here at noon before leaving? Zhongli held his forehead and quickly grabbed Zhou's mother, who was chasing after him. Chief Engineer Yu, you go first. We will be here later. Zhou's mother turned her head. Mom, do you still want to take a car to visit the machinery factory? Go home quickly, change your clothes, and get ready to go. Zhou's mother widened her eyes, and the surprise on her face was self-evident. You mean we are going to the town now? Can I take a car too? Mother Zhou was so excited that she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. Yes, so you should go back and change your clothes now and find your eldest sister. Let her look after the house. Take Mu Tu and Sher Tu to eat porridge at noon, take a nap, and wait for us to come back. Before Zhongli finished speaking, Mother Zhou had already run away. When she met people who were still watching, she began to talk to herself. Alas, what's the point of an old woman like me going to the machinery factory? This leader is too polite and insisted that I go for a visit. I can't help it. My daughter-in-law has a headache and can't leave her alone. I'll go with her. When did I have a chronic headache? Mu Tu was unhappy when he learned that their grandmother and mother were going to the town in a car, and he wanted to go with them. Be obedient. The car can't fit so many people. Next time, Mother will take you together and bring you soda when we come back. How about that? Sher Tu was reluctant. Mom, I haven't ridden in a car yet. Then next time, Mother will definitely let you ride in a car. How about that? Mu Tu expressed his doubt. Mom, are you fooling us? The car is not ours. How can there be a next time? I said there is, and you still don't believe me? Knowing that there was no hope of riding in the car this time, Mu Tu could only bargain. Mom, then we want 2 bottles of soda per person and candied haws. Before Zhongli agreed, Zhou's mother refused. Why eat those expensive things? It's not easy for your mother to earn money. 1 bottle of soda per person is good enough. Mom Sher Tu looked at Zhongli. Okay, Mom will buy what you want, and I will definitely make you satisfied. How about that? Listen to your eldest sister at home, and eat porridge together when you're hungry later. Zhou's eldest sister. 4th aunt, I will take good care of my brother. Okay, wait for 4th aunt to come back and buy a gift for your eldest sister. Zhou's eldest sister said shyly, No. Mother Zhou put on her best dress, which was also patched. She regretted it very much. She should have worked all night to make new clothes after getting the fabric yesterday. Okay, sister, take care of the family. If you have any problems, call your mother. Your aunt and I are going to do something important. When walking to the village entrance, Mother Zhou had the aura of a big shot. She told everyone that the big boss invited her to visit the machinery factory, and her expression was so proud. Seeing Mother Zhou and Zhongli get in the car, everyone would be lying if they said they were not envious. How come Zhongli is so capable? The big boss actually drove a car to pick her up. How much money do you think she can make this time? Tell me, does this feel like a salted fish turning over a new leaf? Zhongli went from being the laziest woman in the village to the one who makes the most money. Forget it, let's not be jealous. No matter how good they are at making money, they belong to other people's families. It's true that it's a bit uncomfortable. These old Zhous really make everyone jealous. I don't know if I will have the chance to ride in a car in my lifetime.
Sigh.
Mother Zhou's reaction to riding in the car was the same as Aunt Meow's. She was full of curiosity, her eyes were rolling around, and her hands didn't know where to put. To be honest, such a car was simply an antique in Zhongli's eyes. Not only did it not have air conditioning, but the windows had to be rolled down by hand. It was not very shockproof when driving on the road. Moreover, the car was already quite old. Although it was obviously well maintained, both the exterior and the interior were old. Not to mention that when it started, the noise was very loud and the speed was slow. When the accelerator was stepped on, the idling sound of the engine was very unpleasant. Seeing Zhongli roll down the window as soon as he got in the car, Mother Zhou's heart was lifted. She approached Zhongli and whispered, "Old Fourth's family, it's better not to touch this car. If it is damaged, we can't afford to pay for it even if we sell it. If it breaks as soon as it is touched, I'm afraid the car has reached the standard of being scrapped, right? Chief Engineer Yu?" Yu Yanlang was embarrassed and naturally understood what Zhongli meant. In fact, the country's development has not reached that point yet, so there is no such thing as scrapping a car, because it is not easy to produce a car, so the car is also an important asset of the factory. Are domestically produced cars still at this level now? This speed? Didn't I hear that cars produced abroad have reached a speed of 150 miles per hour? We haven't even reached 90? Yu Yanlong's face was a little embarrassed. In terms of car speed, every R&D department in our country is working hard, and I believe that car speeds will be rapidly increased in the near future. Zhongli glanced at the dashboard with a strange look on his face. Your speed is only 70, and you still want to have a rapid improvement. I'm afraid it's difficult? Yu Yanlang was choked and speechless. But this time he learned his lesson. If there are talents like you, Comrade Xiao Jiang, joining the National Scientific Research Team, nothing is impossible. Zhongli pursed her lips. You want to get something for free? How can it be so good? Zhongli folded her hands, leaned back in her chair, and began to remain silent. Yu Yanlang smiled and took out a few sheets of paper filled with writing from his briefcase. Comrade Jiang, according to your ideas yesterday, our R&D department has recalculated some data for CNC machine tools. Could you please check whether it is right or wrong? Zhongli was puzzled. I have written it all to you and told you that the final error will be very small. Do you still want me to check whether it is right or wrong? Zhongli's face was almost written with that sentence. Is your R&D department not good enough? Yu Yanlang smiled awkwardly and repeated his motto in his heart. Be patient for a while and everything will be calm. Geniuses all have weird tempers. If you tolerate her for a while, the whole team will work overtime for a few days less. If you tolerate her for a while, the whole team will make fewer mistakes. So Yu Yanlang still smiled. Comrade Jiang, we worked overtime yesterday to catch up with the progress, but there were still disagreements in the end, so we made 3 sets of experimental data. Zhongli nodded. Then keep going. The number with the least error in the final calculation is the correct one. Do you still need to find me? Seeing that Zhongli still didn't understand, Yu Yanlang could only grit his teeth and said, if all 3 sets of data are produced, it will probably take more than a month, and this task has actually been stuck in our R&D department for a long time. I hope you can help take a look so that we don't waste time on the wrong data again. Hearing this, the disgust on Zhongli's face was too obvious. Isn't the efficiency of your R&D department too bad? 3 sets of data, can't find the correct one, and verify 1 set at a time. Isn't that the spirit of exploration of scientific researchers? One set of data for more than a month. With this efficiency, you still want to study car engines? Yu Yanlang said nothing. As long as she could help, she would be scolded as a grandson. Thank you for your help, Comrade Jiang. Jiang Li took it speechlessly, and after a light glance, her 3 views were shattered. So smart. I told you the direction, but after tinkering with it for a whole night, you only came up with this much? You still need my advice? Are you so casual in recruiting people in your R&D department? I thought only the second half of your data was wrong. You could only finish half of the second half in one night. That's only a fraction of what you can get. If I want you to give me advice, you should write a few more parts. Your level is simply terrible. Here it goes, the second group is correct, throw the others away. Chief Engineer, you put the first and third groups of data aside with a smile, and then handed his pen to Jiang Li. Of course, we can't match Comrade Jiang's talent, and the latter data is more complicated. It would be great if Comrade Jiang could spare some time to help. On behalf of more than 800 comrades in the machinery factory, thank you. It was impossible for her to write or think while sitting in a shaky car. Jiang Li looked out the window, without even glancing at Yu Yanlang. Zhou's mother was so nervous, afraid that Yu Yanlang would abandon them in the car halfway. If that happened, it would be so embarrassing. But she also felt so awesome that her daughter-in-law seemed to be really amazing, able to train such a big leader like a grandson. When they arrived at the machinery factory, Yu Yanlang took her directly to the workshop. It was different when Jiang Li came in this time. Almost all the people in the workshop looked at her. Their eyes were full of admiration, mixed with envy, because they knew too well how popular it was to have this skill, how much money it made, and how awesome it was. You can tell by looking at Engineer Cheng's little belly. As soon as Jiang Li appeared, Engineer Cheng ran over with a look of help on his face. Comrade Jiang, you are finally here? If you don't come, I will be drowned by old Xia's saliva. Xia Qiming was furious and chased after them with a part of the machine tool in his hand. Engineer Cheng, you are a useless thing. I asked you to fix a machine, but you destroyed it. You took it to pieces, and you can't put it back together. Do you have a brain? I told you to take it apart slowly, and watch how to take it apart carefully so that you can put it back together later. I just smoked a cigarette, and you mixed up all the parts. Come here and sort them out for me quickly. If you can't put it back together well today, don't go home. Engineer Cheng rushed behind Jiang Li and the others, ready to yell. Why do you say that it's my fault? It was clearly the two of us who took apart the machine tool. Now, why do you blame me alone for it not being put back together? We clearly agreed to share the responsibility, so I did it. Now you're playing tricks again. Whoever speaks louder is right? Xia Qiming ran after Engineer Cheng in a rage. You rascal! You refuse to take responsibility when something goes wrong. You have a pig brain. You can't even remember the parts. If you hadn't sworn that you would remember the order and put them back after disassembling another machine, would you have ended up like this? You still have the nerve to say that. How on earth did you get to where you are today with your pig brain? You've disassembled 3 machines in total, and you haven't learned how to put them back together. You're so stupid. Engineer Cheng jumped in dissatisfaction. You didn't remember it either. You saw me disassemble it 3 times. How much better are you than me? Xia Qiming's face turned the color of liver, and finally, Yu Yanlang tried to smooth things over. You two aren't ashamed. You two are so old and still fighting. Everyone in the workshop is watching. Xia Qiming only saw Jiang Li at this time. His eyes lit up instantly. Comrade Jiang, are you here to save the situation? It's all because Engineer Cheng is ignorant, and we've caused you trouble again. It's not a problem. We're just doing things for money. Jiang Li said. Xia Qiming was choked. These words were so straightforward that it made people feel a little. Will you lead the way? It's almost noon, and we still have to eat later? When Jiang Li came to the 2 machine tools, all she saw was a floor full of parts, and some of them were dismantled to the position she asked them to dismantle yesterday. Jiang Li walked over, bent down to look at the structure inside, and then curled her lips. The technology of the United States is really a big step ahead. It's a talent. I'm afraid that each machine tool purchased from abroad has some minor problems, and they're different problems. Those who can do such damage must have some skills. Seeing Jiang Li praising other people's families and scolding them like grandsons every time, Xia Qiming was unhappy first. Comrade Jiang, your words are too much to boost other people's morale and destroy your own prestige. Give us time, and we will definitely surpass them in industry. Stupid. You are the only one who can make progress, but others can't? Is it difficult to admit that others are better than you? Seeing the excellence of others, finding out your own shortcomings, and improving your abilities, this is the key to progress. Xia Qiming shrugged his shoulders and had nothing to say. After all, Jiang Li was telling the truth. Other people's CNC machine tools have reached the several generations, but they haven't figured out the principles of CNC machine tools. Zhou's mother looked at Jiang Li scolding people, and suddenly she felt balanced. It seems that her daughter-in-law is quite gentle to her. Although she always makes her angry, at least she won't scold her like this. Bring the gloves, I'll check them. Seeing the pair of black gloves brought by Engineer Chung, Jiang Li was disgusted. Fortunately, Yu Yanlang was prepared and took out a pair of new white woolen gloves and handed them over. Jiang Li found the problem after checking it, fiddled with the small parts on the machine, and then asked Engineer Chung to install it. Engineer Chung looked confused and a little embarrassed. I messed up these parts and can't put them back. Jiang Li divided the parts on the ground into 2 piles and then picked out a few pieces from them. Put this one here, and these 2 are stuck here respectively. You install them first, and I'll go and see what's wrong with the one next to it. After checking the machine next to it, Jiang Li asked, what was the problem with this machine before? Knowing that the parts produced were almost all good, but the speed was slower than domestic machines, and the output was very small at the end of the day, Jiang Li glared at Engineer Chung. You've been messing around all day, and you didn't even check what was broken before you dismantled it. There's nothing wrong with this machine, okay? The problem is the transmission and control system it is set up with. Can it be fixed by adjusting it? It's a waste of time to put it back. With your brains, you're still studying machine tools? Several people didn't dare to speak, nor did they dare to make a sound, for fear that this old lady would abandon her burden and leave. It's so slow to install. Don't you plan to help? Jiang Li looked directly at Xia Qiming. Without waiting for Jiang Li to say anything unpleasant, Xia Qiming put on gloves and walked over. The 2 began to install the machines. Jiang Li found the parts to be installed in advance, so of course the installation speed was not as fast as expected. When he had time, Jiang Li went to see what was wrong with the next machine. After looking at 10 machines, Jiang Li quickly found all the problems. 2 of them did not need to be disassembled, and they could be directly set up on the panel. I'll set up these 2 for you, and let them disassemble the rest. The ones placed in the corner have the biggest problems, and more parts need to be replaced. After disassembling them, I'll tell you what parts need to be replaced and the repair fee for that one. 500, not a penny less. Yu Yanling took a notebook and wrote down which machines needed to be disassembled, which 2 did not need to be disassembled, and the repair costs. Okay, I'll let them disassemble the machines at noon. Then, Comrade Jiang, please help adjust these 2 machines first. It took less than half an hour to find out the problem with the machine. Yu Yanling admired Jiang Li very much. Just by looking at the parts made by the machine, listening to the sound, and checking the machine panel, he could find out the problem. This ability is probably higher than that of foreign experts. Not only Yu Yanlang, but even the workers looked at Jiang Li with a hot look in their eyes. This made Zhou's mother worried and decided that she had to follow her daughter-in-law to the machinery factory in the future. Otherwise, when her son comes back, she might not have a daughter-in-law. The daughter-in-law has become so capable that she can charge 500 for repairing a machine. I don't know if the Zhou family can keep her. She is worried. Yu Yanling wanted to learn how Jiang Li adjusted the data, but after seeing her operation, he was completely convinced. He didn't want to be like Engineer Xia Qiming, who thought he could do it and then dismantled the machine and had to find someone to save the situation. He thought he was self-aware. If he couldn't do it, he couldn't do it. It would be embarrassing to be scolded like a grandson if he acted recklessly. After Jiang Li adjusted it, she looked at the worker in charge of the machine tool today. Okay, come and try it. Call me if you have any problems. After saying that, Jiang Li went to adjust another machine. The worker straightened his back instantly and began to operate under the envious gaze of other workers. As a worker, what he hopes most is naturally to be assigned a good machine tool. Looking at his qualified works one by one, the sense of accomplishment cannot be experienced by others. The machine that was repaired yesterday made them envious. Finally, today, he can also use a good machine tool. Zhongli was still debugging, and the worker burst into excited joy. It's fixed, it's really fixed. Chief Engineer Yu, come and see the speed? Oh my god. This is the first time I have seen such a smooth and fast machine tool. At this speed, I think the steel plant's order can be completed in 5 days. Chief Engineer Yu's face was also excited. Everyone work hard. With Comrade Xiao Zhang here, we will definitely be able to use good machine tools. Once we develop domestic CNC machine tools, we will no longer have to worry about not being able to complete orders on time and dare not take too many orders. Let us thank Comrade Xiao Zhang for her help and welcome her arrival. Suddenly, the whole workshop burst into warm applause. Zhongli looked at Chief Engineer Yu with an ugly expression. The old fox has become a spirit. He actually knows how to flatter her to death. If she says she doesn't agree, how will these people see her? Rascal. She is shameless. Yu Yanlang seemed not to see Zhang Li's murderous eyes and continued to praise. Everyone has also seen Comrade Zhang Li's technology. With her joining, I believe that domestic CNC machine tools will be available soon. Comrade Zhang is really young and promising. The younger generation is formidable. We are far behind. After a round of flattery, Zhang Li's mouth curled up slightly, and she was very pleased with Yanlong's words. That's right, she just likes to be praised. She is so useless that she sold herself out in just a few words. Zhou's mother was shocked and proud at the same time. It is one thing to hear Aunt Miao say that her daughter-in-law is capable, and it is another thing to see the cheers of the whole workshop with her own eyes. Chief Engineer Yu, you are too kind. I am a brick of the revolution. I will be moved wherever I am needed. I hope I will not disappoint everyone's expectations. At this time, the quotations are very useful. As soon as Zhang Li finished speaking, Yu Yanlang took the lead in applauding. Well, Comrade Zhang said it well. Let us welcome Comrade Zhang Li to join our R&D department with warm applause. From today on, Comrade Zhang is a specially hired staff member of our R&D department. Zhang Li stared at him in disbelief, lowered his voice and gritted his teeth and said, "Quit while you are ahead? I won't do forced buying and selling. If I'm unhappy, no one will be happy." Chief Engineer Yu also lowered his voice and replied to her, be patient. We'll talk in detail later." Zhang Li could only force a smile. After the two machines were adjusted, Zhang Li went to see the progress of the two people's installation, told them which parts to install next, and then Zhang Li took off his gloves. After Engineer Xia's machine is installed, I will adjust it again. Engineer Cheng's machine can be installed and tested directly. There should be no problem. The other ones I just said have problems can be dismantled after you are done. I'll come back after I finish my meal and fix it. Xia Qiming and Engineer Cheng glared at her. You leaving now? You're not going to watch us install it? What if we install it wrong? Zhang Li was even more shocked than them. Didn't I tell you which parts to install next? If you don't know how to install something, just stop and dismantle other machine tools first. I'm not coming back. You invited me here to work and not let me eat, right? Let's go, Mom. Let's go to the state-owned restaurant for dinner first. It was already late in the afternoon, and Zhang Li was already hungry. Yu Yanlang hurriedly said, "We invited Comrade Zhang over, so we will naturally not let you go hungry. I have asked the canteen to prepare your meals a long time ago. I will take you there." Hearing that there was free food, Zhou's mother's eyes were shining, and only Zhang Li did not move his feet. "How is the supply in your canteen? You won't be hungry, will you?" This question was almost asked directly. Your factory will not eat vegetarian food, will you? Comrade Zhang, don't worry. The food in our factory is definitely the best of all the factories in this town. Everyone works hard, and the factory director will never treat everyone unfairly when it comes to food. Moreover, the chef in our factory is the descendant of the imperial chef, and the dishes he makes are so delicious. Zhongli was moved when he heard about the imperial chef. Then let us try it. It was still half an hour before the workers' lunch time, but the canteen had already prepared the food. The canteen was pretty much what Zhongli had imagined, with several windows filled with steaming dishes. Yu Yanling walked in front, and Zhou's mother saw the dishes inside and shook Zhongli's hand excitedly. Look at that plate of braised pork from the fourth brother's house. It looks delicious. This city is different. There are so many meat dishes, whatever you want to eat. It's really a blessing to be a worker. Mom never thought that I would be able to eat a meal that only workers can eat in this life. It's really thanks to you. Zhongli saw Yu Yanling give the Annie, who was serving the food, a few things that should be meal tickets, and then took a plate like fast food to them. But the Annie's face was really serious, and she looked like someone who is difficult to get along with. But it is also true that if the position of serving food is not serious and fierce, then everyone might ask her to serve more. Come on, Comrade Jiang, take a look at what you like to eat. You can order 2 pieces of meat and 1 vegetable. Zhongli was not polite and pointed directly at the braised pork. Auntie, please give me 1 portion of braised pork, 1 portion of minced pork with mapo tofu, and 1 portion of green vegetables. Thank you. Zhongli's polite words softened the auntie's stern face, especially the word thank you, which made the auntie feel very comfortable. Although her position is also a job, she's been working for many years, but no one has ever said thank you to her. So, she looked at Zhongli a few more times. Then when serving the dishes, her hand, which usually shook the spoon, was steady. This scene shattered even Yu Yanlang's 3 views. Looking at Zhongli's full plate of dishes, Yu Yanlang began to doubt his life. Comrade, would you like 2-piece steamed buns or sweet potato rice for the staple food? Zhongli, a genuine southerner, chose sweet potato rice without hesitation. Okay, your meal. Thank you, Auntie. Zhongli, who was the first to get food, didn't notice anything wrong at all. After she found a seat by the window in the corner and sat down, Zhou's mother and Yu Yanling came over with their food, with constipated expressions on their faces. Zhongli laughed when she saw their food. Yu Yanling looked even more resentful. I really didn't expect that this elder sister would actually look at looks. With my position and length of service, and having eaten in the cafeteria for so many years, I'm still not as good as a new face like you. Zhongli laughed. And you're the factory director's younger brother? Actually, there's nothing we can do about it. Who made me so popular, and everyone loves me. Mother Zhou was also unhappy, always feeling that she was at a disadvantage. The amount on her plate was half less than Zhongli's. But Zhongli couldn't finish so much, and the braised pork tasted better when it was half fat and half lean, so Zhongli gave all the fat to Mother Zhou. Mother Zhou's unhappy mood was instantly cured, and she was so happy to see Zhongli's expression. Why didn't she realize that this daughter-in-law was so good before? She was actually filial and capable. Thinking of how she had disliked her, and even wanted to go to the door to cancel the engagement, Mother Zhou secretly cursed herself for being blind and almost pushing the golden nugget away. 4th brother, you are so thin. Eat more yourself. Don't always give your mother food. Mother Zhou was very touched. At this time, let alone the daughter-in-law, even her own daughter might not be able to give up the food in her bowl. So Mother Zhou was really conquered by Zhongli this time. Mom, I don't like fatty meat, you eat it yourself. Yu Yanling didn't say anything. This cook is really good. The braised pork is fat but not greasy. The key point is that it is not bitter, and the taste is just right. But even so, Zhongli still couldn't eat such a big piece of fat meat without any lean meat. But because she told the truth, Zhou's mother mistook her for modesty and looked at Zhongli with a softer look. You kid is really good at joking. Who doesn't like to eat meat? Zhongli, anyway, don't give it to me. Look at how many dishes I have. Don't waste them if you can't finish them later. The portion of minced meat with mapo tofu is not small. This dish is also good with rice. Zhongli felt that he couldn't finish it, so he scooped 2 more mouthfuls for Zhou's mother. Zhou's mother's curved mouth never came down. When she saw other workers coming with their own bowls to get rice, Zhou's mother realized that she had wronged the old lady. Compared with Zhongli's plate of food, her food seemed small, but compared with other workers, it was too much. So she was curious. Does her factory still give special treatment? Why is there a difference in the amount of rice? Yu Yanling explained. The monthly ration of staple food for each worker in our factory is 30 kilograms and 3 taels of meat coupons per month. The dish of braised pork you see has a lot of it, but if you think about it carefully, there are hundreds of people in the machinery factory, and I'm afraid not everyone can get a piece. That's why you see that most people eat without meat, and even the staple food is coarse grain-steamed buns and porridge. What we eat is made separately. Our canteen is quite humane and treats workers with benefits. That is, they can take meat from the canteen to take home to eat. In this way, if anyone wants to eat meat, they don't have to worry about not being able to buy it outside. We still have a good relationship with the meat processing plant. So, we are not developing fast enough, and we can't let the people live a prosperous life. Today, I old you, shamelessly tricked you, little comrade, but I sincerely hope that you can join us. Jiang Li was eating happily and didn't want to pay attention to him. Don't talk while eating and don't talk while sleeping. Yu Yanling. If he hadn't met her in a small mountain village, he would have really doubted which capitalist daughter this was. But he had spoken so emotionally. How could this person not be moved? Zhou's mother had never eaten such a good thing in her life, and she wanted to bury her face in it. She didn't even notice Yu Yanlong's begging expression. After dinner, Jiang Li yawned. Yu Yanling stared at her with a bad look, fearing that she would say she wanted to go home next. Comrade Jiang, how about we go to the office and discuss the treatment issue in detail? Jiang Li still said the same thing. If you let me stay in this factory all day, then you'd better forget it. I like to fish for 2 days and dry the nets for 5 days. If you can't agree, don't say it. No one should waste each other's time. Jiang Li's words really embarrassed Yu Yanling because it would be difficult to give her the right treatment. He was not the one who made the decision about the factory, and he had no way of making the decision. If he gave her too low a salary, she would definitely not be happy. With such a talent, the factory could not hold her back at all. But if he gave her too much, she would not be on duty and would not be considered a full-time employee, and the salary could not be reported upwards. If he lied, and it was found out, not only him, but even his brother's family would be implicated. But Yu Yanling couldn't do it when he saw such a talent slipping away in front of him. Yu Yanling tapped the table with his hands and finally said, "Can you please come to our R&D department? Lead the way." No outsiders were allowed to enter the R&D department, so Zhou's mother sat under a tree outside the cafeteria and waited. After seeing the simple environment of the factory, Jiang Li actually had no expectations for the R&D department, but after entering, he found that it was not bad. This is our conference table. Every morning we report on yesterday's progress, the difficulties encountered, and everyone's opinions, and by the way, we tackle any unsolvable problems. Over there are everyone's desks, which are spaced far apart, so they look like small offices and give everyone enough private space. You won't be disturbed when you concentrate on your work. Over there are the laboratories and simulation rooms. Yu Yanling took her to the blackboard in front of the conference table. It was filled with the problems they encountered. Jiang Li only took a glance and knew that this was research data on car speed-up. Car speed-up is not only being tackled by our 69th R&D department. It can be said that every R&D department is researching it. Every year, all of our R&D departments will go to the institute for a meeting to discuss the progress together. But it's been 3 years, and there hasn't been any real progress. Does the country attach great importance to the car speed-up project? Yu Yanling nodded. Now foreign countries have imposed a technological blockade on us, fearing that we will develop something more powerful than them. Now we can't buy cars from abroad at all. Don't think that life is peaceful now. It was earned by the lives of soldiers. There is still a border over on an island, and the war is still going on. The maximum speed of our military vehicles is only 79 miles per hour. When a war breaks out, Jiang Li didn't say the rest of the words, and he also heard the general idea. Speaking of soldiers, Jiang Li's mind flashed the face of the old man. His expression was no longer resistant, but asked, "If I can increase the speed to 180, how much money can you give me?" Yu Yanling couldn't believe his ears and dug. "Did I just hear it? How much did you say?" You heard it right. Give me a car and I will go back to study it. As long as your workers are willing to cooperate with me, I will give you a car with a speed of 180 in 4 months. Yu Yanling looked at Zhang Li as if he had seen a ghost. His face was excited, but also with disbelief. For months, can you really do it? This is a problem that even the National Research Institute can't solve. Everyone dares to set the goal at a speed of 100 to 120, and you set it at 180? Are you sure? If you can really do it, it will be a big step in industrial reform. The technology is even far superior to that of foreign countries. And you will also become a textbook existence. Can you do it? Zhang Li folded her hands and tapped with a few slender fingers. As long as your workers can make what I want within the specified time, nothing is impossible. Don't talk about the speed of 180. This is actually her modest statement. In the future, in order to avoid zombies, she will directly increase the speed of the car to 600. If she was not afraid that the parts they made would not meet her requirements, let alone the speed of 180, 300 would be a piece of cake. Yu Yanlong's breathing became a little faster, looking at Zhang Li with hot eyes. Zhang Li knew that it was time to show some of his bottom line. In order to gain more benefits, Zhang Li picked up the chalk and drew on the blackboard. The reason why you can't study it is completely because you have trapped yourself. You don't have the courage to innovate and try. How do you know that this step will not work? And this set of numbers should be guessed, right? Look at this. Even if your method is successful, the speed of the car can only reach 90 at most. From 79 to 90, is this considered an improvement? If you want to do it, just be bold. Make it bigger and stronger. Be bold in your ideas, overturn the old ideas, and completely reform the engine. How can you innovate without giving up? Wasting so much financial and material resources just to increase the speed a little bit, this research and development is a failure. Yu Yanling took a deep breath and looked at the blackboard. While he was surprised that she was so young and had such talent, he also agreed with her words. Comrade Jiang, if you can really increase the speed of the car to 180, I believe you will have a place in the National Scientific Research Team, and even in the army you will be famous. This matter is of great importance. You said that you will be given a car to study. I need to report your situation to the research base, and then apply for it. The remuneration will also be approved by the leaders above. Before that, I hope to see a preliminary research plan so that the application will be convincing. After all, given your age, it will be hard for others to be convinced. Zhang Li touched his chin. How long will it take you to go through all these application levels? How can I see someone who can make the decision and let me get the special staff certificate? Yu Yanling was about to speak. Zhang Li said again, if I modify that old antique this morning and can increase its speed to 90, will it be more convincing? How to improve the performance of the car? I do have a plan in my mind, but I don't want to waste time writing it. If I just ignore the details and write it, first of all, you won't understand it and you won't be able to do it. If I ask you to write it in detail, I'm afraid it will waste a lot of time. Yu Yanling frowned. If you don't write, how can you be sure that the speed of the car you build can reach 180? What if it fails? There is no failure, unless the workers in your factory are not skilled and can't make what I want. Yu Yanling actually believed this arrogant and confident tone. The car is the property of the factory. The leaders of the factory will unanimously agree to let you modify it. Of course, if you really modify it, I believe the higher-ups will have more confidence in your ability. Then you guys can talk about this slowly and just give me an answer later. Now continue to repair the machine. Zhang Li was about to walk out, but turned around. Are you ready to pay me? I like to be paid on a daily basis, and I can't do business on credit. Also, if I can really modify that broken car to run at 90 miles per hour, I will have to pay you. I can't let you use my technology for free. Yu Yanlong's expression became serious. Comrade Jiang, don't worry about this. The country will not mistreat any scientific researcher who has made great contributions to the country. I will definitely apply to the higher-ups for your treatment, so as not to disappoint capable people. Zhang Li glanced at him and nodded. Well said, I hope so. After all, if the rear is on fire, how can we rush forward? You've seen the situation at my home. We still live in an adobe house. My mother-in-law barely eats 3 taels of meat a year, and our 2 children have never even come to town. My husband is a soldier. He's still fighting on Island N. The money he spends is earned with his life. If my contribution can't make my family live a good life, then why should I work so hard? Yu Yanling pondered and looked at Jiang Li more seriously. Comrade Jiang, don't worry, the organization will definitely not let you work for free. I will do my best to help you get more remuneration.
Thank you.
Jiang Li turned around and opened the door, with the corners of his mouth rising wildly, and his shoulders couldn't help shaking. He was secretly happy in his heart. It seemed that Chief Engineer Yu was also a soft-hearted person, so it would be easier to deal with in the future. Seeing Jiang Li coming out, Zhou's mother hurried up to ask about the situation. How is it? Did you agree to come to work? How much salary did you get? Jiang Li shook his head. There are still some details to discuss. We'll talk about it later. Mother Zhou nodded. When she came to the machinery factory today and saw the attitude of the senior leader towards her daughter-in-law, she finally understood. For some people, God will bring food to you. In this way, she doesn't have to worry. With the persistent attitude of the leader, her daughter-in-law will definitely not get away. Back in the workshop, Jiang Li glanced at the 2 people who didn't go to eat and were still dismantling the machine. Then he found out how slow their progress was. This machine has been assembled like this. Isn't it obvious that there are still a few parts left? You don't know how to do this? The 2 blushed. It seems that these last few parts can't be put back together and can't be assembled. Otherwise, would you mind, Comrade Jiang, to explain it? Jiang Li looked at the progress of their dismantling of the other 2 machines. You have dismantled 2 more, and you still can't assemble them? The 2 were too embarrassed to look at Jiang Li. Seeing the speed at which the 2 were dismantling, Jiang Li asked another question. Why don't you call more people to help dismantle it? At this rate, I'm afraid I can only fix the 2 machines you've dismantled this afternoon. At this point, Xia Qiming's face was a little annoyed. We have no choice. Life is difficult for everyone right now. If we let them dismantle it, what if they can't help but take 1 or 2 parts? Then the machine will be broken. Why is the guard at the machinery factory stricter than other factories? It's because they're afraid that people will sell the parts as scrap metal to make some money. Jiang Li's mouth twitched, and she had nothing to say. Okay, get started. I still have to go back to work after you finish assembling it. She decided that in order to have a better life, she had to take on the matter of speeding up the car. Jiang Li asked them to fix the 2 machines first, and then continued to ask them to dismantle the machines. She even thought they were too slow, and started to do it herself. After the machine was disassembled, Jiang Li checked it. This place needs to be welded. You go get the tin bar and the tools. After disassembling the 2 machines, Jiang Li found the problem in 10 minutes and solved it in 10 minutes. The speed was so fast that it made people sigh. Okay, now you can assemble the rest, right? I will come to see the remaining 5 machines tomorrow. It would be best if you can dismantle them all before I arrive, so that I can inspect them directly when I come. Xia Qiming dared to guarantee this. Don't worry, we will work overtime tonight to dismantle them all, and you can come tomorrow to repair them. Xia Qiming wanted to ask her to finish the repairs in one go, so that the efficiency can be improved one day earlier. But he really couldn't stand Jiang Li's white eyes. Don't think he didn't see Jiang Li's disgusted eyes. Xia Qiming wanted to say that he had a miserable life. To be honest, he had always been good in technology and research and development, but in front of Jiang Li, he felt that he was not good enough. At this time, Zhou's mother called Jiang Li aside and muttered a few words, which made Jiang Li's face reveal a strange expression. Looking at Xia Qiming speechlessly, he said, "Where is today's soda? I've been here for so long. Don't you even offer me water?" Xia Qiming's face twisted, and then he kicked Engineer Cheng. "Hurry up and buy some water. All to clean up your mess." Engineer Cheng learned a lot this time, and he was not at all unhappy to buy water for Jiang Li. It's true, other technicians in the machinery factory can't dismantle this machine, but he can. How cool is that to say it out? And he doesn't even have to pay tuition. Engineer Cheng almost wants to call Jiang Li master. And Jiang Li didn't forget to ask Yu Yanling for the 200 yuan reward for the 4 machines today. Zhou's mother came, and she was very satisfied. She drank the soda that Aunt Meow drank, and she also ate in the canteen of the machinery factory. Don't be too cocky when you leave the machinery factory. Yu Yanlang is a man who knows how to behave, and the car has been arranged to wait at the factory gate. This is a public car, taking us back. Do the leaders of your factory have any objections? Yu Yanlang shook his head. Your contribution to the factory is obvious to all, and this car is allocated to the factory for efficiency and benefits. It is suitable for you to use, and it is not for personal gain. Will you pick me up tomorrow too? Zhang Li asked. The factory director will need this car tomorrow to go to a meeting in the province, so I'll trouble Comrade Zhang to come here by ox cart tomorrow. Zhang Li had no objection to this, since she didn't expect to use the car every day anyway. Holding 6 bottles of soda, Zhou's mother got into the car again. This time without Yu Yanlang. She wasn't as restrained as she was in the morning. As soon as she sat in, she started talking like a machine gun. That engineer Chung is really good. He gave me 6 bottles of soda at once. He's so generous. Drinking the soda, Zhou's mother was very happy. Master, let's stop at the department store in front. I'll buy some paper and pen. The machine has some data to calculate. The driver originally wanted to refuse. After all, his mission was to send the person back, but he did not agree to buy anything. But since Zhang Li said so, of course he stopped and waited. After all, buying paper and pens is also for the machinery factory. It was a rare visit to the town, so Zhou's mother had to get off the car as well. When she got off the car and caught up with Zhang Li, she saw her chatting happily with a salesperson. Thinking of the instructions of the old sisters in the village, Zhou's mother walked up with a smile. The 4th sister's family, this is the good sister you mentioned, comrade. Thank you so much for the fabric last time. Suhi knew that this was Zhang Li's mother-in-law as soon as she heard it and smiled with a good attitude. What are you talking about, Annie? I don't have any relationship with Zhang Li. Come to me if you need anything. Today, Suhi was wearing the skirt she bought from Zhang Li, and she had a hair tie on her head that Zhang Li gave her. She looked very fashionable. She was very satisfied with the rate of people turning their heads when she went out. Her mother said that with her appearance, she could find a partner of higher grade. Therefore, Suhi planned to carry out her love of beauty to the end. It was almost time for salary payment, and she had already booked the skirt for the next time with Zhang Li. Zhou's mother smiled and held Suhi's hand, and they were so intimate. Zhang Li knew what her mother-in-law wanted to do at a glance. She gave Suhi a look to see what happened, and then Zhang Li went inside and asked for a pack of good Daikyemin cigarettes. When the driver received it, he was so happy. A pack of Daikyemin was worth a lot of money. He usually couldn't bear to buy it. Then he went to the corner and squatted to smoke it. Just as he was about to go into the department store again, Zhang Li saw an even more unexpected scene. He almost ran into the counter of the department store and asked if there were any cameras for sale. When he found out that he needed overseas remittance coupons, Zhang Li was stunned. Overseas remittance coupons? Where did she get that thing? She had no choice but to run out and take out a beige Polaroid camera to take pictures of Jiang Cheng's happy family of 3. She didn't dare to take too many pictures, just 3, so as not to be discovered by the people on the other side. When Zhang Li finished taking the pictures, she turned around and saw Suhi walking back with her mother-in-law. Zhang Li ignored her and continued to buy paper and pens. She had a lot of pens in her villa, but she didn't show them, so Zhang Li had to grit her teeth and spend 88 yuan to buy a Hero brand pen. Zhang Li bought a leather notebook and several large notebooks. When Zhou's mother came out with a bag of rags, she saw Zhang Li handing out many large Unity notes. The excited little heart was instantly lifted up, and she ran over quickly. Old 4, what did you buy? Why did you give so much money? Jiang Li shook the pen in her hand, and Zhou's mother took a deep breath. Don't you have a pen that you used before at home? Why buy another one? It's so expensive. That one is all stuck and doesn't write smoothly. It's time to replace it. Otherwise, it will freeze when writing data, and I'll be so angry. She thinks she can save a lot of money if she doesn't buy it. She will be so angry if she buys it. But Jiang Li is spending her own money. Although she didn't see Jiang Li collecting the money in person, she was there at the agreed price of 50 yuan per unit. So Jiang Li must have made at least 200 yuan on this trip. Thinking of this, Zhou's mother stopped talking. But she still felt distressed. It's dozens of yuan, enough for a whole family to spend. How can she not feel distressed? Remember not to throw away the old one when you go back. If you don't want it, give it to Anan. She can use it. Mother Zhou was worried. This daughter-in-law could make money, but she also knew how to spend it. She spent half of the money before she could even warm it up. She was too extravagant. When Suhi came out, Mother Zhou remembered what she wanted to find Zhongli for. Fourth brothers, Xiao Su got me some rags.
I don't have any money on me.
You can lend them to me first. I'll give you the money when I go back. Zhongli took a look at her and found that they were the rags that she didn't want last time. Her disdain was too obvious. Mother, who are you buying these for? I still have cloth coupons on me. How about I buy you a few feet of real cloth? No, I want this one. My old sisters all want them. I'll go back and exchange them with them. They're in great demand. Mother Zhou touched the cloth bag lovingly. Her face was filled with joy. She could already imagine how people would stare at her when she got back. This kind of scraps of cloth are calculated by kilogram, and Zhou's mother's bag has 40 kilograms, not a bit less. But when it came to paying, it was so cheap that Zhongli didn't know what to say. You mean these 40 kilograms of scraps of cloth are only 2 yuan? Don't give me money, I can still afford it. Suhi smiled. What are you thinking? With this money, I might as well save more to buy you a new skirt. These scraps of cloth are leftovers from our internal staff. The textile factory sends a batch every month, and we divide the larger scraps at the beginning of the month. These are even more scraps, so cheap. I was embarrassed to show them to your mother-in-law just now. I didn't expect your mother-in-law to not mind at all. She was so happy. Your mother-in-law also said that she has many old sisters. If there are any scraps next month, I'll keep them for her. Zhongli nodded. If it's not difficult, then you can help keep them. You know, it's hard to get some cloth coupons in the countryside, and scraps of cloth can be very useful. Don't worry, the textile factory will send a batch in 10 days, and I will keep all the ones I can for you. Okay, if I have that skirt next time, I will get you a few more to choose from. Before going back, Zhongli did not forget to promise snacks to the two children. However, there was no candied haws at this time, so Zhongli bought a pound of mung bean cakes. When returning to the village entrance, Zhou's mother, who was sitting on the right, just poked her head out and greeted everyone she met on the road enthusiastically. Those who didn't know would think that it was a senior leader coming to inspect the village. Zhongli couldn't bear to watch the show. No wonder Zhou's mother insisted on sitting on the right when getting in the car just now. Zhongli covered her face and wanted to jump out of the car because of embarrassment. With everyone's enthusiasm, the car didn't drive into the village because Zhou's mother was too ostentatious. Everyone was so enthusiastic that they surrounded the car, and it was impossible to drive on. And this is exactly what Zhou's mother wanted. If the car drove to the door of her house, how could she show off her 6 bottles of soda and a large bag of rags? Under everyone's gaze, Zhou's mother slowly opened the door and got out. Zhongli almost dug a hole in the car, which was too embarrassing. After getting out of the car, Zhou's mother held 6 bottles of soda strung together with a rope in one hand and 40 kilograms of rags in the other. Zhongli said he wanted to help but was rejected. Mr. Zhou, how is it? Did you really get into the machinery factory? Was this soda given by the leader? Zhou's mother's expression was so arrogant. Of course, not only soda, but today we also had food from the canteen of the machinery factory. The braised pork was so delicious. It's really great in the city. The meals are all prepared and placed there. You can have whatever you want. The staple food is still 2-piece steamed buns and sweet potato rice, which is delicious. Everyone was so envious that they shouted loudly, looking at Zhou's mother, not to mention how jealous they were. So, how much money did you make this time? A voice in the crowd asked. Zhou Meihua was also in the crowd, and she felt so jealous when she saw Zhou's mother like this. She is the wife of an accountant, and no one would offend her wherever she goes, and would flatter her. So, wherever she goes, she is more praised than Zhou's mother. Now that the situation is reversed, it is really a bit unpleasant. But no matter how unhappy she is, She will never be vague when she can confront someone. It's none of your business how much money they make. Can you tell everyone how much wealth your family has? The man shrank back into the crowd embarrassedly. Someone saw the sack of things that Zhou's mother was carrying and was instantly curious. Mr. Zhou, what good thing are you carrying? Did the big boss give it to you? Zhou's mother ostentatiously carried the cloth on her shoulder. This? The scraps of fabric bought from the department store are not valuable, but it's thanks to my daughter-in-law's acquaintances there, otherwise she wouldn't be able to buy them. Zhou Meihua glared and immediately squeezed next to Zhou's mother. Sister-in-law, you must give me some of these worthless things. Your niece has no clothes to wear yet. Everyone was also shocked. Scraps of cloth. Those are the cloth that can be used to make clothes and do not require cloth coupons. Everyone almost rushed forward, shouting to Zhou's mother to save some for them, fearing that Zhou's mother could not hear them, and their voices were so loud. Fortunately, Zhou Meihua had foresight and stood in the front, but she was also scratched by these claws a few times. Zhou's mother knew how popular this cloth was in the countryside, but she did not expect it to cause a rush. If Zhongli had not supported her from behind, she would have fallen when she backed away. And Zhongli finally saw how popular the scraps of cloth that she despised were. Zhou Meihua was also angry about being scratched, and she roared directly on the spot. Get out, get out. What do the scraps of cloth bought by my sister-in-law have to do with you? Why are you squeezing in? What relatives? What cousins? Do you have any shame? And you, who are your cousins-in-law? When my eldest sister-in-law had 5 children to raise and was starving, you all ran away faster than anything else, forcing Buchuan to join the army to save food for the family. Now you all come to cling to us. Do you have any shame? Those people didn't care what Zhou Meihua said. It was impossible for them to give up the scraps of cloth with just a few words. Zhou Meihua, what does this have to do with you? In my opinion, Buchuan should thank us. If it weren't for us, would he be a high official now? Would he be able to make so much money every month? You want us to leave? You can change more scraps of cloth yourself.
Dream on.
Zhou Meihua was so angry that she couldn't argue and started fighting with them. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Zhou's mother was a little confused. She had no idea and asked Zhongli directly. Zhongli looked at her coldly. What does it have to do with us if they like to fight? It's not like we will give them the cloth if they win. I bought the cloth, and I can give it to whoever I want. The people who were fighting stopped and distanced themselves from each other instantly. Zhou Meihua walked up to Zhongli with a flattering look on her face. Niece-in-law, you said last time that Nian Nian is cute. Don't forget to save some scraps of cloth for her. Zhongli was surprised. Second aunt, you are such a good grandmother. You are a role model for our village. Not only that, you are a role model for the town. There are very few grandmothers like you who do not discriminate against boys and treat everyone equally. This cloth must be saved. Make 2 sets of summer clothes for Nian Nian. When she wears them out, everyone will definitely praise you. Jiandang's wife is so lucky to meet a mother-in-law like you. How many daughters-in-law can give birth to a girl and stay for the full confinement? You are the only one in the village. Don't worry, I will definitely keep these scraps of cloth for you. Zhou Meihua's face was as colorful as a palette. She looked at Zhongli with love and hate. She decided where the cloth would go in just a few words. She didn't know whether she should be happy that her family had a share of the cloth or angry that the cloth was given to the little girl at home. But she also mentioned the matter of confinement. She was still thinking that everyone was talking about Zhongli these days and no one paid attention to her daughter-in-law in the city, so she stopped her confinement meals and asked her to start doing housework. Now that she mentioned it and so many people were listening, how could she still be the evil mother-in-law? She obviously wanted the scraps of cloth to make clothes for her eldest grandson, but now it has become the little girl's, and she still needs money. Does she still want the cloth? Zhou Meihua was upset. It's impossible for her not to want it. So she could only thank Zhongli with tears. Zhou's mother looked at the crowd and said, "You all heard it. This cloth was bought by my daughter-in-law. She has many relatives in her family, and her own family also wants it. If there is any left, I will tell everyone." Zhongli on the side was stunned. Yes, She had been here for so long, and apart from the previous plot, she really didn't remember that she had a mother's home. Thinking of the situation of her mother's home, Zhongli felt indescribable. After Zhou's mother said so, everyone knew that they might not have a share of the rags. Some people went away, and there was still a small part left for Zhou's mother to give to them. Of course, there were also those who rolled their eyes and whispered that Zhou's mother looked down on them now, and looked down on them as country people. Life is like this. If you live well, gossip is inevitable. Some people are jealous, some people envy, and some people compare. Zhongli has long been accustomed to it. At this time, the eldest sister was waiting in the yard for Mutu and the others to wake up. Zhou Meihua did not follow in, but only said to remember to leave some rags for her. Zhou's eldest sister was dozing off there and woke up when she heard the voice. "Fourth aunt, Grandma, you are back." "Yes, you're back. Go home and sleep for a while," Mother Zhou said. Zhongli took out 2 mung bean cakes from the pound of mung bean cakes. "Big sister, these 2 mung bean cakes are for you. Your grandma has to go to town with your aunt tomorrow, so I have to trouble you to come and take care of Mutu and the others." Mother Zhou felt distressed. These mung bean cakes were not cheap, and she couldn't help but said, "Why give them mung bean cakes? Look at Mutu and the others, they have it easy." Big sister Zhou also refused. "Yes, look at Mutu and the others, they don't have to go to the fields, nor do they have to collect firewood. Leave the mung bean cakes for your younger brothers." Although Big Sister Zhou was not as patriarchal as Sister Zhou, as a girl, Big Sister Zhou was still influenced by Sister Zhou. Girls can't compare to boys, and the delicious food should be left for younger brothers. Mutu and Shirtu are also younger brothers, and they should eat the good food. There are so many mung bean cakes, and you're still worried that your younger brothers will have nothing to eat. Take them back and eat them. Take a bottle of soda back as well. It's just right to go with the mung bean cakes. Mother Zhou's lips moved, but she didn't say anything in the end. She just watched Zhongli take off a bottle of soda and give it to Zhou Damei. After Zhou Damei left, Zhou's mother said, "It's just to see the child. Why do you need to give so many things? Mutu and the others are all grown up. It's just to see the child. It's just a little mung bean cake. I'll have to trouble my eldest sister later. How can I ask someone's child to work without giving them something? Will the eldest sister-in-law be happy this way? It will be easy to ask her next time." Mother Zhou pursed her lips. "I think you just have too much money to burn." After sitting down, Mother Zhou couldn't wait to open these scraps of cloth and take a look. The smile on her face was so happy. "I didn't expect that this department store actually has so many scraps of cloth. Every time someone in our village goes to the town, they will ask, but they have never found any that can be bought. It turns out that they said there was no scraps after they digested it internally. If it weren't for you today, these scraps of cloth would not be available. Old Fourth's family, how familiar is Xiaosu with you? Would it be bad if I go to her next time?" Zhongli glanced at the large scraps of cloth in his hands, showing no interest at all. She is quite familiar with him. You can find her if you need anything. Zhou's mother was happy now. Then it will be easy to break up the scraps of cloth in the future. These are from the 4th child's family. Then do you want to take some of these scraps back to your mother's house? Seeing Zhongli silent, Zhou's mother remembered something. "Mother and daughter don't hold grudges overnight. Your mother actually cares about you very much. I have seen her giving food to Mutu and the others several times." Zhongli looked at Zhou's mother. "You didn't take care of the children before and didn't go out, so of course you didn't know that your mother actually came here secretly several times." Zhongli opened his mouth, thought of the mother in his memory, felt the motherly love, and finally nodded. "Then I will buy some cloth and meat in 2 days and go back to see her." Zhou's mother reacted and said quickly, "No need to buy, no need to buy. Why waste that money? You bought so much cloth yesterday, it would be enough to just cut half of the light blue one and take it back." Mother Zhou continued, holding back the pain. "Mother, give half of that piece of red cloth to me. It will be enough to make a dress." Zhongli nodded. "Okay, Mother, just divide it up as you see fit. I don't want these scraps of cloth anymore. You can take them. You don't have to pay me. You should leave some for your mother to take back home. These scraps of cloth are very useful. They are needed for sewing and mending." Mother Zhou rummaged through the cloth. picked out some larger pieces of cloth, and put a handful of them on the table. When leaving, Mother Shou resolutely refused to take the mung bean cake and only took a bottle of soda. Zhongli ignored her, put away the scraps of cloth, and went in to check on the two children. Finding that they were sweating from a heat and sleeping with their clothes lifted up to their stomachs, Zhongli folded her hands and thought about the parts from the machinery factory. It seems that it is still necessary to make a small generator so that the fan can be used in time. Mu Tu yawned when he woke up and saw Zhongli standing there. Mother. Sure Tu woke up instantly and jumped off the Kong. Mom, you're back? Did you bring us anything to eat? I bought mung bean cakes. Come out and eat. Where's the soda? Mom. Did you bring a soda? 2 bottles per person? Zhongli tapped her head. I did. But forget about 2 bottles per person. 2 people drink 1 bottle and save the rest for tomorrow. But what Mu Tu cared about was, Mom, did you make money today? Sure Tu's eyes suddenly lit up. Mom, everyone who sees it gets a share. If you make money, are you going to give us pocket money? Zhongli laughed at his greedy little look. Are you daydreaming? Yesterday was the first time Mom made money since she was a child, and she got points for being happy. You still want to get points every day? Are you dreaming? Alas, Mother has a hard life. She gave birth to 2 boys like you, and you don't work. You need to eat meat and buy snacks every day, and now you need pocket money? How about we switch? Mother stays at home waiting for food and drink every day, and goes out to play, while you earn money to support the family and Mother. Mu Tu looked at his mother with a ghost look. Mother, we are still children? Don't you feel guilty when you say this? Zhongli, then you eat and drink my food and drink my drinks. Don't you feel sorry for your mother and help with more work? Sure Tu was silent for a rare time. Mother, you make it seem like you are at a disadvantage when you say that. Dad is away from home and doesn't take care of the family. Then I will help you with more work when I grow up. Are you good to us now? Zhongli agreed reluctantly. Okay, you have to work for me in the future. I will be happy, and then I will reward you with pocket money. How about it? The 2 brothers nodded in agreement. The mung bean cake was very fragrant and not difficult to swallow. The sweetness was just right, and Zhongli quite liked it. While eating the mung bean cake, Zhongli asked the 2 brothers, Do you still remember your grandmother? The 2 brothers paused at the same time and instantly remembered how the original owner got angry when he found out that they had been in contact with their grandmother. Seeing that the 2 were silent, Zhongli also thought of the original owner's cruel deeds. Mom is not angry, and she has forgiven Grandma. She plans to visit Grandma in 2 days. Mu Tu looked suspicious. Mom, you said that before, and then you went back on your words and went to Grandma's house to make trouble and caused my second uncle and aunt to divorce. Sure Tu also whispered. You also pushed Grandma away, saying that you would never contact each other again, and you didn't let her come to see us. Zhongli's eyes flashed with deep doubt. Is she really the original owner of the previous life? Is she the original owner? Such a stupid thing was actually done by her in the previous life. She must have been kicked by the stove. Mom was stupid before, but I won't do it again in the future. I will go and apologize to your grandma when I have time in a couple of days. Mu Tu, really? Zhongli nodded. When was the last time you saw Grandma? Grandpa is sick, and we haven't seen Grandma for a long time. The last time I saw Grandma was when it was snowing. Mu Tu paused and said, Mom, if you are going, don't make Grandma angry. I saw her secretly wiping tears last time. Hearing the word Grandpa, Zhongli felt a little complicated. It's not that she didn't accept this stepfather, but this stepfather was really good and treated the original owner like his own son. However, the original owner's cold heart could not be melted. No matter how he tried to please the stepfather, she would always be sarcastic. Her mother had told her many times, but the original owner didn't listen. She kept thinking that this stepfather destroyed her parents. Of course, this was also guided by the scumbag father. In the few years of living in the city, the scumbag father brainwashed the original owner severely, which made the original owner develop that character. In fact, according to the original owner's mother, the current stepfather is actually her childhood sweetheart, but the stepfather is a dull person, so her mother never knew his feelings. It was only after the divorce that this dull person began to he mustered up the courage to marry her and take care of them. Only then did her mother know that the man had not married, because he had her in his heart. That's how her mother got married again. This time she chose the right man. After marrying Jiangzhou, she lived a good life. After all, she married again in the same village. Her mother's existence would inevitably make people talk about her, and her scumbag father's family often harassed her. They said that she was a woman who married 2 men, and that her stepfather picked up a broken shoe and brought a burden. However, her stepfather was a good man. He went to the door with A, and the scumbag family in Jiangqing shut up instantly. After her mother married Jiangzhou, she quickly slapped Jiangqing in the face. She gave birth to a son in the first year of her remarriage and a pair of twins in the 3rd year. But her superb grandmother was so angry that her face turned green. Is your grandfather sick? What disease? Did Grandma say it? The two shook their heads. Grandma seemed to have a hard time. I saw her once later. Only that time. She didn't bring anything with her and just watched us from a distance and wiped our tears. When we ran over, Grandma had already walked far away, and we never saw her again. Mom, if you don't help Grandma, don't bully her. Grandma loves us very much. Zhongli touched his wooden head. I know. Mom is a person who can make money now. If your grandma has any difficulties, I will definitely help her and will not bully her. To be honest, the original owner was also raised in a honeypot. Her mother felt guilty about her and almost granted her every request. Anyway, she will go over to take a look when the time comes. If possible, she will be filial to her. After all, they are her parents in her previous life. Over there, Zhou Damei took the mung bean cakes and soda and went back to her room to hide them before everyone got off work, for fear that the second house would see them and cause trouble. Zhou's mother brought back a large sack of rags, and Zhou Deseo and Zhou Urseo, who were working in the field, also heard it. As soon as it was time to get off work, they ran as fast as they could. Zhou Urseo was even more talkative and asked as soon as she entered the yard. Mom, I heard that you brought a sack of rags back, right? Zhou's mother had just cut half of the blue and red cloth to give to Zhongli, and when she came back she heard Zhou Urseo asking, without even raising her eyelids. These are the rags of your 4th brother's wife. Mom is helping to make clothes. Is there anything wrong? Mother Zhou understood the ways of the world too well. Without Zhongli today, she wouldn't be able to buy even a sack of rags. Not to mention that she didn't bring any money with her, so these rags had nothing to do with her. Besides, how could she not know the rift between the 2nd and 4th rooms? The two families had big conflicts. To be honest, she really didn't plan to give these rags to the 2nd room. Because although she didn't understand any big principles, she still understood them by putting herself in their shoes. If she were the youngest daughter-in-law and had a sister-in-law like Zhou Urseo, she wouldn't even be given a piece of feces, let alone rags. It would be fine if Zhou Urseo had a little problem, but she wasn't. She was full of problems. Zhou Urseo was dumbfounded. Everyone said that they saw you holding a sack of rags. Mother Zhou rolled her eyes. Does your 4th brother's wife look like someone who can carry dozens of kilograms of rags? How can she carry it if I don't help her? Some people pretend to be stupid and obedient and only want to hear what she wants to hear, and Zhou Urseo is just such a person. 40 kilograms of cloth is a lot. How much did mother and 4th brother's wife give us? I haven't made clothes for 2 years. Zhou's mother pulled a long face. What does other people's cloth have to do with you? Even if they give it to us, it is to honor our old couple. It has nothing to do with you. If you want scraps of cloth, just buy them yourself. Zhou Urseo was unhappy. Mom, didn't you tell 4th brother's wife that we are short of cloth and let her give us half? Doesn't she like to buy ready-made clothes? She doesn't like these scraps of cloth. It's better to give them to us than to outsiders. Zhou's mother rolled her eyes and yelled at Zhou Urseo in a bad mood. I think it's better to give them to outsiders than to an ungrateful wolf like you. People like you are never satisfied, no matter how much they give you. Even if they give it to you for free, you will complain that they don't give enough. Anyway, you won't get a good word from you whether you give it or not, so it's useless to give it to you. Zhou Urseo's face turned purple, and she was even more furious. when she saw Zhou Deseo keeping silent. Zhou Deseo was almost disappointed when she saw Zhou's mother scolding, but when she thought of her husband and her daughter's clothes, she still spoke up. Mom, can I use my private money to exchange for some scraps of cloth? There is only one set of clothes left that fits my eldest sister, and the ones that are too short are left to my second sister. I want to make a dress for her. And Zhou Lao's clothes are a little torn, too. I want to exchange some cloth to mend them.
You see.
Zhou's mother just waved her hand. Go and get the money. You know the price of the department store to the outside world. 1 dime per pound. It cost 2 yuan to buy these 40 kilograms, which is actually 5 cents per kilogram. But this is the price because I bought them with a quota from Hua Su He. If I buy them by myself, it's 10 cents per kilogram. Mrs. Zhou didn't expect her mother to agree so easily. She nodded and smiled like a fool and went to get the money. Mother Zhou brought out the bag of cloth. Mrs. Zhou didn't expect Mrs. Zhou to be so stupid that she would use her own private money to exchange it. Wouldn't it be better if it was free? Moreover, Mrs. Zhou knew at a glance that the cloth belonged to Jiang Li. That was an excuse. Otherwise, why would there be a whole sack of cloth here? Mrs. Zhou continued to speak while Mrs. Zhou hadn't used the money to exchange it, so that if she did, she wouldn't have to really spend money to buy the cloth. Mom, we haven't made new clothes for several years since we separated from the 4th room. Isn't it time to use the public funds to buy these scraps of cloth and make a set of clothes for each of us? 10 cents per kilogram. If you can't bear to part with it, then don't ask for any scraps of cloth. It's not that the clothes we have now are unwearable. If you sew them, you can wear them for a few more years. Mrs. Zhou came out with the money, feeling a little embarrassed. Mom, can I buy 5 kilograms? It's rare to have scraps of cloth, so I want to buy more. I'll give 2 pieces to my mother for her 60th birthday next month. Zhou's mother almost wanted to spit in her face when she heard this. Compared to Jiang Li, what good things did she have in thinking about her? Zhou's sister-in-law couldn't compare to her in this regard. Unconsciously, Jiang Li's position in Zhou's mother's heart actually surpassed Zhou's sister-in-law.
Give me the money.
Although Zhou's mother's tone was a bit aggressive, she at least agreed, and Zhou's sister-in-law was relieved. If Zhou's sister-in-law's family was not as good as Zhou Er's family, Zhou's mother might not agree. Zhou's mother had already put away some of the largest pieces of cloth, so she took 50 cents from Zhou's sister-in-law and put the bag in front of her. Pick it yourself. If you meet the 4th brother's family when you go out, you must thank them well, otherwise you won't be able to buy it at all. Zhou's sister-in-law was overjoyed. She didn't expect that she could choose. This was a treatment she couldn't get even when she went to a department store. I know, Mother. Mrs. Zhou didn't just pick all the big ones. She also picked some with similar colors that were suitable for putting together. Seeing this, Mrs. Zhou got anxious and started to pick them up. Mother Zhou didn't tolerate her and hit her directly.
Mom.
Mrs. Zhou cried out in pain. If you want cloth, take out the money. You've already been asked to change it first. If you're still not satisfied, get out. After Mrs. Zhou picked out 5 pounds of cloth, her mother asked her to go and call Zhou Meihua over. Mrs. Zhou got anxious. She was afraid that if Zhou Meihua picked more, all the cloth would be left with some scraps. She quickly went back to her room and took out her own private money to buy 2 pounds of scraps. After Zhou Meihua came over, she turned her head around, which made her mother confused. Who are you looking for? There's such a big bag of cloth here, are you blind? Zhou Meihua rolled her eyes at her mother and snorted coldly after making sure that Jiang Li was not there. Who do you think I'm looking for? Your daughter-in-law is really good at playing tricks on people. She talks in a set of ways. Every time I see her, I get tricked. It's so disgusting. She can still say that after a month of confinement, who will do the housework. And what's more, a little girl named Nian Nian, why does she wear new clothes? She is really a spendthrift. Don't you plan to take care of your daughter-in-law? After all, I am her second aunt, right? Zhou Meihua was rarely seen so aggrieved, and Zhou's mother was happy. Why should I take care of her? We have separated the family. How can I take care of her?
You can also say that you are the second aunt.
You have lived for so many years, but you can still be tricked by a younger generation. It's really embarrassing. Zhou's mother was not polite at all when it came to ridiculing Zhou Meihua. That's all your daughter-in-law's fault. How can she be so sharp-tongued? She is thinking about cheating me every day. Now I am really afraid of her when I see her. I don't know what's wrong with my daughter-in-law. She is so pretentious during the confinement period. Seeing my disgusting energy, I get goosebumps. What do you mean by saying she treats me as her own mother and wants me to be her daughter? Don't you think she's disgusting now that she's grown up? Zhou's mother was choosing cloth for her. You are such a sly person. You're just taking advantage of others. Aren't you happy that your daughter-in-law treats you as her own mother? Are you stupid? I know what you are thinking. In our place, parents follow their eldest son when they get old, and Jianmin has a son. You can't help but be partial. But ask yourself, which of the two brothers is more filial? You have the answer in your heart, don't you? Besides, Jiandang is only the first child, so what's wrong with a daughter? The next child may be a son? And Jianmin is not bad, but look at his wife. If you are old, do you think his wife can control you? I advise you not to offend Jiandang and the others. At least give yourself a way out, so that you don't end up with complaints when you are old. Zhou Meihua was upset after being scolded. You say I am partial, aren't you too? Aren't you partial to the fourth room? Don't you value wood and stone? Mother Zhou said unhappily. How can I not be partial? If the fourth child hadn't gone to the army, whether we could survive or not is another matter. Besides, the fourth child is not at home all year round, so I have to take care of him more, right? And speaking of partiality, I'm really not. I even feel guilty. Look at this family. Almost all of it was bought with the money earned by the fourth child. If you say that I am partial to the fourth child, I wish I could be more partial. It's because of our incompetence as parents that the fourth child has to carry the burden of this family. Zhou Meihua suddenly became curious about another thing. Did your daughter-in-law make a lot of money today? How much? Mother Zhou glanced at her with a little disdain. What did you say? I didn't hear anything. Zhou Meihua was speechless. I'm just curious. You know my mouth. No one else will know. This is true. Although Zhou Meihua is not a good person and has a vicious mouth, her mouth is absolutely reliable on this matter. Mother Zhou smiled mysteriously. Guess? Zhou Meihua. I suddenly don't want to know anymore. Knowing Zhou's mother well, Zhou Meihua knew that what Zhou's mother said next was definitely not what she wanted to hear. Don't you want to know? My daughter-in-law has made a lot of money, right? Zhou's mother smiled cunningly. Zhou Meihua took a look and said, oh, faintly. Zhou's mother knew at a glance that she had not guessed correctly and glanced at her with disdain. 100. After that, Zhou's mother took the scale and weighed the scraps of cloth, leaving Zhou Meihua with a face as if struck by lightning. How much did you say? Zhou Meihua dug her earwax and said in disbelief. It's the number you heard, how about it? Is my daughter-in-law very powerful? Is she very awesome? Zhou Meihua was so angry at Zhou's mother's smug and annoying look that her heart ached.
You.
You are committing a sin. If you had known that she made so much money, you would not have restrained her earlier and let her be lazy for so many years? Mother Zhou was so angry that she said, it's not your money. Why do you feel sorry for it? The two of them just stared at each other, and then Zhou Meihua snatched the rag in her arms, paid 50 cents, and stood up to leave with the rag. Mother Zhou followed her. How can I be so lucky? I picked a good-looking daughter-in-law, and she laid golden eggs.
God is so good to me.
By the way, I've been talking for so long that I forgot to pour you some water. Do you want a soda? My daughter-in-law is treating me to it. Zhou Meihua's head was throbbing with pain. Looking at the triumphant expression of Mother Zhou, she gritted her teeth in anger. If you keep talking, we'll have no friends. Mother Zhou said disdainfully. TSK, when did we become friends? After that, Mother Zhou pushed her out the door. No need to see you off. I have to go back to Rush to finish my clothes. Alas, I have no choice. I have to go to the machinery factory tomorrow, so I have to dress nicely. After saying that, Zhou's mother turned her back to Zhou Meihua and did not forget to talk to herself. I don't know what we will have for lunch in the cafeteria of the machinery factory tomorrow. Will there be braised pork? Zhou Meihua was so angry that she turned around and left, looking like she was going to eat someone. Knowing that Zhou Meihua was going to change the cloth, Zhou Jianmen's wife moved a stool and sat at the door waiting. Seeing the cloth in Zhou Meihua's hand, she immediately smiled. Mom, Xiaobang is just clamoring to make clothes recently. If he knew that you came back with the cloth, he would be very happy. Jianmen's wife stepped forward to take the cloth in Zhou Meihua's hand, without noticing Zhou Meihua's dark face. He Lihua, who was in confinement, came out at this time, saw Zhou Meihua, and stepped forward with a concerned look on her face. Mom? Who made you angry? Didn't you say you were going out to change the cloth? Why are you so angry? Sit down quickly. I'll pour you a glass of water. He Lihua helped Zhou Meihua sit down, poured her a glass of water, and helped her calm down. Zhou Meihua was not a dead person. Of course, she could feel the huge contrast. She glared at Jiandong's wife and cursed. Are you blind? I am so angry, and you are only thinking about the cloth. Who said that the cloth should be used to make clothes for Xiaoping? People have said that the cloth will be used to make clothes for that girl Nian Nian. What else can Xiaoping do with so many clothes? After saying that, Zhou Meihua grabbed a little cloth and then put the rest in He Lihua's arms. Jianmen's wife's eyes were as big as cow's eyes, and she couldn't believe what she saw. Mom, what new clothes can a little girl make? Xiaoping is your eldest grandson. How can you give the cloth to their second room? He Lihua was also a little confused. Looking at the cloth in her arms, the surprise in her heart can be imagined. After reacting, she looked at Zhou Meihua with emotion. Mom, you are so good to Nian Nian. When she grows up, I will definitely ask her to be filial to you. I am so blessed in my previous life to have a mother-in-law like you. You are as good as my own mother.
Thank you, Mom.
He Lihua pinched her throat, and her voice was so sickening. However, Zhou Meihua had heard it so much recently that she was immune to it. Although she thought He Lihua was a good person, she said to her in a bad mood, What are you doing? Don't go out too often during the confinement period. Take good care of yourself and give me a big fat grandson next year. He Lihua replied with a smile. Oh, I know, mother. I will take good care of myself during the confinement period so that I can be filial to you when I am old. These words really touched Zhou Meihua's heart, and she looked at He Lihua with a much more favorable look. When people reach middle age, the most feared thing is that their children and grandchildren are not filial to them when they are old, and that they will be lonely and have no one to take care of them in their later years. And how could Jianmen's wife watch He Lihua leave with so many cloths? She spoke directly in a threatening tone. Mom, Xiaoping is your only grandson. If he knows that you exchanged the cloths and there is no share for him, he will definitely make trouble with you. By then, Grandma will not even shout, and I can't persuade her. It's just fine for a little girl to wear Xiaopeng's leftover clothes. Anyway, she will get married in the end, and you can't rely on her at all. Zhou Meihua was furious. Seeing Jianmen's wife, who was getting more and more demanding and acting recklessly, she suddenly came to her senses. Zhou Meihua was almost mad at her aggressive look. She slapped her in the face. When will it be your turn to call the shots in this family? It's natural for women to give birth to babies. Don't think you can piggyback on me just because you gave birth to a son. How great do you think you are? Why haven't you seen any movement in your belly in these years? Look at others. How many children have they given birth to in how many years of marriage? You're looking for trouble every day. In the past few years, we have given all the good things in the family to your first wife, and you're still not satisfied. You're a bottomless pit. Jianmen's wife was stunned by the beating. This was the first time she was beaten in all the years she was married. She looked up indignantly and glared at Zhou Meihua viciously. Mom, don't forget that you will live with our first wife in your old age. He Lihua is just deceiving you. Zhou Meihua was frightened at the look in her eyes. Then she straightened her back. Go away. I can still work now. You don't need to worry about how I will take care of me in my old age. Who said that I must live with you in my old age? I decide who I will live with. Jianmen's wife was also angry. Okay, if you have the ability, let the second wife take care of you in your old age. I will take Xiaoping back to my parents' home now. Go back. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Don't I know what kind of person your mother is? It's best for you to go back and not come back. See if you can stay there for 3 days. Jiamin's wife was so angry that her face turned red. She went back to her room to pack her things and went out without admitting defeat. Hiliwa put down the cloth. Mom, don't be angry. Sister-in-law is just saying something angry. She may be back in the evening. Xiaobang is growing up. Sister-in-law may just want to make him a set of clothes. There are so many cloths. It's okay to give one to Xiaobang. Don't get sick from anger. Originally, Zhou Meihua felt sorry for Xiaobang, who was taken back, and she really wanted to give Xiaobang some cloth for a piece of clothing. After Hiliwa said this, Zhou Meihua gave up the idea. No need. I'll give you the cloth if I say so. Your sister-in-law should be treated properly. She will definitely come back in a few days in disgrace. Don't worry about her. After Zhou Meihua left, Hiliwa smiled triumphantly. Zhongli was still thinking about going back to her parents' home in a couple of days, but she was so busy with the following things that she didn't even remember about her parents' home. Zhongli looked at Yu Yanlang with a cold face. I'm not a maintenance worker. What does the textile factory's machines have to do with me? I won't go. After these days of getting along, Yu Yanlang knew that this was a soft-hearted person, so he could only continue to persuade him. Comrade Jiang, I know this is a trouble for you, but the textile factory really can't wait any longer. They signed a contract for 100,000 pieces of Dacron with foreign countries at the last Canton Fair, and now another machine is broken. According to the delivery time, it's too late. A month ago, one of their machines broke down, and we have applied to the higher-ups for an expert to come and repair it. They said they would coordinate the time with the expert, but there has been no further news since then. It wouldn't really matter if one machine broke down, but this machine is running in 2 shifts, and 2 more have had problems this month. But there's still no news from the experts. If we can't ship the products in time, we'll have to pay 3 times the penalty. If we pursue the matter, the textile factory will be finished. Even if we have to pay the textile factory's profits for 5 years, we can't afford such a huge amount of money. Yesterday, my old friend got the news from somewhere, and when he knew you, he came to ask for help. Would you mind going to see if it can be fixed? I'm sure you'll be paid a lot. Jiangli continued to direct engineer Cheng to repair the machine, and looked at the anxious Yu Yanlang. It's not that I don't want to help, but I don't know much about textile machinery, and I haven't studied it. Besides, risk assessment should be done before signing an order. It's not a surprise that the machine will break down. It only shows that this textile factory is inexperienced and greedy. Yu Yanlang explained for his old friend. If the machine is not broken, 100,000 pieces of Dacron can be produced in 6 months, and he also wants to earn more overseas remittance coupons for the country. Jiangli, since it is for the country, you can ask textile factories in other provinces for help. Yu Yanlang shook his head. It was clearly written when signing the contract that all the cloth must come from the Red Star Textile Factory. Otherwise, compensation will be required. Jiang Li's eyes flashed when he heard about the overseas remittance coupons. Then I'll go with you to take a look, but I can't guarantee that it can be repaired. Okay, the car is waiting outside. Jiang Li paused. His eyes were dangerous. Yu Yanling yawned. That's the car of the textile factory. They are very sincere. If it weren't for the 001 in her head that kept nagging, to be honest, she really wouldn't have gone. Who would study textile machinery in the end times? It's better to study bulletproof vests than to study nice clothes and fabrics. So, to be honest, Zhongli has no confidence in textile machinery. However, 001, which has earned some contribution points in the past 2 days, kept shouting that it can help, so Zhongli agreed. Moreover, the money that comes to the door should not be rejected in vain, and it would be best to get overseas remittance coupons. Before getting in the car, Zhongli also greeted Chengong. If my mother-in-law comes back, tell her that I'm going to the textile factory. Today, Zhou's mother also accompanied Zhongli to the machinery factory, but today she had a whim to go out for a walk. When she arrived at the textile factory, Zhongli saw the same enthusiastic eyes as Yu Yanlang. Comrade Zhang, thank you for coming here. Thank you. This batch of goods is really too important. If it can't be delivered, the factory can't afford to pay for it, so I'm sorry to bother you. Jiang Li quickly dodged his bow and said, You're too polite, Director. I'm just here to take a look. I may not be able to help. When Jiang Li saw the old-fashioned textile machine, he was really stumped. Master, don't forget your super brain. With your level, it's absolutely no problem to learn and apply it immediately. And I've found the information for you. You'll definitely understand the principle at a glance. Jiang Li was about to refuse when 001 popped up a light screen in front of him. It was full of the introduction of this old-fashioned textile machine, as well as its functions and principles. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows. Can you download the information? How much has your contribution value increased recently? Then the light screen changed to a property interface. Super Brain Developer. Jiang Li contribution value. Level 1, 900/1000. Level 2, 0/10,000. Level 3, 0/100000. Level 4, not yet unlocked 001. The contribution value above corresponds to the energy required for the super brain to load, that is, to load the super brain to 20%. You still need to earn 10,100 contribution values. That is to say, if you reach level 2, you can load 20%, and level 3 is 30. Jiang Li's face froze. So level 4 is 1 million contribution values, level 5 is 10 million, and so on? 001. That's right. So Master, come on. I believe you can do it.
Jiang Li.
Thank you. I don't think there's any benefit to me from upgrading. Why should I work so hard? I might as well give up. 001. Master, just 1 trillion. 1 trillion is very fast, Master. Jiang Li, get lost. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid who can't count? Level 10 is 1 trillion, so if you add it up, what is the value from level 1 to level 10? 001 felt guilty and said in a weaker tone, in fact, the contribution value is good for you. If you hadn't made a huge contribution in your previous life, you wouldn't have this life. And because of your endless merits, God has given you a perfect opportunity. Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. What opportunity? Was it what she was thinking? Master, you will get what you want only if you contribute more. The remaining 001 refused to say anything. Jiang Li also agreed to repair the textile machine. Director Hao, can I repair it now? I need to go back and think about it. I will come here tomorrow morning to tell you the answer. Director Hao's face was full of disappointment, and the technical master beside him showed a disdainful expression. Look at me. I told you that such a young girl is useless. You guys praised her to the sky. I've been repairing this machine for 10 years, but there's nothing I can do. You want a girl to fix it? Maybe she's a liar. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows and looked at the uncle in the blue maintenance technician uniform. His tone did not hide his arrogance at all. You can't fix it yourself, which means your skills are not good, but it doesn't mean that others can't fix it. You still have the nerve to say that you've been repairing it for 10 years. Do you believe that I can fix this machine within 3 days after I go back and study it? Engineer Luo laughed contemptuously. Just you? Don't even think about it all night. You can't fix it even if you rack your brains. Jiang Li's cunning eyes turned. How about we make a bet? If I can fix one of these within 3 days, what will you do? If you can fix it, I'll recognize you as my master. Jiang Li was horrified. I won't accept an apprentice with such poor qualifications. If you want to bet, let's be practical. If I fix it, you will admit in front of all the workers in the workshop that you are not as skilled as me. In return, I will apologize to you and admit that I am not as skilled as you. How about it? Jiang Li almost blurted out a bet of 100 yuan, but fortunately she stopped in time. Otherwise she would have been caught. Luo Gong raised his chin proudly. If you can't fix it, you will not be allowed to step into the textile factory in the future.
Okay.
Jiang Li is very confident in her brain. Let alone 3 days, with the information of 001, she can figure out her principle tonight, and she will be able to fix it tomorrow. After Luo left, Director Hao looked at her with some disapproval. Comrade Jiang, actually, it doesn't matter if you can't fix it. There's no need to be angry. Everyone has their own expertise. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to fix this textile machine. No one will blame you. If you do this, it will be hard to end it in 3 days. It will be bad for your reputation if it gets out. Jiang Li found that Director Hao looked a lot like the old master who brought her into the industry, and her attitude towards him subconsciously became gentler. Director Hao, do you think I can't fix this machine? Director Hao shook his head. I just think that no matter what you do, you should leave yourself a way out. Don't worry, Director Hao, I'll go back and think about it tonight and come to fix it tomorrow. Before that, you might as well think about how much you should pay me. Yu Yanling watched the show from the side. Don't underestimate this girl. She is a good moneymaker. If you don't pay her enough, she'll turn around and leave. Jiang Li had fleeced him so many times, and this time he finally saw her fleecing others, and Yu Yanling finally felt relieved. Don't worry, as long as you fix this machine, the reward will be no less than what old Yu gave you. Then it's settled, I'll go back first, see you tomorrow. Sitting back in the car, Yu Yanling inquired, can you really fix that textile machine? It's not easy to fix that thing. I don't know, I'll go back and think about it tonight, and I'll know if I can fix it after I dismantle it tomorrow. When Jiang Li returned to the machinery factory, he saw that they had dismantled the last machine tool. This machine tool was the most damaged, and Jiang Li asked for 500 yuan for repairs. Comrade Jiang, all of this has been dismantled as you requested. Can you see if there is a problem? Jiang Li went over to check and picked out a few old and broken parts that could no longer be used. Engineer Chung, please have someone make an identical part according to this size to replace it. And this panel also has a big problem. It's burned. I need a workbench, copper wire, tin bars, small screwdrivers, insulating tape, and other things. Xia Qiming had something to do in the R&D department these 2 days, so he didn't come over, so these 10 machines have not been repaired after so many days. There is no way the remaining 5 are not the same as the previous ones. Engineer Chung was preparing things, and Jiang Li remembered to ask, is my mother-in-law not back yet? Oh, she's back. When you were not there, she went to chat with the lady in the cafeteria. Jiang Li, okay, I wanted the lady to improve my favorability again. The panel cannot be repaired in a short time. Jiang Li got tired after sitting and fiddling with it for a while. Engineer Chung came back and told her, 2 of the masters can make those 3 parts, but it will take at least 5 days. As for the other spiral part, I'm afraid we have to ask the purchasing department to buy it. Jiang Li nodded nonchalantly. That means this machine can't be repaired in the next few days. In that case, I'll go home. Anyway, there's no rush for the panel. Of course, before leaving, Jiang Li didn't forget to find Yu Yanling to settle the money for the 4 machines that were repaired later. But when she walked to the R&D department, almost everyone in the R&D department looked at her. There were all kinds of looks in their eyes. Some were admiring, some were surprised, some were amazed, and some were full of disgust. When Jiang Li and Yu Yanling arrived at his own office, the man with glasses and disgusted eyes broke in. Today, I will be straightforward to avoid Jiang Li and accuse him. Comrade Jiang, we have heard of your talents, and we have also seen the data you wrote on the blackboard of our R&D department, and we also agree with your ideas on speeding up the car. But I don't agree with you using your own ability to make money. You are obviously capable. Why can't you join us, work for the country together, and contribute to the development of our industrial zone? Now others ridicule our country and easily impose technological blockades on us, all because we are not strong enough. You are also a part of our country. How can you be so selfish? Since you have the ability, you should stand up and be the leader. After saying a lot, Jiang Li finally understood. This person is patriotic and enthusiastic about industrial development. So he dislikes her because she has the ability but does nothing? In fact, Jiang Li can understand his current mood, but he does not agree. If it was in the previous life, she would definitely absorb talents into her own research group if she found them. After all, talents are not wasted. But in the previous life, wasn't her contribution to the country enough? Jiang Li knew very well how many days and nights she had slept in the research institute and how she had gotten through those silent nights. She didn't want to live her life again and continue on that path, bound by the shackles of scientific research for the rest of her life. If the hope of industrial development is placed on her alone just because she is capable, that is impossible. She will not take this burden. She never thought that changing history on a large scale was a good thing. What if she advanced the development of the entire industry by 10 years? Would the end of the world be advanced in the future? Would nuclear pollution also be advanced? Moreover, she was not the only one with the ability. As for why the development was so slow in the past 10 years, wasn't it because all the capable people were in the cow sheet? Why should the responsibility be put on her? If she doesn't ask for money for work, then she doesn't need money for living? Don't she have to live on her own?
Comrade, what about me?
I am very selfish. I am not as great as you. You must pay me for doing things. After all, I have several mouths to feed at home. Besides, I don't have such great ideals. I don't ask for fame and reputation. I just want to make some money and live a life of idleness when I am old. The comrade pointed at her. You are so capable. Why are you so narrow-minded?
You.
Zhongli interrupted him. If you encounter problems that cannot be solved, welcome to come to me. The price is negotiable. But it is impossible for me to join you and spend every day in the R&D department. If possible, Zhongli wanted to yell at him. If she was like her in the last life, how many people would choose the same path again? She lived for herself. How could she be selfish? She has the right to choose her own life. How to live. She decides. The comrade wanted to continue speaking, but Zhongli simply said, I am a proud person, and I do not accept criticism. If you say another word, I will never set foot in this machinery factory again. Yu Yanlang quickly interrupted and asked the ambitious young man to leave, fearing that Zhongli would be really angry and would never come again. Yu Yanlang was about to apologize to Zhongli, but Zhongli stopped her. I know what you think, and I understand your love for the country, but I really can't devote my whole life to scientific research. I still say that, if the pay is enough, come to me anytime. Zhongli never hides her love of money. She doesn't think it's a shameful thing. Isn't she also using her own abilities to make money in a serious way? Yu Yanlang handed her the 200 yuan reward. Everyone has their own ideas. Even if you are very capable, it is your knowledge that you have gained through your own hard study. We should thank you for agreeing to help. Zhongli liked to hear this. She gained all her knowledge through her own hard study, okay? It took her almost 8 years to complete college and graduate school. After joining the work, she continued to study for a doctorate. She is very hardworking, okay? Thank you. I'll come back to fix the remaining one in 2 days. I'll go to the textile factory tomorrow. Yu Yanling nodded. Before, you said that the car speed should be changed to 90. The higher-ups have agreed. The car in the factory will be back tomorrow. If you can do it, you can come anytime. I'll come after I go to the textile factory tomorrow. Ask engineer Chung to cooperate with me so I can check the engine inside. The speed was changed to 90. Zhongli didn't want to make major changes, nor did she want to spend too much time building a new engine. She planned to upgrade it directly on the original basis. Then Zhongli asked Yu Yanlang for something she needed, copper wire, a few small parts she liked in the workshop, and a few magnets. When Zhongli said she was going back, Zhou's mother felt sorry that she hadn't eaten the canteen meal today. You have repaired the last machine. You can't eat this meal for free in the future. It's a waste not to eat today. You should have slowed down just now and dragged it until mealtime. Zhou's mother said with regret. Mom, I asked Su he to get some meat. We can cook it ourselves when we get home. It's not good to take advantage of the public like this all the time and get reported. After hearing this, Zhou's mother immediately calmed down. After these days of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law going in and out together, Zhou's mother has been somewhat assimilated. She didn't feel so distressed when she heard that Zhongli bought meat, and she didn't nag anymore. I asked Su-hee to help buy meat. It was yesterday when I was leaving the machinery factory. I happened to meet Su-hee and a middle-aged woman walking on the road. After saying hello, I found out that her mother was an accountant in the meat processing factory. Knowing that Zhongli was a good sister in her daughter's mouth, Su's mother said directly and generously that Zhongli should tell Su if she wanted to eat meat in the future, and she would help her get it. This is really great. There will be no worries about eating meat in the future, and there will be a place to buy meat from the ranch. It's so cool. On the way to the department store, Zhongli told Zhou's mother that she was going to the textile factory tomorrow. Mom, the textile factory workshop is full of women, so you don't have to accompany me tomorrow. I don't know much about the machine. I can't not make money and still have to pay for the ox cart to go back and forth. Zhou's mother was excited when she heard that she was going to the textile factory. The textile factory is the factory that all the women in the town hope to work in. She, an old country lady, can go to visit it, and she also thought that she could brag about it when the time comes, but Zhongli's words made her give up this idea. Okay, I will go to work tomorrow, and let Moo Moo and Shirtu come to my house to eat. Zhongli had no objection to this. The two children haven't eaten much meat these days. I will make braised meat today. They will definitely be very happy. Why didn't they eat meat? The bacon, they ate a lot of bacon, and there was also shrimp porridge, which are all good things. Zhou's mother said. These days, Zhou's mother went to Zhongli's house to make breakfast before dawn every day and cooked lunch and waited for Zhongli to get up. After eating, they told Mu Tu what they had for lunch before leaving. The food was not bad at all. Zhongli originally wanted to cook Zhou Damiai's food, but Zhou's mother didn't let her, saying that Zhou Damiai could just go back and eat it herself. In Zhou's mother's words, she didn't eat at home every day, which saved food for the family. She also spent Zhongli's money to make a bullock cart to the town every day and also took Zhongli's cloth. The old house had already taken a lot of advantage. Zhou Deseo had no objection to this, because the good things Zhou Damiai brought back from time to time made her very satisfied. For example, the sweet green bean cake, the delicious soda, and sometimes the prickly ash and the white rabbit milk candy. But after listening to Zhou Damiai's words, Zhou Deseo sighed about Zhongli's life. She only then knew that Zhongli ate pure rice every day and ate bacon. There were many more furniture in the house, and Mu Tu and Shirtu even had a treasure wardrobe. To be honest, Zhou Deseo envied this life. He understood Zhongli. Zhongli asked her to give her some meat, and he gave her 2 pounds of pork belly, a leg bone, and a pig ear. Good sister, you really understand me. Wait until my skirt arrives, and I will let you choose first. How much are these in total? 3 yuan without a ticket, 1 yuan per pound. Give it to me if you have a ticket. Zhongli gave her 3 yuan directly. Although she had a ticket, it was not much, so she had to save it. Otherwise, she would need it in the future without a ticket. After buying 3 yuan of meat, Zhou's mother opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Zhongli didn't care. She took the meat and went to buy 10 pounds of rice before leaving. After getting on the ox cart, Zhou's mother said, "You eat the rice too fast. It's only been a while since I bought it last time. Sweet potatoes and potatoes are also delicious. If you add some to the rice, they will be sweeter and more delicious. Can this money last? If you eat like this every day, can you save the money you earn?" Zhongli frowned and said, "I just like to eat rice, white rice. Mom, don't worry. I can make money and spend it wisely. Let's call Dad to come over for dinner later." Why did Zhongli like to call the 2 old people to eat together? In fact, it was not because she was a good person, but because if Zhou's mother came to eat, someone would help cook, clear the table, and wash the dishes. She would also help sweep the yard and take care of the 2 children's naps so that she could eat her fill and put down the bowl to rest. Moreover, when Zhou's mother came to eat, she would help light the fire and cook the rice, and she would light the fire and cook the dishes. After the whole meal, she only needed to cook the dishes and she only needed to provide food for the 2 old people. Zhongli was so willing to do this. They don't have to live together, and there are people to help with the work every day, and they can afford this little bit of food and meat. Zhou's mother looked at Zhongli with satisfaction. Although this daughter-in-law spends money, she can also earn money. The most important thing is that she is willing to buy things for them and let them eat her food. The old man eats a lot every time. Sometimes when he sees that he is finished eating, the daughter-in-law never dislikes it and quietly cooks more next time. Zhou's mother has nothing to say about her performance. Your father will be very happy to know. He has been envious of me from time to time these 2 days for being able to follow you to the machinery factory to eat delicious food. Dad likes the food here, just let him come over to eat. Anyway, Mu Tu and the others like it too, and they don't need your little food. Zhou's mother's smile deepened, but she would not agree to this. Fine grains are so expensive, and it is definitely not okay to eat them every day. The 3 of them, mother and son, eat a lot of fine grains. Add them. How much money will they eat in a day? We're happy to go there for a meal occasionally, but we can't go there often. Zhongli, you like it. Anyway, you have the key to the cupboard. I won't be home tomorrow. You can just watch and cook. Don't save. When Zhongli arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw the two little ones waiting at the entrance from a distance. Mutu and Shirtu at this time have changed a lot from when Zhongli first came here. Their faces are chubby and their skin has become a healthy color. They inherited Zhongli's white skin. Although they were not dark before, their skin was an unhealthy, waxy yellow. Now, they were a set of ready-made clothes, which is better than the children in the city. When the villagers see it, who can't sigh a little. These days, the two mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law go to the town every day. The villagers are no longer surprised, and there is no gossip as at the beginning. So there is no one else at the entrance of the village except a few children. Mom, did you buy the meat? Shirtu ran up. I bought it. You greedy cat, you keep talking about eating meat. If I don't buy it, you will tear down the house. The meat in the basket was exposed, and the friends who played with Mutu and others were envious. So much meat. We don't have so much meat during the new year, Mutu. Your mother is so good. The envious eyes of the children were simply amazing, and Zhongli felt guilty for tempting the children like this. So he hurriedly took Mutu and Shirtu home. Originally, the eldest sister was going to cook noodles with eggs for them at noon today, but now that the meat was bought, it was natural to change to rice and braised meat. Zhou's mother was cooking, and Zhongli said, Mom, how about having rice, braised meat, and pork shank and chili leaf soup for lunch today? I'm going to pick chili leaves now, and you can prepare the meat after you light the fire and braise it when I come back. Although pig ears are delicious, they are very troublesome to handle, and Zhongli would rather pick chili leaves. Braised meat needs spices, which Zhou's mother probably doesn't know, so Zhongli plans to do it himself. Zhou's mother stopped her. There are no more chili leaves. Erhua let it slip outside. Now all the chili leaves at the back have been picked. There is not a single leaf left. Jiangli. So fierce? It's okay. I know where there are still chili leaves to pick. The pork shank and chili leaf soup are delicious. I'm going out. Remember to wash and blanch the meat first. At first, Zhou's mother came to help with cooking. Every time she saw Zhongli blanch the meat, she poured away all the oil and water that floated up. She felt so distressed. But after eating more of Zhongli's dishes, she found that the meat tasted better after blanching, so she was willing to listen to her and blanch the meat before cooking. Zhongli gave instructions and went out with a basket. She liked to eat chili leaves, so she planted some on the farm. And after these days, the farm has a lot of harvest. The most important thing is that her fruits are ripe. Zhongli ran to the back mountain and took out a handful of strawberries from it to eat. Strawberries, one of her favorite fruits, are sour and sweet and delicious. If it weren't for the time being and rushing back to cook the meat, Zhongli would have wanted to savor it slowly. After getting 2 kilograms of prickly ash and a bunch of chili leaves, Zhongli went back. Mother Zhou was shocked. Where did you pick these chili leaves? They are growing too well. All the chili leaves in the village have been plucked out. There is not a single leaf left. Of course I picked them from the place where I found the prickly ash last time, and this time I found a bunch of mature prickly ash and brought them all back. Shirtu looked at their mother with admiration. Mom, where did you pick them? Tell me so that my brother and I can pick them next time? No, if I tell you, it will be the same as telling all the other kids, and then there will be no prickly ash to eat. Besides, that's my mother's secret base. I won't tell you. Then Zhongli took out all the chili leaves from the basket, exposed the prickly ash underneath, and handed them to Mutu. Mom, pick these chili leaves. I'm going to stew the meat. Seeing that Mutu and the others had already eaten the prickly ash, Zhou's mother went over to put the prickly ash away. We'll have dinner soon. Save the prickly ash for the afternoon. The two brothers had no objection. They also wanted to save their stomachs for meat. To stew meat, as long as the marinade is prepared and the spices are poured in, the aroma will be full. The person who lived close to them and happened to come back to cook couldn't help but complain when he smelled it. Look, the other side must be cooking meat again. This is too bullying. They're afraid that others don't know that they eat meat, so they cook it so deliciously. It's really torture. That's right. My family has bland soup and wild vegetable porridge every day.
I used to eat it and thought it was okay. Now that I smell such delicious food every day and then look at my own vegetables, I really find it hard to swallow. Several neighboring aunties sat together picking wild vegetables and started nagging. How much money do you think Zhongli makes to be able to eat meat every day? If this goes on, the children at home can't be controlled by violence, and they will clamor for meat every day. Where can I get meat for them? Even if they don't need tickets, it costs money to buy a pig bone. They might as well eat my meat. Another auntie laughed. How many pounds of meat can you have when you are so skinny? You are all bones. Your children won't like it either. Go to Hades, I'm just talking. Another auntie also covered her mouth and laughed. Not only the children don't like it, her husband doesn't like it either?
Haha.
I heard it last night. Her husband thinks she is uncomfortable, ha ha ha. The auntie who was ridiculed became angry and embarrassed. Nonsense, my husband loves it. He clearly hugged me and didn't let go last night. We are all neighbors, so who doesn't know who? The two aunties obviously didn't believe it. TSK, I heard it all. Your husband laughed at you for not growing flesh and feeling like a man. The auntie glared. How good do you think you are? Aren't you still undeveloped? Hasn't your husband touched you in a long time? To be honest, these three aunties can't hide anything that happens at home. Because in order to save money when building the house was built with a common rough wall, so the slightest noise can be heard. Even the things in the room are no exception. As they talked, the aunties almost revealed all the private matters of each other. Stop, 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 don't say anymore. You are old, and you are still comparing this. It's embarrassing, aren't you embarrassed? If someone hears it, it will really make people laugh. It shouldn't be the Liu family who said it first, and it wasn't me who started it. But speaking of this, have you noticed? Isn't the figure of Buchuan's wife a little too coquettish? When Aunt Chen said the last few words, she lowered her voice and looked at Jiang Li's door. When the other two aunts heard it, they came together directly. Aunt Liu also spoke in a low voice. It turns out that I am not the only one who feels so. This Buchuan wife really doesn't look like us country people at all. With that figure, I'm afraid my husband will be seduced away. Yeah, I don't know if we didn't notice her before because she didn't go out or what, but when I saw her recently, her figure is amazing. Yeah, especially when I saw her wearing a shirt just now, and when she walked, I was afraid that her buttons would break. Don't mention it. I'm still worried, even though they live so close. Even if I can keep an eye on my own husband, what about my own son? Aunt Liu laughed. Don't worry about it for nothing. Can she like your son? Let's take a step back. If she really likes your son, that would be a good thing. Don't you want a daughter-in-law who can make money? The three aunties laughed. But you know what? How does she look like? It's too good for a woman to look like this. The three of them suddenly became quiet and then said, You said she goes to the town every day and the machinery factory is full of men.
Can she keep it?
But the old Zhou family accompanies her, so it shouldn't happen. If she can do something out of the ordinary, the old Zhou family will definitely kill her on the spot. The three nodded at the same time. Makes sense. And this is why Zhou's mother would rather not go to work than go with Zhongli. When the man is not at home, there are many rumors, and it's the same everywhere. But she looks like that, let alone a man. I, a woman, feel my heart beating when I see her. Do you think she is fake or real? Didn't an educated youth make a big joke before? When going to work, a large piece of thick cotton fell out, which made everyone laugh so hard. I always thought that educated youth Luo was small and had a good figure, but I didn't expect it to be fake. Mentioning the embarrassing incident of the educated youth, the three ladies laughed even more exaggeratedly. It should be real. It looks very heavy. Not to mention men, I want to grab a handful to see how it feels. TSK, 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 TSK. Or I'll grab you. I'm going to die. You're not that old, and you are still joking. Don't you know how to be ashamed? Zhongli is the most clear about her own changes. She is very determined in what she decides. It can be said that she strictly requires herself to do the whole plan. Even if she went to the machinery factory to help and missed something, she would ask 001 to adjust the plan in time, so she is such a perfect figure now. From A to the current B.
Only Jiangli knows how much she is paid. Jiangli changed clothes and found a larger size of underwear from the villa. She felt comfortable without feeling restrained. Looking down at her current figure and snow-white skin, Jiangli said she was very satisfied, but she could continue. Now, she can show her curves when she wears clothes. Unlike when she first came, she was thin and flat. After changing the sweaty clothes, Jiangli opened the door and came out to prepare for dinner. At this time, Zhou's mother had already cut the braised meat, sliced it thinly, and arranged it neatly, which looked delicious. Jiangli replaced all the bowls and plates in the house with white porcelain, which looked good when placed on the table. Zhou's mother didn't pay much attention to it before, let alone setting the pots. It was only after she came here to eat more that she realized that cooking could be so particular. Dad is back from work, just in time for dinner. Jiangli walked over to help serve the soup. Zhou's father wiped his sweat and saw Jiangli's clothes. He suddenly felt that it was inappropriate for him to come here after work and sweat all over. Hey, you guys, eat first. I'm sweating all over. Go wipe it off before coming over. It's impossible to change clothes and come here. Otherwise, I have to prepare so many sets of clothes. Summer clothes. 2 sets for each person is great. Seeing Zhou's father's embarrassment, Jiangli said in a light tone, "It's okay. Who doesn't sweat in the hot summer? Sit down and drink the soup. It's from the 4th brother's family. There is so much marinade, and it won't last long in this weather. How about I pour some on the braised meat, leave half a bowl, and take the rest to the old house for them to have some meat? Okay, mother, you decide. Mu too. Send it over. Don't underestimate a bowl of braised meat sauce. Even if it's sweet potato and old rice porridge, pouring a little on it will be quite appetizing. Not to mention the food at the old house, which has no oil or salt." Mutu was thinking about the food at home, so he walked faster and saw Zhou Damei when he entered the old house. "Sister, my mother asked me to bring this braised meat sauce over. You bring a bowl to put it in." Zhou Damei was overjoyed. "Oh, okay, Mutu. Put it on the table first, and spill it." That's not possible. In the past 2 days, Zhou Damei has become familiar with the 2 brothers Mutu. Zhou Urseo, who came back from work, saw them and showed her dissatisfaction in her tone. "Your mother goes to town every day to make money and delays your grandma from earning work points. Now she eats meat herself, but she only sends a little gravy over. Who are you embarrassing?" Zhou Urseo heard that they bought a basket of meat, including fat meat, pig ears, and pork bones. She can eat alone without worrying about choking. Mutu jumped up and said, "If second aunt is disgusted, she can refuse to eat the food sent by my family. Besides, grandma and my mother also have food and meat to eat in town. If second aunt is dissatisfied, can she tell grandma? Can't she scold my mother? Also, my mother invited my grandparents over for dinner. It's not what you said about eating the meat alone. My mother is more filial to my grandparents than you are." Mutu spoke in a serious and clear manner, and he criticized Zhou Urseo in every word. Zhou Urseo was very angry. Thinking of Jiangli's humiliation, she looked at Mutu with a fierce look. "What did your mother teach you to say that to your elders? Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother. Don't think that you can speak without restraint and talk back to your elders just because you are the eldest grandson of the Zhou family." Zhou Urseo pulled Mutu to vent her anger. Fortunately, Zhou Damei heard the sound and ran out with her mother. Zhou Damei looked at Zhou Urseo, and Zhou Damei quickly changed the gravy in the bowl to another bowl and handed it to Mutu. "Brother, run." Mutu was not stupid. He ran with the bowl and did not forget to say, "Aunt, the gravy was given to you by my mother. Don't give it to second aunt." Now that's good. Zhou's mother wanted to send some gravy to the old house to improve the food, but it ended up causing a war. Mutu said so. How could Zhou's eldest sister-in-law divide the gravy equally? Of course, it was not given to Zhou Er's wife, but to the children of the second room and Zhou Lauer, the main labor force. Everyone got some, except Zhou Er's wife, which seemed to be isolating Zhou Er's wife. Zhou Er's wife made a fuss, but it was useless. She simply looked at her 3 daughters. However, The three daughters were like starving ghosts, and they didn't even glance at her. Zhou Er's wife was so angry that she took a stick. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. Haven't you seen your mother being bullied? The eldest sister knows to stand by her mother and take the good things home. But you just care about eating yourself. I'm going to beat you to death. The oldest Zhou Dahua became the unlucky one. He was beaten before he finished his meal. The noise was so loud here that Zhongli certainly heard it, but no one cared.
Zhou Ursaya was just like that.
She would make trouble at home every few days, and everyone was used to it. And Mu Tu didn't complain when he came back, because he solved it himself anyway. Mom, this braised meat smells so good. Let's make it next time. Tu's cheeks were bulging, and there were still grains of rice on his face, which showed that he was very satisfied with the meal. The pork belly with fat and lean meat was soft and tender in one bite. When the gravy was poured over the rice, Zhou's father ate 3 bowls of rice. After eating, there was also braised pork belly to eat. The food was simply too good. Zhou's mother cleaned up the place and left with Zhou's father. On the way, Zhou's father sighed again. Old woman, you have grown some weight on your face after going to the machinery factory these days. You feel better if you eat well. If you eat well, it will be different, but I can't go tomorrow. Speaking of this, Zhou's mother was still disappointed. Zhou's father became anxious when he heard it. What's the matter? Doesn't the machinery factory need to repair the machines? Before Zhou's mother could reply, he said, Yes, how can the machine break down every day? If it breaks down every day, will the workers still work? But have you asked? Has the money for repairing the machines been collected before? Zhou's mother said lightly, I didn't ask, but I guess it should have been collected. I saw the money when she opened the bag to buy meat today. Except for the last machine that your daughter-in-law said would cost 500 to repair, the previous 400 should have been collected. Adding the previous 1,000, the fourth family should have a lot of money in hand, so there should be no need to worry in the future. Besides, I don't need to go tomorrow because the fourth family is capable now, and a big leader is looking for her. Zhou's father's eyes lit up. You mean, this money can still be earned? That's right. With the skills, the fourth child's family will never have to worry about not having money in the future. Earning once or twice a year is enough. I didn't expect that repairing machines would be so profitable. She said she had to go to the textile factory to repair machines tomorrow. The textile factory is full of women, so I won't go. Zhou's father was excited. The textile factory is good. There are more machines. If she is busy, you don't have to go to work and concentrate on helping the fourth child. Manage her home, take care of the wood and stones, and let her make money with peace of mind. Zhou's mother said angrily, Do you need to tell me that? The fourth child's family is not doing housework. Every day when I am free, I will go to help her clean. She never has to do it. The two chatted as they returned to the old house. It was quiet at this time, so they pretended nothing had happened and went back to the house directly. After the two children went to bed, Zhongli began to get busy. She didn't plan to take a nap today, so she took out her notebook and began to study the textile machine information that 001 had found. It would be embarrassing if she couldn't repair it, so Zhongli studied it very seriously. She had never touched this thing before, and it would be difficult to find the problem if she didn't study it thoroughly. Zhongli stretched her body and poured a glass of water until she had understood it about 70% of the time. Master, the yellow-skinned longan is ripe. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pick some yellow peels to eat. At that time, Zhongli told 001 to notify her immediately as soon as the kumquats were ripe. After waiting for so long, she can finally eat it. She likes the sour and sweet kumquats. The kumquats with fresh leaves appeared on the table, and Zhongli couldn't wait to throw one into her mouth. The kumquats produced on the farm are large in size and small in seeds. Zhongli even eats the skin. The only flaw is that it is not a chicken heart kumquat and has seeds. But it is also very delicious. Zhongli couldn't stop eating the kumquats. She quickly finished a bunch and was eating happily when two little kids appeared at an inopportune time. Mom, what are you eating? I want to eat it too. Shirtu is not afraid of Zhongli at all now. He took it and ate it without waiting for an answer.
Well,
This is delicious, better than the prickly ash, brother. Come and eat it. Zhongli silently looked at the kumquats on the table. This is the kumquat that is only available in the south. How can this be made up? Mom, what is this? Did you pick it in the mountains? No, this is what the leader of the machinery factory gave me this morning. He said it was fruit from the south, but I forgot about it when I came back, so they just delivered it to me. It's so delicious. Eat more quickly, or you won't be able to eat it later. It seems that I have to hide when I eat kumquats next time, otherwise it will be difficult to explain every time. But eating alone is certainly not as good as sharing. Zhongli's mind instantly flashed through the methods of making various fruits into dried fruits, canned foods, and sauces. And kumquats can also be made into kumquat sauce, but there is no time today, so let's talk about it later. Remember to help fetch water after you two finish eating. The bucket outside is out of water. The pump-type well was dug, but Zhongli still found some work for the two of them. Every day, they were required to fill the 2 small buckets outside the yard with water. This would prevent them from just going out to play all day and not knowing how to work. After the well was dug, the eldest sister and the second sister would come to fetch water every afternoon, and they would carry it back to the old house together. In this way, the adults in the old house would not have to fetch water after work, and the job of fetching water fell on the eldest sister Zhou and the second sister Zhou. Of course, they were originally divided into groups with Zhou Dahua and Erhua to take turns, but one day when the two came to fetch water, they actually looked around her house behind Zhongli's back, went to the kitchen to eat leftovers, and even took the leftovers from the living room without asking. Snacks on the table. Although Zhongli had no shortage of these, she couldn't stand it when she caught the 2 sisters eating her snacks in the main hall, while they were insulting her and putting the snacks into their pockets. She drove the 2 children out directly and took out the snacks from their pockets and gave them to Zhou Damei and the others. Don't say she was not generous enough to bully the children. What Zhou Dahua and Zhou Erhua said were not nice things. They almost cursed that Mu Mu and Shirtu would die, and then imagined themselves as the children of the 4th room. It was good enough that Zhongli didn't do anything after saying such words. Zhou's mother was also furious when she knew about this, and then it was Zhou Damei and the others who came to fetch water every day. Okay. It was easy to fetch water from the water well, and the 2 brothers had no objection at all. Fortunately, Huang Pai didn't take much, so he finished it quickly. Mom, let us go pump water now, and then we'll go to the field to play later, and there are sesame seeds to pick today. These days, sesame seeds are being harvested in the fields, and many children in the village have gone to pick sesame seeds. Well, remember to bring the hats that Mom bought for you 2 days ago, so that they don't get damaged by the sun. Tomorrow, Mom will go to the department store to see if there are any small kettles, and buy one for you. Upon hearing this, Shirtu hugged Zhongli and acted coquettishly. Mom, you are the best mom in the village. You are so good to us. Oh, not a bad woman anymore? Not the laziest mom anymore? The 2 brothers laughed, Mu too. Mom, now everyone in the village says that you are the mother who is the best at squandering the family and the best at making money. Shirtu nodded. More people say that you are the mother who is the worst at living. You only know how to eat meat every day, and you can't save any money no matter how much you make. Mu Tu asked, Mom, does our family still have money? Shirtu answered quickly, Of course we have money. Otherwise, why would Mom say she wants to buy us hats? Our mom is so capable. She must make a lot of money. Zhongli scratched his nose. Wrong answer. Our family eats so well every day, and we buy you clothes, hats, and toys from time to time. We spend almost all the money we earn, and then we live off our savings. We really don't save any money. Mutu opened his mouth. Well. Mom, please buy less in the future, so we can eat less meat at each meal. Hearing that the family didn't have much money, Shirtu also said that he could ask for fewer snacks. Well, then Mom will buy as much as she wants in the future. Okay, go and pump water. After they went out, Zhongli collected all the yellow-skinned branches and the seeds that were spit out. After changing into yoga clothes, Zhongli was ready to start exercising in the yard, half an hour in the morning, noon, and evening. For the sake of beauty, you must persist. The two brothers looked at their mother and did these strange movements again. Shirtu also stood by and learned it in the same way. When standing on one leg and doing a split, Shida's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Mom, you're so amazing, straight, so amazing.
Jiang librat astea dili.
After doing this movement, he was about to drive the naughty Shirtu out the door, when Zhou Damiai's voice rang out outside. Mutu opened the door skillfully and brought the person in.
Aunt.
Why are you here to fetch water so early today? Well, there is not much firewood in the mountains recently. All the firewood nearby has been picked up, so I came here early to fetch water. Brother, you guys go play. I'll fetch the water by the way. Zhou Damiai knew that her brother also had to fetch water every day. Thank you, big sister. The two brothers went back to the room, put on their hats, and set off with the cloth bag filled with sesame seeds. Zhongli began to do exercises as if no one was around, and then did chest expansion exercises. This exercise helps growth and should be done more often. Zhou Damiai and the others were no longer surprised, and they pressed water quietly without making any noise to disturb him. After doing a whole set of yoga, Zhongli was sweating all over, and his clothes were wet. Panting slightly, Zhongli sat directly on the yoga mat and watched the two sisters carry the water out. This scene reminded Zhongli of his childhood in his previous life. The following is the author's real experience. I don't know if you like it, so I didn't write it in such detail. If you don't like it, you can skip it. In fact, her life when she was a child was not much better than that of her elder sister and the others. She lived in a small village in the south that was surrounded by mountains. It was very backward, and the living conditions there were poor. Every household relied on farming to support the whole family. The man in charge would also look for odd jobs to earn some money. The wages in such a remote small place were very low. Moreover, odd jobs were all hard and dirty work, and they were very popular. Her father was lazy. He didn't care about the family's situation at all, and never took care of their family. He could obviously make money and could drive a bulldozer, but he only worked for 2 or 3 months a year and lay at home for 10 months, not even willing to go to the fields. Zhongli always kept the money she earned herself. It can be said that Zhongli was almost raised by her mother.
Big.
Thinking of her mother, Zhongli's eyes were red, and she remembered her back that could not be straightened due to exhaustion from farming every day. There was also planting rice for others in the high temperature of more than 30 degrees, earning 30 yuan a day. There was also bringing back some clothes to cut the threads, earning 7 yuan a day. There was also a new workshop that opened at the abandoned school in the next village to select melon seeds, earning 300 to 600 yuan a month. They were some peeled melon seeds, and those without shells were selected, those with pumpkin skins stuck on them, and the bad ones were selected. That job was very eye-intensive, and I could not earn much money a day. Later, I found a job giving chickens injections, grinding chicken beaks, pricking chicken wings with medicine, and helping to pack chickens in a chicken farm. This job earns a little more money, but it will be more. It was hard work because the work was done late at night. The chickens would gather together and return to their roosts at night, so we could give each one injections and sharpen their beaks. In the evening, we set out at 6 o'clock. Starting at 7 o'clock, and the first job ended at 9 o'clock, and we would take over the next job at 10 o'clock. In this way, we could do 2 jobs a night, each lasting 3 to 4 hours, and we were paid 30 yuan a night. That was 60 yuan a night, but every time we got home, it was already after 2 in the morning. After taking a shower, we had almost no time to sleep. It was hard, but her mother insisted on going, only because she was already in high school at that time, and her monthly living expenses were 600 yuan. Her family was not well off, so she had a hard time when she was a child, and she didn't quite understand why her mother did that. Other children can go out to play, but she has endless housework to do. Other children can sleep until they wake up naturally, but she has to get up at 7 o'clock and take a pile of clothes to the village, well, to fetch water to wash clothes. After washing, she releases the geese, collects firewood, and chops wood. When she comes back, she makes a fire and cooks. In the afternoon, other children play badminton, but she has to follow them to pull weeds, plant rice, and cut rice with a sickle. It can be said that she has almost endless housework and farm work all year round. Planting rice, harvesting, pulling peanuts, drying and tinkering, digging cassava, pulling soybeans, collecting firewood, chopping wood, releasing geese. So she envied her friends, and envied them. When she wanted to study hard, her mother had no money. She asked her father for money, and he only said, "Don't study anymore. It's useless for girls to study. No matter how much they study, they will go to work in factories. It's better to go to factories early to make money. Their place is very backward. It's good for girls to study until junior high school. Most of them go to work after studying until elementary school." Fortunately, she borrowed money and went to school. After the memories, Zhou Damei and her sister came over again with empty buckets. Zhongli waved at them. "Aunt C, is there anything for us to do?" "No, I want to ask why you are so old now. Didn't your mother say she would send you to school?" Zhou Damei was stunned. "Study? There are no girls in our village who study?" "Nonsense, didn't my aunt study?" Zhou Damei. "But studying costs money, and studying can't help the family work and earn work points. Besides, everyone says that studying is useless now. The educated youth have studied so much and have gone to the countryside." Zhongli nodded and said nothing, but she had other ideas in her mind. At night, in order to better understand the principle of the textile machine, Zhongli read all the information again. 001. How many days will it take to achieve a devilish figure? At most 1 week. Your body will reach the most beautiful proportions, and men will be absolutely obsessed with it. Zhongli weighed a part of her body that had grown a lot of flesh this month. Does your plan work for others? 001. It's specially customized for you. How can it work for others and you? You're different. Zhongli didn't care about its riddles, standing in front of the full-length mirror and looking at herself in a V-neck silk suspender skirt. The skirt was very thin, clinging to the curves of her body, perfectly outlining her curvy figure, and her white and straight legs were even more dazzling. "It's really beautiful, but it's a pity that beautiful clothes can't be worn at this time. I can only appreciate it myself." Because she studied until very late, Zhongli slept late. You're different. Zhongli didn't care about its riddles, standing in front of the full-length mirror and looking at herself in. Zhou's mother thought about it and decided to go in and call for help, otherwise she would miss the ox cart later. If the fourth wife doesn't get up, the ox cart will. Then Zhou's mother paused. She saw her daughter-in-law lying on the bed, with her black hair spread out, her eyes closed, and her slightly opened lips very charming. Her snow-white skin was crystal clear, and through the thin dress, Zhou's mother could see her slender waist that could not be grasped with one hand. Even women would blush and their hearts would beat fast when they saw her. Zhou's mother knew that the daughter-in-law she chose was very beautiful, but she didn't expect her to be so beautiful. If it weren't for the same face, she would have thought it was a fox fairy. Too beautiful. Now she really agreed with what the aunties in the village said. Her son was just unlucky. It was such a waste of talent to keep such a beautiful daughter-in-law at home for several years. Zhou's mother couldn't stop looking at Zhongli. She really couldn't take her eyes away. "Old fourth, get up. Aren't you going to the textile factory? The ox cart will be leaving soon." Zhongli opened her eyes drowsily, yawning and stretching. "Mom, what time is it?" The soft and tender voice made people's bones go soft. "It should be about 8 o'clock. If you don't get up, you will have to walk to the town." Zhongli woke up instantly and was so scared that she sat up quickly from the bed and then hurried out of bed. "Mom, why didn't you call me earlier?" "It's too late, too late. The town is so far away, I can't walk there." Zhongli habitually took out the clothes she was going to wear today and put them on the stool last night. After jumping out of bed, she didn't think twice, pulled down the suspender nightgown and changed, completely ignoring Zhou's mother as heir.